Like, subscribe and share fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Year X784. Ishgar Continent. Kingdom of Fiori. This is a permanently neutral country with a population of 17 million. This is also a world full of magic. Gorgeous and powerful magic is everywhere in the world and has already become a part of people's lives. People recognize magic, use magic, and control magic. And use this to fight and gain power beyond ordinary people. The existence of magic makes this world extraordinary. The conflict between good and evil will be more intense than in the ordinary human world. Fortunately, there is an organization like the Magic Council that can govern magicians, as well as a group of magic guilds with a sense of justice, so the entire magic world is still peaceful. However, peace is only a facade. In the dark corners where light cannot reach, darkness grows. They are a group of people who pursue chaos and disorder and fall into darkness, and are quietly planning the world. However, what is even more desperate is perhaps not the intention of this group of people. Rather, the outsider who is about to break through the barrier of this world. Is it almost unstoppable? A mountaintop outside the town of Magnolia, Kingdom of Fiori. A young man about 1.8 meters tall, with black hair and black pupils and a handsome face, was standing abnormally in this place where no one would normally come. Staring at the sky, muttering to himself. His name is Qin Tiandao, and he comes from a place called Azure Star. Not long ago, I traveled to this world. After a brief understanding, Qin Tiandao knew exactly where he had arrived. The ubiquitous magic and every famous wizard guild. The most important thing is the guild called Fairy Tale. All of this clearly points to one fact. Qin Tiandao traveled through time and space to the anime of his previous life, Fairy Tale. Qin Tiandao also knows a lot about this animation. Whether it is the alliance of dark guilds, the Balam Alliance, or the huge empire in the western continent, the Alvarez Empire. Even the Black Dragon Acknowledge who travels to who knows where in the world. This proves that the world is not safe. What's more, there is a group of perverts in this world who want to eliminate ordinary people and create a big magic world where only wizards can survive. Therefore, for ordinary people, it is almost hellish to survive here. Because you never know which will come first, tomorrow or an accident. You might die in the aftermath of a fight between wizards just walking down the street. And in addition to these threats from this world's own land, the world is also facing another most urgent and dangerous situation. That is the abnormality that keeps trying to invade this world. In the past, they were called SCP anomalies. And they are now on the periphery of this world. Looking down at the world with eager eyes. Today, the abnormal restlessness has reached its peak. It is expected that they will break through the shackles one by one and descend into this world. Fortunately, as a time traveler, Qin Tiandao also has his own golden finger. Something called the Foundation Containment Universalization System. As long as the characteristics and hazards of SCP objects are publicized in a timely manner and they are contained, more people will be prevented from being harmed by the objects. You can get a variety of rewards. This includes the Foundation's base facilities, personnel of all levels, task forces, and even the attributes and abilities of anomalous containment objects. For example, abnormal characteristics, reality distortion, and even the legendary supreme deity may be obtained. However, there is no free lunch in this world. The more powerful and dangerous the abnormal containment object is, the richer the reward will be after containment. This is the eternal truth. Of course, as a pure novice, Qin Tiandao naturally has his own novice gift package. The system was already turned on the day it was acquired. They are Site 17, a large-scale base facility located deep in the mountains at the foot of Qin Tiandao, and the 500 basic personnel attached to the base. An already contained object, SCP-999. It is a cute and adorable creature called a tickle monster. Of course, it is also the favorite of the Foundation. An anomalous object that has good intentions towards everyone. In addition, there is a fully awakened level 3 reality distortion ability, and a level 5 reality distortion experience card. Note, the trial card is valid for 3 days. There weren't many things, but at least it gave Qin Tiandao the ability to protect himself in this chaotic world. Especially the 3rd level fully awakened reality distortion ability. It can even change other people's perceptions. For example, when the other party wants to fight a level 3 fully awakened reality bender. All a reality bender needs is the thought that he is a good person. Then, he will naturally agree with this point of view and express friendly attitude towards it. The level 5 reality distortion ability experience card. To put it another way, it is a 3-day pseudo-god experience card. In this world, it can almost be said that as long as the legendary god of life and death, Angselram, does not appear, almost no one can fight against it. Bite. The reminder from the system resounded in Qin Tiandao's mind. A loophole in the world barrier has been detected. An abnormal containment object is about to arrive. Should we start the Sky Screen live broadcast to popularize the characteristics of the containment object? Listen to the reminder sound in your mind. Qin Tiandao took a deep breath. This day has finally come, the world barrier has been broken, and the entire fairy tale world is about to undergo a major change. If you want to survive in this chaotic world, you have to keep getting stronger. Therefore, the popularization of abnormal containment is necessary. So, Qin Tiandao nodded gently. Start live streaming. Chapter 2. Buzz. Almost as soon as Qin Tiandao made his choice, the wonderful sound resounded directly in the ears of everyone in the world. The sound seemed unusually high and ethereal, making it impossible to trace its source. Countless people began to look around in astonishment. Then, he could clearly see that in the sky above his head, an inexplicable huge light curtain slowly unfolded. The light curtain seems very strange. It cannot be hindered by architecture, geography. Even if you look at it from any angle, you can clearly see the entire light curtain. It's like it is not actually hanging in the sky, but rather appears in everyone's sight. The content of the light curtain is completely black, with only the symbol in the middle emerging. That's a very eye-catching sign. It was a black circle with 2 layers, one dark and one light, and the outer circle bulged in 3 directions regularly. The inner circle is pierced by 3 inward-pointing arrows. Below this eye-catching logo is a bold black font. Secure.contain.protect. Secure, contain, protect. Full name, Special Containment Procedures Foundation. The Foundation? What's going on? What on earth is this? By the way, how could such a huge curtain of light appear in the sky? Is it magic? How much magic power is needed to create such a large light curtain? The farmer stopped his hoe and the student put down his book. People who were walking stopped, and people who were working raised their heads. Almost at this moment, a series of doubts echoed from all over the world. Wizards Guild, Fairy Tale. As one of the strongest wizard guilds in the kingdom of Fiori, this guild is home to a large number of powerful wizards, led by the guild leader Makarov. What is completely different from other guilds is the atmosphere of this guild. Treating companions as family is the purpose of this guild. However, even family members cannot avoid quarrels, so fighting is the main theme of this guild. They rely on their fists to close the distance between each other. Therefore, in this guild, you can often see chairs, benches, pots and pans flying everywhere. And now, the flames of war that had just filled the entire guild stopped the moment the sky curtain appeared. The guild members who were tearing each other's clothes all blinked in confusion, looking at the huge sky that appeared within my sight. Hey, is this a prank by someone? Gray, the naked pervert, let go of the figure he was stepping on, and then cast his eyes towards the sky. Then, as if he had realized something, he shouted, "Is it that bastard Natsu?" I don't know why you thought of Natsu, but this is obviously impossible. Okay. That guy went to Harjanport to look for a dragon yesterday. Another heroic girl beside him sighed helplessly. Then, under the indifferent gazes of the crowd, he held the huge barrel beside him and drank tons, tons, tons. Gurgle gurgle. After drinking a large amount of wine, Kana burped with satisfaction. He teased Gray, also, where are your clothes? What? Gray, who was called by Kana, looked down at his naked upper body. He cried out in horror. When did this happen? Alas, this guilt is not normal. Kana sighed helplessly. Then he said, but there is one thing I think Gray is right about. Looking at the huge sky in sight. If this isn't someone's prank, then, we should think about whether this is some kind of trick targeting our guild. Listening to Kana's clear and logical analysis. The guild's poster girl, Myra Jane, was wearing a red lady's long dress, with her white hair hanging down her back and her bangs tied into a small braid. She couldn't help but look at the short old man sitting at the bar. He asked, "President? What do you think?" The man called the president was a short old man sitting cross-legged at the bar, wearing a clown costume. If you look closely, the height is definitely no more than 1 meter. However, despite his short stature, no one in the entire magic world dared to look down on this short old man who was less than 1 meter tall. Just because he has another very famous title. The Wizard of the Holy 10. One of the 10 strongest wizards on the continent, rated by the Magic Council, the authoritative organization of the entire bright magic world. Therefore, his experience are definitely not comparable to anyone else in the guild. But the short old man who was questioned just took a deep breath. He picked up the beer glass beside him and took a long sip. In his slightly blurred eyes, affected by alcohol, there was a hint of helplessness. I don't know, I've never seen anything so weird. Staring at the huge sky in his sight, Makarov narrowed his eyes slightly. You can't feel the magic, but it can be accurately projected into everyone's sight. This method, at least in my knowledge, does not exist at all. At this point, Makarov lowered his head slightly. This matter must be reported to the council. President. There seems to be some movement in the sky. Just at this moment, Myra Jane beside him suddenly exclaimed. It also drew Makarov's thoughts to the sky. Now, the dark sky gradually began to take shape. Chapter 3. Magic Council Era. This is the authority that manages the entire bright magic world and is responsible for maintaining order in the magic world. However, the Magic Council, which should have been a stable and solemn place. But today I made a mess. The shrill alarm sounded throughout the entire council building. All magic crystal screens used for recording, observation, monitoring, investigation, etc. After a while, everything turned white, and then turned into a black page of the foundation. This is almost impossible to happen. How could an operating system built on magic be mysteriously invaded? Check. Find out who is targeting the council. The Speaker of the Magic Council, the highest authority in the council. A bloated old man, Crawford him, clutched his scepter in anger. His face was very gloomy. He himself is a user of super ancient documents. To put it another way, most of the control systems of the Magic Council are closely related to his own super ancient documents. And now, the operating system has been easily taken over. Doesn't that mean that the secrets hidden in his own ultra-ancient documents can also be easily invaded? This is definitely enough to attract his attention. I want to know what the origin of this so-called foundation is. Crawford suppressed his anger and gave the order. On the side, Zakrane, one of the 9 high-ranking members of the Magic Council, was holding his chin with one hand with great interest. There is a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Looking at the chaotic council, he narrowed his eyes slightly. Foundation. Is it a newly formed guild? It is not registered with the Magic Council. Could it be the Dark Guild, The beautiful woman with long black hair in a kimono taps the guardrail in front of her regularly with her index finger. Look lost in thought. No matter what, we'll just watch. Chi Kalayan said lightly. Then, in a voice that only the two of them could hear, he spoke softly as long as. I just hope this foundation doesn't get in the way of our plans. Hearing this, the black-haired kimono girl, Altair, smiled softly. You are right, Master Ziku. I will not allow anyone who threatens our plan to exist. If necessary, I can try to find that foundation and then. At this point, a dangerous light flashed in Altair's eyes. Destroy them. Wizards Guild, Fairy Tale Holy Land, Tenro Island. A desolate area where no life can set foot. A black-haired boy was sitting cross-legged here, his eyes moved slightly. He opened his eyes foundation. Can invade my sight. He raised his head and looked at the huge canopy floating above his head, which was so huge that it covered half of the sky. Frowning slightly, he asked in confusion, who is it? Ling Feng's Wania. The huge black creature perched on the top of the mountain seemed to have noticed something. Then he woke up from his sleep. Lifting its heavy eyelids, it looked up at the sky. After thinking for a moment, he no longer cared. Yes, maybe for it doesn't need to care about anything made by those tiny humans. It has already stood on top of the world. During this long time, nothing could threaten him. If you're annoyed, just kill it. Today, it has no interest in anything other than the dragon and its desire to destroy. After just one change of movement, the huge black creature closed its eyes again. Seems to have fallen asleep again. When people all over the world are full of doubts, other colors appeared on the originally black screen. At the same time, a deep and ethereal voice resounded in everyone's mind. A moment. People from all over the world focused their attention on the changing light screen. Humans have been around for 250,000 years. However, most of the time is meaningless. Even now, it can only be traced back to 400 years ago. So, what were we doing during the remaining tens of thousands of years? The deafening words are a soul-searching question for all human beings. Yes, to this day, in this world, the records can only be traced back to 400 years ago, the era of dragons. That is a humiliating history of mankind. That was a humiliating history of humans being used as food by dragons. However, humans are definitely not born to be food for dragons. What is the origin of mankind? When did dragons begin to rule everything? What on earth were humans doing before that? The next moment, Tianmu gave the answer. We hid in the cave, shivering around the small campfire. We are afraid. Fear the monsters that lurk in the darkness. Fear of things we don't understand. As the voice fell, a scene appeared above the dark sky. That seems to be a picture of the Enlightenment period of mankind that has been forgotten by history. Chapter 4. In that ancient picture, the ancestors of mankind, the deeds from ancient times are presented before everyone's eyes. They hid in a dark cave. Around the small bonfire in the center. The red fire is the only light in this cave, and also the only warmth. They seem to be trembling. They are also afraid of everything they cannot understand. Those explanations about how the sun rises, those monsters with human heads and bird bodies, those living stones. All of this is unknown, humans fear and respect them. In the end, people chose to worship and fear those things they did not understand, and gave them the titles of gods and demons. And ask them for forgiveness and pray for salvation. Immediately, the picture on the sky began to change. As time goes by, humans' understanding of the world gradually becomes clearer. Their numbers are gradually decreasing. The number of humans also began to increase. When our fears diminish, we begin to see the world more rationally, but the incomprehensible things do not disappear. It's as if the universe deliberately wants to appear absurd and incredible. In the picture, The ancient humans who had been hiding in the caves trembling in fear began to step out of the caves and began to fight and kill those beasts. Gradually, various tribes and even countries were established. Human civilization continues to shine. However, there are still large areas of shadows that cannot be illuminated by the light of human civilization. That's where they are hiding, staring at humans eagerly. Humanity can no longer live in fear. The deafening sound resounded in everyone's mind, like a thunderclap that exploded out of nowhere. If there is nothing in this world that can protect us, then we must protect ourselves. Then, in the picture, countless people in uniform, but with unclear faces, quietly sneaked into the darkness. While others live in the light, we battle them in the dark, trying to keep them out of the public eye. Only in this way can others live in a sane and understanding world. In the darkness, someone died silently in the battle. Someone's figure completely disappeared into the shadows, without a sound or a trace. However, more people chose to inherit the fire in their hands. Little by little, it became a tiny light that illuminated the dark world. We secure. We contain. We protect. We are the SCP Foundation. Magic Council. Crawford hits the crutch hard. What a joke. This is simply alarmist. Our Magic Council has a global reach and controls all of the world's secrets. How could something we don't know exist? This so-called foundation, when did this guild appear? Crawford had a gloomy face. As the chairman of the Magic Council, he thinks he is one of the most powerful people in the world. With the magic of the ancient documents, he can easily access most of the secrets of the world. But even so, the things in the picture were something he had never heard of. This not only gave him a premonition. The world seems to be out of control of the Magic Council. And this is totally unacceptable to him who is extremely eager for power. He can't accept something beyond his control. It is possible that this is a lie made up by this so-called foundation, but I think one thing is right. The sixth seat of the 9 judges of the Magic Council. Yajima put his hands behind his back, staring at the sky above. After thinking for a moment, he said, "At least I think that humans definitely did not appear 400 years ago when dragons ruled the world. Before that, there must be some secret hidden." Taking a deep breath, Yajima looked at Crawford as Tianmu said, "What were we humans doing before that?" "What do you mean, Yajima?" Crawford frowned and asked. "I think we shouldn't deny this foundation right from the start." Yajima replied calmly. "I agree with this point." Zikurin spoke up. "Kiku. Is this your attitude?" Ouge, the second seat of the one-eyed counselor, asked in a deep voice. "Of course, this world is not simple, and you know this better than anyone else." Zikurin shrugged. He smiled and said, "You are just afraid that your status will be impacted, right?" "Kiku." The third seat Michelle shouted, glaring at Kikurin. "The purpose of our Magic Council is to maintain peace in the wizarding world. Don't think we are so narrow-minded." Hearing this, Zikale laughed disdainfully. He sat up straight with his chin supported by one hand. What a bunch of pretentious old men. Then he seemed to have no intention of arguing with Michelle, but looked towards the sky. Slightly narrowed his eyes. Foundation. Interesting. Chapter 5. Over an unknown sea. The huge black airship is flying slowly above the dark clouds in the sky under the influence of the magic circle. The scarlet lines outline a heart-like pattern on the black hull. This is the Devil's Heart. The largest dark guild alliance on the Ishgar continent, the head of the Balam Alliance, and the headquarters of the Dark Guild Demon Heart. At this moment, the spacecraft was silent. There was only one throne that was always in the dark, and a one-eyed old man was sitting there, stroking his grey beard. His eyes were fixed on the sky above, and he seemed to be lost in thought. Buzz, buzz. The green magic crystal beside him seemed to begin to flicker, pulling the old man's thoughts back. Then he stroked the magic crystal with his palm, and the next moment, a projection of a young woman in a kimono appeared in front of him. Urusha, do you have anything to report? Hades asked in a deep voice. President Hades, do you see that canopy hanging in the sky? Altair bowed slightly and then asked. Of course. Hades responded solemnly. So, what is our attitude? Gerard seems to be very interested in the foundation mentioned by the light curtain. Should we intervene? Not for now, Urusha. Hades hesitated for a moment and shook his head gently. Your task is to continue to lurk around that poor guy and help him stir up a dispute with the council. We need that guy to help us attract attention. Your companions have found the whereabouts of the third key that can remove the seal of Zeref, so we must not make any mistakes now. As for the foundation, Hades' mouth corners slightly raised. We should wait and see. As long as we can awaken Jalal and touch the abyss of the magic, then the so-called foundation, or the they as the foundation calls them, will be able to. Can be easily suppressed. Altair's body trembled slightly when she heard Hades' words. Then he nodded gently. I understand. Western continent, Alvarez Empire. The old man, an old man called the Magic King, August turned his head. He looked at the beautiful woman next to him. She asked in a deep voice, have you ever heard of this so-called foundation? It's a pity. The mature woman with long crimson hair and a wide magic hat on her head and holding a magic wand shook her head gently. Even 400 years ago, I had never heard of any information about the foundation. Even you don't know, that is to say, Augusta frowned slightly. Is this an organization of completely unknown origin, an organization that even the intelligence network of the Alvarez Empire cannot discover? Augusta's expression was somewhat solemn. Although it is hard to believe this result, even in Augusta's own cognition. He was more inclined to believe that all this was caused by a new dark guild. In order to achieve some unspeakable secret, they choose to spread such illusory stories. Just like their emperor, the dark mage Zeref. There are always some creative people in the world who make up some rumors about Jalal. Although Jalal is still alive, many people believe that he has already died. Moreover, if Zeref is resurrected, some strange and great magical world will be opened. Ridiculous and boring. Let's see what they want to do. Irene shrugged, looking at the sky with interest. For those who have survived for hundreds of years, this sudden appearance of the sky seems to be a good spice of life. At least, that's how it works for Irene. Wizards Guild, fairy tale. This foundation sounds good, but it's a little too unbelievable. Gray folded his hands and said. An organization that has been hiding in the darkness, fighting against the unknown and protecting the world. This is what a man should do. Muscular man, Elfman clenched his fists. His eyes are full of admiration. Something that is incomprehensible. Myra Jane stroked her beautiful chin. My mind seems to recall my childhood experiences. It was the things that ordinary people could not understand that led to the tragedy in her childhood. Because of a demonic arm, he was hated and ostracized by the villagers, and eventually had to leave his hometown with his brother and sister. Fortunately, they finally came to Fairy Tale, and with the help of President Makarov, they gradually understood and mastered the devil's arm. So, is this what these people have been doing? As for Makarov, his frown never relaxed for a moment. An unknown guild, or, they can't actually be considered a guild at all, but an organization that has existed for who knows how long to protect the world. He raised his head. As a wizard who was endowed with the Holy Ten, he had a sense of responsibility that ordinary people could not achieve. This old man has always engraved the idea of maintaining peace in the wizarding world into his life. And always practiced this. Therefore, after seeing the information from the Foundation, the old man felt. Suddenly, a feeling of uneasiness came over me. If what is said on the sky is true, then why would they, who have always been committed to hiding in the shadows to protect the world, choose to stand under everyone's attention. Is it, something unstoppable happened that forced us to do this? Just as Makarov was thinking this, the information on the light screen changed again. The anomaly is about to break through the blockade. Start of abnormal popular live broadcast. Project name, Immortal Lizard. Item number, SCP-682. Object class, Keter. Chapter 6. Project name, Immortal Lizard. Item number, SCP-682. Object class, Keter. Item description, SCP-682 is a large, reptilian creature of unknown origin that displays high intelligence. In previous experiments, SCP-682 has been shown to have a hatred for all life. 682 has been observed to possess extremely high strength, speed, and quick reflexes, though the exact extent of this varies depending on its form. Additionally, SCP-682's physical body grows and changes very quickly, being able to increase or decrease in size through feeding and shedding its skin, and 682 is able to gain energy from any substance it ingests, whether organic or inorganic. SCP-682's digestion appears to be aided by filtering gills in its nostrils, which are capable of absorbing useful substances from any solution, allowing it to continue to regenerate even when contained in acid. The subject's regenerative and adaptive abilities are astonishing, and SCP-682 is still able to move and communicate even with 87% of its body destroyed or decayed. A series of introductory texts continuously appeared on the sky. Obscure words reflected in everyone's eyes. Surprise, confusion, surprise, and other emotions continued to ferment in the fairy tale guild. Hey, is this what you call an anomaly? Gray blinked. It's unclear, but judging from the information on the sky, this so-called 682 should be a monster with extremely strong survivability. Makarov said in a deep voice. Similar to, a monster with super self-healing ability. Myra Jane asked doubtfully. I'm afraid it's more than that. Makarov shook his head. Warcraft generally do not have much intelligence, but according to Tianmu's description, this guy has extremely high intelligence. Everyone, at this time, the old members of the guild. Makao interrupted everyone's discussion. I think we should focus on another point. Doesn't this light screen say that the anomaly is about to break through the blockade? What does this mean? Makarov's face darkened slightly at Makao's words. The previous conjecture came to mind: break through the blockade. Could it be that this is why the Foundation chose to expose it? In other words, this SCP-682 was supposed to be bound somewhere, but is about to break free and run out. Myra Jane said her guess. It is very likely that this is the case. Then, having said that, Makarov once again looked towards the sky. Where on earth would this guy go? It wasn't just the Fairy Tale Guild members who noticed this. Almost all the people who were paying attention to the sky curtain also discovered the abnormal string of words that was about to break through the blockade. The next moment, the scene presented by the sky also confirmed people's speculation. The screen changes again. The previous text has completely disappeared. Instead, there is a port shrouded in darkness. The moment the picture appeared, many people recognized where this place was. Just because the port in the picture is so recognizable. Harjan Port. As one of the largest ports in the entire kingdom of Fiori. It's unusually busy here. Not only do a large number of tourists take ships at this port, but there are also many trades and transactions at this port. Harjan, Makarov's face changed. He immediately turned around and looked at Myra Jane behind him. Is that Natsu guy still there? Marajana's face turned pale when asked, and she nodded. Natsu said there was a rumor about a giant dragon somewhere, so I took Happy to look for it. Damn it! If what Tianmu said is true, then Natsu is probably in danger. Makarov's face turned a little ugly. Not really, Guild Master. Another old member of the guild, Waka, who was smoking a pipe, said disapprovingly. After all, we are not sure about the authenticity of this sky dome. Besides, what he said cannot rule out the possibility of exaggeration. As for Natsu's strength, we have all witnessed it. Even if he really encounters that monster, I don't think there will be any danger. Hearing this, Makarov sighed softly. I hope so, but... At this point, he paused slightly, but I still feel a little uneasy. Sudden, boom! A huge explosion resounded in the port of Harjan. In the live broadcast, everyone only saw a huge tsunami tens of meters high suddenly rising on the calm coast. With a roar, a huge ship sailing near the port was slammed towards the shore. Bang! A huge noise was heard, and the boat was hit hard on the shore. The huge wooden ship was shattered. The seawater that was swept up into the sky fell on the port like a torrential rain. Just a moment. Nearly 1/3 of the entire Harjan port was destroyed. What's going on? Could it be, is this the cause of the so-called SCP-682? Doubts filled everyone's mind. Chapter 7. The screen zooms in again. At this moment, people all over the world can finally see clearly what is happening at the center of the pier where the sea water is falling. The wrecked ship was surrounded by a cloud of dust. In the smoke, young girls in dresses escaped from the dock one by one with the help of a blonde girl and a blue cat. Harpy. The moment I saw the blue cat, there was a cry of surprise from the Fairy Tale Guild. Nothing else. It's because of the blue cat. Chinchilla Harpy, also their companion. A flying blue cat that has been accompanying the guild's fire dragon slayer Natsu on missions for many years. What is going on here? Didn't they say that something abnormal is about to happen somewhere? Since Happy is there, that means Natsu might be there too. Right, then, in this case, the huge commotion just now seems to explain. There was a lot of discussion in the Fairy Tale Guild. At the same time, several members looked towards President Makarov. President, it seems that Natsu is in trouble again. One member spoke helplessly. Hearing this, Makarov couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Yeah, I'm in trouble again. Almost instantly, Makarov could guess what was going to happen next. Soon Makarov will receive a message from the Magic Council. The content must be related to the damage caused by Natsu this time. At that time, it goes without saying that I will be called to the Magic Council and scolded. What is even more terrifying is the despairing review. Although, as the leader of a troublemaking guild like Fairy Tale, Makarov is already familiar with this kind of thing. But, it is precisely because of this that Makarov is even more angry. Looking back on my career as a guild president, I was scolded at least twice every week. Who can bear this kind of life? Bang! Makarov angrily smashed the wine glass in his hand onto the bar. He roared loudly, "Can't that bastard give me some peace of mind? When that bastard comes back, I'm going to teach him a lesson. I am so pissed off." Makarov's angry roar, almost no one in the Fairy Tale Guild took it seriously. Now everyone's eyes are still focused on the sky. They really wanted to know what happened to Natsu to cause such a big scene. As well as the so-called anomaly that Tianmu has been talking about. What on earth is it? As the screen continues to play, the people watching the live broadcast also understood what happened. The reason is because at the Harjan port, a guy named Pola appeared, and in order to kidnap young girls, he used the name of the fairy tale fire dragon, lured ignorant young girls to his dinner parties. And it was obvious that the dinner was rigged. Using the magic of sleeping, Pola and his subordinates successfully knocked out all the ignorant girls who came to the party. We plan to take them to the high seas to trade with another gang. This incident was heard by Natsu, who was also at Harjan port. Using the name of Fairy Tale to commit illegal acts is something that Natsu, or rather, all members of the Fairy Tale Guild, cannot accept. So, Natsu and Happy came to the door. Among them, with the help of Lucy, a blonde girl who was also lured aboard, successfully pushed the boat to the coastline. rescued girls who were about to be trafficked. And what happened next was very simple. The angry Natsu showed the world what lost magic is. The power of Dragon Slayer magic. That is a powerful magic that can transform a human's physique into that of a dragon. Not only can it wrap around flames, it can also devour flames and spit out flames. The powerful strength almost overwhelmed Bola. It's as if there is no ability to fight back at all. In just 3 moves, Pola was knocked down and lay powerless on the ground. However, the price was that the entire Harjan port was almost completely destroyed. Watching the raging flames around me, the blonde girl Lucy couldn't help but widen her eyes and open her mouth. So cool! Lucy muttered to herself. She is also a wizard herself. A celestial wizard is a wizard who uses his own magic power to open the gate of the celestial world and summon celestial spirits to fight. However, even Lucy had never seen magic with such destructive power. Of course, this is magic used to fight dragons. It was taught by Natsu's father, the fire dragon Igneel, ancient magic. The blue kitten harpy folds his arms and talks. Although it is very powerful, isn't this a bit too much? Lucy swallowed her saliva, feeling panicked. Strictly speaking, I am also one of the people who destroyed Harjan port. If I am held accountable later. Lucy raised her head and held her forehead. Sudden. Wait! Lucy exclaimed, attracting the attention of Happy. What's wrong, Louise? Habib asked in confusion. My name is Lucy. You dead cat! Lucy collapsed and screamed, and then immediately shook her head. Also, look at the sky. Lucy pointed to the huge sky above the horizon. His expression was like he had seen a ghost. Before, Lucy and the others also knew about the existence of the sky curtain, but because they were in danger, they never had the energy or opportunity to watch it. At this moment, after everything was over, Lucy accidentally discovered the contents of the sky curtain. It turned out to be me and others. Habib also looked over and immediately covered his mouth and laughed at. Louise looks so ugly from this angle, ha ha ha. Isn't that the point? Lucy yelled. The key point is, shouldn't this sky screen be broadcasting abnormal images? Wait. The live broadcast is abnormal. As if she realized something, Lucy's expression became stiff. Then, under Lucy's horrified gaze, the shadow of a huge monster is growing larger in the night sky. No, it should be said that the guy is falling rapidly from the sky. At the same time, the shadow on the sky began to become clearer and clearer. A moment. Everyone's hair stood on end. What a joke! That guy is 682. Abnormality, really appeared. Chapter 8. A fireball burning with blazing flames fell straight from the sky towards the already damaged Harjan port. Call out! The piercing hissing sound was like the sonic boom of a rapidly falling fireball piercing the air, ringing in the ears of everyone present. Next second. In the horrified eyes of everyone, boom! The fireball fell on the ground, and a terrifying explosion sounded. The air waves visible to the naked eye were like surging waves, rushing wildly in all directions. It engulfs all the materials along the way. Then it was shattered. Suddenly, smoke and dust rose everywhere. The entire Harjan port seemed to be doomed. Ahem, what on earth is going on? Lucy struggled to stand up from the ruins. Look around. All I could see was ruins and smoke rising into the sky. There is a small flame on the ground that has not yet been extinguished. Lucy, you're putting pressure on me. Suddenly, a difficult cry for help came from under Lucy. Lucy was startled and quickly stood up and looked at the blue kitten she was pinned under. A trace of apology flashed across his face. I'm sorry, Habby. Love. Finally, she was saved. Lucy was so heavy. The surviving harpy breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, I didn't forget to complain about Lucy. A cross representing anger appeared on her forehead, and Lucy gritted her teeth and retorted, I'm not actually heavy, okay? I have no intention of arguing with Happy about whether it is serious or not. Lucy asked again, where's Natsu? Wasn't that guy near us just now? Click, click. At this moment, a small hill of ruins not far away. There was a sound of stones being moved. Damn, it was that bastard who did it. Natsu, who had just displayed his divine power and completely crushed the fake fire dragon, now popped his head out from the rubble. The dust on his face made him look extremely embarrassed. Natsu! Happy shouted in surprise. I'm glad you're okay. Lucy also breathed a sigh of relief. Then he pointed to the sky and said, you should know this. What? Who knows? When asked, Natsu looked up at the sky with a puzzled look on his face. Are you talking about that weird scene? It looks quite novel. Natsu scratched his head. Open your mouth with a smile. Lucy's face froze, and she pulled the corner of her mouth. You, don't tell me that this sky curtain has appeared for such a long time, and you don't know what it is for. Natsu and Happy looked at each other and blinked. Then he shook his head at the same time. I don't know, we were just busy eating. Lucy paused. Yes, when the sky curtain appeared before, I was just trying to thank Natsu and the others for helping me to remove the enchantment magic. Invite them to dinner. However, during the meal, the two guys seemed to have only the food in their eyes and could not even listen to what they said. Now that I don't know about the sky curtain, it seems understandable. Taking a deep breath, Lucy quickly began to briefly explain. In short, this sky curtain seems to be created by an organization called the Foundation, with the purpose of popularizing some abnormal monsters and starting a live broadcast around the world. Although we don't know what their intention is, our presence on the sky can almost prove one thing. Lucy looked at the man and the cat in front of her seriously. Natsu and Happy continued to deceive. In the live broadcast room, whether it is the Fairy Tale Guild watching, or the rest of the world. At this moment, they all pulled their mouth corners helplessly. I never thought that the guy who could cast such a powerful magic just now, was actually a mentally retarded person. Yes, I have an impression of this wizard named Natsu. I once hired him. Simply put, this guy is a stubborn person who can't think flexibly. Is this what is called a reckless man? Such a powerful magic is wasted. People around the world are talking. And in the fairy tale, everyone lowered their heads. I really can't bear to watch it. Although Natsu usually behaves quite stubborn when in the guild. Otherwise, Grey, his mortal enemy, would not call it a single-celled organism. However, at least at this moment, Natsu is representing Fairy Tale and appears in the public eye. Such a foolish young man has indeed brought bad luck to the guild. At this moment, in the picture, Lucy sighed helplessly. That means we may have appeared near the anomaly. Roar! The moment Lucy finished speaking, a series of low roars, like those of wild beasts, came from afar. This attracted the attention of Lucy and others. In the center of the crater created by the explosion, a figure slowly emerged from the smoke. Following the perspective of Natsu and others, people from all over the world who were watching the live broadcast on the sky screen also exclaimed in an instant. Oh my god! What on earth is that? Is that guy really a living being? In everyone's eyes. SCP-682, Immortal Lizard. For the first time, in this world, the true face was revealed. Chapter 9. I saw a burly figure with a brown body gradually emerging from the smoke and dust. It is about 3 meters tall, with explosive muscles filling every corner of its body. It has a giant head like a crocodile. The ferocious fangs were exposed in the wide-open mouth, and the smelly mucus slowly fell. There are several scratches at the junction of the neck and the head, just like the gills of a fish. The claws of both hands flashed cold light in the night sky. The most eye-catching thing is the pair of huge eyes. Just one glance can send chills down one's spine. What kind of look is that? as if it was filled with hysterical madness, tyranny, and hatred and anger suppressed to the extreme. The moment the image of 682 appeared, almost everyone seemed to be locked onto by the most ruthless hunter in the world. I can't move at all at this moment. Oh my god! Could it be that such a terrifying creature really exists? This is what the Foundation calls anomaly. The immortal evil lizard, numbered 682, could it be that there are hundreds of these things? Are you kidding me? Does this mean that the Foundation has been fighting these horrible monsters in a place that we humans cannot see? When the immortal evil lizard appeared, countless people were shocked, and overwhelming sounds of horror continued to echo from all over the world. Even within the Magic Council, there were bursts of exclamations. After all, although the members of the Magic Council are all in high positions, even able to control the future destiny of the magic world. However, not all of these people are powerful wizards. Among them, most people are just ordinary people who hold power. Even though I have seen big storms. However, seeing those extremely cruel eyes, I was still frightened and broke into a cold sweat in an instant. Even Zikurin, a rare and powerful wizard among the counselors, who was given the title of the Holy 10 Wizards. At this moment, my brows are furrowed. Although it was only broadcast live through the sky screen, Zikurin had an inexplicable premonition in his heart. Or rather, a sense of oppression. This could not help but make this thoughtful man feel anxious. Muttered abnormal. Speaker Crawford took a deep breath, and then immediately asked the Green Frog, who was a member of the Council of Deputies beside him. Where are the Crescent Knights? The Crescent Knights are a violent organization under the Magic Council. Essentially, they are all magic knights formed by wizards. There were about 300 of them, originally stationed near the port of Harjan. Because of the battle at Harjan port, they are going to arrest Natsu from Fairy Tale. But now the situation has become complicated. The arrest of Natsu can be put on hold for now. It's almost there. The Green Frog Man responded. Hearing this, Crawford nodded with some relief. Said, that's good, tell them that the mission target has been changed to this weird big lizard. We must not allow this monster to continue wreaking havoc in the magic world, otherwise it will cause social unrest. At this point, Crawford paused slightly. Oh, remember, you have to let them catch it alive. If what Tianmu said is correct, then this monster must have a very high recovery ability. Perhaps, he narrowed his eyes slightly. A hint of greed flashed in his eyes, but was immediately well concealed. Maybe we can study this feature. If it is put to good use, it might benefit mankind. As he spoke, Crawford couldn't help but grin with his big black teeth. Okay. Speaker. The frogman nodded gently and turned away. The sky screen continues. At this moment, 682's right foot was stepping on the head of a figure. No matter how the figure below struggled and shouted, it was of no use. There seemed to be a flash of scarlet in those eyes full of violence. Help! Help! Pola, who was being trampled underfoot, kept asking for help. Yes, it was Pola. After being hit in the face by Natsu's punch, Pola lost all ability to resist. But, fortunately, Natsu had no intention of taking his life. He just defeated him and ignored him. Before Pola could breathe a sigh of relief, the giant creature that fell from the sky stepped on his head. It was a creature he had never seen before. The beast-like right foot tightly grasped his head, making it impossible for Pola to move. The saliva that dripped from the monster's mouth from time to time was like high-strength sulfuric acid. The ground in front of Pola was corroded and there were many large holes. Unprecedented fear loomed in his mind. If possible, he would rather never step into Harjan port in his life. This is not a place for people to stay at all. Bastard! Who are you? Natsu, who was watching this scene, completely forgot what Lucy had just said. He yelled at 682 angrily. Natsu's loud voice seemed to work. 682 slowly raised his head and began to look towards Natsu. There was a flash of disdain in his eyes. Afterwards, bang! Like the sound of a watermelon bursting. For a moment, the people who had just exclaimed in amazement at seeing the true appearance of 682 were speechless. 682 crushed Pola's head. Blood and brain matter were splattered everywhere. Such a bloody scene was like a big hand, firmly grasping the hearts of every ordinary person who was watching this scene. Almost suffocating. Murder. That monster really killed someone. In an extremely cruel and brutal way, he stomped on Pola's head. Chapter 10. This guy's malice is almost reaching us through the sky. In the Fairy Tale Guild, Myra Jane frowned her beautiful eyebrows. Looks a bit ugly. Unreasonable evil, considering the description of it by Tian Mu before, it is very hostile to living things, Kana calmly analyzed. Are you tired of the world? Or is it instinct? No one knows all this, but anyway. The existence of 682 is an extremely unstable bomb for humans, or for any creature living in this world. Chairman Makarov is getting a little impatient. The clenched fists indicate that he is not calm at the moment. After all, Natsu and Happy are still in front of that monster. As the president of Fairy Tale, Makarov has always treated the members of the guild as his own children. Therefore, when his child is in danger, Makarov will not sit idly by. No. I have to go. Makarov stood up straight. The hunched figure seems to have become taller. Although I don't know how strong this monster is, but the cruel look in its eyes makes me tremble with fear. We must not let Natsu face that monster alone. After that, Makarov started to move his short legs. He left towards the guild gate in a hurry. President, I'll go too. Gray was about to follow. From afar, Makarov's voice could be heard again. All of you stay here and don't cause any more trouble. Hearing this, Gray paused. I watched Makarov's back disappearing from my sight helplessly. Don't lose heart. After all, as an old man in the guild, Makao also saw Gray's unwillingness. Patted his shoulder. Trust the president, after all, he is a wizard of the Holy Ten. You have great talent, but at least right now, you are not enough. It sounds a bit harsh, but it's true. Myra Jane behind him pursed her lips slightly and finally sighed. He didn't speak, but looked up at the sky. Even if you can't win, at least hold on until the president arrives, Natsu. In the picture, whether it was Lucy, Natsu, or Happy, they all seemed to be standing there in a daze, staring blankly at Pola's headless body. Pupils tremble constantly. For Lucy, a rich girl, this was probably the first time she saw a life passing away in front of her eyes. Although, this life actually has other intentions for itself. But, that's also life. A living person. Just like that, his head was crushed so easily. The indescribable smell of blood rushed into her nose. Lucy, who had never smelled such a smell before, felt her stomach churning. Fortunately, I didn't eat anything at dinner. Otherwise, I will definitely vomit at this moment. Not only Lucy, but also the harpy beside her. The blue cat's face is already extremely ugly. What filled his eyes was more of fear for 682. Just like the absolute suppression at the life level. The kitten's blue fur couldn't help but blow up one by one. Unlike her, Natsu. Veins popped up on his tightly clenched fists. His eyes were bloodshot, staring at the direction of 682. He angrily asked, "You bastard, what on earth are you doing? What on earth do you regard life as?" Angry words continue to echo in this ruin. Natsu couldn't understand. Even though I have carried out many missions and fought many opponents over the years, there are winners and losers. However, no matter what, I will not take anyone's life easily. In this world, if you are not a criminal with heinous crimes, have the right to live. This is Naz's idea. But all of this has been completely overturned today. Naz did not deny that Bora was a bad person who used lies to kidnap the girls and planned to sell them to other places to become stars for his own benefit. However, there will be special people to sanction all of this. Instead of taking someone's life so easily, like stepping on a piece of garbage. Buzz! The blazing flames engulfed Natsu's fist. The red light from the flames illuminated Natsu's extremely angry face. You bastard! I will kill you with my own hands, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as Natsu declared battle, a series of air-breaking sounds rang in Natsu's ears. Then, the magic light bullets were visible to the naked eye, passing over Natsu who was standing, and flew straight towards the direction of 682. A moment. 682 raised his head, as if he had sensed the incoming attack. It opened its bloody mouth. An angry roar suddenly rang out. Roar! But, the next second, it was completely covered by the continuous explosions. Boom boom boom! Dazzling flames rose up around 682. Completely engulfing 682. Then, there was a huge explosion that resounded through the night sky. Behind Natsu, the uniform footsteps suddenly stopped. Lucy, Natsu, and Happy turned back. Then I saw the knights in the back, who were arranged in a neat formation, wearing uniform magic robes and holding magic wands. The leader adjusted his glasses that reflected the firelight on his nose. His eyes were fixed on the monster covered in flames, and a trace of disdain flashed across his lips. Is this what is called abnormal? In front of the Moonlight Knights, it seems a little insignificant. Chapter 11. The Magic Knights of the Council. Seeing the person coming behind her, Lucy was slightly startled. And Natsu's expression suddenly changed. The anger just now seemed to disappear in an instant. Instead, his face had turned darker, and beads of sweat were constantly oozing out. Natsu turned his head stiffly and looked at the Happy who was also looking at him stiffly. The man and the cat looked at each other. In an instant, it seemed that thousands of communications took place, but in the end, they all came to the same decision in the first place. Run! It happened in the blink of an eye. In the next second, Natsu and Happy immediately ran away. There is no way. If Fairy Tail is fearless, what on earth should it be afraid of? I guess that means he met someone from the council after he did something bad. After all, as long as he runs away, even if he is questioned later, the most they can do is ask Makarov to write a self-criticism, and then he will be scolded and that's it. After all, Makarov is the Holy Ten, even if the people in the council are angry. It won't do anything to Makarov. But if you get caught, then it will be a big deal. Therefore, this has almost become an instinctive reaction of all members of the Fairy Tail Guild. So, at the moment when Lucy was still confused. Then I saw Natsu and Happy taking steps and running straight ahead. But before they had taken 2 steps, they were stopped. It was like hitting an invisible wall. Then, a series of dark purple words began to appear out of thin air at the point where the 2 people collided, and then disappeared completely. The technique. Habib rubbed his head and looked at the empty space ahead with a look of despair. You know, although the magic of the spell is text magic, it is just like a barrier. Once it is unfolded, if it cannot be carried out according to the wishes of the caster, there is no escape from it. Obviously, there are powerful wizards who are proficient in magic in the Moonlight Knights. It's over, Natsu, it seems like we can't escape. Thinking of this, Habib's tone was full of frustration. Ah, it's over, it's completely over now. Natsu also covered his head in panic. The entire Harjan port was destroyed. How much money will we have to pay? The leader of the knights, wearing glasses on his nose, stepped forward. He looked at Natsu and Happy who were bound in the magic barrier. A gleam of pride flashed in his eyes. Fairy Tail members, Natsu Dragneel and Blue Cat Happy. You will now be detained for the crime of destroying Harjin port. After that, the knight leader signaled the people behind him to keep an eye on Natsu and Happy. Then, he turned his gaze to the blazing sea of fire in the distance. He said, "Send a team to search for the monster's body." As if he had thought of something, he couldn't help but sighed. Really, the speaker told us to catch him alive, but I didn't expect it to be so easy to kill him. So, he raised his head and looked at the sky above his head. This so-called foundation is just like that. This moment. It's not just the leader of the knights who has this idea. The same thought also occurred to most ordinary people who were watching the live broadcast. The abnormal monster that was blown up by this sky curtain. Is it really that weak? Magic Council. Speaker Crawford seemed to still be expressing regret. After all, the plan to study 682's super strong recovery ability failed. However, on second thought, if a guy who couldn't even withstand the first wave of attacks had any recovery ability, it would probably be just that. Thinking of this, Crawford's regret was swept away. Instead, a sense of relaxation from the bottom of my heart spreads throughout my body. This also means that the foundation, the anomaly, these things that I have never known about are actually not enough evidence. It's just a facade. Perhaps, this huge sky screen that can be displayed to the whole world is worthy of the attention of the Magic Council. But that's all. However, in stark contrast to the others' ease and excitement, Zikurin. His frown never relaxed. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at the woman in the white kimono beside him and asked, "What do you think, Tia?" Although I felt a little disgusted when Zikurin called me that. But Yurusha quickly calmed down. Then he shook his head gently. "I always feel that, things are not that simple." "Really? You feel the same way?" Zikurin nodded in understanding. "Is that also true for Master Ziku?" Yurusha asked back. "I don't know how to describe it, but I always feel a little palpitation." Looking at the sky, Zikurin narrowed his eyes slightly. With a firm tone. "I think this palpitation comes from that guy. Harjin Port." Zikurin's premonition was correct after all. The team was sent to the center of the flaming explosion to search for the corpse of the undying lizard. They encountered a scene that they will never forget in their lives. The monster that should have been buried in the sea of fire. At this moment, it was bathed in flames, opened its ferocious mouth, and used its sharp claws to ruthlessly tear their bodies into pieces. Bite their necks. Screams, wailing, begging for mercy, crying, at this moment. Resounding through the sky. Chapter 12. What's going on? What's going on? First team, please reply. Please reply. The leader of the knights kept calling out to the members of the first squad on the telepathic channel. Telepathy magic is the only magic that can communicate over long distances in this magical world without cell phones. A person who can use telepathic magic can create a telepathic channel, and then pull the person who needs to communicate into this channel, so that they can have a real-time conversation in their mind. Therefore, when the first team was sent to the center of the explosion, they have already established a telepathic channel with the main force. But, unexpectedly, less than a minute after the first team entered, immediately, a roar like that of a wild beast rang out. Then, a series of screams, wails, and even crying sounds echoed in the telepathic channel. From the time the sound was heard until now, only less than 10 seconds had passed. The leader of the knights suddenly discovered. The screams that had just resounded disappeared completely at this moment. For a moment, the scene seemed to fall into an eerie silence. It was so quiet that you could almost hear the accelerating heartbeats of the people around you. Even the leader of the knights felt a strong sense of uneasiness in his heart. Damn it! What on earth happened? He frowned and asked, could it be that the attack just now didn't cause any damage to the monster at all? No one can answer the words of the knight's leader. However, the end of the screams from the first team seemed to foreshadow a terrible fact. The people you sent out, we're in danger, right? Lucy, who had been forgotten by everyone, swallowed hard and said. Although I can't hear the content of the speech. However, from the extremely difficult expressions on the faces of these knights, and the faint cries for help coming from afar. What can I think of? Bastard! What the hell is that guy? The sound of the knights' group battle has not yet ended. His eyes were fixed with horror on the center of the explosion in the distance. Damn it! Something is approaching quickly. Something is approaching quickly. That's the lizard. Is that guy okay? Quick! Get ready for battle, that guy is coming towards us. Anxious shouts rang out. The next second, almost everyone saw clearly the huge figure bursting out from the center of the explosion. Running like a wild beast on the uneven and broken ground. The scarlet eyes were filled with murderous intent that was almost materializing. Above the exposed fangs in the open mouth, there seemed to be some traces of meat and sticky blood. Damn it! Magical bombardment! Blast it! Coverage bombing, quick! The knight's leader immediately gave the order. These people are indeed the well-trained knights of the Magic Council. Although everyone was panicking at the moment, they still showed their due fighting qualities. The mages, wearing long robes and holding magic staffs, pointed the tops of their magic staffs at the 682 that was running towards them. The bright light shines above. The next moment, magic light bullets were fired one after another like raindrops. It's even twice as intensive as the first round of attacks. But a desperate thing happened. As if prepared, 682 began to show its extremely flexible side. His body kept swaying left and right, dodging the magic bullets one by one. The magic light bullet that flew past 682 fell on the ground behind it, and exploded the next second. The strong winds caused by the huge explosions seemed unable to stop 682's progress. Even though the light bullets were too dense to dodge, they hit 682's body. But it still doesn't help. The hard scales perfectly isolate all explosions. Under the light of the fire, the members of the Moonlight Knights could only watch in horror as 682 got closer and closer. Damn it! Close combat! Don't mess up the formation! The Knight Commander drew the long sword from his waist and roared. As the Knight Commander's roar rang out, another group of wizards took out their melee weapons. Long swords, spears, canes, all kinds of. But 682 is too fast. The moment a member drew out his sword, 682 then pounced on it. The sharp claws pierced through the member's chest easily, just like piercing tofu. The spurting of blood seemed to arouse 682's wildness even more. He opened his mouth and roared. 682 changed target again. The big mouth opened and bit the neck of a Night Order member fiercely. Shaking his head, he threw it out. The dead body of this member rushed into the crowd like a high-speed cannonball. Directly knocked over a group of wizards who were accumulating power. Strength is not at the same level at all. Then, 682 continued to attack others. Magic blades, spears, and other weapons that were originally extremely sharp under the blessing of magic now seemed so powerless. Although, when the first strike hit 682's body, it successfully caused a little damage to it. However, what is even more despairing is this scene. I saw that the wound that was seeping with blood was recovering at an astonishing speed. And, after recovering, the members of the Knights were shocked to find the sword that was able to hurt 682 just now is now completely useless. The sharp blade can no longer cut through the hard scales. Therefore, what awaits these knights is... it will be an inhumane massacre. Chapter 13. Is the magic light bullet completely ineffective anymore? In a dense primeval forest, a group of 6 people were staying here with great interest, watching the huge light curtain appearing in the sky. The person who spoke was one of the 6 people. He had dark skin, a burly figure, and silver-white hair draped over his shoulders. The most bizarre thing is the scepter inlaid with a skull in his hand. And the dense black stripes on the face. His name is Brian, or rather, his code name is the Chief. As the code name suggests, Brian is the leader of the Dark World Alliance, the Balam Alliance, and the leader of the Dark Guild, the 6 Demon Generals. Not only does he have super intelligence, he has even served as the director of the Magic Development Bureau. It can be said that the entire 6 Demon Generals was a dark guild that he had built all by himself. That's a powerful guild that can become one of the 3 pillars of the dark world with only 6 people. In this guild, every member can achieve the terrifying feat of destroying an army alone. They were originally investigating something and were also attracted by the sudden appearance of the sky curtain. So, I stopped to rest and observe what this so-called foundation and the anomaly they mentioned were. Or, can it be used by them? That guy is just a pure beast, is there any need to care? Brian. Lisa, a man with a sharp nose and wearing racing clothes, frowned slightly. Some people don't quite understand Brian's intention. Do you really think it's a pure beast? Brian turned his head and looked at Lisa. There seems to be a hint of smile in the eyes. Isn't it? Judging from the guy's behavior, he has almost no intelligence. I just act on instinct. Lisa didn't agree with this. Brian shook his head slightly and looked at the other members. He asked, "What about you?" "I don't know, I can't hear any sound through the sky." The man with a purple-black poisonous snake around his body, codenamed Cobra, shrugged his shoulders. "How much money can it bring us? How much money can it bring us?" Holding a Bible, Teai, who was dressed like a priest, had money in his eyes. Everyone is used to this. This guy is a ruthless person who can destroy a guild for money. I just think this guy is ugly. Angel's expression was filled with disgust. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Needless to say, this is the last member of the 6 Demon Generals. The man who had been sitting cross-legged on the floating carpet and fell into a deep sleep, the snoring sound in the dark night. Brian didn't care. Instead, he continued to look at the sky, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said, "This guy is very suitable to be our companion." Hey, are you kidding? Can this guy really be a companion? I even suspect that if this guy goes crazy, he might even list us all as enemies. As soon as Brian finished speaking, he was immediately opposed by others. Brian was not angry about this, but continued to explain. Look at its eyes. Despite the brutality, madness, and even bloodthirstiness, I can still see a trace of wisdom and clarity in it. Brian spoke eloquently. So, I think the information Tianmu said is correct. This monster numbered 682 has wisdom that is unimaginable to ordinary people. Only, at this point, Brian paused slightly. He looked at everyone and said, "Can you talk to ants?" These words made everyone present slightly stunned. The answer is obvious. Brian smiled. It's not that this guy can't talk, but there's no need. To deal with ants, you just need to completely destroy them. Of course, it is also possible that this guy is too arrogant. But no matter what, if this guy's fighting ability is really exaggerated, then I must get this guy. As soon as he finished speaking, a hint of greed flashed in Brian's eyes. But, aren't you afraid that ugly guy will treat us like ants? Angel, codenamed Angel, frowned slightly. Hearing this, Brian smiled even more happily. This is what we are going to do next. Squinting his eyes slightly, he looked at the ancient document in his hand. Nirvana. As long as I find this magic, everything will be fine. No matter how violent that guy is, he will be in our hands. The sharpest blade. Nirvana, Kebra whispered the name softly. He looked at Brian's back with a slightly deeper gaze. The magic of light and dark. What you are planning, is not just that monster with strong recovery ability. It's the foundation that just showed up. Cobra's voice was so soft that Brian couldn't hear it. Yes, Cobra heard Brian's voice. This is his special ability. But now, Cobra's heart is also lifted. The Foundation has very little information so far. The unknown is often more dangerous. But forget it, even if it is dangerous, it is impossible to overthrow the 6 demons. As if he thought of something, Cobra breathed a sigh of relief. This monster might actually be able to help us. Chapter 14. The massacre in the picture is still going on. Blood mixed with broken limbs and flesh scattered on this land. Countless screams of terror echoed through the night sky. How could this happen? This is too much. The harpy, who was bound in the spell, covered his mouth with his paws. Watching all this with horror. Damn it! Stop it! Stop it now! Bastard! Natsu, who was also bound in the spell, continued to beat the spell's barrier. Want to break free from the constraints of the technique. Trying to stop the monster. After all, no matter how much the fairy tale members dislike the people of the council. However, this group of people is at least a symbol of maintaining order in the magic world. Always, we are on the same side as all guilds founded in the light. Therefore, seeing so many lives passing away before my eyes. This is something Natsu cannot accept no matter what. However, the restraint of the spell is absolute. Even if Natsu controls the extremely powerful dragon-slaying magic, it is not so easy to break it. Therefore, he could only rage helplessly during the ritual. However, Natsu's roar did not affect the progress of the massacre of 682. Almost ignored Natsu's plan. 682 keeps waving his claws among the crowd. It tears into pieces the humans it hates one after another. He is like a beast that is not hungry but full of desire to kill. He was not in a hurry to kill the crowd in front of him, but enjoyed the thrill of hunting. From the cries, pleas, and screams of humans. It seems to make 682 more excited. Damn it! Is the arrangement of the technique complete? Are you guys just eating for free? Hurry up! The leader of the knights, looking at this inhumane scene, his eyes were completely filled with bloodshot. Opening his mouth, he could not help but shout out to the back. At this moment, at the back of the crowd, 3 members in magic robes were constantly writing magic circles on the ground. There is no way, although the technique is powerful. To some extent, it has even been able to involve the field of rules. However, powerful moves are bound to come with weaknesses. The weakness of this technique is that it requires time in advance. Therefore, most of the spells are written in advance. However, since the Crescent Knights had not anticipated that things would come to this, they did not set a trap for 682. So much so that, at this point, they can only rely on human lives to buy them time. But fortunately, until now, when the Crescent Knights, who had a force of 300 men, lost nearly 200 men. The 3 magicians finally finished writing as expected. With a heavy sigh of relief, the leading wizard nodded heavily to the leader of the knights. It's okay now, just stay away, we are ready to start the ritual. The next moment after the words fell. As the magic power of the 3 wizards continued to surge. Lines of unknown dark purple ancient characters began to extend from the ground. Like a cage drawn out of thin air, it extended to the feet of 682 who was enjoying the blood. Buzz. The spell text began to emit a strange light. A closed cube was formed, completely trapping 682 inside. At the same time, lines of text began to appear in the air. Rules: any creature that enters this area will not be able to breathe. A moment. The air inside the cube seemed to be affected by something and disappeared out of thin air. The feeling of suffocation surged into 682's heart. Then, in the eyes of everyone, 682, who was just full of energy, seemed to be in a state of fatigue. The body gradually crawled on the ground weakly. The gaping bloody mouth seemed to be roaring something. However, sound cannot be transmitted in a vacuum. Therefore, everyone could only watch 682's big mouth open and unable to close. Until the whole body seemed to have completely lost its vitality. Stay still. Call, the leader of the knights sat down helplessly on the blood-soaked ground. I didn't care about the sticky feeling under my body. He was too tired. He just had a brief encounter with 682 and was knocked away with 3 broken ribs. If it weren't for the other unlucky guy who helped me attract the lizard's attention. I'm afraid that if the lizard hits me again, I will die on the spot. However, these efforts are worth it. At least, that monster is on the verge of death due to lack of oxygen. Thinking of this, the knight's leader seemed to regain some strength. Supporting his body, surrounded by the remaining dozens of people, he approached the technique that bound 682. This bastard! I have to slice this guy up for research. Killed so many of our brothers. Hateful. The leader of the knights covered his chest while being supported by his teammates. Came to 682. Looking at the huge lizard in front of him that has lost its vitality. The leader of the knights could not help but curse inwardly, damn monster. Before he finished speaking, something strange happened. Just when he was about to kick 682. 682, who was just dying from suffocation, suddenly went berserk. He suddenly straightened his upper body, and then crashed into the barrier of the spell. The terrifying force shattered the barrier of the spell into pieces in an instant. At the same time, the faces of the 3 magicians who were performing the spells turned pale. A mouthful of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Chapter 15. Bang! Like the sound of glass breaking. The highly anticipated technique was shattered. The trapped beast burst out of the cage, and its huge body leaped up, in the eyes of the leader of the knights who was nearby. It's like it can cover the moon. For a moment, the whole world seemed to be filled with only the huge monster that occupied his entire sight. And the sound of the wind whistling in my ears. There is no time to react, or rather, there is no time to react at all. The huge claw stained with the foul smell of blood came with a bang. Bang! Blood spurted out again. Surrounded by dozens of people, the leader of the knights was undoubtedly smacked in the head by 682's claws. The blood splattered even onto the faces of the members next to them. Ah, ah, ah! The nerves of that member are like a string that is always taut. Under such close stimulation, it completely broke apart. The whole person couldn't bear it anymore and screamed in fear. There is no match at all. So strong. This monster is simply impossible to kill. A series of thoughts kept coming to everyone's mind. They can no longer hold their weapons steady. There is only one word in my mind that is extremely clear: run. Even at this moment, I wish I could have 2 more legs. I just hope that I can run faster. A little faster, faster than the teammates beside you, faster than the teammates in front of you. Until it is faster than the scythe of the god of death swinging behind him, only then will there be a glimmer of hope. Roar! The monster roared wildly. A crazy feeling of pleasure surges into my heart. Comfortable. So comfortable. That's right, for 682 at this moment, he hasn't enjoyed such a hunting pleasure for a long time. It began to move forward, chasing forward. Every time its huge body steps on the ground, it creates waves of dull sounds. It's like a death warrant for the remaining Moonlight Knights. Every muffled groan sounded. One member died here. Screams, mixed with the sound of bones breaking, blood gushing, and the footsteps of monsters were heard. Just like a piece of music about killing, it reaches its climax at this moment. Puff! When the song ended, the running monster completely tore the last person's body apart. Like throwing away garbage, he threw the remaining limbs on the ground. 682 turned his head and looked behind him. The blood on the ground seemed to be gathering into a pool of water. That's a pool of blood. It smells fishy. It's horrible. It's terrifying. However, there seem to be survivors in this area. 682 The immortal lizard moves again. He ran towards the blonde girl who was kneeling on the ground not far away and looked devastated. Ta-ta! As the footsteps fall. With tears on her face, Lucy looked at the 3-meter-tall beast in front of her in horror. Fear, trembling, and fear are all reflected in this blonde girl at this moment. No matter who it is, after seeing such a horrific scene, it would be impossible to remain calm. So is the blonde Lucy. However, her inner sense of justice forced Lucy to suppress her fear. Trembling slightly, he asked. You, why are you doing this? Just when everyone thought that the immortal lizard would be like before and would not care about Lucy's words at all. The immortal lizard unexpectedly spoke. You guys! Unintelligible sound. Off-screen. Brian, who was watching this scene, was shocked and said excitedly. Look! I knew this guy was definitely not an unintelligent creature. Damn, what on earth is that incomprehensible sound? Kebra frowned. He relies on his hearing to make a living, and can even hear other people's thoughts. However, at this moment, I still cannot hear that incomprehensible voice clearly. This made one of the 6 demons very upset. With extremely strong defense and attack power, it can even annihilate the Crescent Knights of the Magic Council with its bare hands. Brian is still very excited. This guy's strength is almost as strong as any of us. Moreover, according to my inference, this guy even has the ability to continue to evolve. If it is confirmed. Brian took a deep breath and said, I am beginning to look forward to the moment when this monster can become our companion. Bang! In the picture, the immortal evil lizard stomped on the ground. The dull sound instantly attracted everyone's attention. Then, a frantic and angry voice sounded. You guys, make me sick! After the words fell, all the people watching the live broadcast looked at each other in surprise. Right. This matches the characteristics mentioned in the previous article, which is the extreme disgust towards living things. In other words, this is why this guy attacks humans so cruelly. Just because of disgust, so cruel. Maybe some people can't understand this motivation. However, almost everyone seems to have a new understanding of the so-called abnormality. This monster represents. It is incomprehensible, unpredictable, and even unavoidable. Malice. Chapter 16. As soon as the words fell, the immortal evil lizard raised its huge claws that could easily hold Lucy's head. Without any mercy, he aimed at Lucy's head. Swing down fiercely. I told you to stop. Boom! Along with the roar, the blazing flames hit the face of the immortal evil lizard. A violent explosion sounded. The terrifying impact force sent the immortal lizard flying dozens of meters away. The huge body kept rolling on the ground, even leaving a long gully. For a moment, the world seemed to be banned. It's the Dragon Slayer who used ancient magic just now. Isn't that guy bound in a spell? Are you stupid? Even the person who cast the spell died at the hands of that monster. How can the spell still be effective? That's true, but can this boy really stop that kind of monster? After all, that was a terrifying monster that annihilated all of the Moonlight Knights of the Council. For a time, many people were talking about. Even within the Fairy Tale Guild, there were cries of surprise one after another. Natsu! Did that guy go there to die? The gap in strength is too big, damn it. Almost no one is optimistic about Naz. There is no way. As everyone said just now, the gap in strength is too big. Judging from the fact that the people of the Magic Council were able to cast a spell to trap Natsu, but could not trap the immortal lizard. The two are simply not opponents of the same level. Therefore, everyone in the guild was worried about Natsu's safety at this moment. You know, what Natsu is facing right now is a monster that is madly hostile to humans. Natsu, his life might even be in danger. But, this is Natsu, isn't it? Maharaja sighed deeply. His eyes were fixed on the light screen. We can only hope that the president can arrive in time. Yes, there is also the president. Where has the president been? If Saint Ten takes action, he should be able to deal with this monster, right? Listening to the discussions of the guild members, Myra Jane narrowed her eyes slightly and said, Magnolia is not far from Harjan Port. If we use the guild master's Saint level 10 magic power to travel quickly, we should be able to make it. Myra Jane herself is not sure. We can only hope that Natsu can hold on until Makarov arrives. Meanwhile, Fairy Tale Holy Land, on Tenro Island. The black-haired boy's calm eyes suddenly flashed a gleam of light. Naz. He stared at the boy with cherry-colored hair in the light curtain, and his expression became somewhat moved. No. As if he had thought of something, he quickly shook his head. No, the time is too short. Natsu doesn't have that kind of power yet. He can't beat that monster. No one heard the boy's words. There is only a trace of sadness in his eyes that cannot be erased. Don't die, Natsu. In the picture, Natsu, bathed in flames, stared at the flying immortal lizard. Lucy, are you okay? The blue kitten, Harpy, flapped its wings that it had summoned with magic and came to Lucy's side. It looked at her with worried eyes. I'm fine, it seems that it was because of the timely arrival of Natsu and Happy. Lucy breathed a sigh of relief but... Be careful. That guy is not hurt at all. Lucy, who had just stood up with the help of the Harpy, couldn't help but exclaimed loudly. I know. Natsu growled. The flames all over his body began to surge wildly, even reaching an unprecedented level. Dragon-slaying magic is a kind of idealistic magic. As the master's emotions become more intense, the power of the dragon-slaying magic will become stronger. At this moment, it is no exaggeration to say. The flames boiling around Natsu had reached a bottom that he had never reached before. The roaring flames burned wildly under my feet. The recoil caused by this pushed Natsu directly out. Like a cannonball fired at high speed. He rushed straight towards the direction of the immortal evil lizard that had just stood up and started running towards him. The flames continued to grow, even enveloping Natsu's entire body. The fierce flames that could shatter dragon scales seemed to form a huge flaming horn. Fire Dragon Sword Horn. A hysterical roar came out of Natsu's mouth. The fierce flames seemed to respond to Natsu, and rushed straight up with Natsu. Boom! The next moment, a violent explosion sounded in the air. The terrifying shock wave was like a violent gust of wind, blowing away everything around the explosion. Even Lucy, who had just stood up, and the Harpy, who was flying in the air, could not stabilize their bodies in this explosion. He was blown several meters away before he came to a stop. The huge explosion raised a cloud of dust, blocking the light curtain's viewing angle. The audience around the world who are watching cannot see the specific situation at all. It was not until a few seconds later that the smoke gradually dissipated. The screen returned to normal. Everyone couldn't wait to turn their eyes to the screen. A shocking scene was also displayed on the screen simultaneously. In the huge pit, Natsu was covered in wounds and seemed to have completely lost his ability to move. Fell helplessly into the pit. Opposite him, the giant lizard, which was originally more than 3 meters tall, seemed to have expanded even more. Even more shocking. It's the flames wrapped around the giant lizard. It was a distortion that could burn the air, with flames beyond normal. Dragon-killing flame. Chapter 17. Are you kidding me? Magic Council. Zikurin stood up suddenly, staring at the scene in the picture with horror. As a wizard of the Holy Ten, he naturally knew about the ancient magic that existed in the magic world, the dragon-slaying magic, and It is precisely because of this that Zikurin lost his composure. You know, ancient magic has another name, called lost magic. And why is loss called loss? That is because today, this type of magic is almost lost. In addition to the low transmission factor, the difficulty of the magic is enough to daunt people. That is not magic that ordinary people can learn easily. Those who can master it are all geniuses among geniuses. However, even for such a genius, it would take years to learn this magic. But what did Zikurin see now? Just a collision. In other words, just by being burned by that kind of intense energy, one can master such a difficult magic? This creature almost overturned Zikurin's cognition. Even Ursha, who was standing by, was horrified. This is evolution. Evolution. It's really evolution. In the unknown forest, Brian spoke excitedly. What Tianmu said was indeed correct, indeed correct. Not only does it have a super strong recovery ability, it can even evolve a variety of incredible abilities based on the trauma it suffers. Even the lost high-end magic like Dragon Slayer magic can be evolved. This is simply. Brian seemed so excited that he could hardly speak. Nirvana. Finally, Brian reaffirmed his inner thoughts. We must find Nirvana and transform the immortal lizard into our companion. As long as you have it, seems to have thought of something. Brian's expression became more and more crazy. We own the world. Devil's Heart. On the huge spaceship, there was a sound of a violent heartbeat. And that voice naturally came from the figure sitting alone on the throne. Hades. That's right, even Hades couldn't keep calm at this moment. He actually possessed the little devil's fire. Super strong healing ability and the ability to constantly evolve. Judging from these characteristics, this monster is almost indestructible. Thinking of this, Hades couldn't help but shook his head. No, it's impossible. This kind of creature definitely doesn't exist in this world. There must be a limit. It seemed to confirm his own thoughts. Hades regained his composure. The one eye that was not covered by the blindfold looked up at the sky again. So, where exactly are your limits? Wizards Guild, Fairy Tale. Hey, are you kidding me? The flames on that guy. As Natsu's mortal enemy, Grey naturally recognized the dragon's flame attached to the immortal evil lizard at the first time. What kind of monster is this? Moreover, don't you think this speed of evolution is too abnormal? How long has it been? Since that guy appeared, even Natsu's flame has evolved. If I wait a little longer, I might become invincible, right? Others in the guild were also talking in low voices. Inexplicably, a great sense of crisis surged in everyone's hearts. If this monster is not contained, the magic world might be in danger. Harjan Port. The blazing flames continue to rise. Natsu looked at the monster in front of him in amazement. The undead lizard also strangely closed its eyes at this moment, as if it was feeling the flames around it. Abrupt. The immortal evil lizard suddenly opened its eyes. The brutality in his eyes seemed to have reached its peak. Dragon. It opened its mouth again, a rare moment. The hoarse voice seemed to be filled with extreme anger that was difficult to suppress. Dragon Slayer power. You actually possess this kind of power. The roar of rage resounded wildly. The overwhelming malice is almost condensed into substance. Oh, the harpy's hair kept standing up. The whole cat hid behind the shivering Lucy. Why, that guy seems to be even more ferocious. Habib was about to cry. I don't know either, woohoo, so scary. Tears were already welling up in Lucy's eyes. Damn, woohoo. Natsu supported himself on the ground with both hands, trying hard to stand up from the deep pit. But the movement caused the wound to ache, and Natsu grimaced in pain. However, that unyielding gaze still stared at the immortal evil lizard. Roar. The immortal evil lizard opened its ferocious mouth and let out a deafening roar. The huge body also started to move in the next second. With his limbs touching the ground, he began to run madly towards Natsu's position. The murderous intent in his eyes was already boiling. Wash away the darkness, rain of light. Abrupt. A huge amount of magic power descended on this battlefield. A huge golden magic circle unfolded in the sky, and then countless lightsabers made of brilliant golden light flew down from above. Like falling raindrops, covering the immortal evil lizard. One lightsaber after another seemed to be able to cut through iron like mud, with extremely high sharpness. It even penetrated the hard scales of the immortal evil lizard that could withstand magic missiles. Countless lightsabers kept falling and piercing the skin of the immortal evil lizard. Then nail it firmly into the ground. At the same time, the figure of a little old man also appeared on the sky. Chapter 18. That was a short old man less than 1 meter tall. Grey hair fills the temples, but leaves the top of the head. The white and blue cape fluttered in the wind, making a rustling sound. In the center of the cloak, the silver-white emblem engraved with a cross came alive. It symbolizes the 10 strongest wizards on the Ishgar continent, and is also one of the 10 wizards with meritorious service. The Holy 10 Wizards. Moreover, Makarov's ranking among the Holy 10 is not low. He is almost the strongest person among the 10 saints, except for the first 4 inhuman beings. Therefore, the moment he appeared on the battlefield, everyone watching the live broadcast breathed a sigh of relief. Is this old man, one of the Holy 10? Amazing destructive power. I recognize him. He is the leader of Fairy Tail, one of the strongest guilds in the kingdom of Fiori. Mr. Makarov. The strength is very strong, almost one of the ceilings of the magic world. Fairy Tail. Very good. The president is here, now Natsu and the others are saved. With the president's strength, he should be able to deal with the giant lizard, right? Of course, the president is Saint 10. Even though that lizard is very abnormal, it can't be stronger than Saint 10, right? In the guild, everyone was talking about. But, without exception, when they saw Makarov arrive, everyone felt relieved. At least the family is safe, and Natsu and Happy are saved. Magic Council. The senior counselors seem to have not yet recovered from the annihilation of the Crescent Knights. However, when I saw Makarov appear in the live broadcast, just like other ordinary people, I breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, they never considered that the lizard would be so strong. The demise of the Crescent Knights not only means that the council has lost an elite unit. More seriously, it indicates that if the council does not use some unconventional means, then it will be almost impossible to stop the lizard. In terms of high-level combat effectiveness, the Council of Experts is actually pitifully small. However, as an authoritative organization that can manage the entire bright magic world, the Council of Ministers naturally have their own unique and powerful weapons. However, just like the nuclear weapons in Qin Tiandao's previous life, the threat will be greater than the actual effect. After all, it is not a weapon that can be used easily. If you are not careful, it will lead to extremely serious consequences. By that time, the top leaders of the entire council may face huge pressure from public opinion. That's what all the top executives don't want to see. Now that Makarov has taken action, the burden on the council's shoulders has been reduced. Although I usually watch Fairy Tail, 9 out of 10 people are very unhappy. But we have to admit that Fairy Tail is indeed very strong. Makarov is really strong. Even if it is not pleasant, there are still many places where Fairy Tail is needed. Therefore, no matter how much they struggle, the council will not kill Fairy Tail. Of course, some short-sighted guys are not included in this. Now we can only hope that Makarov and I can kill this monster. Crawford took a deep breath and said helplessly. The rest of the people had no objections at the moment, and they all echoed. Only Yajima, who was sitting in his seat with his head bowed in deep thought. He frowned and said nothing. Only the sadness in my eyes can't be wiped away. I hope Xiao Ma can succeed. After a long while, Yajima sighed and murmured. Devil's Heart. On the huge magic spaceship, The old man sitting alone on the throne straightened up slightly when he saw Makarov appear. Raised an eyebrow. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. Has that little kid from many years ago grown to this point? The Wizard of the Holy Ten, hee hee. A deep laugh slowly spread out from the dim spaceship, but no one heard it. Harjan Port. Old man. President. The moment I saw Makarov. Natsu, who was seriously injured, and Happy, who was hiding behind Lucy, both cried out in surprise. President, why are you here? The harpy grabbed the clothes on Lucy's shoulders with his claws, poked his head out and asked. Because of the skylight, I was worried, so I came here. Makarov stood in front of everyone. His eyes were fixed on the immortal evil lizard that was bound by the Sword of Light. While responding to, however, this guy is really strong. The reason why the Sword of Light that sealed the immortal lizard was able to restrain such a monster in place. Of course, it was because of Makarov, a wizard of the Holy Ten, who continuously outputted his vast magical power like the ocean. However, the power that the immortal lizard unleashed also really shocked Makarov. In fact, due to its evolutionary nature, the strength of the immortal lizard's struggle is still increasing. As a result, Makarov's magic output has increased to a higher level. Roar! Roar! The roar was resounding, and the crazy monster was still struggling. The blade of light that pierced his flesh was trembling crazily because of the struggle of the immortal evil lizard. This guy, Makarov's smooth forehead was covered with blue veins as he continued to output magic power. He could clearly feel. The strength of the immortal evil lizard is constantly increasing. It is hard to imagine that in such a short period of time. The strength of the immortal lizard has almost doubled. Something is wrong. Suddenly, Makarov seemed to see something and suddenly shouted. Happy, take Natsu away from here. Quick! Chapter 19. Sizzle. Almost at the moment when Makarov's voice fell, the sound of flesh being torn apart was instantly transmitted to every corner of the world through the live broadcast on the sky screen. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened, looking at the scene on the screen in horror. The immortal evil lizard that was originally firmly pinned to the ground by the Sword of Light, twisting his body madly. It's as if he doesn't care about his body at all. Using his increasingly powerful strength, he actually managed to forcibly break nearly half of the Sword of Light. Everyone could even hear a series of bones breaking sounds. Then, the immortal evil lizard began to riot even more crazily. Stretch your body to the extreme. The skin, muscles, and even the right claw that had been firmly fixed on it were torn apart by itself. Suddenly, the body of the immortal evil lizard began to fall apart. Blood continues to spill onto the broken earth. So bloody this scene naturally shocked everyone. But, what is even more terrifying is, the immortal evil lizard broke free from its restraints once again. Even though the price was that almost all of its body was torn apart by itself. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Is this guy really intelligent? No matter how you look at him, he is just a bloodthirsty beast that is extremely crazy. Oh my god, how can we destroy this monster? What a joke, how could such a creature exist in this world? All over the world, countless people are wailing. An expression of disbelief filled everyone's face. Humans cannot understand this madness. But I will be timid because of this extreme madness. Bang bang bang. The continuous dull footsteps are heard quickly. Makarov's face was extremely ugly, and his old eyes were fixed on the terrifying monster that kept running towards him. Even though I lost my right hand. However, the immortal lizard seemed to be unaffected and continued to move its feet madly, rushing towards Makarov. Looking sideways behind him, Natsu and the blonde girl Lucy were getting farther and farther away from him as they were dragged by Happy. Makarov took a deep breath. The eyes that had just been moved gradually became firm. I won't let you hurt my child. Makarov clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead began to spread to his arms. Both eyes also emitted brilliant golden light. The surging magic power continued to surge within the old body. Then, people all over the world looked on in horror. Makarov's short body, which was less than 1 meter tall, began to expand. 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters. In just a short moment, Makarov's size increased by dozens of times. Directly reached a height of several dozen meters. Behind, Lucy, who was running away, couldn't help but look back. Instantly, eyes widened. The hand kept pointing to the back, and the huge figure that suddenly appeared shouted, "Hey! What is that? Why is it so big? Phew! This is one of the magics that our president is most proud of." The harpy, who was dragging Natsu, responded while panting. "Giant magic. A magic that can enlarge one's body. When enlarged, strength and defense will also be increased accordingly. At its largest, it can even be as big as an island." Habib proudly introduced. An island? Lucy was shocked. After looking back at the huge body, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "I think, your president is also a monster." "He is a monster with a very kind heart," said the harpy. In the center of the battlefield, the giant Makarov looked down at the immortal evil lizard running towards him. The golden light in his eyes shines like never before. "Bloody monster! Stop right there!" The giant raised his huge right hand and clenched it into a fist, swinging it violently towards the tiny lizard below. Whoosh whoosh! Just swinging your fist brings a strong wind pressure. From top to bottom, he blasted towards the immortal evil lizard. Giant's fist bone. Makarov's roar resounded throughout the boom. The fist landed on the ground, and for a moment, the ground seemed to tremble. Countless dust on the ground flew up. With just one punch, a huge hole several meters deep and 10 meters wide appeared on the ground. Call, Makarov's breathing was as heavy as thunder. After that punch just now, the whole world seemed to fall into a strange silence. Slowly raised his fist. Makarov looked at it. At this moment, in the center of the huge pit, a strange and twisted flesh mass appeared before his eyes, and also appeared in the center of the live broadcast on the sky screen. The brown-black skin seemed to have been completely dyed red by the blood. The remaining left arm and legs are twisted unnaturally. Obviously, the immortal lizard's feet and left hand had severe fractures. Even the torso has an unnatural deformation. Just when everyone thought that the immortal evil lizard, beaten like this, would definitely not survive, the irregular mass of flesh began to move strangely a few times. Chapter 20. Wow! The audiences around the world who were watching his live broadcast were all in an uproar. What did they see? The immortal evil lizard had been beaten to the point where it was no longer an animal. It could even be said that it was almost a lump of meat. It turns out, it still has vitality. And now it is still wriggling. Are you kidding? Does this creature really exist? I have never heard of it. For a moment, almost everyone didn't know what to say. However, the more terrifying thing is yet to come. I saw that piece of meat moved briefly. A sharp claw actually gradually extended from the piece of meat. Even other destroyed bones, flesh, etc. As the pieces of meat moved, they gradually returned to their original state. Makarov was stunned watching this scene. He stared at the piece of meat intently, his expression was dull for a moment. This, how is it possible? Although it was said on the sky before SCP-682 has an incredible resilience and even an extremely exaggerated vitality. But no one thought it would be so exaggerated. Artillery fire cannot kill, vacuum cannot kill, fire cannot kill. Even a completely unequal and pure force cannot kill. Is this guy immortal? Fairy Tale Guild, Myra Jane covers her mouth with both hands, looking at the sky with worried eyes. Damn it! Damn it! Even a man like the president can't destroy that monster. Elfman clenched his fists, looking extremely nervous. It looked as if he wished he could be on the battlefield himself. Undying, Gray gritted his teeth. The characteristics displayed by the immortal lizard made Gray feel unusually familiar. When he was young, Gray also met a demon who claimed to be immortal. That demon was also his childhood nightmare, not only taking away Gray's family. He even lost the life of Uru, the master who taught him magic, because of his reckless act of revenge. And that demon is called Deliura. At this moment, facing the despair brought by the immortal evil lizard, Gray seemed to have returned to that time. Undead monsters are rampant. No one survived wherever he passed. Fortunately, his master used absolute ice purity, at the cost of his own life. The undead monster was completely sealed and the situation was finally calmed down. Therefore, Gray even had a strange premonition. That is, the immortal evil lizard in front of us may become the second Deliura. No. It should be said that he is more powerful than the immortal Deliura. Because the immortal evil lizard is a monster among monsters that even the 10 saints can't do anything about. This guy, can he be sealed with ice? Looking at the sky, an idea came to Gray's mind. Click, click, click. Accompanied by the sound of bones crisscrossing. Under the horrified gaze of people all over the world. The immortal evil lizard, which had been beaten to a pile of flesh, revived again. It's not just the damage caused by Makarov's punch just now. Even the half of its body that it had torn apart by force before, and the right claw that had completely disappeared, had grown back in an inhumane way. Such recovery ability instantly shocked the whole world. The pair of eyes full of violence opened again, with an unprecedented scarlet color in them. A drop of sweat slowly seeped out from Makarov's forehead, and then slowly slid down his wrinkled cheek. Yes, at this moment. In other words, the pressure brought by the resurrection of the immortal evil lizard even made Makarov feel a little nervous. Roar! The immortal lizard's body crept up slightly, and its entire body formed a running posture. The scarlet eyes stared at Makarov. Boom! The feet, like springs, suddenly glared at the ground. In an instant, a deep pit appeared in the ground. Countless dust was blown away. And the original place had already lost the trace of the immortal evil lizard. Quick! Too fast! After experiencing a death, the speed of the immortal evil lizard increased sharply again. It was almost to the point where Makarov couldn't react. The anxiously swung right fist only grazed the back of the immortal evil lizard and hit the ground. However, Makarov felt the hardness of the scales during the brief contact. That was a hardness that the previous immortal evil lizard definitely did not have. It has even reached the point where it can withstand my attack without any damage. The more he thought about it, the more frightened Makarov became. You know, judging from the performance of the sky. When the immortal lizard first arrived, it definitely did not have such a strong fighting power. However, in the continuous battles, has he evolved to this level in such a short period of time? Damn it! His entire existence must be completely wiped out, otherwise, this monster will definitely become a disaster for the entire world. In an instant, Makarov made a decision. But, the next second, the attack of the immortal evil lizard was approaching. It ran to Makarov and slammed its feet on the ground. The huge body of more than 3 meters, almost 4 meters, suddenly jumped up. Straight to Makarov's chest. I can't react anymore. I didn't even have time to pull back my fist. The claws of the immortal evil lizard have already struck. Puff puff. There were 2 consecutive muffled sounds, and Makarov's chest was hit by an unimaginable force. The huge body of several dozen meters flew out uncontrollably. It smashed a series of relatively intact tall buildings behind it. For a moment, the whole earth was shaking. Countless pieces of rubble rushed into the sky, and a huge roar echoed in the Harjan port. Chapter 21. Click, click. That was the crisp sound of stones falling from mid-air to the ground. Makarov, who has recovered his original size, is lying on his back in the ruins. The chest rises and falls regularly. Heavy breathing sounds echoed around. With his hands on the ground, Makarov slowly climbed up from the ruins. He looked down at his chest. 3 bloody scratches appeared on the chest engraved with the fairy emblem. You can even vaguely see the eerie bones inside from the scratches. Makarov frowned, his old face distorted by the pain. This guy has amazing power. Even the magicians of the Holy Ten. Is it true that no one can stop that monster? Are you kidding me? This is just the beginning. The wizards of the Holy Ten are definitely more than just this. Audiences around the world who were watching the live broadcast on the sky screen were discussing the situation. But, as to whether the Holy Ten can defeat the immortal lizard, now there are some different opinions. There is no way, the strength displayed by the immortal lizard is really too exaggerated. Almost invincible vitality, and the ability to evolve. So far, no one has been able to find out the upper limit of the evolution of the immortal evil lizard, or the upper limit of the damage it can withstand. This unknown is actually the most terrifying thing. And imagine if even the 10 saints couldn't stop this monster. So who else in this world can deal with this monster, which has clearly shown its extreme hatred for humans? Alvarez Empire. Irene, who was careless at first, now straightened her expression. Keep your eyes fixed on the contents on the sky. Looks a bit serious. That monster is very strange. Irene said in a deep voice. Indeed, it has been confirmed that this immortal evil lizard has mastered an extremely exaggerated evolutionary ability, which is the most powerful among all the magic types I have read. Basically, no magic can match this abnormal ability. August held the scepter in his hand, his old expression was full of seriousness. Irene looked at Augusta deeply. Only she could understand what Augusta meant by saying this. You know, Augusta is known as the Magic King. The reason for this is that the magic mastered by this August can cover almost all the magic in the world. His knowledge is so profound that it can even be said to surpass that of the dark mage Zeref. He was a genius among magic geniuses who appeared 400 years ago. Ha ha ha, what monster or not, I think you are scared by this broken sky curtain, right? At this moment, a rampant voice came from behind the two of them. Irene and Augusta turned around at the same time. The man had dark skin, long brown hair that was standing up, his upper body was naked, and his lower body was wearing a pair of brown bell-bottom pants. The powerful magic power roamed in his body. Just like a beast ready to pounce, always ready to deliver a fatal blow to its prey. Desert King Agir. He is also one of the 12 strongest wizards in the Alvarez Empire and one of the 12 holy shields. Mission accomplished? Agir. Augusta only glanced at him and then looked away. Routine inquiry. Of course, they are just a group of rebel guilds. They can be dealt with just by showing up. I don't even need to do anything. Agir raised a smug smile. That's good. August nodded gently. Then he continued to look up at the sky. I say, Lord August, there is no need for us to watch this kind of battle in Ishgar. After all, even their strongest 10 saints are just that in our eyes, right? Agil came to Augusta's side and looked at the sky. There was a hint of disdain in his tone. Don't underestimate anyone, Agir. August looked at Agir with a serious expression. However, after seeing that Agir was still arrogant, then he sighed helplessly. Remember my words, Agir, otherwise you will suffer a great loss one day. Especially the monster in the sky, it is definitely not as simple as you think. Agil shrugged his shoulders and said, it's just that the wizards of Ishgar are too weak. Even if any organism can evolve and recover, there will be a critical value. If he had been killed right from the start, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. At this point, he seemed to have thought of something, and a smile appeared on his face. The militant factor in the body was also mobilized. The magic power keeps surging. Of course, if that guy showed up in our Alvarez Empire, I would definitely bury him completely in the yellow sand. Augusta glanced at Ajir and finally said nothing more. Harjan Port. Makarov also realized that the immortal lizard had grown to an extremely exaggerated level. Normal attacks definitely won't do anything to this guy. So. Makarov took a deep breath. The magic power in the body begins to boil. Facing the monster that rushed towards us again. He slowly raised his hands. Chapter 22. Monster. I will never let you do whatever you want. Makarov roared in anger. The veins on the forehead kept popping up. The magic power in his body is like boiling water, constantly rioting. Makarov raised his hands to his chest, one hand above and one hand below, in a loose grip. Suddenly, an extremely bright light began to shine between Makarov's hands. According to the fairy tale judgment rules, I'll give you 3 seconds to reflect. Makarov stared at the immortal evil lizard that was madly attacking him. His tone was extremely solemn, and under the shining golden light, it was extremely sacred. Just surrender. 1. The solemn voice spread throughout the battlefield. What on earth is that beam of light? Lucy, who was already far away from the center of the battlefield, looked into the distance. The dazzling golden light seems to carry a unique warmth. However, the terrifying magic contained in it moved Lucy deeply. That is the president's strongest move. Habib also stared at the distance. Feeling the light coming from afar, he spoke softly, it is an absolute light that will never allow anyone that the caster identifies as an enemy to exist. Ah! Natsu, who was leaning against a huge rock, smiled. The old man is getting serious. Murisai town. This is a not-so-famous small town. At the door of the only tavern in the town, a huge white horn is placed here. Interestingly, next to the unicorn, there is a small cart with all kinds of luggage piled up on top like a small hill. Inside the pub, the owner of the horn and the luggage, a beautiful woman with long crimson hair and wearing armor, was staring at the live broadcast on the sky screen above her head. She held the wine glass tightly in her hand. Even the cup wall had a few cracks due to the huge force. The crimson-haired girl Urza is still unaware. He murmured softly, the law of the fairies. Even magic of this level is used. What kind of enemy is the president facing? As one of the main fighting forces in fairy tale, she is also the recognized leader of the guild. Urza naturally knows this magic. Use holy light to defeat darkness. Anyone identified as an enemy by the caster will be completely destroyed by the holy light. In the entire magic world, he can be regarded as one of the best. The legendary super magic. In Urza's memory, Makarov rarely used the laws of the fairies. Unless you encounter an invincible enemy and are ready to flip the table. A strategic level super magic that can only be used. Therefore, it is conceivable that Makarov, as the 10th saint, was forced to what extent by the immortal lizard. Devil's heart. Hades' low laughter came from the huge airship. Ha ha ha, Makarov, have you been pushed to this extent? Even the laws of the goblins were used. Unlike Urza, Hades actually has another identity, that is, the second-generation president of fairy tale. Just because of some ideological issues, I chose to plunge into the darkness. Therefore, the laws of the fairies used by Makarov, Hades himself will also. And also changed it and turned it into the law of the devil. It is precisely because of this understanding that Hades knows more than Urza. That is, fairy law. The use of such extremely powerful super magic is actually linked to lifespan. The more targets you have, the more your life will be reduced. Slightly narrowed his eyes. It seems, this monster is really powerful beyond imagination. It's just a pity that even if it is powerful, it will be completely destroyed by the holy light. Otherwise, maybe we can consider bringing him over and start a great magic world together. With such a strong fighting force, even the 7 followers of Purgatory would not be their opponent. It seemed that he really felt sorry for it, and Hades couldn't help but shake his head. Endless light even began to seep out from the cracks in the earth. The terrifying magic power continues to resonate between heaven and earth. Makarov's countdown has also entered the next stage. 2. The immortal evil lizard began to get closer and closer. The madness in his eyes was not weakened by the brilliant golden light around him. On the contrary, because of the closer and closer to Makarov, the immortal lizard seems to be getting even more violent. The dull footsteps began to become more and more frequent. A hopeless monster. Accept the judgment from the goblin. Makarov growled angrily, and clasped his hands together. Eyes closed tightly. 1. Fairy Law. Start. Boom. As the huge bell rang, Makarov slammed his hands together. The dazzling golden light continued to seep out from between the fingers. At the same time, above Makarov's head, dense dark clouds had formed a vortex. In the center of the vortex, a huge golden magic circle that is large enough to cover the entire Harjan port slowly unfolds. In the center of the magic circle, the fairy tale emblem comes to life. Next second, holy light descends from heaven, covered the earth, illuminated the sky, and drowned the immortal evil lizard. Blinded everyone's view. Holy light. Come. Chapter 23. The dazzling light blooms. The entire night sky seemed to turn into extreme daylight at this moment. What a dazzling light! Even through the sky, I can feel a warm feeling. This level of attack, can it kill that monster? I think it should be fine, this is super magic. All the audience were excited. One by one, they stared at the screen with wide eyes. This may be the first time most people have seen the powerful power of super magic. The overwhelming might has begun to make people believe that this move will definitely be able to get rid of the monster. But is this really the case? People around the world are anxiously awaiting answers. The bright light lasted for nearly 10 seconds. Only then slowly dissipated. The sky filled with white light also returned to normal after the light weakened. For a moment, people looked at it. In the sky, a huge cloud of dust seemed to completely cover the entire Harjan port. In the smoke and dust, a faint gasp was heard through the sky screen live broadcast to all parts of the world. There is a result. The audience was shocked. The next moment, the smoke dissipated, and the short old man standing in the center of the smoke still kept his hands clasped together. The chest with blood kept rising and falling. The heavy breathing sounded like Makarov was unusually tired. Where is the immortal evil lizard? Almost all the audience want to know the result. Is it really possible to be hit head-on by such a powerful attack and still be alive? The picture also moves at this moment. The next moment, SCP-682, the immortal evil lizard, also appeared in the sky. Just now it was brown and full of wild body. At this moment, it is completely covered by white. The huge body of more than 3 meters tall seemed to be petrified at this moment. Completely lost movement. Can't even see the breathing. What on earth is going on? The immortal evil lizard, is it dead? I don't know, but looking at its current state, it must have lost its vitality, right? For a time, many people were talking about Wizards Guild, fairy tale. Success. Macau even slapped the table in excitement. The tense face finally showed a smile. Phew. This monster number 682 is really terrifying. It actually forced the president into a desperate situation before it could be dealt with. It's hard to imagine, if we really give this monster enough time, how are we going to fight it? But fortunately, everything is resolved now. The wizards, having relaxed, sat back in their chairs. Some people even started to pick up the wine glasses on the table, intending to drink a glass to calm their nerves. But wait! The sharp-eyed Myra Jane suddenly exclaimed. It also attracted everyone's attention. What happened? Everyone looked at Myra Jane in confusion. At this moment, Marajana's eyes were wide open, and even her pupils were shaking crazily. Covering his mouth with one hand, he pointed to the sky with the other. Look! It seems that things are not over yet. What? Everyone looked towards the sky in confusion. Really? The shocking place is coming. The skin of the immortal evil lizard's whitened body actually began to show cracks. Click, click. The cracks began to expand and spread to the limbs and other parts of the body. A few bits of debris fell from the cracks. Like shed skin. Under everyone's horrified gaze, the whitened skin completely shattered. It turned into countless fragments and fell on the ground. In its place, there is a brown lizard with golden patterns. Although it looks much smaller than the previous huge body of more than 3 meters tall. But the overall shape seems to be more sharp, and even the scales have become more dense. After completing its rebirth, the immortal evil lizard slowly opened its eyes. The cold and violent vertical pupils were displayed in front of everyone through the sky. Hiss! Inside the Magic Council, there was a sound of people sucking in their breath. Crawford couldn't even stop rubbing his eyes. I think I am old and my eyesight is blurry. But, the facts are in front of everyone. This is too exaggerated, isn't it? Michelle's cane fell to the ground because of his weakness. The hoarse voice tells the incredible truth. Hell, even the undead demon created by Zeref is no match for this kind of creature, right? How can we eliminate this? It is impossible to eliminate it, okay? The rest of the congressmen all felt a suffocating despair. Yes, every time everyone thought they could destroy the monster. You will find that it is actually useless. Whatever the attack, it's the same. There's no way to kill this monster. What's even more despairing is that every time this monster dies, it becomes stronger. How should I fight this? There's absolutely no way around this, right? Despair began to spread throughout the council. Maybe we have another solution. Amidst the pessimism, a clear and firm voice attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at the blue-haired man. Kiku, you mean, the second counselor, Ouge, seemed to have guessed something and his expression was somewhat moved. That's right. Magical spirit power. Since that guy can't be killed no matter what, then we will completely eliminate it at the cellular level. Use the absolute weapon, the magical spirit power, to completely turn SCP-682 into nothingness. Under the gaze of everyone, Zikurin spoke in a firm tone. Chapter 24. Magical Spirit Power. The other members present couldn't help but exclaimed. Kiku, are you serious? Yajima pointed at the sky above, swallowed hard, and said with difficulty. This is Harjin Port, one of the largest ports in the entire kingdom of Fiori. The number of people passing through it every day can be described as astronomical. Even though it hasn't been long since SCP-682 descended, there are still countless innocent lives in the city that have not been evacuated. How can we release the magical elf power to that place now? Yajima's roar also attracted Ouge's approval. The one-eyed old man took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, magic spirit power is a strategic level weapon. If you are not careful, it can even destroy the existence of a small country. He stared at Zikurin and said, once used, the entire Harjin will disappear from the map. With so many lives at stake, have you really thought it through? Facing the questioning of the two, Zikurin was speechless. I thought that the monster the Foundation was talking about wouldn't cause any big waves. So much so that when the Crescent Knights were destroyed, Zikurin did not have much emotional fluctuations. All of this comes from his own strength, which is so strong that he was recognized by the Council as a Holy Ten Wizard. And there is one more thing that no one knows except Ursha. That is, the so-called Saint Ten is actually only half of his strength. The other half is now carrying out his plan that he has been preparing for many years on the vast ocean. It is this powerful strength that gives Zikurin the confidence to face any challenge. But after seeing that Makarov couldn't do anything to the immortal lizard, Zikurin also began to panic. If this continues, the immortal lizard may really grow to threaten the entire world. His goal is to create a free world. But, if the world is over, what's the point of him creating anything? Therefore, even Chi Kalei, who had always been looking forward to the show, had to stand up and propose some methods to deal with the immortal evil lizard. His eyes were fixed on Yajima and Uj. Zikurin said, I see, you haven't figured out the situation yet. Even Mr. Makarov couldn't stop the lizard, and even made him stronger. Look for yourself, it has only been a short time and that guy is already able to rival the magicians of the Holy Ten. Wait a minute, maybe the world will end. Zikurin's words made Yajima and the others pause for a moment. What lies before us now is not the lives of other people in Harjin town, but a crisis that threatens the entire world. We should not hesitate at all in this decision. Zikurin said in a resounding voice. I remember that when the Sky Curtain Live started, the so-called SCP Foundation had an object-level assessment for the immortal lizard. Keter. Do you remember this phrase? Zikurin glanced at the other members of the parliament present. I have always wondered what this Keter actually stands for. At this point, Zikurin paused for a moment. Look up at the sky above. After seeing the ability of the immortal evil lizard, I think I have a preliminary understanding. What is it? Speaker Crawford asked in confusion. An abnormal entity that could potentially cause a world crisis. Zikurin said in a deep voice. So, make a decision quickly, the guy's evolution speed does not allow us to delay any longer. If time goes on, none of us will know whether the magic spirit power can still destroy that guy. After saying this, Zikurin took a deep breath and said nothing. The entire forum fell into an eerie silence. Only the heavy breathing sounds from the high-ranking reviewers could be heard. After a while, Yajima closed his eyes tightly. He asked, Kiku, can you guarantee that the magic spirit power will become the opportunity for the monster to evolve next time? Just like the previous evolutions. Faced with this question, Zikurin shook his head with difficulty. I don't know. In other words, no one knows this, but apart from this, we have no way out, right? Boom. The heavy sound of the cane echoed in this room. Speaker Crawford made the final decision. Okay, Kiku is right, we have no way out, so let's start voting now. According to the rules, as long as more than half of the councillors agree, we will launch magical spirit power at Harjin Port. As the Senate debated the incident. At this moment, viewers from all over the world looked at the scene on the sky with despair on their faces. The pressure brought by the resurrected immortal evil lizard seems to be even stronger. So much so that most people dare not breathe loudly even through the sky. For a moment, dark clouds seemed to cover the whole world. In the center of the battlefield, the immortal lizard shook its neck, making a crackling sound. Then, the vertical pupils emitting scarlet light looked at Makarov, whose magic power was gradually running out due to the law of releasing the full power fairy. It started to move. Like a victorious hunter, he walks leisurely, ready to harvest the prey that has been slaughtered. 1 step, 2 steps. The immortal lizard is getting closer and closer to Makarov. For a moment, everyone in the world was worried about Makarov. The Fairy Tale Guild has long been silent. This guild seems to have completely lost its former liveliness. One after another, the members stared at the screen with red eyes. Pray that their leader can escape and ascend to heaven. Suddenly, Kana screamed. Oh my god! Look at this! So, what is it? Chapter 25. Listen to Kana's scream. With her head down, Myra Jane, who was extremely depressed, couldn't help but raise her head. But suddenly I found that something seemed wrong within the entire guild. The people around kept quiet and stared at the sky with a weird expression that she couldn't understand at all. Marajana's heart skipped a beat. A feeling of uneasiness kept coming to her mind. So, Myra Jane couldn't help but raise her head and look at the sky above. Suddenly, the whole person stood still at this moment. Not just fairy tale. At this moment, whether it is the members of the Magic Council or other guilds, such as the Blue Pegasus, the Ruler of Ghosts, the Scales of the Snake Princess, the Cat's Inn, etc. Even the dark guilds that hide in the dark but still pay attention to the sky, the Devil's Heart, the 6 demon generals. Including the huge empire of another continent, the Alvarez Empire, everyone was stunned after seeing the picture on the sky curtain. The same idea was emerging in my mind. That is, who is that person? In the sky, Makarov, who had closed his eyes in despair and waited for death. However, he unexpectedly discovered that the attack that was supposed to come from the immortal lizard had not yet arrived. I opened my eyes with doubt. I saw the immortal evil lizard that had stopped not far away. At this moment, it was staring at a corner of the battlefield with a vigilant look, contrary to its usual behavior. Where? I don't know when, a figure appeared. And the most bizarre. But no matter how hard Makarov looked, he couldn't seem to see the man's face. I can only see the rough outline. This is totally unreasonable. You know, as a wizard of the Holy Ten, Makarov is old. However, his vision, hearing, smell, etc. are far beyond those of ordinary people. It is no exaggeration to say that Makarov can see clearly the mosquitoes flying thousands of meters away. This is the visual feedback brought by powerful magic. It is also the charm of magic that can make people surpass ordinary people countless times. But, now, that figure is less than 200 meters away from him. But I couldn't see the details of his face clearly. I can only see a very blurry figure. It's like a mosaic of humanoid creatures. Even through the sky, one could only see the black windbreaker rustling in the night sky. On the back of the windbreaker, a striking logo shines in everyone's eyes. It was a black circle with 2 layers, one dark and one light, and the outer circle bulged in 3 directions regularly. Logo with an inner circle pierced by 3 inward-pointing arrows. Everyone recognized the logo immediately. That was the sign that appeared when the sky just opened. SCP Foundation. That person was standing at a corner of the battlefield, staring at the immortal lizard that had stopped moving. It's very strange. The immortal lizard is obviously much taller than the figure. But everyone who saw this scene could feel. This man and this beast are looking at each other straight in the eyes. The immortal evil lizard was no longer roaring, but its hostile vertical pupils showed a clear sense of vigilance. In this extreme time, the entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. At the same time, the moment I saw this figure, after a brief moment of astonishment, people from all over the world burst into exclamations of amazement. That sign. It's the SCP Foundation. Have they finally appeared? A special organization that has been secretly protecting the world. Damn it, why can't I see clearly? All I could see was a man wearing a black windbreaker. What a strange feeling. Harukian Port, the center of the battlefield. Someone from the Foundation. Makarov rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Then I looked over and found that the figure was still standing there. Makarov still couldn't see his face clearly. What on earth is going on? Makarov could not help but feel an extremely strong sense of oppression in his heart. When did this person who is suspected to be from the SCP Foundation appear? And why are you here? Why couldn't he see clearly or sense any fluctuations of magical power? Is it the inability to use magic? Or is it another power that Makarov has never understood? Even say, what exactly is this person's purpose? Is he an enemy? Or a friend? Makarov didn't know all this. Although I learned from the Sky Curtain before that the Foundation is an organization that protects the world in secret. However, the Sky Curtain is just a Sky Curtain after all. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, the Sky Curtain is most likely made by the Foundation. Then it is normal to promote yourself in a positive way. It is not surprising that Makarov would think so. After all, for a completely unknown thing. If you really believe it completely, you are a fool. Moreover, Makarov has an extremely strange feeling. Even Makarov himself didn't know if it was his illusion. That is, when I was looking at that figure, it was. I can clearly feel that my thinking has begun to slow down. Grit your teeth tightly. Makarov frowned and murmured. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Chapter 26. Magic Council. Crawford stared at the blurry figure on the sky screen. The pupils continue to contract. Is this someone from the Foundation? Even though I just knew that there is such a special organization in this world. However, when I saw the members of the SCP Foundation appear, Crawford still found it hard to believe. What followed was the long-suppressed anger. It actually exists. I really don't understand what our intelligence agencies are doing. This SCP Foundation was able to quietly create something as amazing as the Sky Dome, and we knew nothing about it before. The speaker yelled angrily. The frogs standing behind him, all wearing the uniforms of the council, trembled in fear. Don't dwell on that. What's happening right now has already happened. What we should do is learn more about the SCP Foundation. The second Uj took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. You are right. We should start thinking about how we should deal with this matter. Ultia folded her arms and said softly. After a slight pause, her beautiful eyes looked towards the sky again. Puzzled, but, why can't I see clearly? Is it possible that it is because of Tianmu that the people in the Foundation want to deliberately conceal their personnel configuration or something like that? Yajima put forward his own idea. Zikurin propped his chin with one hand, his eyes lost in thought. Then he said use the satellite magic circle to monitor the Harjan port. Let's try to find out some information about that unknown guy. The satellite magic array is not only able to serve as a satellite orbit magic, but also a launch station for magic spirit power. It can also become the eyes of the Magic Council to monitor riots around the world. Zikurin's proposal was quickly recognized by everyone. As a result, the entire council began to operate rapidly. Countless frogmen stood in front of the magic crystal screen, constantly operating. The screen above flashes various data. Soon, a picture appeared on the huge magic crystal screen. It was a ruin with flames still burning. By comparing it with the sky screen, we can confirm that this is the location of the sky screen live broadcast. Harjan Port. But now it has been completely destroyed. Soon, under the monitoring of the satellite magic array, the figure of the man in the black windbreaker appeared on the screen. It's him, enlarge it. Zikurin's expression was slightly shocked. Somewhat excitedly, he spoke. Soon, the picture was zoomed in. But, a strange scene appeared again. No matter how many times the operator zooms in, the images displayed on the screen seem to be mosaicked. I can't see the face clearly, I can't recognize the identity, and I can't even describe what the outline looks like, whether he is thin or fat. This feeling is amazing. Just like the person I saw in my dream. You can't see him clearly, nor can you recognize him, but you always have a feeling in your heart that he is someone you have identified in your heart. But, it is very easy to forget it after turning around. I will only remember that at that time and at that place, there was indeed such a person. This strange scene made the entire council silent for a moment. Zikurin's face was filled with horror. What's going on? Even the satellite magic array can't capture it. But how is this possible? It's as if that person has been erased from reality. Various questions are constantly filling everyone's mind. But no one can answer his. In the end, all that was left was a series of gasps of surprise that echoed throughout the room. We must pay attention to this SCP Foundation that suddenly appeared, Crawford spoke helplessly. Unknown forest. Brian stared at the sky with a serious expression, his brows furrowed tightly, as if he was thinking about something. Behind him, Angel, codenamed Angel, stroked his chin with his slender fingers and asked in confusion. What a strange guy, why can't I see clearly? Who knows? People from the SCP Foundation have never heard of it before. Cobra, codenamed Cobra, shook his head helplessly. Moreover, the most surprising thing is when that guy appeared on the battlefield. Lissa, codenamed Laser, was more interested in this question. No matter what the situation is or who the guy is, I care more about, Brian spoke up at this time. It's his goal. There is no doubt that guy is coming for SCP-682, the immortal evil lizard. If he succeeds, we may never be able to get such a powerful biological weapon again. At this point, Brian's face was full of sorrow. I think you don't have to worry, Brian. Cobra shook his head slightly. Oh? What do you mean? Brian looked at Cobra in confusion. Cobra did not keep the secret and continued. Judging from the previous sky curtain, the fighting power of the immortal evil lizard is unquestionable. It is immortal and can evolve infinitely. Even the 10 saints can't do anything about it. I think that strange guy should also be able to kill the indestructible evil lizard. As long as the evil lizard is not destroyed and does not die, won't it still be ours after we find Nirvana? Hearing what Cobra said, Brian's eyes lit up. The sad expression on his face relaxed. The corners of his mouth finally raised a smile. He nodded gently. You are right, the most important thing is Nirvana. Nirvana must be found. Chapter 27. Alvarez Empire. The moment I saw that figure appear, Augusta's eyes widened suddenly, and a look of disbelief filled his old face. What's wrong? Augusta. Agil folded his arms and asked in confusion. That person who appeared out of nowhere. August responded in a deep voice. Don't you feel like there's something wrong? Something's wrong. Ajir frowned in confusion. What's wrong with this? A face that cannot be seen clearly, right? Irene, who was standing by, seemed to understand what Augusta meant and asked. Hearing this, Ajir became even more confused. What's the big deal? After all, this sky curtain was created by the so-called Foundation. Isn't it simple to blur a person's figure? Augusta looked at Ajir and sighed helplessly. You don't understand what I mean. This is definitely not a simple method of blurring the figure through the sky. August pointed to Makarov's stunned expression in the sky. He said, look, even he has the same expression as us. From this point of view, it can be proved that even the people at the scene probably couldn't see the guy's face clearly. We can even say that, we cannot understand that figure. If this is the case, then things are definitely not simple. What? It's just that I can't see clearly. As long as I can hit it, there's nothing to be afraid of. Ajir didn't take it to heart. Ajir still respects Augusta, but perhaps in his opinion, Augusta is already old. Even though the magic is strong, every aspect is filled with the caution and concerns of the older generation. Ajir does not agree with this attitude. For him, the 12 shields of the Holy Spirit stood at the pinnacle of this world. It has been like this since the day the 12 shields were established. No one can surpass the 12 shields. Even the so-called SCP Foundation is not allowed. This is Ajir's arrogance. Judging from his experience and achievements, he does have the capital to be arrogant. Shaking his head, Ajir said, I just came back from a mission. I'm a little tired, so I'm going to rest first. You guys should also stop watching this kind of deceptive stuff. At this point, he paused. He smiled and said, if you are really afraid of this so-called Foundation, maybe I should go to the Ishgar continent. With his back to the two of them, Ajir clenched his fists tightly. The flame of fighting spirit is burning in my eyes. Destroy that Foundation completely. This proves that the 12 holy shields are still the most powerful existence in the world. After saying this, Ajir did not stay and left the palace. What a self-righteous child! Aaron watched Ajil's departing back and smiled slightly. No matter what, this is what young people do, arrogant and proud. One day, when he pays the price for his arrogance, maybe he will mature. August shook his head slightly. As if he had thought of something, he continued. However, if Agil can really go to the Ishgar continent and explore the bottom of the SCP Foundation, it would be a good choice for us. Irene nodded, turned her gaze back to the sky, and after thinking for a moment, she said, "So, what do you think of this unknown person?" Facing Irene's question, August frowned again. Then he said, "To be honest, I have never seen this type of magic, but I once saw a sentence in an ancient book that may explain it." "Oh? What did you say?" Irene seemed to be interested and asked quickly. "Invisible, inaudible, intangible, and unknowable." Augustus took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. Many years ago, ancient people believed that such words were generally used to describe God. God. Irene was shocked. Then he kept shaking his head. "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible." "But you can't deny that there are gods in this world, right?" said Augusta. "Yeah, I can't deny it. Because their emperor, Superrigan, also known as the Black Magician Ziraf, is the most powerful proof of the existence of God. The curse of immortality on him was from the handwriting of God." "Wait a minute, I still think this is too ridiculous." Irene interrupted August. "Are you saying that the person from the SCP Foundation who appears now, is a god?" "I don't hope he is, but there is this faint possibility," Augustus responded. "But, from this point of view, this SCP Foundation is definitely not simple. He is definitely not the only one who thinks like Augustus." Fairy Tale's Holy Place, Tenro Island. The black-haired boy sitting cross-legged on the dry land slowly lowered his head. A gleam of light seemed to flash across the confused eyes. He muttered to himself, "God? No, that shouldn't be the case. God definitely won't appear that easily. So, who is he? It's a power that is totally incomprehensible." A strange idea suddenly came to my mind. Can the abnormality, or that incomprehensible man, kill me? The emergence of the SCP Foundation seemed to have opened a new door for this young man who was already on the verge of despair. He slowly raised his hand and pointed at the stars in the sky. The hazy eyes seemed to see a new way out. Chapter 28. Battlefield Center. Makarov swallowed secretly. He stared at the unknown figure who suddenly appeared with an extremely vigilant expression and whose face he could not see clearly. "President, are you okay?" I heard the harpies shout from behind. It also interrupted Makarov's thoughts. I couldn't help but turn my head and look at the blue kitten behind me. "President, can we go? I'll take you away from here. It's too dangerous," Habib said as he grabbed Makarov's collar with his claws. He prepared to take Makarov away from the center of the battlefield. "Don't worry, Harpy." But Makarov shook his head. Once again, I looked towards the distance. He said in a deep voice, "I need to know whether the person who suddenly appeared is an enemy or a friend to us." It seems that he sensed Habib's worry. Makarov smiled helplessly and rubbed Habib's head. Said, "Don't worry, if the other party is friendly, then we may to talk to them and get some more information we don't know. If the other party is hostile to us." At this point, Makarov also felt a sense of powerlessness. He said, "If that is the case, even if we run far, we probably won't be safe." "Is it that serious?" The harpy cat looked puzzled. "Because the other party is someone we have never come into contact with, or even completely do not understand, unknown," Makarov responded. "I may not be able to escape, so I need to understand the other party's attitude." After that, Makarov did not give Habib a chance to refute, and waved his hand and asked Habib to leave. And I stayed. His eyes were once again focused on the center of the battlefield. "Now." After a brief moment of calm staring, SCP-682, as if he understood something, the anger in his eyes was ignited again. It's, you guys. Foundation scum. A low roar followed. The flames of anger are surging wildly. That was the dragon flame that I got from Natsu before. However, after being used by the immortal lizard, it looks countless times stronger than Natsu. The blazing flames caused the surrounding temperature to rise linearly in just a moment. The surrounding paper objects are the first to catch fire. Then, there were some broken branches and the damaged wood of the nearby boat. Even with the temperature rising, with the body of the immortal lizard as the center, the surrounding stones also began to burn red. Faintly, it seemed as if it was about to be turned into magma. The terrifying high temperature is raging wildly. Even through the sky, one could see that the air around the madly burning flames was distorted. Hey, 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 is Natsu's fire so powerful? In the fairy tale guild, Gray, a pervert with his upper body naked, looked shocked. As someone who fights with Natsu all the time, he naturally knows that Natsu's flame is not simple. However, it is only hotter and more destructive than normal flames. He had never imagined that Natsu's flames would one day reach the point where they could distort space and burn everything. Not only Gray but also everyone in Fairy Tale was surprised. Even Natsu, who was at the scene, widened his eyes in horror. His eyes were fixed on the immortal evil lizard bathed in dragon flames. Suddenly, he seemed to see Igunaru. He is also his adoptive father, the dragon who taught Natsu the dragon-slaying magic. There is no way, they are too similar. Dragons and lizards have many similarities in shape, although the size is not in the same league. However, after the battle just now, Natsu even began to doubt. If that guy continues to evolve, will he really become a fire dragon like his father? Natsu, that monster's flame seems to be much stronger than your authentic flame. Lucy kept fanning herself with her hands, trying to cool herself down, and sighed. Hearing this, Natsu's face froze. He pulled the corner of his mouth and stammered, that's because I'm not very experienced. Having said this, he paused and immediately said, if it's Igunalu, he must be stronger than that monster. Igneel? A dragon? Are there really such creatures? Lucy glanced at Natsu and asked uncertainly. Of course. Natsu's tone was unusually firm this time. Well, if there is, there is. In this world, there are even immortal monsters, so it's not surprising that dragons exist. Lucy shook her head helplessly. Then he turned his gaze back to the battlefield. He exclaimed, it looks like that monster is about to attack. The voice fell. On the other side, the immortal evil lizard opened its ferocious mouth and roared madly. A huge tornado of fire gushed out of the mouth of the immortal evil lizard. The roar of the fire dragon. But, it was at least dozens of times louder than Natsu's roar. The terrifying flames seemed to be enough to cover the sky. It swept towards the figure below like an overwhelming force. Qin Tiandao raised his head and looked at the fiery red that filled his sight. Somewhat fortunate. If we let the base personnel come to contain them alone, they will probably be wiped out. Shaking his head, Qin Tiandao slowly stretched out his right hand. The invisible wave began to expand wildly to Qin Tiandao's outstretched right hand, until it covers a radius of thousands of meters. In an instant, the overwhelming flames seemed to have encountered some force majeure. Stopped out of nowhere. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, it gradually disappeared. Chapter 29. Even all the burning flames within 1,000 meters. It's like the fuel has been completely burned out. Maybe burning out is not a good way to describe it. The whole picture gives the feeling that the flames seem to be something that shouldn't exist, as if they had been forcibly wiped out. Wow! In an instant, all the audience watching the live broadcast on the sky screen were stunned. Perhaps many ordinary people who have not seen much magic do not understand. However, most of the wizards opened their eyes wide in surprise. Because this is almost completely unreasonable. Although in the world of magic, it is a bit far-fetched to say common sense. But it is true. Every world has its own rules. This rule is the basic law that constitutes the real world. Even in the magical world, wizards absorb magic power and convert it into various attributes according to their own characteristics. But this is all based on the energy body of magic. Energy cannot appear out of thin air, nor can it disappear out of thin air. This is the law of conservation. The most intuitive thing is that even if the wizard is in the battle, encountered a fire attack from the enemy wizard, then, he could choose to use wind, water, or other opposing properties to neutralize the flames. However, no matter what, the essence will return to the collision of magic and magic. Eventually, either both explode at the same time, and the magic power scatters, or one side devours it to strengthen itself. No matter what, energy should have a way to be released, it cannot disappear out of thin air. But now, this strange scene is truly displayed in front of everyone. The overwhelming flames, the extremely huge energy collection. It was in the hands of that unknown man. Disappeared mysteriously? It wasn't disintegration, nor was it extinguishing, nor was it even being swallowed up, it just disappeared strangely. Alvarez Empire. Augusta took a breath. How is this possible? Even Irene, who had lived for more than 400 years, stared in astonishment. The right hand holding the scepter unconsciously exerted force. Then came the question, how did he do that? Augusta frowned and said, I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. At this point, he paused, thought calmly for a moment, shook his head, and said, No, I absolutely don't believe that the unknown person can erase the traces of such a huge energy. It is very likely, a kind of magic we have never seen before? Or some other power, such as the spells used by the demons. Perhaps, it did not disappear out of thin air, but perhaps it used other methods to transfer the huge magic power. For example, space magic. Irene seemed to have thought of something. A flash of enlightenment flashed across Augusta's eyes. That's right. It must be some kind of space magic. And it is an extremely advanced type of space, which can quietly transfer such a huge amount of magic power to other places at once. It seems that he thinks he has seen through the essence of the facts. Augusta returned to his normal state. He spoke slowly, but no matter what, this person is very strong. After a pause, Augusta added, It is more powerful than we can imagine, and it is possible that it is close to the legendary god. Perhaps we can wait for Maria to come back and let her identify it. Irene suggested. After all, that girl is the only one among us who has a connection with God. Augustus nodded gently. I can try to record the sky dome in case Maria doesn't see it during her mission. Battlefield Center. After wiping out all the flames in the sky, Qin Tiandao looked up at the sky, where an armed helicopter appeared at some point. Due to the characteristics of the magical world, there is no oil or other fuels that were used as fuel in the previous life. Therefore, some of the Foundation's vehicles have been modified to a certain extent. It has become a universal method in this world, using magic crystals as power. As the world watched, the helicopter door was opened. Then, a yellow sticky substance slid down from the helicopter's door. Magic Council. A vote is being held here on whether to use the power of magic spirits. Although the Foundation personnel appeared on the scene. However, the Magic Council still did not choose to give up the use of magic spirit power. After all, no one knows why the members of the Foundation are here. Did you easily believe what was said on the sky? Is the Foundation an organization that protects humanity? The Magic Council would rather believe that the Foundation actually has other unspeakable secrets. After all, we know too little. Therefore, if necessary, even Qin Tiandao is one of the people that the Magic Council needs to consider eliminating. And for Crawford, this is what he wants. After all, the high and mighty people in power will not allow a completely uncontrollable factor to weigh on their heads. However, halfway through the meeting, the yellow sticky mass that slid off the helicopter attracted their attention. The yellow sticky substance fell right on the body of the immortal evil lizard. Suddenly, Michelle, the third seat of the Magic Council, couldn't help laughing. Is this Foundation kidding? Chapter 30. Michelle couldn't help but shook his head. Could it be that those guys from the SCP Foundation are planning to use this yellow sticky substance to subdue the immortal evil lizard? This thing feels a bit disgusting, like snot. Ultia frowned in disgust. According to our analysts, the current combat power of the immortal lizard is almost comparable to that of the fifth saint. Ouge said solemnly. That is to say, apart from the first four, the non-humans of the four heavenly kings of Ishgar, no one can stop the immortal lizard. Although the unknown human in the Foundation is very mysterious and even powerful, you should know that the most abnormal thing about the immortal lizard is its ability to continuously evolve. This is simply an unsolvable ability. At this point, Ouge couldn't help but sigh deeply. To be honest, we are not sure whether the magic spirit power can really destroy this monster, and the sticky substance released by the Foundation. I can't figure out what this means. Perhaps, the sticky substance is not simple after all. Yajima said. How difficult could it be? Michelle shook his head. Let's see, maybe something unexpected will happen. Yajima ignored Michelle. Instead, he looked up at the sky. Now. After the sticky substance landed on the back of the immortal evil lizard. Then the strange wriggling began. As the sticky object moved, everyone finally saw. The orange goo even has eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Moreover, two tentacles similar to arms gradually separated from the sticky mass. Yajima was stunned watching this scene. This is a living being. It's really not that simple. Zikurin stood up in surprise. And, what a cute guy. Altair put both her hands in front of her. The eyes seemed to be filled with involuntary love. Wait, I seemed to be somewhat disgusted with this guy just now. Thinking of this, Altair's face began to become a little strange. She even began to wonder why she was so disgusted by that lovely sticky substance just now. What's going on? I feel like something is wrong with me. This thing, isn't it also a so-called abnormal thing? Yajima pondered for a moment, somewhat unconvinced of his own conclusion. Abnormal. Everyone looked at Yajima. Do you still remember the number of the immortal evil lizard? Yajima asked back. SCP-682. Zikurin answered the question. Then he seemed to understand something and nodded in understanding. Since there is a number, it proves that there must be more than one anomaly, right? He looked at the sky again. So, the members of the Foundation are planning to use anomalies to fight anomalies. But what exactly is the ability of this orange-yellow sticky substance? Can you deal with such a terrifying monster? Just when the members of the Magic Council were confused. The picture continues. The center of the battlefield. Qin Tiandao saw SCP-999, the tickle monster fell on the immortal evil lizard. Slightly relieved. I have to say that the itch monster is really one of the best ways to deal with the immortal lizard at present. If not, then I'm afraid I'll have to fight with the immortal lizard. Otherwise, there is no way to contain that guy. However, with the tickle monster, things will be much simpler. Don't think that this seemingly extremely safe level SCP containment is very weak and can only be a group pet of a base. In fact, the secrets hidden behind SCP-999 are shocking enough. At this moment, 999 is, after all, just a child who is not even 10 years old. It has not yet mastered its full power. But even so, its power is incredible. Even a brief interaction with SCP-999 could potentially permanently cure severe depression, etc. As for the Foundation, SCP-999 is actually the most effective weapon against some powerful hostile entities known to exist. It's definitely more than just a pet. It is one of the most valuable assets held by the Foundation. Now, the itch monster has already climbed onto the back of the immortal lizard. The two tentacles that stretched out touched the armpits of the immortal lizard's arms. Cluck! The next second, a sound with a smile came out from the tickle monster's mouth. Tickle! Lucy, who was not far away, was stunned. He said in disbelief, are they going to use a trick like tickling, to control such a terrifying monster? Lucy felt like her worldview was beginning to collapse. However, the seemingly absurd fact actually appeared before her. However, Lucy soon discovered that after being tickled by the tickle monster, the immortal lizard immediately showed extreme disgust. So disgusting! A low roar was heard. The next moment, the immortal lizard shook its back and threw the itch monster to the ground. Then he raised his right foot and stomped hard. The orange-yellow body of the tickle monster was immediately crushed. Lucy's pupils shrank suddenly in the distance. Did it fail? What a pity, such a cute creature. That bastard, how could he step down like that? Natsu gritted his teeth and spoke angrily. Natsu, you should take a rest. You can't even stand up right now. Happy complained helplessly. Wait! Suddenly, Lucy exclaimed. Something seems wrong. Chapter 31. Lucy's voice attracted the attention of Natsu and others. That sticky mass seems to be fine. Habib was slightly startled, looked closely, and exclaimed. And, it's not just that. The tickle monster that was crushed underfoot didn't seem to be affected. Instead, it extended several tentacles and climbed up along the gap between the toes of the immortal lizard's right foot. Then the body began to extend continuously until it completely covered the body below the neck of the immortal lizard. The tentacles inside constantly tickled the armpits, neck, and other sensitive parts of the immortal evil lizard. Cluck! 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 The innocent laughter came out of the tickle monster's mouth again. The terrifying immortal evil lizard narrowed its eyes slightly at this moment, contrary to its usual behavior. The whole expression seems to be extremely enjoyable. A strange groan came from the mouth of the immortal evil lizard. This feeling. It's so itchy, but why do I feel so happy? Happy. A low, laughing voice continued to spread. Even this monster, which looked like an ancient beast, even started to roll on the ground because of the itch. For a moment, the entire battlefield seemed to be quiet. Whether it is Makarov, or Natsu, Lucy, and Happy, etc. At this moment, I am stuck in the same place. It seems that I can't believe what I'm seeing. Yet, who would believe it? Just now, there was a terrifying monster that was extremely violent and wanted to destroy everything at any time. At this moment, it is like a harmless kitten laughing out loud at the cat toy. Not only Makarov and others at the scene. Even at this moment, all the viewers around the world who were watching the live broadcast were stunned. Wizards Guild, Fairy Tale. Myra Jane stared at the sky, the corners of her mouth twitching. Is it really possible? Can you subdue the immortal evil lizard just by tickling it? Myra Jane feels like her worldview is collapsing. What the hell is this? At this moment, the tickle monster's tickle attack seems to have reached a new level. The reaction of the undead lizard became more intense. The ferocious mouth opened wide, and the wanton smile continued to echo in the night sky. The whole body even turned over, and the tail kept hitting the ground. Inside the Magic Council. At this moment, all the congressmen looked as if they had seen a ghost. They looked at each other. Looking at the voting magic crystal screen in the middle of the conference room. Above, the vote on the proposal to use magic spirit power to eliminate SCP-682 has come to a conclusion. 9 votes in favor, 1 vote against. Transdimensional destruction magic, magic elf power allows the release of. The words above, like an invisible slap, slapped all the congressmen in the face. I and others are determined to burn our boats and pay a huge price. The proposal of magical spirit power was passed. As a result, in fact, they have nothing to do with it at all. The other foundation just used a tickling anomaly to easily solve the monster that they were helpless against. This kind of thing. Isn't this too outrageous? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha. At this moment, in the picture, SCP-682, who was laughing continuously, seemed to be almost exhausted. Even the laughter is out of breath. The frequency of the tail hitting the ground is also getting slower and slower. However, the open mouth still showed no sign of closing. Seeing this scene, the expressions of audiences around the world became a little strange. This terrifying giant lizard, is it possible that it has fainted from laughing? This thought came to everyone's mind. Battlefield Center. Seeing that the immortal evil lizard is almost powerless, Qin Tiandao placed his hand on his right ear and pressed the communication switch on the headset. Containment of SCP-682 can now be performed. This should take no longer than 5 minutes. Get started. A voice echoed from the headset. The next moment, a huge special metal box slowly descended from the helicopter, and as the helicopter descended, it slowly fell down. Inside the special metal box, there is an unknown green liquid. Then, a series of agents dropped ropes from the helicopter and rappelled. At this moment, people all over the world finally saw clearly what the other staff members of the Foundation looked like. They are like a standard-issue army armed to the teeth. The moment they landed, they were neatly arranged, moving swiftly and neatly. At first glance, you can tell that this group of people must be extremely well trained. On their chests, the logo of the Foundation is engraved on their uniforms. However, what is even more shocking is, it's their identical faces. Thought body. Zikurin from the Magic Council exclaimed. Then he reacted suddenly and shook his head. No, they don't have magic power, so they can't be considered as thought bodies. It is impossible for a person who is exactly the same as me to exist in this world. Does that mean it is similar to copying me? Yurusha also frowned. If that's the case, Yajima took a deep breath. He said in a deep voice, then this Foundation is a bit scary. They have the technology to clone humans, so does this mean that if they want to, or if they have enough materials, they can create an infinite army? Yajima's words made Crawford's pupils shrink sharply. In other words, they can easily overturn the world. Chapter 32. Just when the Senate was in uproar. In the sky screen. SCP-682, as if he had completely fainted from laughter. The whole body has lost its motivation, as if it has fallen asleep. Even the ferocious face still has a smiling expression. Upon seeing this, the Foundation's agents immediately took action. The group was divided into several groups and quickly surrounded the immortal evil lizard lying on the ground. Then they all lifted it up and put it into a special metal box, making sure that the green high-concentration corrosive liquid would soak the entire body of the immortal evil lizard. Close the lid of the metal box tightly. And, by the way, SCP-999 was recovered. Was the containment successful? Makarov, who was not far away, looked at the busy Foundation members nervously. However, things don't seem that simple. Next moment, Makarov then keenly noticed something was wrong. The agent closest to the box is calling out to him. The agent began to move away. What happened? Wasn't it successfully contained? Did something go wrong? Makarov's expression changed slightly. My heart was immediately alert to 120%. The despair in my heart seems to be growing. He seemed to have returned to the time just now, when the immortal evil lizard could still survive no matter how it attacked, and could even become stronger. Damn, even the Foundation can't do that. At this moment, the metal box placed in place suddenly began to tremble violently. Then, an energy wave that was invisible to the naked eye but real existed. It began to spread wildly around the box. The energy wave was so fast that Makarov was hit instantly before he could react. Faintly, he heard the laughter of the immortal evil lizard again. And, the roar hidden in the laughter. This disgusting little piece of snot should be stuffed back in and suffocated to death. The roar of the immortal evil lizard gradually dissipated. However, Makarov's despair seemed to be getting better. This seems to be a spiritual infection. As a result, Makarov seemed to not feel the pain in his chest, and he was no longer pessimistic about the buildings that were destroyed around him. A feeling of joy came over me. Even though, he himself knew that he shouldn't laugh at this time. But, that smile just came up so nonsensically. I can't control it at all. Ha ha ha, ha 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 cough cough. Ha 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 hobby, why do I feel so happy all of a sudden? I don't know, ha 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 ha, Louise ha ha. Damn it, ha ha, I really want to laugh, ha ha ha. Not only Makarov, but also Natsu, Happy, Lucy and others who were a little further away, laughed uncontrollably. This strange scene was broadcast live on the sky screen and shown to everyone in the world. Puzzles and confusion fill everyone's mind. Why did those people suddenly burst into laughter? Just like the immortal evil lizard before? But they weren't tickled by the tickle monster. What is going on? 15 minutes passed by. Makarov and the others who were laughing crazily gradually calmed down. They breathed in fresh air. But the astonishment in his eyes could not be wiped away. At this time, the Foundation's agents returned to the special box again. Connect it to the helicopter and fly away. The scene seemed to have regained its calm. Is it over already? It seems that the horrible lizard was contained by the Foundation. But, I don't know where they are going to take the immortal evil lizard. I think it should be imprisonment. After all, the immortal evil lizard is indestructible. There is no other way to kill this monster except imprisonment. People around the world who were watching the live broadcast began to discuss the original place. Makarov struggled to stand up and looked at the blurry figure that he could not see clearly. I couldn't help but ask anxiously, well, please wait a moment, we have some questions to ask you. It seems that I heard Makarov's cry. Qin Tiandao turned his head slightly and looked at Makarov. A moment. Makarov's blood seemed to freeze. Even my heart slowed down a beat. I don't know if it's an illusion. Makarov seemed to see the figure return a kind smile. He turned his head, took a step, and his figure gradually disappeared from sight. Call. Makarov let out a long breath. Eyes filled with horror. However, in addition to being shocked, Makarov seemed to be in a strange state of confusion and bewilderment. President! Happy and Natsu shouted from behind. Makarov turned his head and asked in doubt. Did you see his face just now? I saw it, but it was blurry. Wait. Natsu frowned as he spoke. I clearly saw it, so why isn't there any related image in my mind? Chapter 33. Natsu kept scratching his head. There is obvious confusion in his eyes. It's the same for us. Habit raised his paw and echoed. I can't remember, it's like. Lucy was also puzzled. Slowly raised his head. It's like a dream. When you wake up, you can only vaguely remember what the dream was like, but when you try to recall the details, you can't remember it at all. Lucy's words seemed to speak for everyone. Because it's not just the few people at the scene who are like this. Even the audience in the Tianmu live broadcast room felt the same way. I had clearly seen that person just now. But I can't recall anything. In the fairy tale guild, Makao's face was filled with shock. What happened? I can't remember it either. Yes, I don't know why, I just know it's a person, but I can't describe what it looks like. Wakaba nodded in agreement. Hey, do you know what color that guy's clothes are? Gray came up and asked. But, what I got in return was the confused looks of the crowd. I don't know, the clothes seem white, right? What white? It should be red. Is it red? I remember it was grey. It could be black, but, that's weird. Myra Jane frowned and listened to the discussions of the people around her. His face became increasingly ugly. Did you find anything? Kana noticed that something was wrong with Myra Jane and asked. There is a big problem with this matter. Mirage said in a deep voice. Oh, what do you mean? Gray and the others also looked at Myra Jane with interest. Raising her head, Myra Jane looked at everyone in the guild and said, I always feel like, there's something wrong with our memory. Memory? Everyone was puzzled. That's right. Myra Jane took a deep breath. Our memory seems to have been affected, so that we can't remember any information about the sudden appearance of the Foundation member. Even. I suspect that we are not the only ones like this. Perhaps everyone in the world who is watching the sky, or in other words, everyone who knows the existence of that person, has their memory affected. As soon as these words came out, the entire guild fell silent. An indescribable feeling of suffocation instantly surged into everyone's heart. Wait, in the guild, Levi, who was the most educated and the one who loved reading the most, interrupted Myra Jane. Her delicate face was already filled with fear. Incredibly, he said, so, that person from the Foundation indirectly influenced the entire world? He brought disaster to people all over the world. Unconscious brainwashing. Facing Levi's gaze, Myra Jane nodded with difficulty. I think this is the only way to explain the abnormal phenomenon that happened to us. But, isn't this too exaggerated? Libby secretly swallowed her saliva. Is this really possible? People from all over the world, and it's such an outrageous thing to tamper with their memories. Gray also looked unconvinced. This is not something a human can do, it's too abnormal. Kana also nodded. Obviously don't believe this. But it's happening right before our eyes, isn't it? Myra Jane asked. Although I don't quite believe this kind of thing, but, since the emergence of this foundation, haven't there been many outrageous things? As he spoke, Myra Jane pointed to the black screen above his head. For example, this can be projected into the eyes of everyone in the world. Isn't it strange? For example, the immortal lizard, and the sticky substance that can restrain the lizard and is suspected to have the ability to make people laugh until they lose their fighting ability. Aren't these strange? Mirajana's words left everyone present speechless. I agree with Myra. Suddenly, a strong female voice came from the guild gate. Then, everyone could see that from the open door of the guild. The huge unicorn shadow is approaching. This sound. The sound of footsteps. The wind that this walk brings. The members of the guild seemed to have a premonition of something, and their hearts began to beat faster uncontrollably. Even some people's foreheads were covered with sweat. As if thinking of something horrible. As the footsteps get closer, the overwhelming sense of oppression is getting stronger. The entire guild was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Yes. Urza is back. Suddenly, accompanied by Loki's exclamation. A girl with long crimson hair, wearing armor and carrying a giant horn that was 5 or 6 times taller than her, slowly walked in from the gate. Urza Shokolato. A rare S-class wizard in fairy tale, and the most feared fairy queen by her enemies. Of course, this is also what the guild members fear the most. Disciplinary officer. Of course, Urza doesn't seem to be in the mood to correct the bad habits of some members of the guild now. Instead, he ignored them and walked in front of Myra Jane. This made some of the guys who got into trouble secretly breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, Urza's voice rang out again. During my return, all the people I met were just like what Myra said. It seems like the memory has been tampered with. Therefore, we have to doubt whether the SCP Foundation is really capable of doing such a thing. At this point, Urza's expression became unusually serious. He said in a deep voice, this is a terrifying ability that we have never encountered before, and we have never even heard of it. But, suddenly, Urza changed the subject. From this point, it can be seen that this so-called foundation is probably not hostile to humans. Otherwise, with the strange means of arbitrarily tampering with the memory of people all over the world, I am afraid that none of us can resist it. The current results clearly show that the Foundation did not do so. So, Myra Jane also seemed to have figured something out. He raised his head and said, "What Tianmu said before can almost be considered true. Are they a special organization that has been hiding in the dark and protecting humanity?" Chapter 34. That is, we don't need a hostile foundation, because, in a sense, they are not our opposite. Even this time, it was thanks to the people from the Foundation, otherwise the President and Natsu would probably be in danger. Urza said in a deep voice. Everyone nodded. Anyway, it's finally over. Speaking of which, that monster was really amazing. Yes, I never thought that there are such outrageous monsters in this world. SCP-682, I get goosebumps just thinking about it. The incident ended perfectly, and the guild seemed to have returned to its previous noisy state. Everyone started chatting with each other. By the way, why did you come back so early this time? Mirage seemed to have thought of something and looked at Urza. I remember that when I contacted you this morning, didn't you say that you had just completed a task and planned to rest for a while before coming back? Speaking of this, Urza's face was full of helplessness. There was no other way. After all, such a big thing had happened and even the president was in danger, so I hurried back anxiously. After a pause, she continued, there is one more thing. I heard some bad rumors on the way, so I need to ask the president for advice. Bad rumors? Myra Jane frowned slightly. Urza took the juice handed to her by the waiter, took a sip to moisten her throat, and he continued, it's about a dark guild. It seems that since the Sky Curtain appeared, the guys from the Dark Guild have become more and more rampant. Dark Guild? Is it Balamu Alliance? Myra Jane asked. Urza nodded gently. It is the Balamu Alliance, the affiliated guild of the 6 demon generals, the Iron Forest. Hearing this, Myra Jane raised her eyebrows slightly. Is that the guild that specializes in assassination missions and whose leader is called the God of Death Eriger? That's right, when I was in the tavern, they seemed to be planning something bad using a magic called Lurabai. Urza narrowed her eyes slightly when she said this. Taking advantage of the critical moment when everyone's attention is attracted by 682. After all, I was careless. If I had remembered Eriger's name at that time, I would have sacrificed all of that group of people. Bang! The wooden juice cup shattered in Urza's hand. The spilled juice slowly fell onto the wooden floor along Urza's gauntlets. A moment. The entire guild fell silent again. Countless people looked at the Crimson Female Knight in horror. Looks extremely nervous. What's more, some people have already started thinking about how to escape from this place of trouble. For example, Loki, Grey, etc. Who on earth has offended this big sister again? In an instant, this thought emerged in everyone's mind. Urza, calm down a little. Myra Jane looked at the juice on the ground, pulled the corner of her mouth, and persuaded. Sorry, I was a little excited. Urza calmed down. Then he looked at Grey and said, I had planned to ask the president for his opinion on this matter when he came back. However, the president and Natsu are currently injured and will probably need to recuperate at Harjan Port for a while. This matter is of great importance, so I think it is better to solve it as soon as possible. So, would you like to lend me a hand? Grey was slightly stunned when he was asked. Not only Grey, but the rest of the guild looked at Urza and Grey in horror. Are you kidding me? Urza actually asked someone for help. This is the first time. Urza Gagra, so, what kind of terrifying existence is the opponent that requires these two to team up? The members of the guild were discussing. Grey hadn't even come to his senses to agree. Urza made the final decision. Then it's settled. We'll leave tomorrow morning. After saying that, Urza dragged her mountain of luggage and left the guild. Unknown jungle. Brian stared at the black screen. His face looked extremely ugly. It seems that your wish has not come true, Brian. Cobra folded his arms and spoke slowly. The people from the Foundation have already taken the immortal lizard away. Even if we find Nirvana, we won't be able to catch it. There was a hint of regret in Angel's voice. The words of the members around him made Brian's face darker. However, on second thought, he seemed to have thought of something, and his attitude immediately changed. Wrong. Hey? What? Everyone looked at Brian. Nirvana is something that must be obtained. If the magic of reversing light and darkness is used to deal with the Foundation, wouldn't it be perfect? It seems that I am becoming more and more determined in my inner thoughts. There was also a rare hint of madness on Brian's face. The so-called anomaly is definitely not just one, and the Foundation seems to be full of hidden talents. Furthermore, judging from the methods used by the Foundation when it contained 682 immortal lizard, they must have some useful anomalies in their hands. If we master Nirvana, when the next anomaly or member of the Foundation shows up, we might be able to reverse them. Brian became more and more excited as he spoke. If we control the Foundation, we will not only be able to control their unpredictable abilities, but we will also be able to control the anomalies they possess. By that time, a smile spread across Brian's face. We don't care about the Devil's Heart, the gate to the underworld, the Magic Council, or even the Alvarez Empire on the Western continent. The world will also be in our pocket. Chapter 35. Alvarez Empire. Augusta stood at the gate of the palace, looking at the two figures approaching in the distance. There were two figures, a man and a woman. She has short, uneven blonde hair, wears sexy clothes, and has a gold arm guard on her right arm. The coat is tied at the waist like a skirt. On the smooth left calf, the emblem of the Alvarez Empire is engraved on it. There is a trace of fatigue in the brown eyes. One of the 12 shields of the Holy Spirit, the Princess of War, de Maria. She is also known as the Valkyrie who gallops across the battlefield. Next to her is a girl who walks strangely and has obvious mechanical lines on her cheeks. Even a man whose body is partially mechanical. And his identity is also one of the 12 shields of the Holy Spirit. Codename Judge Val. The two people who were originally carrying out a mission received a letter from Augusta not long ago. Ask the two to hurry up and finish the things at hand and return to the palace, as there is something to discuss. Out of respect for Augusta, the two had no objection. After quickly finishing the task at hand, he hurried back. What happened? Lord Augustus. The two came to Augustus. Val asked directly. You should have seen the sky that appeared in our sight, right? August asked. Both of them nodded. This is something created by an organization called the SCP Foundation. It looks quite interesting. De Maria said slowly. What immortal evil lizard, what unknown person, etc. At this point, De Maria paused slightly. A trace of confusion gradually appeared in his eyes. Strange, what did that unknown person do? When asked this question, even Val was slightly stunned. He looked at De Maria in astonishment. Didn't you say that guy was deliberately mysterious during the live broadcast? Why is it not printed? At this point, Val paused and frowned. Something is wrong. Wait, let me search my memory. As a member of the mechanical race, Val can indeed record what he sees into files and store them in his mind. So you can read it whenever you need it, but this trick that was always successful seemed to be ineffective at this moment. Any detailed information about the unknown person in memory? For example, height, body shape, clothing, even abilities, etc., except for the face which was not clearly visible, all the information was blank. What's going on? Even my memory files are having problems. Val's voice was full of surprise. Looking at this scene, August sighed softly. As expected, you can't remember it either. What do you mean? Val looked at Augusta. It's very simple. I just tried to use magic to record the unknown person, but unfortunately, any recorded image was blank. It's as if, at this point, August paused slightly. After thinking for a moment, he said, it's as if this person doesn't exist in reality. But he actually showed up. This situation reminds me of something. As he said this, August looked at Timaria. The ancients described the unreachable God as something that cannot be seen, heard, known, or felt. God. Timaria's pupils shrank suddenly. That's right, that's why I asked you to come. After all, in this world, the only people who have come into contact with God are probably you and your majesty. August said. Hearing this, Timaria slowly lowered her eyes. After thinking for a moment, he immediately shook his head. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. There can't be a god in this age. There is an unquestionable certainty in Timaria's voice. This made Augusta look at Timalia with some doubt. Then, Timaria continued, I would rather believe that this is the ability of that unknown guy himself, but it is definitely not a god. God can't do this. And what? Augusta stared at Timaria. Seeing this, Timaria did not hesitate and said in a deep voice, God has long been submerged in the long river of history. At this stage, it is impossible for God to exist. Why are you so sure? August asked. Because, these are the words spoken by the soul of God himself. The God of time. August nodded in understanding. Then he sighed, forget it, no matter what. Even if that unknown guy is not a god, he is so powerful that it is unbelievable. After all, that guy can influence the cognition of people all over the world. At this point, August paused for a moment, then said, we should consider our attitude towards the SCP Foundation. What kind of attitude can we have? Do we still need to be afraid of them? Timaria said with disdain in her tone. It was just that he used some special means to catch a special lizard. Although the lizard's ability is quite strong, that is only with respect to the Ishgar continent, right? After all, the 10 saints on that continent are just that. If it were us, that lizard wouldn't be able to make any waves. When she said this, Timaria's tone was full of strong confidence. But this also has capital. After all, they are the ones who truly stand at the top of this world. The so-called Holy 10 Wizards of Ishgar. In their eyes, it's nothing. Chapter 36. Augusta looked at Timaria deeply. I can't help but feel a sense of emotion. As expected, are all warmongers so arrogant? Of course, this does not mean that Augusta himself is afraid of the SCP Foundation. To put it bluntly, it's just fear at most. After all, Timaria was right about one thing. In their eyes, the Wizards of Ishgar were not worthy of their attention. Even Makarov is the same. Therefore, August was only afraid of the unknown person in the Foundation. After all, the other party's information is too little. However, the 12 Holy Shields have their own pride. This is the confidence that comes from being at the top for many years. In Augusta's heart, it was as if one day the Foundation and the Alvarez Empire had a conflict. Then, perhaps at the beginning, because of the endless tricks of the Foundation, they will be at a disadvantage. But victory will always belong to the Alvarez Empire. This point is beyond doubt in Augusta's heart. Dong dong. The scepter in Augusta's hand struck the ground, making a crisp sound. It also interrupted Timaria's words. Then he said in a deep voice, well, it's a bit too early to say this now. After all, we still know too little about the Foundation. Next, the two of you should stay here for now. We need to analyze the SCP Foundation and the anomalies they mentioned. Is that necessary? Augusta. Val frowned slightly. Of course there is. August responded. He turned around and looked at the periphery of the huge sky garden, muttering. The existence of the SCP Foundation, in a sense, is a hindrance to our path. One day, His Majesty will return to the Alvarez Empire, and at that time... Timalia's eyes suddenly lit up. He asked, "Is Your Majesty going to take action?" "It's not certain yet, but the chances are very high." Ogast turned his head. He looked at De Maria and said, "Your Majesty is still looking for the answer he wants, but I know that no matter what the result is, Your Majesty will eventually make a decision to change the world. By that time, the war will spread all over the world, and we will also face this so-called SCP Foundation. Therefore, it is not a bad thing to know more about each other." The barren mountains surrounding Magnolia Site 17 base. Qin Tiandao came to his lounge alone. Qin Tiandao didn't care about the various speculations from the outside world. Indeed, they guessed a lot correctly. Qin Tiandao did use his ability to distort reality to influence the outside world's perception of him. After all, as the founder of a foundation in this world, he doesn't need to show up in public. This time it was pure helplessness. After all, at present, the foundation is still only Qin Tiandao himself. As for the base personnel who were rewarded, most of them were ordinary clones. It has no capabilities, it is only used to carry out some tasks, maintain the operation of the base, etc. Strictly speaking, they do not have the ability to contain anomalies. Therefore, Qin Tiandao had to go there himself. Of course, this is not without benefits. In any world, if an organization wants to gain a foothold, it must have matching strength. Otherwise, it will become a piece of cake that is divided up by others. Therefore, it is necessary to show off your muscles occasionally. And the immortal evil lizards that were taken back earlier have also found a place to go. The immortal lizard has been imprisoned in a special container of 5M specially built in the base. All inner walls are lined with 25 cm thick reinforced acid-resistant steel plates. The entire containment vessel was filled with hydrochloric acid. In addition, there are cameras all around to monitor it in real time. To ensure that the immortal evil lizard soaked in hydrochloric acid suddenly wakes up and breaks out of containment. At the moment when containment was completely completed, a pleasant reminder sound immediately rang in Qin Tiandao's mind. Bite. Congratulations! SCP-682, the immortal lizard, has been successfully contained. Estimating the damage caused. The estimate is complete: small area of damage, a small number of deaths, and the degree of popularization is excellent. Congratulations on your success in spreading the dangers of SCP-682 and preventing it from causing serious adverse effects on human society. The system has begun to distribute. A progress bar began to flash before Qin Tiandao's eyes. The speed quickly reached 100%. Then, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations on getting 200 D-Class personnel, 100 C-Class agents, 20 containment experts, and 10 researchers. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the SCP-682 characteristic, Super Adaptability. Note: can passively adapt to any environment, and even evolve corresponding abilities based on the damage received. Ding! Congratulations on getting the special character reward, Angel Yan, Angel Ling, and Angels Hickson from the Super God Universe. Note: the system rewards special characters with the attribute of absolute loyalty to the host. The system's pleasant reminder tone finally ended. However, the dazzling array of rewards made Qin Tiandao's heart skip a beat. This reward? Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Chapter 37. The dazzling array of rewards was realized in the next moment. First of all, the first one is the staffing. There's not much to say about that. After all, it is impossible for Qin Tiandao to be alone in such a huge Site 17 base. Other personnel, such as D-Class personnel used as cannon fodder, agents out on the road, and researchers within the base, etc. These are essential staffing. To be honest, the current rewards are too little. It can only be said that the normal operation of Site 17, which currently only has one containment object, is being maintained. However, Qin Tiandao is not in a hurry about this. As long as we diligently use the Skyscreen live broadcast to popularize abnormalities, all kinds of personnel will be able to fill in soon. The second reward is the key to Qin Tiandao's heartbeat. Super adaptability from SCP-682. After the prompt sounded, Qin Tiandao could keenly feel. Somewhere in the dark, a mysterious characteristic surged into his body. And is rapidly transforming his genes. Grants him super adaptive abilities. You know, what is SCP-682's strongest point? In fact, it is not the immortality. To be honest, the characteristics of immortality, among the anomalies, there are many. Therefore, even if it is not available now, it will be available one day. But super adaptability is different. That is the root of 682's strength. Every time you take damage, you can evolve corresponding abilities. It may even be more powerful than releasing the herder. Naz is a good example. Moreover, the Undying Lizard even relied on this ability to evolve from a weak beast to a power that could rival or even suppress the Saint 10 in a very short period of time. This ability is a complete bug. Therefore, even Qin Tiandao's heartbeat quickened the moment he gained this ability. Filled with excitement. As for the third reward, to be honest, it was a little beyond Qin Tiandao's expectations. This system. Even characters from other universes were brought here. Furthermore, according to the system description, the summoned angels Yan, Zhixin, and Leng are all third-generation guard-level angels. Angels of the elite. His physical strength has surpassed almost everyone in this world. In their universe, they are called gods. Of course, in the Foundation, he is just a slightly stronger warrior. Still far from reaching God's level. However, even so, these three people can almost walk sideways in the world of fairy tale. And, most importantly, their absolute loyalty. This is important. With this, these three angels will become extremely sharp knives in the Foundation. Soon, a flash of white light. A dense crowd appeared in front of Qin Tiandao. Afterwards, the D-class personnel were immediately taken to a living space specially prepared for them. Site 17 is a large base, so it is not difficult to divide it into an area. As for the rest of the agents, containment experts, and researchers, they were assigned their respective personnel levels and then left. Go to their respective jobs. Where, the Foundation's basic personnel will be responsible for coordinating with them to familiarize themselves with the work. These people are the backbone of the Foundation. Although there are still few and even incomplete. But a single spark can start a prairie fire. It is only a matter of time to replenish the staff. As for the three angels. Angels are indeed the most beautiful creatures in the universe. Especially Yan, otherwise there wouldn't be the saying north of the Milky Way, my Yan is the most beautiful passed down. However, Qin Tiandao is not to the point where he can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. After just marveling at the looks of the three people, he looked away. Then he fell into deep thought. As for the three angels, they were looking at the surrounding buildings curiously. Although he was summoned by the system and was absolutely loyal to his host Qin Tiandao. However, the three still have self-awareness. They are not puppets, but real people. Similarly, the same is true for other people rewarded by the system. They have their own ideas. Have your own character and your own code of conduct. It's just that in principle, I will always be loyal to Qin Tiandao and the Foundation. Sister Yan, is this where we are going to live in the future? It doesn't look as beautiful as the City of Angels. Xin blinked her beautiful eyes and whispered to Yan. If you want, you can decorate your room as you want, but not other places. Qin Tiandao raised his head and smiled. Really? Then how big is my room? After hearing Qin Tiandao's words, Zhixin's eyes lit up and he spoke happily. Of course, as for how big it should be, you can go to the residential area and choose whatever you like. Sure enough, a little girl is a little girl. Lang on the side curled his lips. A mature warrior will not care whether the environment is bad or not, because we should have higher pursuits. For example, for the ideals in one's heart, one may help others or die in battle beautifully. What a Chuyunibiu statement! Yan couldn't help but shook his head. Hey, what do you mean? Lang's eyes condensed, staring at Yan. Okay, okay. Qin Tiandao waved his hand helplessly, interrupting the quarrel between the two. Then he said seriously, I have already thought about the positions for the three of you. Since the three of you have very good combat capabilities, you should go to the mobile task force. At this point, Qin Tiandao smiled bitterly. Although, there are only 3 of you in the mobile task force at the moment. It doesn't matter. The reason why the elites are elites is that each of them is 1 in a million. Yan responded. You are right, and we are the elite among angels, 1 in a million. Lang also rarely agreed with Yan's point of view, raised his head, and said proudly. I have no objection. Silly and sweet Zhixin quickly agreed. Qin Tiandao smiled slightly, then straightened his expression. He said in a deep voice then, I now appoint with the highest authority of the O5 Council. The Mobile Task Force Angels is established. The members are Angel Yan, Angel Zhixin, and Angel Ling. The number of members may increase later, or not. And you will answer directly to me. Hearing Qin Tiandao's appointment, the 3 of them immediately became serious. A uniform voice sounded understood. By the way, what should we call you? As if he had thought of something, Yan asked. Me. Qin Tiandao pondered for a moment. In private, you can call me whatever you want, but in formal occasions. O5-1. A one-man O5 Council. Chapter 38. After the 3 angels went down to familiarize themselves with the base, Qin Tiandao was just about to take a rest. After all, it was already very late. A night of silence. The next morning, the dazzling sunlight shone through the windowsill into Qin Tiandao's room. Although the main body of Site 17 is built at the bottom of the mountain, however, an isolated village was still built on the ground. To deceive people. The villagers in the village are all members of the foundation. Qin Tiandao himself did not like the dark underground, so his room was set up in a village on the surface. At this time, weird waves strike again. In an instant, Qin Tiandao's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. He looked at the sky outside the balcony and murmured, "Is it coming again?" Abnormal, at the same time. Ding! An abnormality was detected that broke through the world barrier. Do you want to start live broadcast to popularize the abnormal characteristics? Without any hesitation, Qin Tiandao clicked yes. The next moment, a flash of understanding flashed in his eyes. So it's this guy. Magic Council. I'm sorry, everyone. Our satellite magic array surveillance is completely unable to track the direction in which the Foundation members left. They can't find their real location. A man wearing a white coat from the Council of Ministers and glasses pushed his glasses up and said helplessly. Before, Tianmu broadcast lived to the time when 682 was taken into custody by the Foundation and taken away. Crawford immediately gave the order. I want to use the satellite magic array of the Magic Council to track down the direction where the Foundation and others left. Trying to find the Foundation's base. After all, the world is facing such serious problems now, and even an organization that seems to be extremely powerful and has been lurking in the shadows of the world has appeared. This is extremely bad news for the Magic Council. In just one night, the world's support for the Magic Council has dropped significantly. After all, the Magic Council cannot solve anomalies. The Foundation did it. Then, what is the use of this useless Magic Council? Such a concept will become more and more serious as time goes by and the Foundation continues to be exposed to human eyes. Although the Magic Council holds great power. But that was only possible because of the support of the people. If, one day, the people no longer believe in the Magic Council, then, there is really no need for them to exist. Therefore, Crawford was very panicked. This is a question about your status. There must be no sloppiness. As long as they find the location of the Foundation, they can communicate with it and negotiate. Eventually, the Foundation was incorporated under the leadership of the Magic Council. Let us work together to benefit the world. And this is also consistent with the beliefs expressed by the Foundation. Isn't this a very good idea? With this in mind, Crawford gave the order. However, just as Qin Tiandao had observed before, the Magic Council's tactics, which had always been successful, failed again. The images observed by the satellite magic array seemed to have been erased by humans. All I can see on the screen is a blur. No matter how hard the Magic Council technicians tried to debug, they could not see the direction the Foundation was leaving. Knowing this result, Crawford was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He could not help but angrily scold the technicians. What on earth do you do for a living? Our satellite magic array, which we are so proud of, can't even see the direction the other party is leaving. I'm sorry, Speaker, but this is the fact and there is nothing we can do about it. The technician lowered his head slightly. Even the technicians themselves were puzzled at this moment. We can't understand how the SCP Foundation blurred our satellite magic circle. This method is like an invasion. Forcefully modified the images we observed. Hearing these words, Crawford's expression froze slightly. What did you just say? Invasion? You mean, our satellite magic array that monitors the continent and can also emit magical spirit power, was invaded? We don't know. We can't find any traces. The technician replied. Hearing this answer, Crawford was silent. He couldn't help but think of a very terrible possibility. If the SCP Foundation really has the ability to invade the satellite magic circle and tamper with the images recorded by the magic circle, so, does it also mean that they can also tamper with the placement of the magic spirit power? In an instant, cold sweat covered Crawford's back and soaked his clothes. This is equivalent to: the Magic Council has lost its foothold on the continent. Even the life-saving move will become a sharp blade that kills you. That feeling is enough to make a person in a high position like Crawford. I can't sleep or eat well. At this time, sizzle. A sound came from everyone's mind. Then, the sky above, which had been black, lit up again. Chapter 39. What's happening? Watching the sky gradually begin to have colors, Crawford's heart sank again. The live broadcast on the sky screen started to get moving again. Could it be that the abnormality has occurred again? After the last live broadcast, Crawford finally understood. The purpose of Skydome Live is to popularize the upcoming abnormal characteristics. For example, SCP-682, the immortal lizard. But how long has it been? After one night, there was movement in the sky again? The previous anomaly, the huge public opinion caused by the immortal evil lizard, has not yet subsided. The Magic Council didn't even have time to make any moves. As a result, the next one comes right away? Call a high-level meeting immediately and notify all members to come to the meeting. At this point, Crawford had no other options and immediately gave the order to the frog beside him. Oh, and have all the knights in the council get ready. We don't know what the anomaly is this time, but we must show our attitude. At this point, Crawford took a deep breath and said, otherwise, our credibility in the hearts of the people will be damaged again. Remember, once the location of this anomaly is determined, arrange for the knights to set off immediately. If we can't eliminate it, we might as well try to contain it. Gripping his scepter tightly, Crawford said in a deep voice. Our magic council has stood on this continent for so many years, with such a huge foundation, I don't believe that we can't solve even one anomaly. Yes, Mr. Speaker. The frog behind him nodded. He left immediately to inform other members of the council and the magic knights of the council to be on standby. Then, Crawford looked at the technician in white again and said, "The location of the SCP Foundation must be found. I don't care what method you use. Alvarez Empire. Is it about to start again? What's unusual this time?" Augusta stared at the sky above his sight in a daze. Turning back, August looked behind him. Timaria, Val, and Inbal. The three of them are the backbone of the 12 shields. Especially Inbal, the administrator of the entire Alvarez Empire. Possesses extremely high intelligence, and therefore may be helpful in analyzing the SCP Foundation and upcoming anomalies. As for Irene, she is not here because she is on a temporary mission. After all, as the strongest female wizard in the Alvarez Empire, Irene has a heavy burden on her shoulders and cannot be there all the time. But, what about Ajir? After looking around, I didn't see the black figure. August raised his eyebrows slightly and asked. That guy? Val's mouth curled up into a wicked smile. According to him, Lord Augustus, you are so afraid of the SCP Foundation, which is what Agil doesn't want to see. Therefore, he planned to travel across the ocean to the Ishgar continent to destroy the Foundation. Completely dispel your concerns. What? After hearing Val's words, Augusta was stunned. Some blinked in disbelief. Did that guy really go? When did it happen? Just this morning. I thought it wouldn't affect anything. After all, Ajir is very strong, so I let him go. De Maria said indifferently while sitting on the chair. After a slight pause, she continued, at least, it is much more powerful than that Saint Ten. At this point, August sighed helplessly. Forget it, let it go. I hope that guy doesn't get into any big trouble. Don't worry, this place is so far from Ishgar, even if we hurry, it will probably take more than half a month. T. Maria smiled and said. By the time Agil arrived, the place was probably in a mess. August nodded gently. Of course, if Ajir can find out the bottom of that foundation, I will feel more at ease. That foundation is really too mysterious. Dark Guild, Iron Forest. As a dark guild banned by the council, the location of its headquarters is naturally not a place that ordinary people can detect. It was a barren forest with crows flying all over the sky. The tall church stands in this deserted place, which looks very strange. The sound of busy footsteps continued to come out of the church. A man with a huge sickle on his shoulders came to the outskirts of the church. The glaring sunlight made him seem a little uncomfortable and he raised his right hand to block it. There is news from Kageyama. Thanks to the live broadcast, the Council of Ministers no longer has much energy to take care of the sealed lullaby. Therefore, Kageyama got it easily and is now heading back. Someone behind me said. Hearing this, the man carrying the scythe stopped. A slightly crazy smile gradually rose at the corners of his mouth. The opportunity has finally come. If we want to achieve our goal, we have to do it now. However, the Sky Curtain live broadcast has started again. Do we really need to take action at this time? Someone asked in confusion. Aragorn slowly raised his head and looked at the screen that was gradually lighting up. Isn't this the best time? Everyone is looking at the sky, but no one is looking at us. The time to take revenge on the leaders of the Guild of Light has come. Even the strongest old man, Saint Ten, is currently seriously injured. There's no better opportunity than this. Starting with Makarov, the light will be eliminated by us. Chapter 40. Just when the world's attention was once again turned to Tianmu Live, the huge sky screen once again reveals new content. Lines of bold words appeared on the sky. Abnormal breaking through the blockade. The abnormal popular live broadcast has begun. Project name, The Shy Man. Item number, SCP-096. Object Class, Euclid. Euclid. In the Magic Council, Zikurin, who was called up to attend a meeting early in the morning, stroked his chin with one hand. His eyes were fixed on the object level list in the introduction. His eyes were lost in thought. New level divisions? Yerusha asked curiously. It seems so, but I don't know what the Foundation's specific classification of object levels is like. As for this Euclid, compared with SCP-682 and the immortal lizard, who is stronger and who is weaker? Chi Kulei's eyes were slightly narrowed, and he was constantly thinking about something in his mind. A shy person. Crawford, who was sitting in the main seat, frowned slightly. Then he immediately asked, "Does such a thing exist in our database?" "Unfortunately, no." The frogman standing behind Crawford shook his head helplessly. "We didn't find anything abnormal from the beginning to the end. Not to mention entering data." As soon as these words came out, Crawford felt a deep sense of powerlessness. In other words, our Magic Council has existed for so many years, but everything we know and understand is not as good as the Foundation, right? I'm afraid so." The frogman lowered his head. "Forget it, what a bunch of rubbish." Crawford cursed, and then looked at the sky again. "Let our troops be ready to move out immediately once the abnormality is found. A perverted fellow like the immortal lizard is destined to be just a single individual. It is absolutely impossible for every one of them to be so powerful. And this time, just from the name, we know that the other party must be a human. As long as he is a human, how outrageous can he be? It seems that he has determined his own ideas." Crawford waved his hand and said, "Go ahead, it's time to show the people how powerful our Magic Council is." Yes. Just as Crawford was fully prepared, the font on the sky has changed again. Description of Anomaly: SCP-096 is a humanoid creature approximately 2.38 meters tall. Subject was observed to have almost no muscle mass, and preliminary weight analysis indicated that the subject was mildly malnourished. Its arms are seriously disproportionate to its body, each one is about 1.5 meters long, and most of its skin is completely devoid of pigment and hair. SCP-096's jaw angle is 4 times that of a normal human. Except for the lack of pigment in the eyes, the rest of his facial features are similar to those of a normal human. It is impossible to tell whether SCP-096 is blind by looking at its extremely empty eyes. And it has not been found to have the function of a higher brain, so it is judged that SCP-096 does not have intelligence. A series of words appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Suddenly, most people began to imagine a humanoid monster with a slender body, uncoordinated hands and feet, no hair, and huge mouths. Hiss! Can this person really be called a human? It sounds weird. Similar to a deformed child. That's not right. Deformed children are not that abnormal. They have no hair or muscles on their bodies. Just imagining it is very abstract and weird. Around the world, there is a lot of discussion. There is no way. According to Tianmu's description, it is almost difficult to associate it with humans. At the same time, the words on the sky are still changing. SCP-096 is usually quite docile. After long-term observation, it can be found that it will pace back and forth in the corner most of the day. However, when someone sees SCP-096's face, whether directly, or through any video, photo, drawing, etc., 096 will fall into the state of sadness in the eyes. At the same time, the subject will cover its face with its hands and begin screaming, crying, and making incoherent sounds. Approximately 1 to 2 minutes after being seen, SCP-096 will rush towards the person who sees its face. The person who sees 096's face will be referred to as SCP-096-1. According to the records, the speed of 096 will range from 35 km per hour to km/h varies. This seems to depend on the distance between 096 and 096-1. At this time, no known materials or methods can stop the advance of 096. SCP. The actual location of 096-1 does not seem to affect SCP-096's reactions, as it seems to be naturally aware of SCP-096-1's presence. When SCP-096-1 is found by SCP-096, SCP-096 will attempt to kill SCP-096-1 and, in 100% of cases, no trace of SCP-096-1 remains, after which SCP-096 will sit there for several minutes before regaining its composure and becoming docile again, after which it will attempt to return to its natural habitat. Chapter 41. Quiet. After reading the description of the anomaly on the sky screen, audiences around the world seemed to have fallen into deathly silence. Until half an hour later waves of gasps of air continued to echo around the world. This, what kind of joke is this? Is this true? Did I see it wrong? It's not just you. I now suspect that there is something wrong with my eyes. Will you be hunted down if you see my face? This is so embarrassing. There is nothing wrong with the name. After people from all over the world learned about SCP-096, there was a brief silence before they began to discuss it heatedly. There is no other reason. The characteristics of this abnormality are too strange. Even the immortal evil lizards mentioned above can be classified as living creatures. Despite its extreme hatred of life, it still possesses extremely strong combat power. But there are rules for all this. For people, apart from the immortality and the exaggerated means of evolution, it is understandable. However, this time the abnormality seemed very strange. It can not only kill people. Moreover, it ignores distance and defense, and is a kill that cannot be intercepted at all. Just because you saw its face? You don't even have to actually see it, you just need to see a photo or a picture or something. Will they all be hunted down by it? This is a bit frightening. Harjan Port. Makarov, who was resting in a hotel, stared at the information on the screen with wide eyes. Originally, Makarov and the others planned to recuperate here for 2 days, and then return to the guild after their injuries had healed. It is worth mentioning that this time, in addition to dealing with the immortal evil lizard, Makarov also recruited Lucy to join the guild. This is a celestial mage who holds the extremely rare golden zodiac key in the entire magic world. Although it is still very weak now, it will definitely be able to achieve something in the future. Plus, he had just escaped from the hands of the immortal evil lizard. Therefore, Makarov slept soundly that night. I feel very good. However, all of this was soon completely wiped out by the information released by Tianmu Live. Instead, I was filled with horror. Moreover, based on the characteristics of 096, Makarov could not help but think of a terrifying possibility. If the image of 096 is used by someone with ulterior motives, such as a dark guild that has ill intentions towards the entire magic world, and spread to the world, who can guarantee that they won't accidentally see it? If that time really comes, won't the whole world be in danger? This old man, who had always been concerned about the safety of the magic world. Cold sweat all over my back. Magic Council! Exclamations continued to be heard from this magnificent building. The reviewers who witnessed all the contents of the sky curtain all looked livid. Isn't this abnormality a little too scary? Michelle's voice was trembling. The key is, we can't even see their faces, so how can we contain them? The second Uj's brows were filled with sorrow. But we have to go, don't we? Yajima said in a deep voice. We can't let this dangerous thing spread among the people. Can't see the face? Once you see it, you will be killed, even the pursuit from 096 can't stop it, Zikurin kept muttering what was written on the sky screen. This method of killing is unheard of. First, there was 682's immortality, and then 096's killing mechanism. Could these things that are completely contrary to common sense be abnormal? Zikurin stared at the sky. A flash of understanding flashed across his face. If you can master it according to its characteristics. He was smart and immediately thought of something, and his expression became slightly excited. He seemed to understand something. Abnormality may not necessarily be a disaster. As long as they are used properly, they can become the sharpest blades to stab the enemy. Thinking of this, Zikale suppressed his excitement. He looked at the panicked congressman again. A trace of disdain flashed through my heart. Sure enough, no matter how high the status of ordinary people is, they cannot hide their cowardly nature. But Zikurin didn't say much. After all, the Magic Council will not exist for much longer. Just wait until that is completed. Unknown Forest. The temporary habitat of the 6 demon generals. Brian's eyes were fixed on the words on the sky. Another anomaly, and such a strange one. Will you be hunted down just by seeing your face, regardless of distance? What the hell is this thing? Angel couldn't help but exclaimed. Hey, Brian, this kind of thing may not be useful even if you reach Nirvana. After all, that guy really has no wisdom. Cobra looked at Brian. Brian nodded deeply. However, this also proves our guess. There are definitely more than just a few abnormalities. According to the number 682, there are at least more than 600 of them. I think, we will definitely be able to find a suitable companion for us. Brian said with a firm tone. And, that almost uncontrollable ambition. Chapter 42. Alvarez Empire. De Maria frowned. He said in a deep voice, isn't this too exaggerated? If you see it, you will be hunted down. This kind of creature, no, it should no longer be called a creature. It's like... At this point, De Maria paused slightly. It's like a program, right? Val added. Right. De Maria raised her head suddenly. It's like a program in a game. Once you do something, it will definitely trigger something bad. Augusta bowed his head and pondered. Then he raised his head, looked at the sky, and said, what I care more about, is the upper speed limit of 096 marked by the Foundation. Was it erased artificially, or... Even the Foundation doesn't know what the upper speed limit is. Inbel expressed August's concerns. Suddenly, the two looked at each other. If there really is no upper limit, then this guy's level of terror may be far beyond our imagination. One more thing. Inbel, codenamed General Winter, pushed his glasses up on his nose. If what this sky curtain said is true, you will be hunted down as soon as you see your face. So, at this point, he looked at the sky above his head. If the image of 096 appears on the live broadcast later, won't we all be listed on 096's kill list? Inbel's voice had just fallen. The entire conference room suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. It wasn't just Inbel of the Alvarez Empire who discovered this. At this moment, Fairy Tale is also full of comments. After listening to Libby's explanation, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Countless people looked up at the sky in horror. An incredible thought filled their minds. According to the abnormal characteristics of this time, anyone who sees this shy person's face will be hunted down to death. And the content on this light screen will automatically appear in the sight of everyone in this world. Doesn't that mean that everyone in the world will see the face of that monster? Damn it! Even this kind of monster is becoming popular. Then, what on earth does the Foundation want to do? The previous speculation about the Foundation seemed to be completely overturned at this moment. Could it be that the purpose of the Foundation is not to protect the world, but to end this world? Milaja covered her mouth with both hands. muttering with horror in his eyes. No matter what people speculate, Tianmu life seems to be unchanged. In the eyes of everyone who wants to see, or dares not to see. On the sky, the black font gradually fades away. Instead, a new picture. The picture is shaking irregularly, and through the narrow carriage and the passengers. This seems to be some kind of transportation. No. In the most famous inn restaurant in Harjin town. Natsu, who was looking at the sky, suddenly turned pale. My mouth bulged and my stomach began to churn non-stop. The whole person suddenly became extremely uncomfortable. What happened to him? Lucy, who was also eating, looked at Natsu across from her with some confusion, and couldn't help but ask Happy. Happy glanced at Natsu, feeling helpless. He spread out his cat paws and said, "Do you feel dizzy even when you see the images of transportation?" I don't know, but it's disgusting." Bang! Natsu covered his mouth and fell directly on the dining table, with tears even hanging from the corners of his eyes. Is he okay? Lucy was shocked when she saw Natsu lying on the dining table. Don't worry, Natsu is just dizzy in transportation, although it's so serious that it makes you dizzy just by looking at him. Happy seemed to have experienced this many times. Appearing extremely calm. Dizzy on public transportation. Lucy pulled the corner of her mouth. What kind of weird problem is this? But then she thought about it and realized that Natsu was like this on the ship before, so Lucy felt relieved. It's just a traffic sickness, it's no big deal after all. Oh, is there no other way? Lucy asked casually as she ate the food on her plate again. As if thinking of something, Habib put down the salted fish in his hand. However, if Urza is here, then Urza can help Natsu solve the problem of motion sickness. Urza. Lucy was a little curious about this name she had never heard of. Urza. Who knew that as soon as Natsu heard the name, he immediately stood up from the table. Looking around with horror. Cold sweat seeped out from my forehead. However, after confirming that there was no trace of Urza around, Natsu's face turned pale again. Bang! Lying on the dining table again. Who exactly is this Urza? How could he be so scared? Lucy pointed at Natsu. Urza, hubby blinked. Suddenly pointed to the sky. Hey! That's Urza. After saying that, Lucy raised her head and looked at the sky. In the shaking carriage, a girl with long crimson hair was leaning against the window. Quietly appreciate the surrounding scenery. Chapter 43. In the sky, Urza's figure flashed across the screen. But, in this brief moment, Lucy captured that figure accurately. Then he said to Happy, "Is that Urza? She looks so pretty, and not that scary." Of course, Urza is indeed very beautiful, but the most beautiful thing is her magic. Happy raised his little hands and spoke proudly. There will be a lot of blood, of course, from the other side. Lucy's expression froze. How can this be called beautiful, etc. Suddenly, Lucy paused. As if she had thought of something, she looked up at the sky again. What's wrong? Lucy. Harpy looked at Lucy in confusion. You just said that the person who appeared on the sky was Urza. Of course, it's not just Urza. The black-haired man opposite Urza is also a member of our guild. His name is Grey, and he is a sworn enemy of Natsu. Happy explained. Lucy's expression became even stiffer. If that's the case, a new anomaly will also occur near Urza and the others. Just like us last night. When Lucy finished speaking, Happy was also stunned. Then there was a cry of surprise. Lucy, are you saying that the shy person mentioned in the sky screen live will appear near Urza? This is almost certain. Lucy's expression was extremely serious. It's over. We must report this to the president as soon as possible. After saying that, Happy immediately spread his wings and flew towards Makarov's room. Lucy no longer had any appetite. He immediately grabbed Natsu and quickly chased after him. When Habib and the others arrived at Makarov's room, I saw Makarov wrapped in bandages, sitting alone and silently beside the coffee table in the room. Looks a bit ugly. Obviously, Makarov also realized the dangerous situation that Urza and Grey were in. From the picture on the sky, Urza and Grey should be on a train, heading towards an unknown place. Fortunately, however, the carriage where Urza and Grey were located was in the skylight and only appeared for a short time. This also proves that where the anomaly exists, it's not the carriage where Urza and Grey are. According to the characteristics of the anomaly, as long as Urza and Grey don't get close, they basically won't see the face of the shy person. That is, there is not much danger. However, there is no doubt that the abnormality is definitely in the train where Urza and Grey are. As for where it is, we need to continue to observe. The sky screen is still sliding. Soon it stopped in a carriage at the front. This seems to be a very secretive first-class carriage. However, the people riding in this carriage at the moment seem to be a little abnormal. The symbol of unity is engraved on them. Looks like a member of a guild. That coat of arms. It's the Iron Forest. The members of the Magic Council immediately recognized the unified guild emblem. At the same time, a question began to fill everyone's mind. The Iron Forest, a dark guild that openly defied the Magic Council's order to disband, collectively appeared on the train. What exactly did they want to do? For other uninformed viewers, what is not normal is not only their slightly ferocious style of painting, but also the content of their conversation. By the way, Brother Eriger, why don't we just hijack this train instead of going through the trouble of sneaking on board halfway? This behavior is a bit too petty, isn't it? Do we need to be so afraid? One member looked at a shirtless man holding a huge sickle in a corner of the carriage. Oh, have you forgotten what we did? Eriger slowly raised his eyes, staring intently at the member who asked the question. Then he said, because of the sudden appearance of the sky curtain, the routine meeting of the old men was postponed. Therefore, we have to focus on Makarov. However, he is a Saint 10 after all. Even if he is injured, it does not mean that he has lost his ability to move. In order not to alert the enemy, we need to keep our actions secret before approaching Harjan. Do you understand? Eriger said and slowly closed his eyes. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Then, the tightly closed door was opened. Led by a burly member, a man in white clothes and with a broomstick standing upright walked in. Oh, Ying Shan, we heard that you would come back on this train, so we came to this train to wait for you. Elijah opened his eyes and said. Brother Eriger, I have done my job well. Ying Shan smiled. Then he came to Eriger. He slowly took out a wooden flute with a skull-like head. Lullaby. Successfully unblocked. Kageyama said excitedly. Hearing this, Eriger also smiled for the first time. Ta-ta. Ta-ta. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came from the compartment at the rear of the carriage. Attracted Eriger's attention. Frowning slightly, Eriger looked at his younger brother beside him. He said in a deep voice, Layuer, go and take a look. If it is a blind guy, just kill him directly. Wearing black and yellow striped clothes, Ryuer, who was ranked high in the Iron Forest and used rope magic, nodded slightly. Leave it to me, I will treat our guests well. After saying that, Ryuer took a step forward. Go to the compartment at the rear of the car. After opening the closed doors of the carriages, I saw. In the compartment of the carriage, there was a tall man with dull skin. A strange figure with disproportionate hands is pacing back and forth in this small compartment. It seemed that he noticed the door was opened. The strange figure stopped, and the empty eyes and distorted facial features were reflected in Lei Yunuer's eyes. A moment. Everyone watching the live broadcast was shocked. SCP-096 appeared. Chapter 44. Inside the car. After instructing his men to deal with the figure in the cubicle, Eriger then felt relieved to pick up the strange flute that Ying Shan had just handed over. Above the wooden flute, there is a hole that looks like a tree branch intertwined. These caves are also where the sound of death is transmitted. The most bizarre thing is the end of the flute. The wooden skull decoration has 3 eyes that are unusual. Under Eriger's gaze, it seems to be emitting a strange purple light. In an instant, the crowd around them became excited. I really got it, lullaby. Those fools in the council even let us get this. Haha, Kageyama, you really have something. Not just the guild members around. Even Eriger couldn't help but feel excited at this moment. Even the hand holding lullaby began to tremble. This is the forbidden magic, lullaby. This thing looks quite strange, but can it really help us kill the magicians of the Holy Ten? In the crowd, the fat man named Karaka said with some doubt. Haha. Hearing this, Eriger's mouth curled up into a smile. He said in a deep voice this flute was originally just a tool used to cast curse magic. However, the great black wizard Zeref evolved it into a magic flute. When his voice resounds, the vitality of all who hear it will be sucked away. After taking a deep breath, Eriger said in a deep voice, this is a very scary, group-killing magic. Besides, Makarov is seriously injured now. I don't believe that old man can resist the sound of the magic flute. That's how it is, so awesome. That's right, as long as we have this, we can take revenge on those high-ranking figures in the bright magic world who deprived us of our right to survive. Eriger tightly grasped the magic flute in his hand. The excitement in my eyes is almost overflowing. By the way, why did Lei Yunur take so long? It seems that he thought of something. Eriger put away the magic flute in his hand. He raised his head in confusion and looked towards the rear of the carriage. At this moment, Rainier, who was called, was holding the door open. But it seems frozen in place. Even, one could faintly see his body trembling. Feeling a little strange, Eriger frowned slightly. What happened? A member asked in confusion. Then, at Eriger's signal, he walked towards the rear of the carriage. But, the next second, Rainier's entire body seemed to have suffered an unimaginable blow in this moment. The chest exploded, blood gushed out continuously. The whole person flew out like an arrow from a bow. It hit the ceiling of the train hard, and then slowly fell down. Hey, what happened? The Dark Guild members in the carriage were confused. A pair of eyes full of doubt looked towards the rear of the carriage. Then he saw the strange figure waving his claws. It seems that he noticed someone coming. SCP-096 slowly raised his head. A moment. That extremely creepy face appeared in the sight of everyone in the car. Pale skin, alarmingly wide jaw angle, no color at all, and eyes as pale as dead fish. At the same time, that face also appeared on the huge sky screen. Oops! Inside the Magic Council, countless commentators were shocked. They quickly raised their hands and covered their eyes. As if I dare not look at the sky at all. Not just the people in the council. At this moment, almost everyone around the world who saw the live broadcast. Everyone's face changed drastically. I quickly closed my eyes. However, there are always some people in this world who maintain absolute curiosity. Even under unusual threats, I still can't help but secretly open the fingers of my hands covering my cheeks. There are also some people who don't seem to be afraid of the threat of death. In other words, someone who has absolute confidence in his own abilities. For example, the 12 shields of the Alvarez Empire. Fairy Tale Holy Land, the black-haired boy on Tenro Island. And the old man sitting alone on the throne on the Devil's Heart airship. Or maybe Zikurin of the Magic Council. At this moment, they were all staring at the sky, wanting to see what this so-called shy person looked like. But, the next moment, a look of astonishment appeared on their faces. It's like seeing something incomprehensible. This, Zikurin spoke in confusion. Then he raised his head and helplessly looked at the group of congressmen who lowered their heads and dared not look at the sky. He sighed softly, "Okay, we can see now. SCP-096's entire upper body is blocked by a blurry black shadow. We can only barely see its outline. Can't see the cheek." Hearing this, the panelists glanced at him doubtfully. After confirming that what Zikurin said was true, only then did they put down their hands in embarrassment and raised their heads. For a moment, the entire Magic Council was filled with coughs to cover up the embarrassment. Ahem. But, could this also be the work of the Foundation? Since it can't be seen, why not just blur it out? Crawford breathed a sigh of relief. The Fairy Tale Guild also apparently discovered this fact. Myra Jane lowered her hands from covering her eyes. "I don't know why, but my heart is slowly letting go. Fortunately, this SCP Foundation is not what everyone thought before. They are a group of lunatics who are trying to use anomalies to destroy the world. At least they fought for humanity. This is for a world that has been constantly invaded by anomalies. It's a blessing in disguise." Chapter 45. On the screen. Everyone in the carriage stared blankly at the 096 standing at the rear of the carriage. "What an ugly guy. Hey, what on earth is this? It looks so weird. It sends chills down your spine. Wait a minute." A sudden exclamation was heard amidst the many discussions. I couldn't help but interrupt the noisy scene. "Hey, don't you think, this guy looks very similar to the new anomaly that Tianmu described before?" The man swallowed secretly and spoke with difficulty. "His hearing you say that, it does seem quite similar. Wait, doesn't that mean?" As if they had been reminded, everyone present raised their heads. I looked at the sky, which I had no time to care about because the action had already started. After all, it has only been a few minutes since the live broadcast began. During this period, Kageyama appeared and brought back the Iron Forest, the long-awaited lullaby. Therefore, it was impossible for everyone to pay attention to the abnormality on the sky. Everyone's attention is on lullaby. There are so many people in the world, how could they be so unlucky that an abnormality would happen near them? This is almost everyone's subconscious thought. After all, for these guys who have great hatred for the bright magic world, instead of caring about things that don't concern you, it would be better to plan the revenge of myself and others. But, it was this momentary oversight. As a result, everyone in the car inevitably saw that extremely strange face. According to the previous information from the sky, once you see this guy's face, it means that you and others will be hunted down endlessly by SCP-096 until complete death. The next moment, SCP-096 instantly realized that his face had been seen. Suddenly, SCP-096 seemed to be extremely stimulated. Suddenly there was an extremely uncomfortable cry and scream. "Ah!" The shrill screams and indistinct cries echoed in the carriage. The decibel level was so high that even the wine glasses on the train table began to tremble. Bang bang bang! The sound was so penetrating that it even caused the car windows to shatter one after another. Countless people, even those who were watching the live broadcast on the sky screen, couldn't help but cover their ears. Slightly painful expression. At the same time, SCP-096 covered his cheeks with his 5 slender fingers. The bloody mouth was exposed and was howling madly in the direction of Erriger and others. Nearly half of the people in the carriage seemed to be standing still, listening to the miserable crying. Most people have an idea in their mind. It's over. The anomaly has really come near us. Damn it! Don't let yourself be scared. Suddenly, Erriger's angry roar resounded amidst 096's screams. So what if it's abnormal? This guy doesn't have the immortality and evolution abilities like the previous monster. In other words, if we are pushed to the limit, we can also try to kill it. Aragorn's roar seemed to cheer up these frightened guys. But the next moment, the piercing howl lasted for nearly a minute. Then everyone could only feel a gust of wind blowing past. When I looked at the rear of the car again, it was discovered that SCP-096, which had been standing there before, had completely disappeared. Wow! A cry of pain came from behind the crowd. It was the one who was just knocked away, Rainier. He was covered in wounds and was lifted up from the ground by 096. The arm that looked muscleless and extremely thin, however, burst out with a huge strength that was totally inconsistent with it. The pinch made Lei Yunier's face turn purple. I can only keep struggling and begging for help, but it's completely useless. Damn it! When did this happen? How on earth did that guy rush over? I don't understand at all. Is this abnormal? The crowd seemed to tremble again. Help! Help me! Lei Yunier stretched out his right hand tremblingly, trying to get help from others. His request was successful. As the person they respected the most, Aragorn reacted immediately. Immediately, a strong wind blade gathered and slashed straight at 096. Phew! Blood exploded, and under the excited gaze of the members of the Iron Forest, 096, the right arm of Rainier was tightly grasped and a huge cut was made. Now, this should force 096 to let go of Rainier, right? But in fact, it is just the opposite. When everyone turned their eyes, they could clearly see 096 seems to have no reaction at all. His eyes were so empty that they were colorless, staring at Rainier. Then, he slowly opened his bloody mouth, reaching towards Rainier's head. Afterwards, snap! Chapter 46. Squeak! The speeding train braked in a deserted place. The iron wheels rubbed against the iron tracks, making a harsh hissing sound. At the same time, throughout the train, the broadcast was followed by ZZZZ. ZZZZ. Dear passengers, due to force majeure, this train must stop moving. Please get off the train in an orderly manner under the guidance of the conductor and escape from here quickly. Repeat. Obviously, the train conductor also saw through the skyscreen live broadcast where the abnormality had occurred, and it turned out to be in the train he was driving. Therefore, it is not only to protect your own life, but also the lives of countless other people in the car. The train conductor had no choice but to pull the brakes on the train in this desolate place. At least, evacuate all the people in the car first. Otherwise, I'm afraid that no passenger on this entire train will survive. Da-da-da. The sound of hurried footsteps continued to echo in the stopped train. Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Urza and Grey kept pushing aside the passengers who were blocking their way, while heading towards the first-class compartment. As she hurried on her way, Urza couldn't help but look at the sky that appeared above her head. His face looked extremely ugly. Damn it! No matter how hard we tried, we never expected that our target was actually on the same train as us. Besides, they seem to be in trouble now. Grey pushed through the crowd and responded. SCP-096, we must not see that guy's face for a while. Although I don't know how powerful that monster is, I still have to be careful. Urza said. I understand. Grey nodded. Seeing this, Urza looked forward again. First class is getting closer. Although Urza herself wants to destroy the guys in the Iron Forest. Therefore, Urza actually had no reason to go. However, you have to know that the threat is definitely not just Tetsu no Mori and others. The most dangerous one must be the weird guy with the number 096. If left alone, then according to Tianmu's statement, the speed of 096 is even unlimited. There is no way the passengers on the train can escape. Urza couldn't bear to see so many lives die in front of her eyes. Therefore, we must stop 096. Although, even Urza doesn't know how to stop it. And, at this time, snap! Like the sound of a watermelon breaking, it spread across the sky. A moment. Urza stopped and looked at the screen in horror. Not only Urza, but people all over the world seemed to be stunned at this moment. Just because the scene displayed in the sky at this moment is like hell. Only, in the screen, SCP-096 ignored the attack that Aragorn launched at it. Even though there was a 10 cm long wound from the right shoulder to the back, deep enough to see the bone, it was of no use. SCP-096 opened his bloody mouth as if he had no sense of pain. One bite bit off half of Rainier's head. In an instant, blood exploded. The remaining half of Lei Yunier's face even retained an incredible expression. It just froze like this. But, things haven't ended yet. SCP-096 was like a pure beast. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth covered with blood and flesh again. Bite it again. Then, in front of the horrified gazes of everyone in the carriage and everyone outside the sky, Lei Yunier was eaten up bit by bit from head to toe. Such a horrific scene also shocked everyone present. At this moment, the overwhelming fear almost broke through their psychological defenses. My legs have already gone limp. Even some people's crotches gradually became wet. The stench mixed with the smell of blood echoed in this carriage, making people sick. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Finally, extreme fear gave birth to extreme madness. The tense nerves of the Dark Guild members were completely broken at this moment. Countless magical factors began to surge out of instinct. And gathered in their hands, started to bombard SCP-096 non-stop. The next moment, violent explosions began to resound. Boom boom boom. The force of the explosion lifted up SCP-096's flesh. The burning flame evaporated the strange blood. At this moment, everyone seemed to have unleashed their greatest potential. The magic light bullet in his hand was almost free, covering 096 madly. The violent explosion destroyed the carriage, and the strong airflow blew away the seats and benches. But such a powerful explosion of coverage. Even 096's body was blown to pieces. However, it still couldn't stop him from continuing to eat Lei Yunier's body. Until it completely disappears from this world. 096 finally gave in. However, at this time, due to the crazy attacks of the magicians around. At this moment, 096's strange body has already been broken into pieces. Like a pile of rotten meat. But, even so, this group of crazy wizards still have no intention of stopping. Magic power surged out crazily, and the explosion soared into the sky. Chapter 47. So disgusting, is this 096? Compared to the 682 immortal lizard, I even feel that the 096 is more like a pure beast, of course, I mean its brutality. Brutal? I remember that I mentioned on the screen just now that 096 is relatively docile, right? But what kind of docility is this? That's not being more docile, that's being more docile when the special killing mechanism of seeing the face is not triggered. So, what kind of killing mechanism is this? They will chase and kill you when they see your face, and judging from your performance just now, anyone who is targeted is almost certain to die. Even if it has been destroyed beyond recognition, it still won't let go. These anomalies are really all weird and scary things, damn it. After watching 096 eat a person alive, almost all the viewers who watched this live broadcast were blown away. No one can understand why such a horrible creature appeared in this world. But until now, the crisis has been imminent. The violent explosion has completely covered the entire sky. People around the world could only watch the live broadcast of the sky filled with flames. Everyone is waiting and hoping that the Iron Forest's attack will completely destroy SCP-096. Maybe even Iron Forest can't think of it. I have been a Dark Guild for a lifetime. One day, people all over the world have high hopes for me. I just hope they can get rid of SCP-096 once and for all. There is no other way. In the face of such absolute evil, even the dark guild like Iron Forest, which attempted to subvert the light, was crowned the savior at this moment. Thick smoke slowly rose from the first-class carriage that had already been destroyed beyond recognition. Whoosh! Whoosh! Heavy breathing sounds continued to come from the smoke. One after another, the exhausted members of the Iron Forest were gasping for breath. Some people even sat on the ground because of the excessive consumption of magic power. But, without exception, almost everyone's eyes were fixed on the center of the thick smoke. I want to see what's going on inside. Even Eli Gore. Staring at the center of the explosion. Even though he is called the god of death, he has harvested so many lives. But I still can't remain indifferent to Rainier's death. It's not because of the deep feelings. After all, for Erriger, the Iron Forest is at best just a tool to help with revenge. Therefore, even if he died, it would not matter to Erriger. However, the most important thing is SCP-096's method. The horrific scene of a person being eaten alive still lingers in his mind. It seems impossible to erase. Come to think of it, maybe SCP-096 is even more like the so-called god of death than him. Finally, the smoke gradually fades. Everyone in the Iron Forest immediately turned their attention to the center of the explosion. Then, a burst of ecstasy surged into my heart. Where? SCP-096's strange and slender figure seems to have been lost. Yes, there is only a pile of red liquid that emits a fishy smell, and the broken limbs on top of the liquid. From this point of view, you can't even tell who the owner of that pile of stuff is. Ha 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 ha. Kageyama raised his head. A big laugh of relief came out of the corner of his mouth. Finally got rid of that monster. This guy is really a bit abnormal to be able to withstand the magic bombardment of so many of us. Fatty Karaka touched his violent heartbeat that had not yet calmed down. He took a deep breath and sighed. Even Erriger let out a sigh of relief. He slowly picked up the magic flute in his hand and said, "Damn it, we are completely exposed." He raised his head and looked into the distance. Then, we can't delay this any longer. Wait. Brother Erriger, look, look. The moment Erriger made the decision in his mind, his thoughts were interrupted by a cry of surprise from Kageyama. I couldn't help but look at it. His face suddenly changed. Alvarez Empire. Augusta stood up suddenly, looking at everything in the picture with horror. How is it possible? In the picture, the man had been beaten beyond recognition. It is even said that SCP-096, with only the broken limbs left, was reborn again. Moreover, the method of rebirth was something that Augusta had never seen or even heard of. SCP-096 was blasted into a pool of rotten flesh, and the surroundings were distorted to the point of being visible to the naked eye. Then, all the broken flesh and blood disappeared. Instead, there is a brand new, undamaged SCP-096. This completely unreasonable scene was vividly displayed before everyone's eyes. Appeared again. Even De Maria, who had been paying no attention to it, widened her eyes. My pupils are trembling. What happened? What on earth happened? Val was also stunned. As a member of the mechanical family, the auxiliary analysis system in his body is completely unable to analyze what is going on. That feeling is even weirder than SCP-682, the super-fast regeneration of the immortal evil lizard, and the immortal evolution. After all, the immortal evil lizard grew on its own. Everyone can see and analyze that it has super high recovery ability. But SCP-096's immortality has left everyone scratching their heads. It's like, it was destroyed, but an identical monster reappeared. These anomalies, what the hell are they? Does this creature really exist? Val blinked and murmured. The Balam Alliance, the last guild and the most mysterious one. Hades Gate. This is a square island flying in the sky. On one side of the island, there is an endless expanse of barren land. A huge castle was built on this barren land. Inside the castle, in a luxuriously decorated room, two snow-white figures are leaning against each other. One of the women stopped feeding her with her hands in mid-air, her eyes fixed on the sky above her head. He said in disbelief, "Lord Quanghua, this is rebirth." Rebirth, the woman called Quanghua frowned. Then he shook his head violently. "Something is wrong, something is wrong, Sira." Sira raised her head when her name was called. The blush on her cheeks is reflected in Quanghua's eyes. However, at this moment, Quanghua had no intention of appreciating. Instead, he spoke on his own. Even rebirth takes time, requires a lot of resources, and the most essential thing is the soul. Just like us demons, we can be reborn with the core of hell, but that is also because of the contract with Hades, our souls are bound here. Therefore, when the body is destroyed, we can create another body through the hell core for our use. But at this point, Quanghua couldn't help but raise his head. He stared at the sky, but I can't see any signs of rebirth from that abnormal person. Or in other words, that is something we have never understood, and the method of rebirth may not be known. SCP Foundation and Anomalies. Quanghua muttered in a low voice. Then, as if he had made a decision, he said, "This matter must be reported to Hades. I always feel that the world is already in a corner that we cannot see." A huge wave was set off. We, the demons, must find our place in this huge wave. Chapter 48. Site 17. Inside the base, three angels with nothing to do are walking together in the activity area of the base. Considering that even some paranoid people cannot work in the laboratory 24 hours a day. Therefore, the interior of this base is also built with entertainment areas. Even though it is underground, it still tries to imitate the surface scene. Three angels are walking in a man-made garden, quietly enjoying the faint fragrance in the air. This kind of environment is still very friendly to creatures like angels. In addition, due to its own biological characteristics. Therefore, the live broadcast of Tianmu can also appear in their sight. The day they were summoned, the angels became very interested in the anomalies that invaded this world. However, at present, the two rare objects in the base are a tickle monster and an immortal evil lizard. The former rarely appears in the base. Most of the time, they are in Qin Tiandao's office. Therefore, even if you like them very much, it is not easy to see angels once. The latter, not to mention. There is a very strict hierarchy within the Foundation. Although the three angels listed as mobile task forces have high authority, they have no right to approach a Keter-level anomaly like 682. Currently, only a few researchers in the entire Foundation have the authority to. Regarding the current appearance of SCP-096. Although it seems very strange, the three angels don't care much. After all, where is the super strength? They are not afraid of SCP-096. They are ahead by too much. In their own universe, they were the strongest civilizations in the first tier of combat power. 3 generations of guardian angels. It often only takes one person to forcibly suppress a pre-nuclear civilization. As for 096, who is still using the beast-like killing method, the angels naturally look down on him. Too far behind. Therefore, at first, I just watched it with a curious attitude. However, as time goes by, the expressions on their faces kept changing. Until now, the smile has completely disappeared. Instead, there was a serious look on his face. Because SCP-096 exhibits some strange characteristics that even angels cannot recognize. What on earth is going on? It has been completely destroyed, so why can it be refreshed again? Gxin scratched his head. A puzzled look on his face, as an angel famous for his research, Hickson can better understand the absurdity of 096. And the one that can ignore obstacles but does not cause any fluctuations in space. This is completely inconsistent with the principle of space transmission. Yan's brows were also tightly furrowed. In their original universe, there is also technology that can penetrate space. Microwormhole transport technology. But, after all, it is also a scientific application of space. However, 096's ability to cross barriers, or in other words, the ability to not be blocked by any obstacles, completely violates the angel's concept of scientific. Use the eye of insight to take a look. Lang suggested. Okay. Yan nodded. Then he stood up straight, and his bright eyes turned silver white. Eye of insight. This is a special ability that only angels can use. All data attributes of the target can be parsed in an instant. Even, one can read a person's past through the traces they left in the dark plane. Moreover, with the strength of Angel Yan, it is almost possible to read most of the information in this world, or people and objects, in an instant. But, something strange happened again. SCP-096 is not too far from here. Therefore, Angel Yan was extremely sure that he had scanned 096, but he could not read any of its attribute information. Yan's frown deepened. After a while, the silvery white eyes gradually recovered. Under the gaze of Hickson and Leng, Angel Yan shook his head helplessly. Can't read, very strange, Angel Yan tilted his head. What kind of creature is this? Although the strength shown is not strong, and even the destructive power is not as good as some powerful wizards in this world. For example, the previous Saint 10 mage named Makarov, the destructive power he showed was stronger than 096. However, it is immune to the angel's information reading, can also achieve a strange rebirth like a bug, and even has the ability to ignore any obstacles. Plus the strange killing rule that if you see your face you will be hunted down. This feeling is very confusing. It's like an attack from the rules level. Once seen, they will be hunted down by 096. As for 682, no matter how serious the damage is, they will not die and may even evolve again. All of this is so unreasonable, unscientific, and even unlawful. It is so domineering. As long as you see 096, you must die. As long as 682 is hurt, it will evolve. Simple and crude. But it makes people helpless. Yan's face became more and more ugly. Abnormal, are they all like this? After pondering for a long time, she couldn't help but ask. I don't know, but to be honest, I think, we seem to be a little too arrogant. Xin murmured. Lang frowned and was about to retort. However, he glanced at the sky, and the words of rebuttal on his lips could not be uttered. Arrogant? Maybe. But what really leads to arrogance may be ignorance. The angels don't understand anomalies, but judging from the overall combat power of this world, they do have the capital to be proud. I thought that the opponents summoned would be no different from the natives of this world. Angels naturally have overwhelming capital. However, the facts gave them all a loud slap in the face. Since joining the Foundation, their enemies have never been the native inhabitants of the fairy tale world. It comes from that completely unreasonable, weird, abnormal. But how can we contain this guy? Lang listened to the analysis of the two people beside him and scratched his head, his tone full of frustration. This guy is impossible to kill. Does he still need to rely on the tickle monster? Yes, even the arrogant Lang, after learning about the characteristics of SCP-096. I became somewhat at a loss. She really couldn't think of any way to contain 096. Those characteristics are so weird. Just imagine, when you are faced with such a monster, how would you contain it? The immortality of the creature means that you can't completely destroy it. And just a casual glance. Then, the monster will stare at you all the time and attack you at any time. You don't know if you can withstand its relentless attack. Can't bear it, GG. Even if you can resist, how long can you resist? It's like that monster doesn't need any energy to move. It will keep attacking you until you are completely dead. Who can bear this? Even if you don't look at it, can you guarantee that no one else will accidentally see it? As long as you see it, SCP-096's killing mechanism will be triggered. You can't even stop it. Because, it also has the ability to ignore any obstacles. It's probably impossible to get the itch monster. Not to mention whether the itch monster is useful for an abnormality that doesn't even know if it has intelligence. It is impossible for the Foundation to send out the itch monster for every abnormality. It is said that the Foundation takes the itch monster very seriously. Yan said. So, this task is probably ours. GXIN also nodded. Get ready, I guess our first battle with abnormal is about to come. Chapter 49. Not long after Hickson finished speaking, a researcher in a white coat entered the garden and interrupted the conversation between the three angels. Sorry to bother you beautiful ladies, but we have a mission now. As the only mobile task force currently, please leave immediately. The researcher who came in put his hands in his pockets and stood in front of the three angels. He spoke in a humble tone. Hearing this, the three angels looked at each other. The mission is really here. Just when Yan, Hickson, and Leng were called to the meeting room. The scene on the sky continues. Eriger and the rest of the people in the Iron Forest all stared with wide eyes, watching the figure reappear. Disbelief filled everyone's face. Weird. It's really incomprehensible and weird. It sent chills down the spine of everyone present. This, some people haven't had time to finish their words. Then I heard SCP-096's shrill scream again. Then, 096 rose up again, rushing madly towards the member of the Iron Forest who just spoke. Damn it! It happens again. In an instant, the rest of the Iron Forest members began to flee. That look, I wish I had two more legs. SCP-096, however, temporarily ignored the other fleeing figures, and rushed directly to the Iron Forest member who had just made the sound with a clear goal in mind. Without the slightest hesitation, 096 pounced on it again like a hungry tiger. The ferocious big mouth bit his neck tightly. It also bit off the aorta, and blood spurted out like a fountain. Help! Help me, Brother Eriger! The extremely weak wailing and cries for help can be heard by everyone. Eriger was also anxious. The magic power in the body continues to surge out. As he flipped his hands, a huge blue magic circle unfolded in front of Eriger. Damn you monster, try this! Use my strongest magic! The whines from all around began to gather towards Eriger. Tear everything apart! Wind magic, emerald green speed! Instantly, the huge magic circle that appeared in front of Eriger began to replicate 2, 3, and 4 identical huge magic circles. Right in front of Eriger, entangled with each other, surrounding Emerald Sun. Kageyama turned around in shock and looked at Eriger behind him. Brother Eriger, you can't use that magic, otherwise, even Aubin will be torn to pieces. He is beyond saving. Eriger roared. It would be better if I could help him get rid of it. As soon as Eligoer finished speaking, a strong hurricane rushed out. SCP-096 and the man called Aubin were encased in it. In fact, the scope was so large that it even covered 2 innocent guys. With screams of terror, the 2 unlucky guys were caught alive in the storm magic that was powerful enough to tear everything apart. Boom! In an instant, the entire front of the train was completely torn apart by the storm. The aftermath of the terror even stunned the people who were fleeing in the first-class compartment. Damn, do you still dare to watch it? This is not 096. If he is not dead, and you see him, won't we die too? Someone yelled angrily. Some people don't even dare to look at it, and want to escape from here without looking back. Urza and Gray, who were swimming upstream, had managed to squeeze out of the crowd. However, the fierce wind blew up a huge cloud of dust, which completely blocked their vision. What's going on? Gray immediately placed his hands on the ground, and the magic power in his body turned into a chilling cold air. A huge ice wall was instantly created in front of the two people, resisting the strong wind and the dust and debris mixed in the wind. The strength of this magic is erriger. Urza frowned. Damn it, I can't see anything at all. Gray couldn't help but complain. Don't act rashly. That SCP-096 definitely won't die that easily, Urza said in a deep voice. Then he looked towards the sky. Let's see the situation first. If we look at it rashly, we will all become the target of that monster. That's right. It seems that he has thought of something. Urza looked at Gray and said, can you create an ice wall that blocks the view of the rear carriage and the battlefield in front of us? Hearing Urza's words, Gray looked around. This is a wild valley. Just open up a path in the middle that is big enough for the railroad to pass through. The current battle situation is that the first-class cabin at the front of the train where Tetsu no Mori and others are sitting has become the battlefield. He and Urza ran from the rear of the train to the second carriage. But the strong wind ahead blocked my view. If you want to completely block the view of the people running away from behind, he must use his ice-shaping magic to create a huge ice wall that can connect the two sides of the valley. And it must be an extremely blurry, opaque ice wall. However, this did not bother Gray. Gray's ice is actually blue due to magic. If you inject more magic power, you can deepen the blue color to block the line of sight. Thinking of this, Gray nodded without any hesitation. Okay, then act quickly, it will be more dangerous once the dust dissipates. As Gray and Urza were taking action in the back, on the front of the battlefield, Erriger also saw clearly the place that was bombarded by his magic. There seems to be no trace of SCP-096 anywhere. Even his three companions were torn apart completely. The scene finally quieted down. Fatty Karaka breathed a sigh of relief and came out from behind the rock where he had been hiding from the beginning. He said, as expected of you, Brother Erriger. This time, there is not even a corpse left of the monster. It should be impossible for it to appear again. Ugh! Karaka's pace stopped. He lowered his head in disbelief and looked at his abdomen, where a pale, slender hand had pierced through. Blood dripped from the wound onto the ground. He turned his head with difficulty. What comes into view is the terrifying face of SCP-096 that has been restarted again. And that huge open mouth. Ah! The giant mouth fell without any mercy. The shrill screams resounded throughout the sky. Chapter 50. Unimaginable bloodiness. Just like this, it is presented directly in front of everyone. Oh my god, this is so inhumane. This is abnormal, extremely brutal, really horrible. To be honest, I am a little afraid to watch it. I am really afraid that I will have a nightmare at night and dream about this terrifying SCP-096. It was probably a nightmare, but the people at the scene were really scared, and they all ran away in a panic. Nonsense, you can do the same thing if you go. Fortunately, the two wizards who appeared on the battlefield blocked their sight, otherwise I dare not think about what would happen. Someone will definitely not be able to resist watching it. Fearful remarks are everywhere in this world. Some people even vomited because of the extremely bloody scene. Magic Council. Damn it! What the hell are you doing? Where are our people? Crawford slammed the table angrily and roared. Sorry, Speaker, even though most of our knights are stationed in the city, the place in the picture is still some distance away from the city. It will take time to get there. A frogman stood behind Crawford, lowered his head, and spoke cautiously. What a bunch of idiots! I have received a mountain of requests for support. All of them were sent by the people on that train through the magic crystal communication. Some people are even cursing at our magic council. Crawford felt powerless at this moment. The people are still putting pressure on me. The nights are still late. Even after discussing for a long time, there was no result. This damn abnormality. Why did it appear so suddenly? Now, even my own position may be at risk. After all, the Magic Council does not belong to him alone. If the public is very dissatisfied with him as the speaker, perhaps under the huge pressure of public opinion, even he has to be replaced. This is something Crawford would never allow to happen. There is no point in being anxious. The second Uj sighed deeply. At this point, we simply do not have the ability to contain SCP-096. Even if all the knights were present, it would probably be meaningless except for causing more casualties. Is it true that we have no other options? Crawford asked without giving up. Then he looked at Zikurin who was sitting beside him in deep thought. Kiku, what about you? What do you think? When asked, Zikurin slowly raised his head, then shook his head in the face of Crawford's expectant gaze. No, I can't think of any way. Then, what about the magic spirit power? As if he had thought of something, a gleam of light flashed in Crawford's eyes. But Zikurin still shook his head. It's probably useless. When we dealt with SCP-682, the immortal evil lizard, at least we knew that the immortal evil lizard's immortality came from its exaggerated recovery and regeneration ability. Therefore, I proposed to use the magic spirit power in order to completely destroy every cell of the immortal evil lizard. Perhaps this would prevent its regeneration. However, this time is different. I still can't figure out SCP-096's method of immortality. At this point, Zikurin paused for a moment and said, I can't understand. Weakness. Really powerless. Crawford sat down in frustration. At this moment, he really didn't know how to deal with this matter. According to what you just said, Ursha touched her chin with one hand. Biting his lips tightly, he spoke slowly. I think, even the SCP Foundation can't do anything about it, right? Zikurin looked at Urusha. He frowned, shook his head for a while, and said, I don't know. They might know something more. However, at present, this possibility is very high at the same time. On the battlefield, the pungent smell of blood echoes. SCP after eating Karaka, 096 let out another ear-piercing howl. Then, he ran straight towards the other members of the Iron Forest. Eriger's eyelids twitched wildly as he watched this scene. The fear in my heart has begun to sprout. I looked down at the strange flute I had placed on my waist. A trace of reluctance flashed across Eriger's face. No, I absolutely cannot die here. He glanced around at the battlefield that had become hell. The cries and cries for help from the fleeing members of the Iron Forest echoed throughout the. Eriger made a decision in his heart. He patted the pale-faced Kageyama on the shoulder. Kageyama, we can't all die here. You guys are the ones who are going to stop this guy. Hey! Ying Shan was stunned. He turned to look at Eriger in surprise. Brother Eriger, what do you mean? We must let those old men hear the sound of the flute, so we must not be dragged here by this monster with no intelligence at all. Eliger took a deep breath. Try to calm down your expression. Moreover, I also believe in you, Ying Shan. Your shadow magic will definitely be able to seal this monster. As for the brothers who died, I won't forget. Don't worry, I will let Makarov be buried with them. After that, Eriger ignored Kageyama's reaction. A gust of wind blew under his bare feet, driving Eriger straight into the sky. Kageyama, I will be waiting for your triumphant return in Harjan, call out. A strong wind blew up, stirring up the black hair on Yingshan's forehead. When he reacted, he was the only one left. As well as the other members of the Iron Forest who had already fled far away. This. As if he couldn't believe it, Kageyama blinked his eyes. But, on second thought, Aragorn seems to be right. This monster must have targeted me and the others. The kind that never stops. Then, for revenge, we must leave someone here to hold back this monster. Elijah can fly, so he is extremely fast. Therefore, Elijah goes to Harjan to kill Makarov, and the rest of them stay to block SCP-096. This is indeed the best way. Not to mention, thinking of the way Aragorn looked at me just now, and the undisguised trust in his eyes, Kageyama seemed to feel an unprecedented motivation. So, the success or failure of our plan now depends entirely on me. Kageyama murmured softly. Looking up again, Kageyama looked at SCP-096 with less fear in his eyes. There is an unprecedented firmness. Chapter 51. Kageyama's reaction was shown to everyone through the sky curtain. The bloody scene seemed to have eased a little. Countless people were stunned when they saw Kageyama's silly look. No way, looking at his expression, is he really going to stop SCP-096? No, this guy didn't react at all. Wasn't that guy named Aragorn obviously asking him to die? At this point, are you still concerned about your revenge plan? Is this guy crazy? I don't know, but it's really rare to have such a young man in the Dark Guild. Yeah, it makes me want to laugh when I see this. This guy is so gullible, right? Wizard Guild. Fairy tale. You think that guy named Aragorn is really going to look for the president? Macau looked at the people around him. I don't know, but I can't rule out the possibility. That Aragorn seems to have a lot of hatred. Wakaba responded while holding his pipe. Wait, I don't understand. Our guild has no connection with Iron Forest. Why does he hate us? And why does he want to attack the president? Jet was puzzled. I totally don't understand. What's so confusing about this? Didn't that guy say before? They don't just hate our president. Simply put, almost all the presidents of the bright magic world are their targets. Jeter's partner Dolar said. This mentality is really twisted. Macau sighed. However, if that guy really goes to see the president, will the president be in trouble? Looking at the sky, Libby was a little worried. Don't worry, the president is very strong. It was Myra who spoke. As one of the former S-class wizards of the guild, Myra Jane obviously knows better how big the gap is between Aragorn's strength and Makarov's. Therefore, even though Makarov is currently injured, Eli Gore can't win. It's the same even if you're holding that weird lullaby. What's more, now Aragorn's actions have been exposed by Tianmu by mistake. If Makarov can be fooled by this, he will hardly be able to be a saint anymore. But, at this point, Myra Jane hesitated. What I am more worried about is that Aragorn has seen SCP-096's face. If what Tianmu said is true, no obstacle can stop SCP-096. Then Aragorn is almost certain to die, and will bring SCP-096 to a crowded place. So, Marajana's voice suddenly stopped. However, the guild members who were discussing this matter just now suddenly froze in their tracks. Then, it would be an inhumane disaster. Wakaba's pipe fell to the ground helplessly. His expression gradually became ugly. In the picture, the originally quiet valley has now turned into a Shura field. SCP-096's screams, mixed with the wails of the members of the Iron Forest, became the main theme here. Although, the members of the Iron Forest were fleeing in all directions. But, SCP-096 is too fast. Now it seems that it is no longer in the mood to devour a person whole. Instead, he is more like a pure hunter. After killing the prey in hand, they immediately set their sights on the next prey. Ying Shan, who had just been fed a poisonous chicken soup by Aragorn, also became angry. Constantly urging his magic. The dark shadow gradually spread to his feet. And, everything along the way will be swallowed up in the shadows. This is Yingshan's magic, which can control shadows to fight. Similarly, it can also use shadows to seal certain objects. Just like now. The shadow of crazy expansion gradually covered the body of SCP-096 who was slaughtering the members of the Iron Forest. Success! Seeing this scene, Ying Shan clenched his fists excitedly. Next steps. As Ying Shan continued to activate his magic, Shadow also began to try to pull SCP-096 downwards. First, his feet began to sink into the shadows, and then his entire tall and slender body began to descend noticeably. This scene made not only Kageyama, but also the audience watching widen their eyes. Could it be really useful? Shadow Mountain's magic continued to devour SCP-096's body, until it's swallowed up. The shadow disappears. Ying Shan breathed a sigh of relief. The sweat on his forehead kept falling onto the blood-stained ground. Breathing heavily. This is the first time that Kageyama has tried to pull a human, or a humanoid creature, into the shadow. Before this, even Kageyama himself never thought that he could do such a thing. But, no matter what, the result is that he successfully banished SCP-096 to the shadow world. This way, it's all over. Stand up slowly. Kageyama looked around. But I found that it was terribly quiet here, except for the people in the huge ice wall behind. There seems to be no living person around Ying Shan. Am I the only one left? Kageyama murmured. Sitting on the ground helplessly, his slightly dull eyes looked at the broken limbs and blood all around him. The joy of surviving the disaster gradually overwhelmed the fear of losing companions one after another. No matter what. I've survived. Puff. Just as Ying Shan was thinking this, the thin palm pierced his chest. The piercing howl once again rang in Ying Shan's ears. I don't know when. SCP-096 appeared behind Kageyama again, staring at him with empty eyes. How so? Kageyama's eyes widened. But the next moment, his vision was completely blocked by the gaping bloody mouth. Snap! The whole world seems to be quiet. It was so quiet that only the sound of SCP-096 chewing could be heard from the sky. Chapter 52. Magic Council. Damn it! Is there really no way to stop this guy? Even if it is exiled to the world of shadows, can it come back? What kind of ability is this? Even space magic can't do this, right? The congressman pointed at the scene on the sky curtain and kept talking. Disbelief filled everyone's face. Although, Kageyama himself is not very strong, and can even be said to be very weak. But the most important thing is that his ability is quite special. Able to control shadows to attack, and can also merge oneself into the shadows. Just now, this guy, in a state of potential explosion, even pulled SCP-096 into the shadow world. This is not just a simple obstruction. Instead, it simply expelled SCP-096 from the normal world where living things can exist. Locked into a shadow world that ordinary people cannot enter. Even if SCP-096 can ignore all obstacles. But, in everyone's opinion, that is just a physical obstacle, right? However, the reality is that SCP-096 even managed to cross the shadow world and return to the real world. This is a bit unbelievable. You know, SCP-096 does not have the same evolutionary ability as SCP-682. In other words, it is unable to evolve the ability to control shadows after being pulled into the shadow world, but simply relies on its own almost rule-like characteristics. Straight across the dimensions of two worlds. Appeared behind Kageyama and killed him. I think, we really seem to be at a loss for what to do with this anomaly. Yajima slowly raised his head, his eyes revealing clear fatigue. What is this even about? Even Michelle couldn't help but curse inwardly. His originally short body now looked even more hunched. There's really no other way. Even though the council still holds many weapons. However, judging from the characteristics displayed by SCP-096. There is almost nothing that is useful against SCP-096. I think we should stop thinking about how to deal with that strange anomaly and just disband as soon as possible. Altair supported her chin with one hand, watching these frenzied reviewers with great interest. Ursha. Is this what a counselor should say? Crawford immediately looked at Ursha. There was suppressed anger in his expression. Otherwise, is there anything you can do? Urusha asked back. The veins on Crawford's arm, which was tightly holding the scepter, kept popping out. However, he had no words to refute Altair. Although I really don't want to admit it. But the fact is, they have no other choice. The right hand holding the scepter also relaxed. Crawford sat weakly in the main seat, looking up at the sky. Let the knights hurry up. No matter what, even if it's just for show, they have to do it for the whole world to see. Otherwise, the only thing waiting for us is to step down. Crawford's voice was soft, but filled with unspeakable despair. In the picture, after completely devouring the Kageyama in front of him, SCP-096 stood up again. The slender hands, covered with blood and minced meat, shyly covered their cheeks. That spine-chilling scream rang out once again. Ah! Suddenly, people all over the world were shocked. What is happening? Hadn't everyone at the scene been killed? I was shocked. Could it be that the unlucky guy saw its face again? Wait, did you forget that one person seemed to have escaped just now? You mean, the one named Eli Gore who can fly? Yes, there is still a person who saw SCP-096's face and has already left the scene. That is the president of the Iron Forest, Ella Goyer. The next moment, SCP-096 seemed to be aware of Eriger's location. Accompanied by extreme screams, SCP-096 started running wildly in a certain direction. That speed is just a blink of an eye. It completely disappeared from the spot. That's not right. Does anyone know where Eriger ran off to? Eriger? Yes, if that guy has already fled to the city. Then things are serious. Damn it. I am not far from the sky, which means that it is possible that Eriger will appear in the city where I am. If the distance is not far, it is very likely. After all, Eriger has only been on the run for a short time, and he probably can't run far. Ah, it's over. This damn dark guild, is it going to take a bunch of people with it even if it dies? Everything on the sky, Urza and Grey hiding behind the huge blue ice wall can naturally see it clearly. Originally thought, SCP-096 slaughtered the members of the Iron Forest in that short period of time. It will calm down, as Tian Mu said. Or, they will target the large crowd behind the ice wall. Urza and Grey are ready to start fighting, and they will stop SCP-096 at all costs. As a result, I didn't expect that after the massacre, SCP-096 actually went after Eli Gore. In the chaotic battlefield, only a few people noticed this problem. However, this has become the flashpoint of a huge disaster that is very likely to happen. Urza's face turned pale. She couldn't even imagine. If Eriger really escaped to a certain city. Or maybe his target, Harjan Town. Also, what would happen if SCP-096 were taken there as well? Not only that town was not spared. Even more, there will be survivors constantly fleeing from the town to other places, and also taking SCP-096 to other places. Like a virus, madness began to spread across the kingdom of Fiori. Until finally, endangering the entire world? Chapter 53. Countless people began to feel anxious. I am afraid that Eriger will come near my town. And bring SCP-096 here. It would be an unpredictable disaster. Some people have even started praying. SCP-096 was able to catch up with Eriger, who had escaped earlier. It's best to kill it in the wilderness. And in the sky. because SCP-096 moves too fast. Even from the perspective of the sky, all you can see is a barren plain. A blurry figure is moving madly at an extremely fast speed. The dust behind him was like a small tornado walking on the ground. The trees and rocks around were also retreating rapidly. So fast. Even a train is not as fast as this one, right? At this speed, we should be able to catch up with Erriger before he reaches the town, right? I don't know, I just hope that's the case. Otherwise, it's very likely that SCP-096 will spread to other places and continue to expand, and it will eventually turn into a world-class crisis. There are many smart people in this world. After seeing the current situation, just a little analysis. You can see how serious the current situation is. Damn it, why haven't our Magic Council members arrived yet? Yes, the situation has become so serious. Why haven't we seen anyone from the Magic Council take any action? The Magic Council? You better not count on those guys. They have almost no solution when it comes to abnormality. Instead of counting on the Magic Council, it is better to expect whether the SCP Foundation can solve this crisis. Yes, the SCP Foundation, maybe they are the only ones who can handle it. Just as everyone was looking at the sky with trepidation. In the picture, the scene that passed by quickly gradually stopped. Fortunately, the sky screen still shows the deserted wilderness. Did not reach the town. Through this picture, everyone can see the figure standing in the sky but stopped moving forward. That's the guy that everyone is afraid of right now. The last person targeted by SCP-096. Eli Gore. Phew. I was so scared. It turns out this guy hasn't flown to the town yet. But why did he stop? Could it be that he has a change of heart and doesn't intend to bring disaster to the town anymore? Come on, how is it possible? This guy is mentally twisted. How could he do this? Look carefully. This guy was stopped. As expected, as the picture on the sky slowly moved. The audience immediately saw that on the ground right in front of Erriger. It was rows of soldiers holding magic spears. At this moment, strong magical fluctuations gathered on the soldiers' weapons. And aimed at Erriger in the sky. It was because of this that Erriger was forced to stop. Magic Council. Great. Unexpectedly, the Magic Knights who were ordered to rush to the battlefield actually met Erriger halfway. Crawford looked at the rows of soldiers that appeared and finally breathed a sigh of relief. This time, no one would say that the Magic Council is no longer useful, right? After all, they stopped Erriger, a high-risk person who was being targeted by the abnormality. In the picture, Eli Gore's face looked a little ugly at the moment. Being pointed at by countless magic bullets from below, even he, a wizard close to S level, did not dare to act rashly. However, he is not without a solution. Lullaby, who was hanging on his waist, seemed to have sensed the presence of a living being below. The three eyes flickered strangely. Dark Guild, Iron Forest President, Erriger, you have been surrounded, surrender immediately. The leader of the knights stepped out from the crowd and raised his head. Shouted to Erriger. Hearing this, Erriger narrowed his eyes slightly. Then he slowly controlled himself to slide from the air to the ground. At the same time, his right hand quietly pulled out Lullaby. Give me all, go to hell, what? Just as he landed, Erriger was about to put Lullaby to his mouth. And blow the death blow that can take life. The sound of hurried running behind him made Erriger turn his head. Then, the pupils contracted instantly. In the dust, the nightmare-like monster appeared again. Screams resounded throughout the sky. Ah! Boom! Wow! Accompanied by a piercing scream, Erriger barely had time to react. The back was directly hit by an unimaginable impact. The spine was broken instantly, and the whole person was thrown away like a kite with a broken string. Falling towards the knights. The direction of the knights. Everyone stared blankly at Aragorn falling into the middle of the crowd without any chance of fighting back. Immediately, the leader of the knights seemed to have thought of something. He yelled, "Don't look over there!" Unfortunately, his reminder was still too late. When something happens, people nearby will subconsciously take the initiative to observe. Especially, objects that can easily knock Aragorn away. Almost subconsciously, someone looked over. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen it, but when he did, by chance, someone saw the man who had knocked Aragorn away. The extremely weird face of SCP-096 appeared where he was just now. Chapter 54. Oops! The Knight Commander cursed. Next second, SCP-096 let out that creepy scream again. The whole person moved at a speed that almost everyone at the scene could not understand. Exploded out. Damn it! Attack! Attack! SCP-096 is coming. Don't run, you can't run away, just smash it into pieces. Damn it, it's coming towards me, help, help, help. Puff. Blood exploded among the crowd in an instant. A guy was spotted by SCP-096, and in the blink of an eye, he came in front of him, and his slender hands tightly grasped his shoulders. An unprecedented fear sprouted from the bottom of my heart. He kept struggling and howling, his face distorted by the power of SCP-096. Then, in front of the eyes of the other soldiers, he was torn into two halves alive. Boom boom boom. Then, a series of explosions began to explode on SCP-096's body. Countless magic bullets are madly tilted towards SCP-096. Even when the magic power was filling up, a dedicated magic swordsman rushed to SCP-096 with a long sword. Then the extremely sharp sword fell from high above, trying to chop it into pieces, but 096's bones were so hard that the magic swordsman's sword was stuck in 096's body. Afterwards, the attack of the magic swordsman seemed to further anger SCP-096. The sharp fangs unfolded again. Under the horrified gaze of the magic swordsman, he bit down hard. For a moment, the entire formation of the Magic Knights was thrown into chaos by SCP-096. Countless magic continuously bombards SCP-096. But it seems that there is no way to stop. Even if its body was beaten to pieces. But, 096 is like a machine that has no sense of pain. Once you lock onto someone, it's impossible to let go. Just like that, he endured the bombardment of countless magics, came in front of him, and then tore him to pieces. Even if the body is completely shattered, it will also refresh in a very strange way after a few seconds. Then, the massacre began again. Terrible. It's really too tragic. The leader staggered to the back and yelled at a magic crystal collapse. This is simply not a job that a human can do. Why are you asking us to die? There were hundreds of us, and dozens of magic shells bombarded continuously for at least 30 seconds. 30 seconds! You bastards, you even used up your stored mana, but it was useless. Not at all. The Knight Commander kept screaming. The harm we caused to it is not even as real as tickling it. Facing the Knight Commander's roar. On the other side of the magic crystal, all the senior executives sitting in the conference room were silent. This is your mission, Crawford said in a deep voice. Screw your mission. I quit. The Knight Commander raised the magic crystal angrily and threw it to the ground. With the sound of glass breaking, the magic crystal communication was shattered into pieces. But before he could turn around and run away, then I felt my legs being pulled. Looking back in horror, the team leader saw the strange appearance of SCP-096, half of its body had been blown off. At this moment, its hand is pulling its right foot. Ugh! A heart-wrenching scream came out of the Knight Commander's mouth. Under the unbearable gaze of audiences around the world, the Knight Commander's right leg was torn off alive. Then, it was stuffed into 096's mouth and eaten clean bit by bit. Not even a bone remains. Just as SCP-096 was about to continue attacking, the Knight Commander called out. Not far away, a cylindrical object with a long flame flew straight over from a distance. Then, it hit SCP-096's already incomplete body head-on. Boom! Then, a violent explosion sounded. The terrifying shock wave even blew the leader away several meters away. The original place. SCP-096's remaining half-body had been completely blown into a pile of flesh by the explosion. Then, there were gusts of wind pressure from the sky. Blow away the thick smoke rising from the ground. Many people looked up. I saw that in the air, one modified helicopter after another was hovering over the battlefield. The logo of the Foundation on the helicopter also caught everyone's eyes at this moment. Then, ropes were dropped from the helicopter. Then, one after another, well-equipped troops wearing special combat uniforms quickly descended from helicopters to the ground. In addition to them, there were a dozen people wearing orange prison uniforms and bald heads who also appeared on the battlefield. They all lowered their heads, apparently to avoid seeing SCP-096's face. Then, 3 figures wearing golden armor and holding long swords came galloping from a distance. The snow-white wings kept flapping, and the super speed that was almost faster than the speed of sound allowed them to descend on the battlefield in just a few breaths. Likewise, the Foundation logo appears on their armor. At the same time, it also shows their belonging. SCP Foundation. Chapter 55. Hey, hey, hey. I can understand the people on Earth, but who are those people in heaven? So beautiful. No, it should be why do I have wings? That look, is like an angel. Fairy Tale Guild. Everyone looked at the 3 female angels hovering in the air above the sky, and exclaimed in amazement. Angel. Guild Bar. Myra Jane stared blankly at the sky. I don't know why, the satanic soul in my body, which had already rejected me. At this moment, there is a faint sense of restlessness. Magic Council. Foundation. It's them again. Crawford stared at the sky, his teeth itching with hatred. His troops were slaughtered without any suspense. The Foundation appears at this time. If the members of the Foundation can really successfully contain SCP-096. Isn't that a slap in the face of the Magic Council? Isn't this telling the world? Look, the Magic Council is really useless. Everything still depends on the Foundation. Thinking of this, Crawford was furious. His face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out. Oh, do you really think you can control everything? Crawford whispered softly. As for 096's strange characteristics, I'm afraid even the Foundation may not be able to deal with it. Thinking of this, Crawford did not speak, but quietly looking at the sky. He wanted to see this completely unsolvable SCP-096. How exactly does the Foundation intend to contain? If even they cannot be contained, then the image of incompetence hanging over the Council can be gloriously removed. After all, it's not that we are incapable, it's just that the enemy is too powerful, isn't it? There are many people in the Magic Council who share the same idea as Crawford. However, there are also many members who are truly dedicated to the magic world. For example, Yajima, Og, and the like. After seeing the Foundation's arrival at the scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At least, as a Foundation that is responsible for spreading the anomaly, there should be a way to contain it, right? At the very least, they should have some countermeasures. In any case, they are the most professional people in the world who deal with anomalies. In this regard, the Magic Council cannot compare. Yajima and others knew very well. As for Zikurin, his eyes were fixed on the 3 angels flying in the air. Looks a little unnatural. Are they really the angels in the legend? Why, this time they can see the face. What exactly is their status in the Foundation? A series of questions filled Zikurin's mind. Unlike these congressmen who only care about protecting their own status, Zikurin has his own pursuits. In the world he wants to build, no one is allowed to oppose or be a maverick. Therefore, in the imagination of the future, the Foundation must be the biggest stumbling block on the road of Zikurin. That's why he was so eager to learn any information about the Foundation. Having the same idea as Zikurin. There are also 6 demon generals stationed in a certain forest, Brian. The appearance of the angel made Brian extremely excited. The presence of new personnel in the Foundation at least proves that the Foundation has a little more information. If the status of these 3 angels is high enough, even the top leaders, perhaps this will be the key to Brian's plan to use Nirvana to control the Foundation. Thinking of this, Brian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Just wait, when I find Nirvana, everything will be mine. The sky continues. In the picture, 3 angels slowly descended, suspended in mid-air. At the first moment, Yan's eyes turned silver white. A steady stream of information began to be read by Yan. I have to say that the angel's eye of insight is really useful. Ability to know the current and past events of the target location in a very short time. It can also collect a huge amount of information in an instant and distinguish it. This convenience can be useful in many abnormal projects. For example, now. Just less than 10 seconds. Angel Yan's pupils returned to their original state. Skin completed, there are still multiple information media in the area. SCP-096 is also about to restart, and it is expected to take less than 5 seconds. As for the image retention, no. Angel Yan's voice remained unchanged. Maybe under normal circumstances, Angel Yan would be happy to joke with others. But when the mission comes, she is definitely a qualified warrior, serious, calm, intelligent and strong. The same is true for foundations. Multiple information media. Hickson looked a little regretful. That means there are still many people out there who have seen SCP-096's face, right? Leng's cold eyes looked down, because of the arrival of the Foundation. The members of the Magic Council Knights felt saved. The cold face showed no emotion at all, and asked, "Are we getting started?" The voice of the containment specialist came to my mind. Let's start, following the method I gave you before. Contain SCP-096. Chapter 56. That's, someone from the Foundation. The Foundation. They finally came. We are saved. We are saved. Damn, finally I don't have to face that horrible anomaly. Let the Foundation worry about it. I just want to escape from here as soon as possible. It's too scary. On the ground, the already scattered members of the Magic Knights seemed to have seen a light in the darkness. One after another, their expressions were extremely excited. The indestructible anomaly has already crushed their nerves. They don't want to face that weird anomaly anymore. I never want to experience that kind of fear again. The leader of the Knights, whose leg was torn off alive, also breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. However, the severe pain in his lower body continued to erode him. Gritting his teeth tightly, he stretched out his trembling hand towards the angel in the sky. "Save me, please save me!" Ah! Suddenly, the nightmare-like scream rang out again. The Knight Commander's face froze. He looked in front of him in disbelief. The location where SCP-096 was shattered. As expected, the terrifying figure appeared again, intact. The fear in my heart has reached its peak at this moment. The leader of the Knights doesn't know where the strength comes from. He shouted towards the sky, "Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Please save me!" The monster appears again. He appears again, "Woohoo, help me!" Just as he finished speaking, SCP-096 made a move, aiming at him who was still alive, and ran towards him. The heart starts beating violently. The Knight Commander looked up at the sky in despair. But, he finally saw the angel flying in the sky move. She flapped her wings and flew straight towards her. Finally, there is salvation? The angel closed his eyes and quickly flapped his wings. Arrived at about the same time as SCP-096. Then, the Knight Commander saw the angel raise the red flaming sword in his hand high. The sharp sword edge flashes with cold light. Then he chopped it down with a loud bang. Puff! To everyone's surprise, the angel's sword did not strike SCP-096. Instead, he chopped the Knight Commander. The extremely sharp flaming sword easily took the life of the Knight Commander. Until the moment of his death, his eyes were still wide open. Keeping a smile on your face after surviving the disaster. But it is forever frozen in this moment. What's going on? Was it cut crooked? That shouldn't be the case, for a person that big. Yes, why did he chop at the Knight Commander? This killed him with one knife? Is the Foundation really here to deal with anomalies? For a moment, people all over the world were stunned. Looking at the lifeless corpse of the Knight's leader on the sky in disbelief. There seemed to be a storm in my heart. What does the Foundation want to do? Aren't they an organization that protects humanity? Why, help anomalies to kill humans? A series of questions filled everyone's mind. However, the angel cooling down at this moment did not mean to explain to anyone. After killing the Knight Commander with one sword, she immediately pulled back. After sensing SCP-096's reaction through his senses, he said in a deep voice. The target paused for 2 seconds and then rushed towards the next target. This time is not enough. The voice of the containment specialist came to my mind again. It has been confirmed that there are still people who have seen SCP-096. Therefore, angels, please choose to kill all those who have seen SCP-096's face first. And simultaneously charge the flame bombing, ready. The 3 angels nodded gently. Then Hickson flapped his wings fiercely and flew to a higher altitude. Then he raised the flaming sword in his hand. Suddenly, powerful energy continued to surge towards the tip of the sword. And below, Yan also took action. Use the Eye of Insight to mark all people who have seen SCP-096. Then shared with Angel Leng. Suddenly, everything below became clear. The Magic Knights, who originally numbered over 100, were destroyed by SCP-096. There are about 40 people left. There were nearly 35 people marked by Yan. This number is absolutely astonishing. In other words, the entire Knights, knowing that they could not look directly at SCP-096. Still, more than 90 people couldn't help but watch it. Perhaps, they just took a peek out of curiosity. Or maybe I saw it accidentally. But, no matter what, once you see it, you are doomed to die. This is an absolutely unchangeable fact. Even if, not by the hands of SCP-096. Begin removal of all SCP-096-1. Accompanied by Yan's soft murmur, Yan and Leng rushed out at the same time. The flaming sword in his hand kept swinging, taking away life after life in the crowd. The poor guys thought from the beginning that the Foundation's appearance meant that they could survive the monster's mouth. But no one ever thought. They didn't die in the monster's mouth at all, but died at the hands of the Foundation. If, when facing SCP-096 before, because 096 likes to eat people completely. Therefore, this group of people will have plenty of time to escape. But everything changed when facing the angels. They can't outrun the flying angels. I just felt the sound of wings flapping behind me. The next moment, my sight returned to darkness. A different kind of massacre took place on this devastated battlefield. Chapter 57. No, no, no. Don't come near me. Why are you trying to kill me? Please, aren't you dealing with abnormalities? We are not abnormal, we are human beings, human beings. The constant cries of please echoed throughout the battlefield. But, what responded to them was only the sharp swords of the angels. There's no need to explain anything to them. Angels will only seriously carry out orders from the Foundation. Moreover, this decision comes from the highest authority in the Foundation, the O5. That is the order of Qin Tiandao himself. Angel Yan still remembers. Not long ago, when I was called to the researcher's office, I learned everything. In that simple office with only a desk and a seat. They met the containment expert in charge of this containment, who is also a senior researcher within the Foundation. He was an old man with grey hair and a white coat. In front of the three angels, in a solemn tone, he said. In this mission to contain SCP-096, you must abandon any compassion. Hey? Why? Angels Hickson looked at the old man in confusion. I believe you have also learned about the characteristics of SCP-096 from the sky, right? The old man pointed to the huge sky above his head. The three angels nodded gently. So, listen carefully to the following request. The old man stretched out his right hand and showed 3 fingers. The containment procedures for SCP-096 are divided into 3 steps. The first step is to kill SCP-096-1 before it kills SCP-096-1, the person who saw SCP-096's face. This will cause SCP-096 to stagnate for a short period of time, which lasts for about 3 to 5 seconds. Then the second step is to use powerful heavy firepower to destroy the upper body of SCP-096 during the stagnant time. As long as no one sees its face during this period, it will not move further. After the words fell, Lang couldn't help but ask then, what if someone saw its face during this period? The old man took a deep breath and said, then just keep repeating the first step. These short words made the 3 angels freeze in place. Repeat the first step. In other words, constantly be the first to kill anyone who has seen SCP-096's face. Some are cruel, some are ruthless. That is why, when I first saw the 3 angels, the old man told them why they should give up any mercy in this mission. Losing a small number of people in exchange for the safety of more people is a choice that the Foundation hardly needs to consider. Because, the existence of the Foundation is like this. The Foundation will do whatever it takes to contain and control the victims. Even if it means becoming a killer that everyone is afraid of. You don't have to have any emotions. This is an order from O5. You must do this. Anyone who has seen SCP-096's face. In fact, the moment you see it, you are already dead. I understand. Yan nodded. For a civilization, sacrificing one person or a few people is the best option. Having said that, the topic seems too heavy. The atmosphere at the scene was somewhat quiet. The old man did not say anything else, but continued. The third step is to use a specially made containment box to contain SCP-096 before it recovers. Thinking back, the flaming sword in Angel Yan's hand was already stained with a lot of blood. Not far away there was a frightened SCP-096-1. The moment he saw the blood-stained angel, his feet softened and he fell to the ground. But, I still cried and kept crawling away. He wants to survive, he's still young and has plenty of life left. But... bang! Not far away, a well-equipped Foundation agent shot him directly, ending his life. Then he lowered his head expressionlessly and spoke into the headset. The scene has been cleaned up. Preparations to begin containment of SCP-096. Wait. Angel Yan's voice came from the headset. 2 more people have seen SCP-096's face. Who, please mark the location? The agent immediately asked. At this moment, SCP-096, who was always ahead of the others, seemed to have realized something. Turning around, she screamed and rushed towards the pile of dead bodies not far away. Erriger! That guy is not dead yet. Angel Yan responded. As one side moved, the wings behind him flapped violently. The whole person rushed into the pile of dead bodies like thunder. The flaming sword was raised high and slashed down mercilessly. Can you guys find this? Amid the dead, Eriger's scream of collapse was heard. He used his hands and feet to push away the body that was pressing on him. Eriger had no intention of resisting. He turned around and used his wind magic to escape. There is no way, the angel is too strong. Judging from the one-sided massacre just now, there is no way I can be their opponent. You know, the ones who were slaughtered were the elite knights of the Magic Council. But in the hands of the angel, he is like a weak little chicken. Life is taken away easily. With my seriously injured body, I can't even fight back. It would be great if I can escape. But, this is purely Eriger's overthinking. Under the slash of Angel Yan, Eriger was cut off from the waist without any surprise. The whole person's face still maintained a horrified expression. Then he slowly fell to the ground, completely losing his life. Chapter 58. Really, not leaving any behind. What exactly does the Foundation want to do? Why are these victims being targeted? Watching the massacre carried out by the Foundation in the sky, people all over the world fell silent. They couldn't understand why the Foundation had arrived but didn't start to contain the anomaly. But instead they helped the abnormal and massacre everyone who has seen the abnormal, etc. In the Magic Council, Zikurin suddenly cried out in surprise. In an instant, the silence around me was interrupted. What's wrong, Zikurin? Crawford was in a very bad mood at the moment. The members of the Foundation were like this, in front of everyone in the hall. In front of everyone's eyes, they wantonly slaughtered the knights of the Magic Council. This is the first time such an action has happened in so many years. To put it mildly, that means not taking the Magic Council seriously. To put it in a bigger picture, that's a declaration of war. That was a declaration of war against the only authority in the bright magic world, the Magic Council, whose influence spread across the entire continent. Therefore, seeing this scene, as the chairman of the Magic Council, there's no way Crawford is in a good mood. The other party does not take the Magic Council seriously. So, what attitude should the Magic Council take? Is it to announce that the Foundation will be sanctioned by the Magic Council for ignoring human rights and carrying out killings at will? Don't be ridiculous. As far as everyone knows, the means that the Foundation has are. This made Crawford feel very uncertain. Not only the extremely mysterious guy who appeared before. Take the monster SCP-682 that they control. If they are pushed too far, once the monsters are released, things will get out of control. Moreover, the well-equipped troops that appeared on the sky, as well as the 3 angel-like guys that could fly freely in the sky. These surface combat forces are already strong enough. The Magic Council really wants to fight, but I'm not sure if I can win. Even the Magic Council's greatest killer move, a terrifying weapon that could destroy all the wizards in the world, was. I'm afraid it won't work for them. After all, until now, the Magic Council has not discovered that this group of people from the Foundation are using magic. Moreover, the most critical problem is that they don't even know where the Foundation is located. How do you play this? This is not playable. But just act like nothing happened? Wouldn't that make it seem like the Magic Council is too cowardly? You strike hard at the weak guilds, but remain silent when it comes to the powerful foundations? Isn't that just slapping yourself in the face? This is a big problem. If it is not handled properly, the authority of the Magic Council will also be challenged. This is something Crawford would never allow. What an asshole, the SCP Foundation. Crawford, who was puzzled, could not help but curse inwardly. But immediately heard Zikurin's cry. Crawford, feeling unhappy, glanced sideways and couldn't help asking, "What's the matter? Why are you so startled?" "I know why they slaughtered those people," Zikurin said confidently. Oh? Why? Yajima looked at Zikurin with some curiosity. Because they all have one thing in common. Zikurin held up a finger. Then, under everyone's gaze, he slowly spoke, that is, they have all seen SCP-096's face. Think about it carefully, the characteristics of SCP-096 are that once it sees something, it will chase it endlessly. During this period, nothing can stop SCP-096. However, if we kill its target first, SCP-096 will lose its target, and then a brief stagnation. Zikurin was indeed very smart. At least, when everyone thought the Foundation was brutal, he figured out the key to the problem. After his reminder, everyone present's eyes lit up. Yes, as long as it loses its target, won't SCP-096 stop killing? Damn, why didn't we think of this before? Who can think in this way? This is completely against morality, okay? Okay, stop arguing. Crawford took a deep breath and interrupted the quarrels around him. Then he looked at Zikurin. Even if you figured it out, what's the use? The Foundation has preempted everything. At this point, Crawford couldn't help but curse. What a bunch of rubbish. The Foundation has taken all the limelight. Seems to have seen through Crawford's inner unhappiness. Zikurin shook his head in disdain. I really don't know how a fool like you became the speaker. What do you mean? Ziku. Crawford's eyes widened suddenly after being mocked again, and red bloodshot appeared clearly in his eyes. Haha, you are just worried about your credibility declining and your position being in jeopardy, right? Chi Kalayan continued to smile and said. Then you should make public our previous reasoning and explain clearly why our people were killed. At that time, you can also say that it is precisely because of knowing this that the Magic Council does not oppose the Foundation's approach. This will at least give the Magic Council a chance to. The reputation of sacrificing many lives and helping the Foundation to successfully contain the dead. Chapter 59. Hear Zikurin's words. Crawford's eyes lit up. This seems to be a good idea. As he thought about it, Crawford's thoughts gradually drifted away. At the original place, Zikurin shook his head in disdain and looked at the sky again. SCP Foundation. How many things are hidden that we cannot see? Battlefield Center. After Angel Yan cut off Eriger with a single blow. SCP-096, which was speeding towards us, also stopped instantly. Fell into a brief freeze. At the same time, Angel Yan, who closed her eyes tightly and did not dare to open them, heard Angel Leng's voice in her earphone. You just said there was another guy who saw SCP-096's face, who was it? Yes, Angel Yan's perception locked onto the dead wood flute that fell from Eriger's waist. A demon. Demon. Leng's tone changed a little. Do demons still exist in this world? Of course, but it is not what we understand. It is a demon that is native to this world and was created. It's coming out. At the moment when Angel Yan's voice fell, the three eyes of the strange flute that fell on the ground began to emit a strange purple light. Then, a huge amount of magic power gradually rose up on the battlefield. The dark smoke also emerged from the fallen flute, and gradually drifted into the sky. What a bunch of useless wizards! My favorite soul was snatched away by an unknown thing. This is simply unforgivable. Buzz. A huge dark purple magic circle unfolds in the sky. Dark lightning descends as the magic circle unfolds. Destroy all the surrounding trees. What the hell? What came out this time? What an unpleasant sound. What happened? The audience watching the live broadcast on the sky screen have not even recovered from the abnormal fear. Now it seems that some incredible guy has appeared again. Also, it looks very dangerous. In the sky, the hoarse voice still echoes between heaven and earth. I really can't bear to watch this anymore, let me eat you all. Rumble. In the huge magic circle, giant feet that seemed to have no end fell from it. The moment you step on the ground, the whole earth seemed to tremble. A huge amount of magic power reverberated around, and from within the huge magic circle, the monster that made the sound revealed its true appearance. A body as tall as a mountain. The whole body is made up of dead wood interwoven with each other, and there are many holes on the body. Fierce wooden spikes extend from shoulders, elbows, head, etc. A deep and hoarse voice followed, "I will come and devour your souls myself." What? How can it be so big? Who is this guy? I've never seen it before. Is it a magical creation? I don't know, it seems to have come from the flute in Aragor's hand. Another terrifying monster has arrived. What happened today? Is the world going to end? The entire sky was occupied by the monster's body, and a thick purple-black aura was echoing. Amazing visual impact, coming. It was as if the hugeness of the monster could be felt through the sky. Wizards Guild, 4 hounds. President Goldman stared at the sky with a serious expression. This guy is the devil in the Book of Ziref. This time the situation seems to be getting worse. Blue Pegasus. What on earth is that thing? Ivan, one of the 3 members of the Blue Pegasus, widened his eyes. Lullaby. The guild leader, Bob, who was wearing a pink dress but was a fat, greasy middle-aged man, responded. Lullaby? Is it really that strange flute? One of the 3 people, Xiang, murmured. Yes, this is probably lullaby itself, a living magic. At this point, Bob paused slightly. His expression turned serious. It's also Jalal's magic. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Fairy tale. Jeff. Countless people stared with wide eyes at Myra Jane, who was explaining to them. Isn't this the one from a long time ago? Someone screamed in shock. Myra Jane nodded gently. Dark Mage Ziref, he is the most brutal mage in the entire magic world. This monster was probably a negative legacy left by Jalal hundreds of years ago. I didn't expect it to appear at this time now. In the picture, at the moment when the demon Lullaby appears, SCP-096, who had been in a brief stagnation, suddenly covered his face with his hands. The screams broke out again. The extreme scream even drowned out Lullaby's hoarse voice. Dark Guild, Devil's Heart. On the huge airship, Hades had already stood up. His eyes were fixed on the sky. Did the anomaly and the demon from the Book of Ziref collide with each other? So, who is stronger and what? Hades' voice has not yet fallen. The whole person's face changed rapidly. His expression instantly changed from one of interest to one of astonishment. And, incredible. That's right, Hades could hardly believe what he saw. In the sky, Lullaby, who just made a grand debut and claimed to eat everyone's soul. The first moment SCP-096 spotted him. Then I noticed that little. With disdain, Lullaby immediately swung his huge fist that was enough to break a mountain. When you want to crush it completely. Ah! Call out. Accompanied by an extreme scream that was enough to cover the voice of Lullaby. SCP-096 disappeared on the spot. Then, like an arrow shot from a bow, in less than a second, pierced through Lullaby. Like broken porcelain, countless cracks spread madly from Lullaby's pierced abdomen to the huge body. Finally, it broke into pieces and turned into a wooden flute that fell to the ground. Make a crisp sound. At the same time, the voice of the containment expert also rang in Hickson's mind. All SCP-096-1 have been cleared and the second step of containment has begun. Chapter 60. Am I seeing that? That huge guy just now was killed in an instant. What the hell? He made such a grand appearance, but ended up like this. Is this the demon from the Book of Ziref? He doesn't look that good. SCP-096 killed Lullaby instantly and everyone saw it. Wizard Guild, Blue Pegasus. The trio, Xiang, Lian, and Ivan, curled their lips. Some are speechless looking at the president of their own guild. This, isn't it said to be very strong? Bob was also a little confused when asked. Although I haven't experienced it in person, it is still the demon in the Book of Ziref. How could he be defeated so easily? Bob thought about it and couldn't figure out what the reason was. In the end, I could only sigh helplessly. After all, it is an anomaly. Facing such terrifying and completely unreasonable creatures as anomalies, even if a demon is killed in seconds, it is not a strange thing. The president is right, after all, that is abnormal. At this moment, an extremely greasy voice rang out. Instantly, the trio seemed to have found their backbone, and all turned their eyes to the person who appeared in front of everyone. A short, greasy man in a suit. Overnight. He is also the strongest S-class wizard in Blue Pegasus. That's what Teacher Yi said. The trio echoed in unison. He posed in what he thought was a very cool pose all night, and said, however, what worries me is how many more disasters this anomaly will cause. In the picture, when seeing Lullaby being destroyed, the burning heart flying in the sky received the signal. He nodded in understanding. Understood. Then, relying on his senses and the information sent by the people below, he locked onto the position of SCP-096, which had become paralyzed after killing Lullaby instantly. The flaming sword held high in his hand slashed down fiercely. The flame bombardment that had been accumulated for a long time also slashed with the flaming sword, falling straight down in the direction of SCP-096. Like a meteorite falling from the sky, the fireball of the blazing bomb drags a long tail of flame. Almost in the next second, it hit SCP-096. The next moment, a huge explosion sounded. In the blinding light of the explosion, SCP-096's upper body was completely destroyed. Next, the agents and D-class personnel who had been on standby around moved. The roar of the containment specialist rang out synchronously in the headset. Hurry! Zulu 9B. We don't have much time. ZULU-9B is a special containment device designed to contain SCP-096. It looks like a big bag that is completely black without any other colors, and can even block any view of the inside. As a group of D-class personnel lowered their heads and quickly operated, they completely covered the lower half of SCP-096's body. All the D-class personnel in orange prison uniforms are dancing with death. Although SCP-096 has not yet recovered. However, if there is a slight mistake, the disaster will be devastating. Therefore, even the audience who were watching the live broadcast at the sky screen held their breath. Dare not make a sound. Fearing that it would affect the Foundation's D-class personnel who were performing their tasks. The agents stationed around the scene stood quietly in place, like statues. No one spoke. However, all attention is focused on this group of D-class personnel who are operating. Fortunately, the D-class personnel successfully completed the task. Then, a specially made huge cubic box was pulled over by a helicopter. With the help of the D-class personnel on the ground, they were able to contain the victim in just a dozen seconds. Even the angels flying in the sky breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. Let's pack up, SCP-096 has been successfully contained. The voice of the containment specialist came to my mind. Unlike agents without special abilities and D-class personnel, they need to use headsets to hear the voice of the containment command center. Angels only need to know the signal frequency to participate. So, after listening to the containment experts, Yan also responded received. Then in the eyes of everyone, the three angels flapped their wings vigorously and left the battlefield first. The agents and D-class personnel at the site also boarded the helicopter and slowly flew away. Just like last time, Crawford immediately wanted the Council's technicians to use the satellite magic array to spy on the location of the SCP Foundation. But still a blur. It's impossible to detect. In fact, this time it seemed to have angered the Foundation. In the next second, countless magic crystal screens in the entire magic council suddenly shattered. A sudden scene. The people in the entire council were stunned. They stared at the irregular crystals on the ground, which had shattered into pieces. Until I saw 3 letters slowly appearing on the screen of the only surviving magic crystal. Endless fear surged up like a tide. Crawford even took 2 steps back immediately, hiding behind a huge stone pillar. His eyes kept scanning around him. A look of fear filled his face. Who is it? Altair frowned and shouted to all around, but no response. The person who did all this seemed to disdain to respond to them. It was so quiet that only the sound of Crawford's violent heartbeat could be heard. As well as on the only remaining magic crystal screen, the 3 letters SCP flashing. Chapter 61. The Magic Council was in silence. Even Speaker Crawford hid behind the stone pillar for several minutes. After making sure that there would be no other problems, he walked out tremblingly. At this moment, Zikurin, Ultia, Yajima, and others were all gathered in front of the only intact magic crystal screen. One by one, both of them fell into deep thought. It is almost certain that this was done by the Foundation. Yajima exhaled lightly and said softly. The Foundation, have they been able to enter the Magic Council so easily? Duj was a little unbelievable. Have you ever thought that others don't even have to come? Ursha raised her head and spoke in an unusually heavy tone. Do you still remember the mysterious man who appeared during the last SCP-682 incident? A little bit. But it's very vague. What did he do last time? I don't remember, I just know that someone showed up and then everything was over. Listen to the answers from the MPs around the world. Altair took a deep breath. That's why the Foundation is so inexplicably scary. Tia, did you notice anything? Crawford was grasping at straws, asking anxiously. Through the arc of time, I can remember more than you do. Altair whispered softly. Last time, that terrifying guy influenced the whole world's cognition, so do you think it is really necessary for the other party to come over this time? With that kind of terrifying power, I'm afraid it can affect us even from a long distance away. Ursha's words caused the scene to fall into silence again. Even Zikurin is like this. He stared at the 3 letters on the magic crystal screen. A sense of fear surged in my heart. This is incredible to Zikurin. As the 10th saint, he actually began to feel afraid? This time, it should be a warning to us, right? Ouge said. Altair nodded gently. We keep spying on their actions, and it seems, that makes them unhappy. Crawford looked at the black sky again. Mixed emotions welled up in my heart. This SCP Foundation, who exactly is it and where did it come from? No one could answer his question. But there is no doubt that the word SCP Foundation is deep in Crawford's heart. It has been labeled as extremely dangerous. At this moment, the outside world, watching the sky gradually darken. Countless people seem to have a strange sense of unreality lingering in their hearts. However, the shocking corpses on the ground, the blood that was thick enough to become a river, and the scarred earth were constantly reminding everyone. Everything just now is real. SCP-096 really appeared and caused many casualties. Is this over? Oh my god, hey, what are these? I am still sweating coldly. Why do such horrible creatures exist in this world? This is too dangerous. Every abnormality that has appeared so far is almost abnormal to the extreme. If ordinary people like us encounter such a thing, there is no possibility of survival. Yes, just like this anomaly, if you see it, you will die, there is no way you can survive. If we are unaware of it, doesn't it mean that as long as we appear nearby, we will die? This is too scary. And don't forget, according to the numbers given by the Foundation before, there are at least more than 600 of these anomalies. Oh my god! What kind of life is this? I have to live in fear every day. I feel that it is better to just die than to encounter an abnormality. This world is too dangerous. Harjan Port. Urza and Grey finally found Makarov and others. A silver lining. Seeing Urza and Grey appearing in front of him intact, Makarov had this thought in his mind. It's a blessing in disguise that you guys are able to survive. Patting Grey's arm, Makarov said with emotion. Yes, to be honest, it's a good thing that Grey and I didn't rush in, otherwise. Urza was also frightened when she recalled it. Not only does it appear in the same carriage as the Anomaly, it even appeared not far from the Anomaly. However, due to their vigilance, the two did not choose to rashly enter SCP-096's site. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. Let's pack up and go back to the guild. Makarov said. We have been through the gates of hell this time. I'm already missing the guild's beer. While the outside world is still discussing and fearing the aftermath of the SCP-096 incident. Site 17 inside the base grunt. Accompanied by the sound of the valve closing. The huge black bag containing SCP-096 was successfully locked in a special cell. At the same time, the prompt sound from the system also resounded in Qin Tiandao's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully containing SCP-096, shy person. This hazard caused small-scale damage and a small number of deaths. Its prevalence is excellent. Congratulations on your success in popularizing the dangers of SCP-096 and preventing it from causing serious adverse effects on human society. The system has begun to distribute. Chapter 62. A pleasant reminder sound began to sound in Qin Tiandao's mind. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 500 D-class personnel. C-level agents obtained, 200. 50 senior researchers in various fields were awarded. Acquisition of Mobile Task Force Epsilon 11, Nine-tailed Fox. Note, they are primarily responsible for handling the internal security of the SCP Foundation under the supervision of Mobile Task Force Red Right Hand. They are the Special Operations Force deployed to Foundation sites when standard protocols fail and multiple containment breaches are imminent. Acquired, SCP-096's anomalous properties, ignoring obstacles, unlimited speed. Ignore obstacles. You can ignore any obstacles on the way to where you want to go, such as walls, buildings, mountains, rivers, and even impenetrable barriers and enchantments. Unlimited acceleration. The specific needs depend on the distance. The farther the target location is, the faster the acceleration will be. The minimum is no less than 35 km per hour, and the maximum is unlimited. The system prompt ends here. However, Qin Tiandao's heart was still burning. The reward this time is no worse than the last time. The first thing is to replenish the staff at all levels within the Foundation as usual, and the number of staff is much larger than last time. Next is the bonus Mobile Task Force Nine-tailed Fox. You know, the main responsibility of this unit is to guard the internal security of the Foundation. Simply put, when any containment breach occurs within the Foundation, then, Mobile Task Force Nine-tailed Fox can come in handy. This is the most special thing about this unit. Unlike other mobile task forces, they are specially trained to deal with anomalies of a certain nature. They can handle all anomalous containment breach incidents. The Nine-tailed Fox team is composed of the elite among the elites, equipped with extremely sophisticated weapons and equipment. Have extensive experience in handling incidents. I remember that in my previous life, the website had a jokey nickname for this mobile task force, White Fox. But that is actually wrong. A look at the mobile task forces within the SCP Foundation. The Nine-tailed Fox's casualties were definitely not that many. It can even be said that there are very few mobile task forces. From the action records of the Nine-tailed Fox, we can see that this unit has two characteristics. First, the action is very efficient. Second, the casualties were very small. In one operation against SCP-2139, they even achieved a luxurious record of completing the mission with no casualties. Therefore, the nine-tailed fox is strong, very strong. Of course, as the second mobile task force in the base, due to manpower issues, this mobile task force must also be mobilized at will to deal with some special abnormal events according to needs. Perhaps in the future, when the mobile task force in the base is gradually improved, the nine-tailed fox can relax a little. In addition, there are special rewards from SCP-096. The combination of unlimited acceleration and ignoring obstacles will produce a very terrifying effect. That is, as long as Qin Tiandao wants to go somewhere, he will definitely get there. In fact, the farther the distance, the shorter the arrival time. With this ability, there is no place in the world that Qin Tiandao cannot go. Even, it is possible to go to other worlds with this ability. It is not impossible. Of course, Qin Tiandao is not an anomaly like SCP-096. His actions are always limited by his physical strength and body. Suppose, if he really used this ability to break through the speed of light, Qin Tiandao's current physical strength would be completely unable to withstand it. Although it has the super adaptability of SCP-682, it has not yet acquired properties such as immortality. Therefore, Qin Tiandao himself will still die. So, for now, we can't mess around. However, based on these two rewards, Qin Tiandao has figured out a pattern. That is, as long as an anomaly is contained, some characteristic of the anomaly will basically befall it. Based on this point of view, it is estimated that it will not be difficult to obtain the immortal attribute in the later stage. At that time, Qin Tiandao will be truly invincible. Worth mentioning. During this containment mission, Yan brought back a cracked deadwood flute. That is, lullaby, which has a demon inside. However, after being attacked by SCP-096, it seems that the demon inside can no longer be felt. I don't know if they were destroyed or if they are hiding and dare not come out. However, no matter what, this thing is of no use to Qin Tiandao. After all, the demons are quite weak to be honest. In the original work, he was easily defeated by Natsu, Gray, and Urza who had not yet grown up. However, some PhDs within the Foundation are interested in the technology that can host demons. Therefore, Qin Tiandao had no objection and just left it to them to study. As for whether we can research something, that's not what Qin Tiandao cares about. His attention is more focused on the world outside the barrier. There, countless anomalies are struggling and roaring, trying to invade this world. Chapter 63. Nearly half a month has passed since the last SCP-096 advent. However, discussions about SCP-096 are still in full swing around the world. Alvarez Empire. During this period, August often looked up at the sky from time to time. However, all I could see was the huge black screen. I don't know whether I am happy or sad. Abnormal intrusions, after SCP-096, have not appeared again. This makes people feel that the abnormal incident seems to have completely ended. But, is this really the case? Augusta doesn't think so. Just because the huge sky still exists in everyone's sight. If it's really over, the sky will probably disappear too. Moreover, according to the numbers given by the Foundation, there are hundreds of anomalies. It will never be silent. During this period, the Alvarez Empire also tried to find traces of the SCP Foundation. But, unfortunately, there is absolutely no trace of the Foundation in the entire Western continent. This made Augusta a little distressed. I can't help but start to hope that Agil, who has already gone to the Ishgar continent, can gain something. Calculating the time, it's time now, right? As long as the Foundation doesn't show up, Augusta won't feel at ease. Inside the Magic Council. Since the anomalies stopped coming, the world seemed to have fallen into a brief peace. However, the Magic Council is exactly the opposite. The MPs who were usually not seen were also out of character. During this period, they gathered at the headquarters of the council. Every day's work is meetings, meetings, and more meetings. Discussing topics related to the Foundation, discussing topics related to anomalies. Even discussing the guilt of the last lost lullaby. There is no doubt that after the anomaly, the credibility of the Magic Council has dropped a lot. In addition, this time lullaby was easily stolen by the Dark Guild. Many senior lawmakers were held accountable. For this reason, a key caretaker councillor of lullaby was also removed. A new member of parliament was appointed. While watching him being kicked out of the Magic Council in disgrace, Crawford was very panicked. He began to fear that one day he would end up like that congressman. He packed up his things and was driven out of the highest position of power in the magic world. However, the biggest problem facing him now is inaction, incompetence, etc. Yes, the public's opinion of this speaker has become so bad. Although Crawford was also wronged. Facing those anomalies, he was really powerless. But people don't care about these. Now that I have taken that position, I have enjoyed the special full power that it brings. You need to make corresponding achievements. DBDB. In an abnormal incident, someone must be held accountable for the death of a person. If you can't do it, then just change someone else. So Crawford was panicking, but what could he do? The previous warning from the Foundation is still fresh in our minds. Crawford doesn't dare to cause trouble for the Foundation now. They are too mysterious. The original ambition also quietly dissipated in the irregular threats. Now Crawford is only thinking about how to hold on to his position. So much so that I started to go a little crazy during this period. The entire Magic Council was shrouded in an extremely depressing environment. At the same time, on the other side, between the two strongest guilds in the kingdom of Fiori, Fairy Tale, and the ruler of Phantom, the undercurrent is constantly surging. A conflict centered on Lucy, a new member of the Fairy Tale Guild. It suddenly broke out. Natsu, Urza, Grey, Lucy and others who had returned from the S-rank mission to Karna Island returned to the guild. But suddenly they found that the entire guild was pierced by thick iron pillars. The house that originally held all the members of the guild was now becoming shaky. This is not the key. That is, on this night, the Fairy Tale Guild members, Levi, Jet, and Doria, are attacked by the Phantom Ruler, Iron Dragon Slayer, Gajeel, and hung in the park a huge shame. This forced the Fairy Tale Guild master, Makarov, to become furious. That day, the whole of Magnolia seemed to be covered with a dark cloud. The angry fairies could no longer tolerate the ghosts' actions. Thus, the war between the two super guilds also kicked off. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. On the other side, inside Site 17. Qin Tiandao smiled and patted the man in the white coat standing in front of him. The excitement in my heart is almost uncontrollable. Qin Tiandao never expected that among the senior researchers rewarded by the system before, there is a familiar person. Dr. Robert Streeton. That's right. It's the famous Foundation doctor who developed the Scranton Reality Anchor. He is the founder of reality stabilization technology. Also, the inventor of the Scranton Reality Anchor. The person the system summoned was him when he had invented the Scranton Reality Anchor. Therefore, when I first came into this world, the doctor immediately organized a team to build the Scranton Reality Anchor. Since there are no technical bottlenecks, and the materials were brought into this world along with this doctor. Just need to assemble. Therefore, in the past half-month, Qin Tiandao has developed a real-time stabilization anchor. And this is why Qin Tiandao is so excited. Reality Anchor, SRA. It is the best weapon against reality warpers, preventing interference and invasion from hostile anomalies, and protecting targets from reality distortion in K-class scenarios. The main construction material is beryllium bronze. To understand its principle, we must first understand the concept of reality bending. To determine whether a person is a reality bender, we need to look at the Hume index around him. The Hume index is a unit of measurement for the degree of reality. A simple analogy is to imagine that everything in the universe is covered by a thin layer of sand. This is the basic reality, the unit is Hume. And if in some way, such as when a reality bender activates its power, just like if the sand is removed, there will be a place with less sand, and the level of reality here will be reduced. And if more sand is filled in, the reality will become more. This is what reality benders call bending reality. The reality anchor is to stabilize reality by drawing sand from other parallel universes to fill the sand pit in this universe. However, this action will seriously damage the parallel universe where reality is extracted. Therefore, if you want to use it, you must only select the dying universe to extract. Of course, reality anchors are not just the most effective weapon against reality benders. At the same time, he is also the Foundation's biggest and most core trump card. A complete deus ex machina that can even restart the world. However, for now, it will take time to get a complete deus ex machina. We need to continue to popularize exceptions. While thinking, suddenly, Qin Tiandao's hand froze in mid-air. What's the matter, 05-1? Robert Strangton also noticed Qin Tiandao's abnormality and asked with some doubts. Doctor, you can go back and rest. The subsequent development and maintenance of the Stranton reality anchor will be handed over to your team. I hope you won't let me down. Qin Tiandao came back to his senses. Speak out. I understand. Well, I'll take my leave now, dear 05-1. Go ahead. Watching Dr. Stranton leave, Qin Tiandao took a deep breath. Half a month has passed, and cracks are appearing in the barrier of the world again. Abnormality has arrived. Chapter 64. Buzz. The strange sound spread throughout the world in an instant. Almost everyone stopped what they were doing in shock. He raised his head in confusion, staring at the huge sky screen that had been black for half a month. Alvarez Empire. Augusta's pupils shrank suddenly. Sure enough, it's here again? Abnormal. Almost at the same time, a beautiful mature woman appeared again behind Augusta. Irene, are you back too? Of course, this task is not too difficult after all, but is there any movement in the sky again? Irene came to Augusta's side and looked at the sky with a serious expression. Before, even when she was on a mission, Irene was paying attention to the movements of the sky curtain. SCP-096 brought great shock to the Mother of Dragons. As a result, this 833 who has lived for hundreds of years also maintains a high level of vigilance when dealing with abnormalities. The anomaly will not be so easy to silence. Judging from the previous performance, these are all a bunch of extremely evil monsters. August muttered. In my opinion, as long as this world exists, these monsters will not give up. Extremely evil, Irene stared at the sky, which was gradually beginning to take shape. Slightly narrowed his eyes. Magic Council. Damn it. There's movement in the sky again. Ouge stared at the sky with an ugly expression on his face. As for Crawford, his eyes were wide open and bloodshot. They all seemed to be starting to go a little crazy. It appears again. Has it appeared again? Abnormal. The sound of gnashing teeth came out of Crawford's mouth. If nothing unusual had happened, he would be many times happier now. However, it is precisely because of the abnormality. Almost all the pressure that the Magic Council has been under until now has fallen on the chairman. For half a month, Crawford didn't get a good night's sleep. The resentment in my heart can be imagined. But what followed was a deep sense of powerlessness. Abnormal, abnormal, where will it happen this time? This time, how much pressure will I face? Crawford kept asking himself questions, feeling almost desperate. Unknown Forest. The 6 Demon Generals Station. Brian looked at the screen with great excitement. He said excitedly, "See, I told you there would be more. There are definitely more anomalies than just those two. There will definitely be more. Is it abnormal? Tell the truth, Brian." Angel, who was codenamed Angel, hesitated for a moment and then, "I couldn't help but say. I think we should not have too much hope in anomalies, or the Foundation." "Hey!" Brian looked at Angel strangely. He asked, "Why, are you scared?" "No. I'm not afraid, it's just, judging from the two anomalies before, this kind of thing is simply impossible to be mastered. They symbolize the most extreme evil in the world. Can we really control them? The ultimate evil." As if he had heard some funny joke. Brian couldn't help but laugh out loud. After a while, he shook his head and continued, "Isn't it a little strange to talk about evil in front of the 6 demons? We are evil by nature, so should we still fear evil?" Brian put his hands behind his back and looked straight at the sky. "What's more, evil will always smell like evil. Isn't it? To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network." But, Angel seemed to want to refute something. But was interrupted by Brian. "I know what you want to say," Brian said. He took a deep breath and said, "I think you have never realized how powerful our goal, Nirvana, is." Angel raised his head and looked at Brian with puzzled eyes. Waiting for his answer. Brian did not keep the secret and continued speaking. "Nirvana was created 400 years ago by the ancient tribe Nirbit because they could not bear to see the world in constant war. Magic used to maintain the balance of the world. People, or even living things, have a dark side and a good side, and they will decide which side they tend to lean towards based on their experiences in life. That is what we call good and evil. Nirvana, at that time, was able to quell the war in the entire world by relying on the power that could reverse the light and darkness. Make evil people become good, and similarly, good people can become evil. As long as you are human, you can't avoid it." At this point, Brian's face was filled with excitement. "This is why I am so sure. Because, whether it is that group of anomalies or the Foundation, they are all living beings, they are all human beings. And in our hands, Nirvana will become the ultimate weapon that can destroy light." Devil's Heart. A heavy sound of footsteps was heard on the quiet spaceship. Boom! 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 Every step seemed to crush the magic airship flying in the sky. "Oh, Brulot, are you back?" The old man who was sitting alone on the throne raised his head and asked. "Haha, they are just a bunch of garbage." Brulot, wearing a coat, raised his lips slightly. He said disdainfully. It seems that he noticed Hades' gaze. Brulot couldn't help but ask, "Old man, are you looking at that sky curtain?" "That's right, the existence of anomalies forces us to face up to this world," Hades responded. "It is actually not as simple as we think." "Oh, old man, you who have seen the magic abyss, would you say the same thing?" Brulot asked back. "This is not contradictory. What surprised me the most was the strange abilities of those abnormal people." Hades shook his head gently. "This is something that does not exist at all in the demonic abyss 3.9. Even I feel confused and puzzled by this. Can the great magic world explain it?" Brulot asked again. "I don't know, maybe I can, maybe I can't. After all, the abnormality is too weird." Hades sighed and murmured. "Haha, then I should also take a good look, right? See this so-called abnormality." Bruno folded his arms and glanced at the sky. "My suggestion is this," Hades said solemnly. "In the eyes of the whole world, looking forward to it, or even fearing it, the picture of the sky gradually becomes clear." The dark bold font gradually emerged. Project name, Bear with Sown Heart. Item number, SCP-2295. Object class, Safe. Chapter 65. Oh my god, there's movement in the sky again. Damn it. After half a month of silence, is it going to start again? Abnormal. I thought it was over, but who knew, it was just half time. What a joke, is this world going to allow people to survive? There was movement in the sky, and the whole world was wailing. It's really because the previous abnormality was too deeply rooted in people's hearts. Horrible Undead Monster 682, Incomprehensible Monster 096. Every one of them is almost despairing. Even the powerful wizards who are usually high and mighty are unable to resist these terrifying monsters. Who knows what kind of monster will appear next? Is it going to destroy the world? In this way, countless people continued to watch the sky with despair. There is no way not to watch it. After all, no one knows where the anomaly will fall this time. Maybe, it will appear next to me? At this time, watch the sky in advance to understand the characteristics of the anomaly. Maybe there's still a chance of survival. However, after seeing the bold black words on the sky, doubts filled everyone's heart. A bear with a sewn heart. Why is this name so strange? Could the anomaly this time be a bear? As for the bear, it could be a monster similar to Warcraft, right? I don't know. Besides, it is estimated that what can be called abnormal is definitely different from ordinary monsters. Just like the previous 682, it is probably also a very evil monster that can threaten the world, etc. Didn't you notice the numbering this time? Number? SCP-2295? Oh my god, over 2000. It's not just the general public who have discovered this problem. In the Magic Council, Lahar, the clerk in charge of recording, also discovered this fatal problem. Pushing his glasses on the bridge of his nose, Lahar's expression was unusually ugly. Dear members of Parliament, the abnormal number this time is actually over 2000. I have to say, all our previous inferences have been overturned. Lahar's words were like a bomb that exploded in the already oppressive council. Crawford's face had almost completely turned black. Some people said in disbelief, that is to say, there are not even more than 600 anomalies, but more than 2000. I'm afraid it's more than that. Lahar swallowed secretly. We cannot estimate based on what happens, we need to consider the worst possible outcome. Altair couldn't help but take a deep breath. So many anomalies, how should we deal with them? No one can answer Yerusha's question. Even if it's just one anomaly, it's enough to give the Magic Council a headache. Not to mention thousands. What's the point of playing? As I said before, let's just disband. Life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are determined by God, so just die when you are supposed to die. Of course, those are just empty words, just to vent everyone's inner depression. Regardless, we all have to continue to face the abnormality. But, look at the level of this project. Zikurin frowned. His eyes were fixed on the object level column, and he spoke again. Safe, is this another new object class? But, what does this mean? How the hell does the Foundation classify objects? Crawford couldn't help but curse inwardly. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. So far, there are 3 abnormal levels in the sky. Keter of the Immortal Lizard. Euclid of the Shy Man. And now the Safe of the Heart-Stitched Bear appears. The first 2 levels cannot be understood from the literal meaning. What do they mean? However, this safe literally means. It means reliable. Reliable, Zikurin stroked his chin. Could it be that, the abnormality that occurred this time, is safe? But how can this be possible? Are exceptions safe? According to the literal meaning, Zikurin himself said something he didn't want to believe. Suddenly, Zikurin's pupil shrank. He seemed to remember something. But my mind is a little fuzzy. It seems, it's about the sudden appearance of the top executive of the Foundation. What exactly is it? Zikurin frowned, trying desperately to get rid of the blurry figure in his mind. The remaining memories also began to become clearer. Of course, the most clear thing is the orange sticky substance. Oh, right. Tickle monster. Could it be, just like the tickle monster, a safe anomaly that can be used? As if he had thought of the result, Zikurin exclaimed. Next moment, the font on the sky has changed again. More black bold fonts appeared on the sky. Description: SCP-2295 is a teddy bear made of scraps of fabric, measuring approximately 0.39746 m from head to toe. The interior is filled with artificial fibers and wool. SCP-2295 has a biologically correct heart in its left chest and a bow tied around its neck. The pieces of fabric that make up SCP-2295 vary in color and material. Testing has proven that the components of SCP-2295 do not possess any anomalous properties. Seeing this content displayed on the sky curtain, countless people couldn't help but stare with wide eyes. What's going on? This is a teddy bear. According to Tianmu's description, none of the materials that make up this teddy bear have any abnormal properties, that is, the materials are all ordinary cloth. Isn't this just an ordinary teddy bear? How could it be an anomaly? But this ordinary teddy bear has a heart. Which teddy bear has a heart? I'm sure this is another weird creation that we humans can't understand. I really don't know where these anomalies come from, and I don't know what capabilities this anomaly has, how much damage it can cause, and how many casualties it can cause. Chapter 66. People around the world are worried. The high-ranking officials in the Magic Council were also watching the sky with great nervousness. Although the teddy bear sounds safe, even the ratings on it don't seem to indicate any danger. However, the fear brought to them by the previous two anomalies was too great. So much so that, when seeing something unusual at this moment, it is impossible to think of it in a positive way. Even Zikurin was not sure of his guess. Abnormal, they are all a group of monsters who are extremely malicious towards humans. This has almost become a recognized fact. Soon, the font on the sky has been refreshed again. A new bold black font appears. But when everyone looked over, their faces all looked strange. When a human with sustained organ damage appears within 2 meters of it, SCP-2295 will enter active state. When 2 or more humans with organ failure conditions are present within range, SCP-2295 will always choose the younger individual. Next, SCP-2295 will uncharacteristically produce scissors, thin white thread or suture needles, or a scalpel from its mouth. It will use fibers and fillers from any nearby materials to create SCP-2295-1, a woven replica of the individual's organs. SCP-once 2295-1 is created, it disappears from view, and the individual enters an unconscious state. SCP-2295-1 will replace the individual's original organs in an incomprehensible and anomalous manner. It is not yet known where the replaced organs were transplanted. Everyone in the Magic Council seemed stunned. He stared at the sky, afraid that he had misread any information. Then, there was a feeling of astonishment and disbelief. What's going on? Judging from the data currently displayed, SCP-2295 will not cause any danger. Even, can it save humanity? This guy is not an abnormal person with malicious intentions towards humans. Instead, it is similar to a doctor, an existence that benefits mankind. This abnormality is much worse than the 2 extremely terrifying guys before. It makes people feel that it should not be called abnormal. The words on the sky continue. In the event that no nearby materials are available, SCP-2295 will use its own fabric and stuffing instead. SCP-2295 regenerates 1 gram of filler every day until any lost or used portion is completely replaced. SCP-2295-1 can successfully assume all the functions of its original organs, although this phenomenon goes against human cognition. In the individual, both the adjacent tissues and the blood vessels connected to the simulated organ were significantly lesioned. No individuals showed any rejection reaction to SCP-2295-1, and all individuals recovered fully. Looking at the information displayed on the sky curtain, people all over the world are getting restless. The voices of amazement continued to be heard. Oh my God, am I seeing things? This abnormality is actually a good thing. It's more than just good. Look at what is said on the sky screen. If there are no materials nearby, this anomaly can use the materials in its own body to make replacement organs. This is simply unbelievable. To be honest, I admire their willingness to sacrifice themselves for the benefit of mankind. No, this is so strange. Why would such a guy be called abnormal? This should be our human companion. Alvarez Empire. Augusta and Irene looked at each other. The horror in his eyes was clearly visible. They have a completely new understanding of SCP-2295. To read the exciting novel, go to Philonovel Network. According to Tian Mu, this anomaly can create a replica of human organs, and the most exaggerated thing is the ability to adapt perfectly. This shows that as long as SCP-2295 exists, there will be no incurable disease. You know, even in the magical world, magic is not omnipotent. Many powerful wizards also suffer from diseases. Especially as age increases, the chances of this happening increase. The human body has always been a place that magic cannot reach. And magic that can heal is rare in the entire magic world. Even if there is, it is impossible to create a complete organ to replace the defective organ like SCP-2295 does. This is the most terrifying thing. It is no exaggeration to say that such an existence is what almost everyone dreams of, and it can absolutely guarantee the safety of one's life. To be honest, even Augusta was a little moved. As for Irene, the eyes are unusually hot. Able to create human organs and adapt 100%. This seemed to give Irene a new way out. A path to regaining adulthood. Although Irene appears in human form at this moment. But those who know Irene well know. The person standing in front of them is not a real person. But a dragon. A real dragon. Because of the transition using Dragon Slayer magic, the entire body was transformed into a dragon. The current human form is only due to magic. However, it can only change the body into human. All of Irene's senses and organs belong to the dragon. Therefore, Irene couldn't fall asleep or taste anything. These side effects have been tormenting Irene for hundreds of years. Therefore, deep in Irene's heart, there is an extremely strong desire. That is to re-emerge into human form. The bear with his own heart seemed to give Irene hope. If SCP-2295 if you can replace all the dragon organs in your body with human organs. So, have I really become a human being? Inexplicable ideas began to sprout in Irene's mind. And, it can't be erased. Damn it. Where is that guy Jill? I think we need to fight for this anomaly. Irene's eyes were burning. Regardless of whether SCP-2295 can do it. But if you can give it a try, it's worth it. And if it succeeds, then it will be a great fortune for the Alvarez Empire. Chapter 67. Unknown Forest. The Sixth Demon General Brian also widened his eyes in horror at this moment. This guy. Brian seemed so excited that his speech was unclear. It took him a while to calm down. I knew that the anomaly could definitely be used. Just like SCP-096. However, it is a pity that we were not able to get a photo of SCP-096 last time. Otherwise, we could use SCP-096 to do something that even we cannot do. Taking a deep breath, Brian suppressed his inner excitement. Then he looked at the 6 demons beside him. He said in a deep voice, this time, we must not let this teddy bear go. its effect is too powerful. Brian, are you saying that we're going to fight over SCP-2295? Lisa pushed up her sunglasses on her nose. Of course. We must get a monster of this level. In a way, it is even more useful than Nirvana. Brian moving opening. With it, maybe we can achieve eternal life. Eternal life? How is this possible? Did you guess wrong? Brian. As soon as Brian's words came out, the other 6 demons immediately became puzzled and refuted. In response, Brian smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't know, but most of the birth, aging, illness and death of human beings are caused by the failure of the heart or various organ functions. However, SCP-2295 can do this, using SCP-2295-1 to replace our already failing organs. In this way, you can regain your vitality, and even if you cannot achieve immortality, you can achieve longevity in the true sense. Do you understand?" So. Brian clenched his fists. "We must seize this anomaly." "Well, in that case, I'll go. I'm very fast." Lisa volunteered. As one of the 6 demons, he is known for his speed, so it is very suitable for him to go. As long as the sky reveals the location of SCP-2295, Lisa can rush over quickly. Then, grab SCP-2295. But if you are alone, it may not be enough. Brian pondered for a moment. He looked at Angel and said, "The rest of us are responsible for finding Nirvana, so, Angel, you go with us." "Okay." Angel had no reason to refuse. Dark Guild, Devil's Heart. Hades couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up in shock, staring at the sky. Even a heart can be made and fit perfectly. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but touch his heart. Logically speaking, Hades has lived for hundreds of years, and his heart should have been overwhelmed. And that is indeed the case. However, Hades is still alive and well at this moment. Moreover, they have a physical fitness that surpasses that of young people. It's also related to the heart. The Devil's Heart is not just a name, it also represents Hades' research results. A giant artificial heart stored on the Devil's Heart airship. Not only can it provide itself with powerful magic power, but it can also sustain its dying life. However, there are many limitations. From the beginning to the end, it was only maintained by external forces. And if I have SCP-2295, then can I truly become a normal person without any restrictions? Hades' eyes gradually became hotter. "Brulot!" He suddenly growled. "Ah, old man, I know what you want to do." The middle-aged man sitting next to him with his arms folded and his feet on the table responded. Putting his feet down, Bruno turned his head and looked at Hades. "But, are you really confident in letting me go? I have been hungry and thirsty for a long time. The 7 followers of Purgatory have their own tasks for the time being, so you are the only one left." Hades looked at Brulot. As for the rest, at this point, he paused. There was a flash of madness in his eyes. "As long as we can get SCP-295, we will not hesitate to incur some unpredictable damage." Wow! Brulot stood up suddenly. "Boom boom boom, to read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network." Unimaginable gravity descends from the sky. In an instant, the entire airship sank. Afterwards, under the efforts of many lower-level personnel of the Demon Heart, it slowly rose and returned to calm. Inside the cabin, Brulot looked extremely excited. "In that case, I'm going to go and make a big scene." "Ha ha ha ha!" With a loud laugh, Brulot's figure gradually disappeared from Hades' sight. "Don't let me down, Brulot." The throne fell silent again, and a soft whisper was heard. "Hades Gate." Kuang-hua put his hands on his hips and looked straight at the sky. SCP-2295. What an amazing feature! At this point, Kuang-hua paused slightly. Then he shook his head with some regret. It's a pity that we demons can't use it. Lord Quanghua, are you still looking at the sky curtain? A gentle voice came from behind. Hearing this, the corners of Quanghua's mouth slightly raised. No need to watch it. It's useless to us demons. She turned around and looked at the graceful figure slowly walking towards her from behind. His eyes narrowed slightly. Come here, Sira. Let me pamper you. Hate it, Lord Quanghua. Just when people all over the world were eager to use SCP-2295's miraculous healing function, the bold black font on the sky gradually disappeared. Instead, a live broadcast slowly emerged. From above, it looks like a bustling city. Moreover, it is well known and anyone with a discerning eye can tell where this city is at a glance. Magnolia. That's right, the Wizards Guild, the town where Fairy Tale is located. At the same time, it is also one of the largest towns in the entire kingdom of Fiori. However, the town seems to have lost its former prosperity today. Fire and explosions filled the city's coastal edge. As the screen rotates, everyone finally saw the details of the scene clearly. It is a huge mechanical giant composed of huge metal and castle standing in the sea. On the giant's body, there is a crest that belongs to the ruler of the Phantom, one of the strongest guilds in the kingdom of Fiori. At the same time, the huge palm of the mechanical giant is suspended in the air. As time goes by, a huge magic circle is slowly being written that is difficult to understand. The forbidden magic purgatory is broken. The target of such a huge magic circle. It is the lonely three-story building on the coastline. The flag flying above them also proves their identity. Fairy Tale. Obviously, this is a battlefield. A civil war battlefield in the bright magic world. The ruler of the Phantom vs Fairy Tale. Chapter 68. Huge explosions continued to resound throughout the town. The war between the Wizard Guild and the Wizard Guild also made everyone watching the live broadcast on the sky screen stunned. Almost no one thought. This time, the sky curtain actually revealed a war between two major guilds. Moreover, these two guilds are actually affiliated with the bright magic world. The two strongest guilds in the kingdom of Fiori. This is undoubtedly a blatant violation of the Magic Council's regulations prohibiting guild infighting. Moreover, the negative impact of a war between two guilds of such a large size is definitely unpredictable. Inside the Magic Council, Crawford stared at the sky. The anger in my eyes can't be suppressed. What on earth do they want to do? Why would they start a war without permission? How dare they do that? Do you really think that our Magic Council has no temper? Crawford roared angrily. During this period of time, the continuous decline in strength has made Crawford extremely irritated. And now, there is actually a guild that disregards the laws of the Magic Council. Open war? What on earth do they think the Magic Council is? Crawford couldn't understand it, and couldn't figure it out at all. Fairy Tale, the ruler of the ghost. Ouge looked at the two guilds and felt a headache. As within the kingdom of Fiori, even the Magic Council is not easy to deal with. Not to mention, the members of these two guilds usually don't care much about the Magic Council. It is even more difficult to manage. Looking at Crawford's face, Og knew that he was really angry this time. I couldn't help but sigh softly and said, "Don't be angry, it's useless." But they don't take us seriously. Crawford pointed at the sky and spoke incoherently. Calm down. If things get this bad, we can only hold them accountable later. Zikurin folded his arms and said indifferently. Can't you just order them to stop now? Crawford said angrily. Who's going? You or me? Zikurin curled his lips. He looked at the sky again. The ruler of the Phantom has moved the Walking Guild here, which proves that they will never stop until they achieve their goal. Whether it is the ruler of Phantom or Fairy Tale, the president is a Saint 10 level fighter. Even if I go, I may not be able to stop it. As he said this, he looked at Crawford. Tell me, what should we do? Use magic elf power. Facing Zikurin's series of questions, Crawford's tone stagnated. I opened my mouth, but in the end nothing came out. Forget about it. It would be better to wait until they decide the winner before intervening. Ultia supported her chin with one hand and suggested. Hearing this, even though Crawford was unwilling, he still sighed. He cursed angrily, what a bunch of bastards. Zikurin chuckled twice, then turned his attention to the sky. Compared to the battle between the fairies and ghosts, I am more looking forward to this new anomaly. What is going on? In the sky, the scene stayed for a moment at the battle between the two guilds, and then zoomed in again. The scene is in the depths of a forest south of Magnolia. There is a secluded cabin here. Inside the wooden house, an old woman wearing a red coat and with grey hair was sweeping the not-so-big wooden house with a broom in her hand. The layout of the house is simple. A clean and tidy bed and a medicine table placed next to the bed. Above, all kinds of colorful potions are bubbling. Next to the desk is a bookcase that takes up the entire wall, with densely packed and neatly arranged books on top. It can be clearly seen through the skylight that most of these books are about medical treatment. This is a doctor's home. He looks so quiet, a reclusive doctor. It should be a pharmacist, right? Look at the table. Wait. I think I know her. I was lucky enough to receive her treatment. She is a very good doctor. I heard that she is now the exclusive pharmacist of the Wizard Guild fairy tale. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. It's Polika. Polyasica. She seems to be very famous and has excellent medical skills. After all, it is a canopy facing the whole world. Therefore, many people recognized the owner of this house. At this time, the sky screen turns again. 0 request flowers. Came to this small wooden house, in an inconspicuous corner. There's all sorts of junk piled up here. But the screen was locked on an open wooden box in the pile of debris. There, lies a teddy bear that looks lifeless. Its entire body appears to be sewn with fabrics of different colors. There is also a delicate bow tied around the neck. Just lying quietly in the wooden box. The moment I saw this teddy bear, discussions from the outside world also began. The sky was locked onto this bear. Could this be SCP-2295? It looks similar to what Tianmu described, but this doesn't look like anything special, does it? It's just a teddy bear, right? This seems to be the first time that the audience has seen such a harmless abnormality. Of course, in reality, SCP-2295 is really harmless. Even very beneficial. But, for people all over the world, it always feels a little bit strange. The idea that everything abnormal is evil, scary, and deadly. It has already taken root in people's hearts in the previous abnormal events. Therefore, when I saw SCP-2295, I felt a strong sense of disobedience. In a deserted place, 2 high-speed magical 2-wheeled vehicles, or motorcycles, sped past. Angel, riding on a motorcycle, looked up at the sky from time to time. The moment SCP-2295 appears, Angel's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. It's here. SCP-2295. Speed up, we have to get there early. I dare say we are not the only ones targeting this anomaly. Lisa said in a deep voice. Regarding the abnormal characteristics mentioned by Tianmu, they didn't have any doubts. After all, up to now, Tianmu had never made a mistake. Therefore, they have to act faster than others. In this way, we can get this universal doctor. Yes, a universal doctor. In the eyes of the 6 demon generals, SCP-2295 is a universal doctor. At the same time, it is also a very small bug level that can prolong life. Chapter 69. Just as the scene gradually quieted down, the tightly closed door was suddenly knocked open. Granny Polika, something terrible has happened. President. President him. Anxious voices kept coming from the gate. Having his peace broken, Polyasika stopped what he was doing and raised his head angrily. Although he is the exclusive pharmacist of fairy tale. However, Polyasika has an unacceptable habit, which is hating humans. Yes, that's right. Even though he is a human being, Polika has a strong aversion to humans as a species. Therefore, I chose to live alone in this eastern forest. I was originally enjoying my own life alone, but the noisy sound started again. It also successfully provoked Polyasika's anger. He looked towards the door, and just when he was about to scold 007. But suddenly I froze in place. Following the line of sight of Polika, everyone could see that at the gate, members of the Fairy Tale Guild were. Biska and Arzik were standing at the gate, carrying a short old man with a green body. Biska and Arzik looked extremely anxious. The shouts just now were also made by the two of them. What is going on? Questions began to fill the minds of all those watching the live broadcast. The audience also had an impression of the short old man whose whole body had turned green. From the Wizards Guild, Fairy Tale's president, Makarov. When SCP-682 appeared before, it was Makarov who stepped forward. Although he failed to defeat SCP-682, his courage to sacrifice his own life is still worthy of respect. And although Makarov failed to defeat SCP-682, however, no one dared to underestimate the strength of this Holy Ten Mage. Therefore, when seeing Makarov like this, many people couldn't believe it. Who on earth could make this veteran Holy Ten Mage become like this? Not just the audience of Tianmu Live. Even Polyasika didn't have the energy to blame the two for their quarrel. Instead, he stared at Makarov. There was a hint of horror in his eyes. I couldn't help but ask what is going on. It's a long story, to put it simply. Biska took a deep breath and then began her story. At this time, the audience in the sky gradually understood the events that led to the war between the two guilds. The reason is that Lucy, who also appeared in the sky last time. She is the daughter of the Heartfilia family, a wealthy family in the kingdom of Fiori. Because she was dissatisfied with her father who only cared about work and had no concept of family affection, she chose to run away from home, and after Harjan encountered the SCP-682 incident, she chose to join the Wizards Guild, Fairy Tale. On the other hand, the Phantom Overlord could no longer sit still after hearing the news. The leader of the Phantom Ruler, Joseph, and Makarov have always had a grudge against each other. Moreover, although this person is also one of the 10 holy mages, he has an extremely narrow mind. After losing to Makarov, he has been holding a grudge. This time, after seeing Lucy join the fairy tale, the jealousy in his heart completely broke out. Joseph was already very unhappy that fairy tale had grown so fast in recent years that it was on par with the ruler of Phantom. Now he is even more afraid that fairy tale will use the financial resources behind Lucy's family to expand wildly, until he completely surpassed the ruler of the ghost. At this time, the commission from the Heartfilia family gave Joseph a reason. The Heartfilia family, Lucy's father, hopes that Joseph can take Lucy back by force. Accept the marriage they arranged for Lucy. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. After the task is completed, the ruler of the ghost will be rewarded accordingly. Of course, Joseph's ambition is definitely not just that little reward. What he wanted was to capture Lucy and demand all kinds of fees from the Heartfilia family. He will not stop until all the wealth of the Heartfilia family is drained. Of course, this is all later. Then, the ruler of the Phantom began to attack Fairy Tale. First, he destroyed the Fairy Tale Guild, then injured their members and captured Lucy. At this point, Fairy Tale is furious about its companions being hurt and is fighting the Phantom. Makarov led his men straight to the Phantom's lair. But, he was tricked by Joseph. Joseph used the captured Lucy to successfully attract Makarov's attention. And he ordered his S-class wizard, Arya of the Sky, one of the 4 elements, to use her special magic, 0. Successfully cleared Makarov's magic power. For a wizard, magic is life. Makarov, who lost his magic, instantly lost all his fighting power, falling into a state of magic power exhaustion. So he was rushed to Polika. I hope Polika can save Makarov. After listening to all this, the audience of Tianmu Live fell silent. To be honest, I originally thought that Phantom Ruler was a very good guild, a very strong guild. The result, didn't I expect it to be so shameless? Yes, isn't the Phantom Guild leader too narrow-minded? Judging from the performance of the Fairy Tale Guild, they didn't even know that this person named Lucy was a member of the Heartfilia family. Is this considered an unexpected disaster? The point is that the Fairy Tale Guild knew that Lucy was the cause of everything and that they could have peace if they just handed her over, but they still chose to go to war with Phantom. To be honest, I'm starting to like this guild. Yeah, same as above. I want to add that Phantom Assassin is really rubbish. They don't even dare to fight head-on and only dare to sneak attack. I really look down on this kind of guild. Yes, Phantom is real garbage. People around the world are expressing their opinions. Only Poliasyka, after observing Makarov's situation, his expression became more and more serious. What happened to the president? Granny Poliasyka. Yes, 4.3, please tell me something. How is the president doing now? Seeing that Poliasyka's face was getting darker and darker, Bisksa and Arzik asked hurriedly. Polika took a deep breath. Then he raised his hand. Snap! A slap hit Makarov hard on the cheek. In an instant, the scene became quiet. Not only that, people all over the world were stunned. Hello, wait a minute. How could you do this to the president? No, how could you do this to the injured person? After a while, Biska and Arzik came forward and asked. Really? He is so old and still acting so recklessly. Polishka stared expressionlessly at Makarov, who was lying on the bed gasping for breath and looking extremely unhappy. Then he shook his head and said, I can't stand this stupid guy. Chapter 70. Hello, is this old woman really a doctor? I was so afraid that this old man would die at the hands of this doctor. I don't know what happened, but my old illness was indeed cured by this pharmacist, so there should be no problem with his medical skills, right? Oh, that feels a bit violent. Regarding Poliasyka's actions, the audience at the Sky Curtain had many opinions. And in the same place, Polishka just stared at Makarov. Suddenly, as if he had discovered something, he shouted at Biska and Arzik behind him. What are you two still doing here? Go back quickly. The two people were startled by the sudden roar and said quickly. But, the president's current injury. Let's stay. Go back. Polishka took a deep breath, looked at Makarov and murmured. You are so sad, it is the worst thing for the patients. Bisksa and Arzik looked at each other, not daring to speak. Polishka continued to speak. His old but still sharp eyes instantly determined Makarov's specific situation. 31 This should be a magic of wind attribute, right? Drain. This is a terrible magic that can cause the opponent's magic power to flow away. The magic that is forced to flow out will float in the air and eventually disappear. The most important thing here is magic power. If Makarov cannot collect the drawn magic power or replenish it with new magic power, he will not be able to recover. Even I could only barely save his life. But, at this point, Poliasyka paused slightly. This left Bisksa and Arzik at the back confused. Poliasyka? Bisksa asked tentatively. But this idiot also suffers from a serious heart disease, you know that, right? Poliasyka spoke again. If Makarov doesn't collect his magic power in time, his body won't be able to withstand the heart attack. At that time, even whether one can save his life will be a problem. Poliasyka's tone was extremely heavy, and the two people behind him fell silent. Outside, viewers watching the live broadcast. Hiss, I admit that I underestimated this old lady just now, it seems that she really has something. Can you tell what kind of magic you're being subjected to just by looking at it? Aren't her medical skills a little too scary? The point is, even for her, there is no way to deal with it at the moment. The main thing is the loss of magic power, right? Inside the cabin, Bisksa and Arzik looked at each other and nodded slightly. We will inform everyone in the guild of this news. We must collect the president's magic power back at all costs. After a brief silence, Polyasika suddenly turned around and picked up the broom beside him. Why don't you two leave? Go collect the magic power, what are you waiting for? Get out of here now, I can't stand the human stench. The sudden roar startled everyone again. Wow, no, why is this person so startled? I was shocked. His medical skills are indeed very strong, but his temper is a bit hard to accept. It seems like he really hates humans. The audience kept stroking their chests to soothe their frightened hearts. Inside the cabin, Bisksa and Arzik did not dare to stay any longer. Under the threat of Polyasika, he ran away tumbling. Now it's quiet again. Polaka put down the broom in his hand and came to Makarov's bedside. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. His expression gradually softened. You've always loved to cause trouble for me. For wizards, magic power is the source of life. The stronger the magic power, the more painful it will be when it is exhausted. I took a deep breath and said, I said you. If I don't hold on, I might die. What a complete fool. Shaking his head gently, Polyasika came to the bookshelf beside him and began to scan the books on top. Finally, after finding a medical book about the magic exhaustion of wizards, I took it down and started reading it. His expression was also unusually serious. Behind the bed, Makarov, whose body had turned green, was breathing heavily. Beads of sweat hung on his head and cheeks. My eyes are tightly closed and trembling. Seems to be experiencing great pain. Looking at the picture on the sky, audiences around the world were silent for a moment. They figured it out. To put it bluntly, Polishka still cared a lot about Makarov. I'm just a little annoyed at why this old man works so hard to end up like this. As the saying goes, the more you care, the angrier you will be. But, speaking of which, can SCP-2295, the bear with a sewn heart, save this old man? Isn't the anomaly in this room? That shouldn't be possible. Makarov's most critical problem is the lack of magic power. According to the description of the anomaly, it should only be able to rescue those body organs. People with problems. There shouldn't be anything you can do about the loss of mana. Hey! Look, SCP-2295, there's movement. As the last person said. In the corner of the sky screen. In the pile of junk that was supposed to have been thrown away, a teddy bear suddenly stood up. In an instant, the pupils of all the people watching the live broadcast on the sky screen shrank sharply. Looked at SCP-2295 in disbelief. Oh my god! There really is movement, this, could it really be saved? I saw that in the sky. The teddy bear slowly stood up and looked around in a humane way. Then, the two black eyes locked onto Makarov, who was lying on the bed and breathing heavily. Then, the toy bear began to move. Jumping to Makarov's bed. During this process, there was no sound of footsteps, so even Polusika, who was reading a book and trying to find a solution, was not alerted. Then, the toy bear grabbed the blanket hanging beside the bed and climbed up with difficulty using his hands and feet. Circling around Makarov's body. Seems to be observing Makarov's injuries. Then, the mood seems to be a little depressed. Chapter 71. Yes, it is a downturn. Under the gaze of all the spectators in the sky, SCP-2295 began to search around for the materials he wanted to use. The whole process takes about 1 minute. SCP-2295 found some fabrics of different colors. Then he pulled some fibers from the blanket covering Makarov. It seems that the fibers contain some impurities that they don't need. SCP-2295 started the selection process, which lasted for nearly a minute. The whole process was silent. It didn't even disturb Makarov, who was lying on the bed. After all materials are prepared, SCP-2295 opened his mouth strangely, which was outlined by the stitches. And out of it came a pair of scissors, some thin white thread, and a sewing needle. Then I sat down at the foot of the bed and started sewing. Gradually, a prismatic puppet that looked like a magic crystal appeared in SCP-2295's hand. What organ is that? Inside the Magic Council. Ultia frowned and kept looking at the prismatic puppet in the hand of the bear with a heart. Looks a little confused. Even Zikurin beside him was puzzled. However, after thinking for a moment, his expression gradually became shocked. Did you find anything? Ziku. Yajima turned and looked at Zikurin. Did you know that there is something similar to the source of magic inside the magician's body? Zikurin's tone was a little excited. Although most of the members present are ordinary people. However, as high-level personnel who can manage the magic world, they naturally know this common sense. They nodded. For a wizard, it is the source of magic power and the most important part of a wizard. Ultia whispered softly. As if he had thought of something, his pupils shrank slightly. Incredibly, he said, could it be that SCP-2295 creates a substitute for the source of magic? Judging from Makarov's current symptoms, this is indeed possible. Zikurin took a deep breath. Ursha still found it hard to believe. But how is it possible to do this? Strictly speaking, the magic source of a wizard is not a specific organ, but a conceptual abstract space. Even if Makarov died because of the depletion of his magic source, can this thing really be replaced? This sounds ridiculous, right? But this is abnormal. Zikurin responded in a deep voice. So far, no matter what anomaly it is, isn't the most notable feature its absurdity and various strange abilities that completely violate common sense. Zikurin's words silenced the entire Magic Council. They still can't believe this fact. Every pair of eyes is fixed on the sky. I hope the facts are as expected. At this moment, in the picture, the bear with his sewn heart nodded with unusual satisfaction. Then he placed the prismatic puppet in his hand on Makarov's belly, which is the pubic area. Next moment, the prismatic puppet gradually becomes transparent. And as time goes by, it disappears completely. Then, a scene that made all the spectators exclaim appeared. Makarov, whose skin had turned green due to the exhaustion of his magic power. First, the breathing gradually began to stabilize. The strange color on the body is gradually returning to normal flesh color. This process lasted about 3 minutes. Makarov, who seemed to be dying just now, fell into a deep sleep at this moment, contrary to his usual behavior. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. It was as if that look just now had never appeared before. It is indeed so. Inside the Magic Council, Zikurin slammed the table and stood up. It turns out, it can actually replace the magic source, and... Zikurin stared at Makarov's expression. I couldn't help but say, besides, Makarov has recovered his magic power. In other words, the magic source created by SCP-2295 itself carries full magic power. This is too exaggerated. Even Ultair's eyes widened at this moment, and she covered her mouth with one hand. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Yeah, that's totally impossible. No matter from which aspect, it is impossible to do it. This teddy bear can actually even replace the source of magic? Think about it from another angle. Even this kind of thing can be made. So if necessary, wouldn't SCP-2295 be able to create all kinds of weird things that humans can't understand? And all of this just depends on whether the situation requires it. Unbelievable, this kind of thing is too shocking. In the picture, SCP-2295 watching Makarov's gradually recovering expression. For some reason, all viewers can feel the joy emanating from this teddy bear. SCP-2295 then began searching around Makarov's bed. What else does this teddy bear want to do? Hey, it's already exaggerated to be able to solve Makarov's magic power deficiency, okay. So, what earth-shattering thing is this little bear going to do? Countless people were puzzled by SCP-2295's next move. However, everyone soon had the answer. Only to see that in the picture. SCP-2295 searched for a long time, and it seemed that the materials around him had been almost used up in making the magic source just now. SCP-2295 is now holding several pieces of incomplete sewn cloth of various colors and is feeling a little worried. It looked at Makarov, whose breathing had stabilized. After hesitating for a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind. Directly remove part of the fabric and a small part of the internal filling from your body. Then she continued to sit at the end of the bed and began to sew and mend. People all over the world suddenly felt their scalps tingling. Oh my god, is this teddy bear starting to dismantle its own materials? I don't know why, but I felt sorry for this teddy bear when I saw this scene. I actually started to think it was very cute. I really want to hug it. That's right, you are not alone. He said you are not human. During this short period of time, another object gradually began to take shape in SCP-2295's hands. It was a cloth heart that looked like it was made of various pieces of rags, stuffed with fiber filling inside. Is it intending to completely cure Makarov's heart disease that has lasted for many years? Chapter 72. However, at this time, there was a sigh coming from the front. Polika closed the book in front of him helplessly. My mind is in a mess, no way. Even though Polika read all the medical books, he still couldn't find a way to cure Makarov in a short time. Even, according to the description in the book. If Makarov's lost magic power cannot be recovered within one day. So, Makarov may not survive. Old age, heart disease, and the even greater side effects of being a powerful wizard but losing his magic power. All of this combined is enough to kill Makarov, the Holy Ten. This is what Polyasika doesn't want to see. It was not just because the pharmacy that he had painstakingly studied for many years could not cure Makarov's frustration. More, is the special feeling for that stupid guy. Damn it! Polika pounded the table angrily. At this moment, she even began to resent herself. If I could have mastered my skills a little more, could I have saved Makarov's life? Well, there were many thoughts in my mind, but in the end they just turned into a helpless sigh. Polyasika slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. I just hope those little guys can collect Makarov's magic power quickly. Hey! Seems to have noticed the sky that I never paid attention to. And the picture on the sky. Polika's pupils gradually began to shrink. This is 137. She turned her head sharply and looked at Makarov's bed. Really? A little bear made of various colored fabrics is sitting at the end of the bed. In its hands, it is holding a freshly sewn heart made of cloth. Move your gaze upward again. Polika was shocked to find that Makarov, who was suffering from the exhaustion of his magic power, had now regained his normal complexion. Although it is a little pale, it looks countless times better than before. Even his breathing was steady, and he looked like he was asleep. Then, the toy bear climbed onto Makarov again. After a gesture, he placed the cloth heart in his hand on Makarov's chest. Then, something happened that Polyasika couldn't understand at all. The heart made of coarse cloth and fiber filling disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, Makarov's originally pale face gradually became rosy. I don't know if it's an illusion. Whether it is the audience on the sky screen or Polyasica in the wooden house, they can clearly feel. Makarov's breathing became stronger and stronger. That kind of feeling shouldn't appear in an old man who is nearly 100 years old. On the contrary, it is more common among young people who have plenty of energy. Could it be that? Polaka seemed to understand something, and his face was extremely horrified. After finishing all this, the bear seemed very satisfied and nodded. Then he leaned next to Makarov and stopped moving. It looks like an ordinary teddy bear. There is no life but. At this moment, no matter the audience watching the Sky Dome or Polusika at the scene, they could no longer regard it as an ordinary teddy bear. After swallowing his saliva, Polyasica immediately rushed forward. He came to Makarov's side and stretched out his hand to feel his pulse. Then, there are all kinds of dazzling inspections. While checking, Polyasica's mouth was getting bigger and bigger. His expression became more and more horrified. How could this happen? The magic power has been fully restored, even more than before. The side effects of magic deficiency have also completely disappeared. The hidden heart disease has also disappeared, and this guy is now stronger than a bull. If this isn't my hallucination, this idiot can still live for at least a few decades. But, how is it possible? This completely goes against any common sense. How could this be possible? The constant screams of horror from Polyasica were naturally heard clearly by everyone watching the live broadcast. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Suddenly, the whole world is in an uproar. Oh my god! Is it really cured? SCP-2295, can it really cure any disease? Isn't this too exaggerated? This kind of thing is totally unreasonable. If that's the case, then, maybe I can be saved. I've been suffering from a terminal illness for a long time. No, I'm leaving for Magnolia right away. I don't have to die anymore. The whole world is really crazy. The people who were rushing towards this place were also completely crazy. Even Makarov's heart disease can be cured, and according to what Polishka just said, at least you can still live for a few more decades, which is simply rejuvenation. This effect is so exaggerated that it is no exaggeration to say that it is enough to cause competition all over the world. Not to mention that some elderly people also want to extend their lifespan. For example, even in the magical world, many people still die from various terminal diseases every year. Magic is not omnipotent. Even magical healing cannot do something as exaggerated as SCP-2295. What's more, in this world, healing magic is as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Too little to be pitiful. Wizard Guild, Cat Inn. This is a guild established mainly based on tribes. Most of its members are from the same tribe and have their own complete lifestyle. Therefore, they rarely appear elsewhere. This also led to the poor reputation of this guild. At this moment, inside the guild's tent, like the harpy, but a white kitten, Xiaolulu couldn't help but look at the blue-haired little girl next to her. Asked Wendy, if it were you, could you do this? Xiaolulu stared at Wendy, thinking of knowing the answer to this question. But, after a little thought, Wendy. She shook her head helplessly. I'm sorry, Xiaolulu, but this kind of thing is impossible. So, I don't know what's going on with this teddy bear, but I can be sure that it's definitely not magic. Magic can't do this. It's really impossible. The cat seems to be afraid of white and doesn't believe it. Wendy repeated it twice. Okay, okay. Xiaolulu quickly interrupted the blue-haired girl. Then he folded his arms and looked at Wendy. Even you can't do it. Xiaolulu knows Wendy very well. She is the Witch of the Sky, also known as Tianlong Wendy. User of Dragon Slayer magic. However, Wendy is not like other dragon slayers like Natsu or Gajil, who have extremely strong destructive power. What Wendy's dragon slaying magic is better at is healing. At the same time, he is also a rare healing wizard in the world. But, even Wendy can't do it. So, how terrifying is SCP-2295's ability? Xiaolulu found it a little hard to imagine what this completely unreasonable creature was. While people all over the world are discussing. In the picture, Makarov, who had been in a coma, seemed to have a reaction. The tightly closed eyes moved. Then slowly opened. After noticing this, Polyasika came over and asked immediately. Are you awake? How do you feel? Polishka. Why am I here? Makarov, who had just woken up, was a little confused. Don't worry about that for now, I just want to know, how do you feel now? Polyasika hurriedly shook his head and continued to ask. Me. Makarov moved his hands. His eyes gradually widened. I feel really good. This feeling seems to have not come for a long time, just like. At this point, Makarov raised his eyebrows slightly. Just like when we were young. Chapter 73. Makarov clenched his fists. Not only is it not as strong as before, but it also feels a little weak. On the contrary, it is very powerful. Although Makarov had powerful magic before, he was often unable to do anything due to the aging of his body. For example, when he was fighting SCP-682, he was transformed into a giant with just one claw from SCP-682. Then, I couldn't even climb up. For example, this time the war between ghosts and fairies. Makarov was attacked by Arya, the leader of the four elements under Joseph, because of Lucy. Although a big reason is because I am distracted. But, in the final analysis, it is because I am too old, and in many cases, my reaction speed can no longer keep up. Even in a distracted state, I don't have the energy to take care of my surroundings. If it was when I was young, even if my attention was not on the surrounding. But if someone approaches from behind, Makarov can react in an instant and launch a counterattack. Age is always a hurdle that a powerful wizard cannot overcome. However, after this inexplicable awakening, Makarov felt something completely different. I have more energy than before. In short, I don't feel tired as easily. My clenched fists are stronger, and my thinking seems to be a little sharper. Of course, I don't know if these are Makarov's illusions. But no matter what, Makarov felt more comfortable than ever before. Seeing the lively appearance, Polyasika standing beside the bed was stunned. She really couldn't imagine that an old man with a serious heart disease would be in this state. This is simply unbelievable. Is this all because of you? She turned her head and looked at the teddy bear lying next to Makarov's pillow, and her heart seemed to be filled with turbulent waves. The bustling sound came out, pulling back Polika's thoughts. Watching Makarov's actions, he couldn't help but ask, what are you doing? I don't know why I recovered, but thank you, Polishka. Makarov responded while putting on his clothes. That's not what I meant. Polyasika frowned. You need more rest now. Do you think I will listen to you obediently? Makarov put on his clothes and got out of bed. Besides, I feel better than ever before. But... Okay, Polyasika, you don't have to persuade me. Makarov came to the gate and paused. Then he took a deep breath and said, I am just fulfilling my duties as a parent. Thank you for your care. Makarov left, and the door slowly closed. In the whole room, only Polyasika was left standing alone beside the bed. She glanced at the photo frame placed beside the bed. Above is a group photo of the fairy tale guild from many years ago. At that time, I stood aside and watched the stubborn Makarov helplessly. Finally, Polyasika sighed, I can't stand it. Nothing has changed in all these years. But... She looked again at the teddy bear lying quietly at the head of the bed. Slightly narrowed his eyes. How on earth did you do that? No one could answer Polyasika. The whole cabin gradually became quiet. Outside, the live broadcast of Tianmu changed again. From the wooden house, we moved to the battlefield where Fairy Tail and the ruler of the Phantom were fighting. To be honest, this war was beyond anyone's expectations. Fairy Tail, which has lost its leader Makarov, has shown surprising resilience. Among them, the backbone forces led by Natsu, Grey, Elfman, Urza, and others. Not only did it destroy the purgatory shattering that the Phantom Overlord had activated. Even the S-class wizards of the Phantom Ruler and the Four Elements were all defeated. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The strongest wizard among the Phantoms, the Iron Dragon Slayer, Gajeel, was forced to fight Natsu to a standstill. In the end, with the help of Lucy, Natsu even defeated Gajeel. This series of defeats completely angered the leader of the Phantom Ruler, Joseph. He decided not to wait and take action himself. First, he encountered Urza, who had just killed Aliyah with one sword. That's right, it was Aliyah, the one who attacked Makarov and caused all of his magic power to disappear. Killed instantly by Urza's sword. Let everyone in this world see how powerful this fairy queen is. 0 request flowers. However, this sword also cost Urza more than 70% of her magic power. In this state, he encountered Joseph. This is undoubtedly a hell level of difficulty. Urza tried her best to deal with it, but in the end she was no match for Joseph. Trapped in midair, Joseph even used magic to control Urza's own blade. And stabbed Urza, trying to kill her completely. However, at this moment, Makarov, who had been completely cured by SCP-2295, arrived in time. And saved Urza. It was at this time that people all over the world refreshed their cognition again. People all over the world have witnessed the power of Makarov, the magician of the Holy Ten. During the fight against SCP-682. Therefore, many people have a vague idea of Makarov's strength. Now, after SCP-2295 replaced his heart, Makarov's physical fitness has returned to its peak and he is obviously much stronger. Although both parties are wizards of the Holy Ten. Although, the extremely huge magic power of both sides even caused the sky to collapse and the earth to split. However, throughout the battle, Joseph was suppressed by Makarov and couldn't even raise his head. Whether it's the giantization or the magic of light, it's more than one level stronger than the previous time when dealing with SCP-682. Before, he was extremely arrogant and claimed that he would let Makarov see the desperate Joseph. I was the first to despair at this moment. He couldn't understand why the two of them were both Saint 10 and even ranked next to each other. But, why is the gap so big? This is totally unscientific. Even in this battle, Makarov did not use the super magic he had used against 682 before. The laws of the goblins can defeat Joseph directly. The terrifying strength shocked the entire kingdom of Fiori for a time. It also allows everyone to understand more intuitively. SCP: How much benefit did 2295 bring to Makarov? Abnormalities are not necessarily disasters, they may also be opportunities. For a moment, countless people were jealous. In the isolated forest to the east, two figures could no longer suppress their greed. Next moment, a huge explosion blew up the door outside the wooden house in the woods. Chapter 74. Time goes back a few minutes. The door of the wooden house. Polika looked at the man in front of him with a masked face, holding a strange scepter in his hand and carrying several scepters behind him, with a somewhat surprised expression. She pointed at the ghost flags scattered all around the gate. He murmured in disbelief, could it be that this guy destroyed all the phantom branches by himself? Although surprised, Polyasika had no doubt that the man in front of him had such strength. You know, the person standing in front of Polyasika. But in the Fairy Tale Guild, the strongest substitute and also the most mysterious S-class wizard, Miston Ge. Their strength should never be underestimated. It is not unacceptable to destroy other branches of Phantom. He sighed softly as Makarov's companion, Don't you 577 intend to help them in their so-called war? However, facing the gaze of Polyasica, Miston shook his head gently. The war over there will be over soon, and I am not needed. Hearing this, Polyasica opened his mouth but still shook his head. That's why I hate humans so much. She turned around and said, having great power, but only creating sadness, and I will also use anger to forget the fact that I am trapped in a vortex of sadness. Miston was silent for a moment. Strength or not, sadness or not, that is not what we should consider. I think neither the president nor anyone in the guild would think about this issue. Polaka turned around and looked at Miston Ge in surprise. In our view, force is just a tool to protect ourselves and survive in peace. Miston murmured. We fight to protect. Fighting to protect, Polaka was stunned. Then he shook his head. It's all the same, I really can't stand you. By the way, did you collect Makarov's magic power? Polyasica, who missed the first wave of the sky curtain, has always had questions about this matter. However, Scott denied it. It's not me, and that's why I'm here. What's the meaning? SCP-2295. It saved the president, but it also attracted the attention of others. This place will soon become a battlefield. How is it possible? I am here. Polyasica's words haven't even fallen yet. Then he saw that Miston Ge's eyes gradually became terrified. Careful! Miston Ge exclaimed. Next second, a huge explosion went off behind the cabin. The dazzling flames and the piercing explosions completely broke the tranquility of the isolated cabin in the forest. The shock wave swept over and knocked over Polaka and Mistongo, who were standing at the door. Thick black smoke billowed up. The violent explosion was transmitted to everyone's ears through the sky. What the hell? Is someone attacking? I don't know. The sky is now completely obscured by thick smoke. From this situation, it looks like someone wants to seize SCP-2295. Nonsense, with such a powerful effect, I don't believe you won't be tempted. Of course I was tempted. Even if I couldn't use it myself, I would always have relatives and friends, and there would always be sick people around me. With SCP-2295, these wouldn't be a problem. Therefore, how can we not be moved? However, we don't have the ability to obtain this anomaly, so we should just watch carefully. The Magic Council was just discussing how to deal with the counselors of the fairy and ghost guilds who started a war without authorization. They were all startled by the sudden explosion. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Speaker Crawford's eyes immediately locked onto the sky. Damn! Who is this? It is not clear who it is yet, but it is likely that they are trying to steal SCP-2295. Ouge said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Crawford also became anxious. Originally, I planned to use the excuse of dealing with the two guilds as an excuse. The plan to send a team to quietly bring SCP-2295 back has been completely shattered. A bunch of bastards. This kind of thing must not be held privately, it must fall into the control of the council, otherwise it will cause a big mess. Not far away, Zikurin curled his lips. Seems to be extremely disdainful of these high-sounding statements of the senior management. However, he did not want this thing to fall into the hands of others. Even I was very moved by this abnormality. Therefore, I do not intend to refute Crawford for the time being. At this moment, Crawford also immediately ordered. We have to make some movement, let Doran Bart go. That guy's teleportation magic can quickly bring back P-2295. Yes. The frogman behind him nodded in agreement, then ran out of the meeting room to give orders to someone in the council. And now, in the billowing smoke, two crisp footsteps were heard. Oh! Is this SCP-2295? According to what the sky screen shows, it is indeed. The voices sounded like two people, a man and a woman. Soon, the smoke gradually thinned and dissipated. Mr. Ji, who was thrown to the ground and quickly got up, also noticed the current situation. The back half of the cabin was completely destroyed. The flame that has not yet been extinguished continues to burn. Two figures appeared beside the empty bed. The male figure is holding SCP-2295. The sharp-eyed Miston immediately noticed the racing suit of the man with the pointed nose. The 3.7 dark purple distorted logo. 6 demon generals. His voice was extremely solemn. Oh, you know us. Angel looked at Miston Ge with interest. The corners of his mouth curved up. The Dark Guild, the 6 demon generals. The expression of Polyasica beside him suddenly changed. At this moment, the sky returned to normal as the smoke dissipated. The conversation between several people was also clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. What? Those 2 people are actually the 6 demon generals. 6 demon generals? What is that? They don't even know this. The largest alliance of dark guilds, the Balam Alliance, one of the 3 strongest dark guilds. Are they targeting SCP-2295 too? Chapter 75. Alvarez Empire. Watching everything in the sky, Irene clenched her fists tightly and couldn't help but ask Val beside her. Where is Agil? Didn't he go to Ishgar? Why hasn't it arrived yet? When asked, Val shook his head helplessly. I just communicated with that guy not long ago. Because the sea has been rough recently, his ship was delayed. It will take at least some time for him to arrive. Will it take some time? Irene frowned. Eyes on the sky. He couldn't help but sigh secretly when that guy arrives. What will happen to our Alvarez Empire? Abnormal. As if he could see Irene's sadness, Augusta said quietly. You'd better rest assured and let those guys fight for it for now. When Ajir arrives, do you think there will be anyone there who can be Ajir's opponent? By then, this bear with his sewn heart will be in our hands. What I am worried about is not the Dark Guild or something like that. Irene heard this and shook her head helplessly. You mean? August frowned slightly, then turned his gaze to the sky. The SCP Foundation. That's right, they wouldn't let someone else master such a powerful anomaly. Irene said. Indeed. August also agreed with Irene's words. If it's them, then things are indeed a bit troublesome. That foundation is so mysterious. Taking a deep breath, August continued. However, let's wait until Ajir arrives there before we discuss everything. Maybe Ajir can really find out something about the foundation. It is also possible that Ajir could directly take down the foundation. De Maria said at this time. Hearing this, Augusta and Irene both looked at De Maria. What's wrong? De Maria was a little confused. Forget it, it's up to you to decide what's right and what's wrong. Irene shook her head and turned her gaze back to the sky. At this moment, the screen. The smoke and dust completely dissipated, and the 2 figures had already formed a stalemate with Miston Ge. Glancing at SCP-2295 in Lisa's hand, Miston tightened the scepter in his hand, then stretched out his left hand. Give me the heart-sewn bear, you can't take it away. What a big tone. Angel narrowed his eyes slightly. You can try to stop us. As soon as Angel finished speaking, Miston suddenly jumped up. The magic wand in his hand was raised and pointed at Lisa and Angel in front of him. Then, a huge magic circle unfolded. A beam of light with a high concentration of magic power shot out and headed straight for the 2 of them. Lisa's pupils shrank slightly. The speed is not enough, brush. In an instant, under the surprised gaze of Mist Gang, Lisa quickly disappeared from the spot. The beam of light that was heading straight ahead was also blocked by the humanoid Ares that suddenly appeared. It's not about using any other methods, but using the physical body. This is, Misto Gang was a little surprised. Star magic, Ares of the Zodiac. Ares. Angel was holding a golden key, with a faint smile on his face. Let Ares's pierced body gradually disappear in front of his eyes. And the next moment, just when Mr. Gang wanted to fight back, a strong sense of crisis suddenly arose in my heart. Without much time to think, Mr. Gang immediately put the scepter in front of himself. Bang! A dull sound was heard, and Lisa suddenly appeared less than 1 meter in front of Mr. Gang. The right foot kicked out was perfectly caught by Mr. "Oh, what a quick response!" Lisa said. The next moment, the figure disappeared again in front of Mr. Gang. Then, in just 1 second, Mr. Gang felt as if he was being attacked from all directions and angles by dozens of people. Double fists are simply unstoppable. Different parts of the body were hit to varying degrees. Ha 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 ha, too slow, too slow. Lisa's wanton laughter continued to echo around Mr. Gang. After finding the right angle, Lisa instantly appeared behind Mr. Gang. The right foot with accumulated power kicked out violently, heading straight for Mr. Stegan's lower back. Call. But, to Lisa's surprise, she actually missed the kick? No, it shouldn't be said that the kick missed, it should be said that the kick hit the mister, but there was no touch. It was as if I had just kicked a pile of massless smoke. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. What's going on? Lisa's pupils kept shrinking. Lisa! Behind you! Angel suddenly exclaimed. Lisa didn't even think about it, she turned around and kicked out. However, the Mr. Gang who appeared behind him was kicked again, and the whole person disappeared like a cloud of dust. Another hallucination. Lisa was stunned. Bang! Wow! At the same time, Angel, who was at the back, was suddenly hit hard. The next moment, the smoke and dust gathered in front of Angel and formed a Mr. Gang that was holding a fist. Why in front of me? Angel's eyes widened, he couldn't imagine when Mr. Gang appeared in front of him. However, Angel did not hesitate after being defeated. He immediately took out another silver key. Open, door of the carving seat. Ding dong! With the sound of the doorbell ringing, a silver sculpture appeared in Angel's hand. Aiming at Mr. Gang, the front of the sculpture began to operate mechanically, transforming into a cannon with a thick muzzle. The brilliant magic power gathers at the muzzle. Go to hell! Angel gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger of the carving seat. Boom! The magic power gathered at the muzzle instantly poured out. The thick beam of light seemed to completely submerge Mr. Gang. Mr. Gong's hands began to quickly make various gestures. Triple magic array mirror water. Buzz! 3 magic circles of different sizes unfolded. Swallowed up all the incoming huge beams. Then Mr. Gang changed direction and aimed at Lisa who was about to run towards him from behind. Boom! The triple magic circle roared, and all the magic power that had just been absorbed by 903 was poured out. Straight to Lisa. Damn it! Lisa immediately stopped her forward steps. The red magic circle unfolded under his feet. Red field, call out. Lisa's speed, which was already so fast that it was hard to see, increased again. Successfully avoided the beam bombardment. He rushed to Miss Gang's side, raised his fist high but at some point, within a 2-meter radius around Mr. Gang, 5 magic wands had already been inserted. And the gestures in Mr. Gang's hands changed again. 5-fold magic circle Mikagura. Boom boom boom. 5 huge magic circles appeared out of thin air and were arranged above him and Lisa's heads. Then, an unimaginable impact force fell from above. Cover Lisa completely. Lisa jumped high and fell directly to the ground. What's even more terrifying is that Lisa's eyelids are starting to get heavier. Feeling sleepy all the time, Lisa just wants to have a good sleep. Damn, what kind of magic is this? I'm not that guy from Dark Knight. Lisa fought back the sleepiness and roared unwillingly. Lisa! Angel immediately wanted to rescue her after seeing this scene. But call out! A figure appeared out of nowhere and landed in front of Angel. Before Angel could react, he snatched the toy bear from Angel's arms. Then disappeared again. People fighting? Chapter 76. Ha 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 ha. I am dying of laughter. After a long fight, all kinds of magic were used to dazzle the eyes. And in the blink of an eye, SCP-2295 was stolen. The most important thing is that she snatched it from the hand of the 6 demon generals. Look at her expression, it's so funny. After seeing this scene, the audience couldn't help but laugh out loud. In the Magic Council, the moment he saw the person who suddenly appeared and snatched SCP-2295 away, Crawford even stood up excitedly. Well done, Doran Bart. That's right, as the chairman of the Magic Council, Crawford recognized it immediately. Who was the person who suddenly appeared and snatched SCP-2295 from Angel? Durand Bart, so far. One of the few people in the world who can use teleportation magic. Although teleportation has a distance limit, as long as you grab it, getting rid of those guys from the Dark Guild only requires teleporting a few more times. It's so easy. This means SCP-2295 belongs to the Magic Council. Thinking of this, Crawford couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Since the Sky Curtain live broadcast began, the anomaly has arrived. Maybe this is the first time I feel so comfortable? Thinking of this, Crawford couldn't help but pick up the teacup beside him and drank it happily. In my mind, I have already begun to imagine how much benefit obtaining SCP-2295 will bring. East of Magnolia, a cabin in the woods. The 3 people who had just been fighting stared blankly at Angel's empty right hand. Full of blindness. What happened just now? Because of the loss of Miston's magic output, Lisa, who had successfully gotten rid of her sleepiness, stood up and asked. I don't know. Angel blinked. I was trying to save you just now, but suddenly a man appeared, snatched the heart-sewing bear, and then disappeared. Damn it! Chase him! Lisa took a deep breath. I couldn't help but yelled. Damn bastard! Angel was also angry. He immediately closed his eyes and began to sense the magic around him. Even if it is teleportation magic, there will be residual magic in the air. And this will also become the target of Angel and others. When he opened his eyes again, Angel immediately locked onto a direction. Not far from here, there are traces of that guy's magic. Let's chase him. Good. The 2 had no intention of staying. As Lisa snapped her fingers, 2 magic 2-wheeled vehicles rushed out from the jungle not far away. The 2 of them carrying Angel and Lisa quickly disappeared from the spot. Aren't you going to chase? Behind him, Polyasica stepped forward. As an expert in the study of medicine, Polyasica does not have any fighting power. Therefore, I could only stand aside and watch, unable to help Mr. Gang. There is no need to chase. Mr. Gang took a step forward and pulled out the scepters that had just been inserted into the ground one by one. Then carry it behind your back. He looked into the distance and said, I just received a message from the president. His order is for me to stay here and protect you. Rarely, the face of this nearly 50-year-old man turned red for a moment. Did that guy say that? Polika asked. Of course, as for the matter of SCP-2295, the president has just learned about it from the guild members who have seen the whole process of the Sky Curtain. The guild leader is now chasing that thing, and we must not let the Dark Guild get it. These are the guild leader's original words. That idiot, is he really not afraid of death? Polyasica sighed. Don't worry, the current president is very strong. Mr. Gang paused for a moment and said. On the other hand, the audience who followed the unusual perspective also experienced the pleasure of teleportation. In just a blink of an eye, I found that all the images in the sky had changed. This super fast movement, before everyone can be amazed. I realized something was wrong. At this moment, Doran Bart, who had grabbed P-2295, just stopped to take a breath. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Before he can recover for a moment. Immediately, I felt the overwhelming violent magic power filling the surroundings. Duran Bart's face suddenly changed. He immediately planned to activate his teleportation magic, but... boom! The sudden and terrifying gravity descended from the sky, enveloping Duran Bart. The terrifying gravity, like a mountain, pressed down hard on his back. Almost in an instant, Duran Bart fell to his knees on the ground. Then the whole body was thrown to the ground uncontrollably, until it is stuck to the ground and cannot be escaped. The terrifying gravity is still pressing down crazily. The earth seemed to be overwhelmed and wide gullies began to appear. Boom boom boom. Under extreme gravity, the area of dozens of meters around Duran Bart collapsed again. A huge pit with a diameter of tens of meters emerged. Ah. The huge gravity made Duran Bart couldn't help but scream. It felt as if every bone in my body was about to break. Hey, you bastard from the council, you can't touch this kind of thing, so just hand it over. A man in a white coat walked up slowly. The gravity around him seemed to have no effect on him at all. You, Duran Bart tried hard to raise his head. However, no matter how hard he tried, he seemed unable to do it. The gap is too big. He was pinned to the ground and couldn't even see the face of the person who came. All I can see is the pair of boots standing in front of me. Oh my god, who on earth is this person? Isn't the destructive power too exaggerated? Even the earth is cracking, who is this person? Too strong, is he also a member of the Dark Guild? The audience watching the live broadcast on the sky screen couldn't help but feel nervous. The man who suddenly appeared in front of me was too oppressive from his performance. Magic Council Puff. Crawford, who had just taken a sip of tea, Zhao's, water, couldn't help but spit it out. Ahem, who is this guy? Even Duran Bart can't use magic to escape. After coughing twice, Crawford couldn't help but raise his head, pointed at the sky in disbelief and shouted. This guy, Yajima's eyes were fixed on the man who suddenly appeared in the sky. Are the vice presidents of the strongest Dark Guild, Demon Heart, here? The vice president of Devil's Heart. The councillors around were all looking at the man on the sky in astonishment. A man who once single-handedly annihilated the Blue Dragon Company led by Lieutenant Colonel Guerra in the Capria War. He has an extremely warlike personality. Ott even revealed all of Brulot's identities. Hiss suddenly. A sound of gasps echoed throughout the council chamber. What followed was the question that filled everyone's mind. How popular is this SCP-2295? It actually attracted so many heavyweights to come and snatch it. Chapter 77. Dark Guild Devil's Heart Headquarters. Hades' happy smile came from the huge airship. Ha 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 ha, yes, that's how we bring SCP-2295 back, Brulot. Hades murmured while looking at the sky. After seeing Brulot successfully suppress Duran Bart, the old man couldn't help but get excited. You know, this is a universal doctor who can cure all diseases. No matter which force or which strong person it is, it has a fatal attraction. And now, Brulot has successfully intercepted Duran Bart. Well, it can almost be said that SCP-2295 is already in his possession, and there is no way it can go wrong. As for whether it can be brought back, this kind of thing is almost no difficulty for Brulot, okay? Those guys from the Magic Council? Or maybe it was those two trash from the 6 demon generals. It's not that Hades looks down on the 6 demon generals. The gap is too big. The reason why Devil's Heart is called the strongest Dark Guild is that, except for a mysterious and unknown gate to Hades, no other guild can match. Even the 6 demon generals are the same. Hades is confident enough about this. Even if Brian comes today, he won't be able to snatch SCP-2295 back from Brulot. But just when Hades was full of confidence, The sudden situation made Hades unable to hold back and start cursing. Damn Makarov! Angry words spread throughout the airship. In the picture, Brulot easily crushed Duran Bart's spine, then snatched SCP-2295 from Duran Bart's hands. Before he could take a closer look, the huge fist quickly extended to the distance. He grabbed Brulot's body. Then, the huge force even made Brulot's eyes widen. Among them, Bloodshot is crazy. I can't give you the bear with his own heart. Makarov's roar was heard in the distance. Then, he grabbed Brulot's huge hand and threw him into the air without mercy. SCP-2295 the bear with the heart zone also fell down. Caught by Makarov. Then the huge hand began to shrink crazily and evacuated the battlefield. Ta-ta! Brulot raised his head suddenly after landing. The anger in his eyes was clearly visible. Asshole! Bang! The next second, the ground beneath Brulot's feet exploded. The powerful force even shattered the earth, and the recoil directly pushed Brulot to burst out at an astonishing speed. Go straight to Makarov. Not far away, Makarov's arm returned to normal, and SCP-2295 was also in his hand. But the next moment, Brulot rushed over and was already close to Makarov. The clenched fist continued to enlarge in Makarov's sight. Before he could react, Makarov immediately swung his fist. Boom! For a moment, the dust was flying. The invisible impact swept away all the dust in the surrounding area, spreading out in all directions like a wave. Click! Wow! Brulot's fist softened, and he could not suppress a muffled groan mixed with the sound of crisp bones cracking. Spread across the world through the sky. Countless people stared with wide eyes, watching this unusual battle through the live broadcast on the sky screen. You know, the battle caused by this anomaly. Almost no one is a minor character. Therefore, this is the first time most people have seen a battle between these powerful wizards. Wonderful! It's really wonderful! Oh my god! After being treated by SCP-2295, this old man became unexpectedly strong. Yes, yes! He just woke up and immediately fought against Joseph, who was also one of the 10 saints. After crushing him with strong force, he quickly rushed over here and forcibly suppressed Brulot. This Brulot is also exaggerating. When facing Makarov, he was knocked down and his bones were broken, but he didn't even retreat. What a perverted guy! Yes, even if there is severe pain in the hand. However, Brulot gritted his teeth and did not retreat. Staring at Makarov who was close by. The surging magic power surged up crazily. What an amazing kid! Makarov said in a deep voice. However, I won't let you succeed. Magic power that was even more violent than that of Brulot began to flow out of Makarov's short body. The ground where the two stood also began to tremble wildly at this moment. The sky was gradually covered by dark clouds. Lightning flashes in it. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth broke apart. The battle between the 10 saints appeared before everyone's eyes. That's right, although Brulot has no ranking, his terrifying magic power is definitely enough to be among the top 10 saints. The next second, the Battle of the Holy 10 begins. The terrifying gravity magic versus the giant's light magic is dazzling. However, in the wonderful fight on the sky, someone noticed something that few people noticed. Wait, now that these two big guys are fighting, what about SCP-2295? The bear with the stitched heart. After this was said, more people seemed to start paying attention to this issue. At this time, the sky screen also expanded. In this battlefield of the Saint 10 level, the jumping figure of a little bear is particularly eye-catching. The bear with own heart is moving again. When did he escape from Makarov? I don't know, but that's not important, okay? The key is where is this guy going now? In the sky screen. The bear seemed to be completely oblivious to the war that was going on nearby. In this way, he jumped and came to the front of Doron Bart who was lying on the ground. After careful consideration for a moment, started tearing off Duran Bart's clothes. Then, just like before, he spewed out scissors, needles and thread from his mouth. I started to sew while sitting on the ground. Soon, a bone made of cloth appeared in its hand. It was then placed on Duran Bart's back and gradually disappeared. Wow, this bear is so cute. Others were fighting for their lives, but it never forgot to save people. I really like this bear more and more, I want it so much. Come on, haven't you seen how these big guys are fighting over it? If you dare to go and grab it, you will be beaten into cannon fodder in a minute. I'm just thinking about it. At this moment, not long after the cloth bones disappeared from Duran Bart's back, Duran Bart, who had been motionless, suddenly stood up, looking at my body in disbelief. Then he looked at SCP-2295 at his feet. Is this the guy who saved me? This feeling is so magical. It's like I haven't been hurt at all. He twisted his body and felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. He couldn't help but close his eyes. No. It seems like he thought of something. He quickly opened his eyes and looked at the teddy bear at his feet. I have to take you away. Duran Bart murmured in a low voice. Where are you going to reach out? Put it down. Buzz. The roar of the magic two-wheeled vehicle exploded. Then, a figure slammed into Duran Bart's body. It was knocked several meters away. Angel, who was following behind Lisa, also saw this opportunity and immediately jumped off the motorcycle. Grab SCP-2295 on the ground. I won't lose you again. Angel's mouth curled up, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But, at this moment, a sudden and terrifying attraction came from the center of the battle between the two Holy Ten. Its attraction is as great as that of a black hole. As if to swallow everyone in it. Angel was holding SCP-2295 and began to be sucked in uncontrollably. Although her feet were trying to root themselves to the ground, it was of no use. Angel gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, it's that bastard Brulot. Chapter 78. His figure began to move uncontrollably towards the center of the battle between the two saints. No matter how hard Angel, Lisa, and even Duran Bart struggled, they seemed unable to escape the terrifying gravity. Although it is surprising. But it was truly displayed in front of all the audiences. No, what's going on, dash? It's like they were being sucked in by something. Look around you, all the rubble is being sucked away. What exactly happened in the center of the battle between the two saints over there? This is the question many people have. At this moment, Tianmu seemed to understand everyone's expectations. The image originally locked on SCP-2295 also moved as Angel was constantly drawn towards it. Soon, everyone saw the specific situation at the center of the Holy Ten battlefield. It seems that there is no trace of the original here. The lush forest has long been filled. The flat land was broken into pieces, and even filled with huge holes everywhere. It also foreshadows how terrifying the battle between the two Saint Level 10 wizards that just broke out here is. As the picture gets closer, two figures also appeared on the sky screen. It was Makarov and Brulot. At this moment, the two were standing opposite each other. Through the sky, it can be seen that Makarov's body does not seem to be damaged at this moment. The whole person's condition looks not much different from just now. On the other hand, Brulot looked a little too miserable. The white windbreaker draped behind him had already been torn into pieces. The combat uniform under the windbreaker was also torn to pieces. The cheeks that were originally angular were now swollen like a pig's head. The ponytail tied behind her head was also loosened, and the scattered hair was draped over her shoulders on both sides. Like a madman. The corners of his mouth were covered in blood, and one of his eyes was so swollen that he couldn't open it. There is almost no need for any analysis, it can be seen from the state of the two people. In the battle just now, Brulot was beaten badly. And that is indeed the case. Under Makarov's powerful magic, even Brulot is no match for him. The moment the battle started, he was forcibly suppressed by Makarov. It is hard to imagine that not long ago, Makarov had just fought with Joseph, one of the 10 saints. Logically speaking, whether it is magic power or physical strength, Makarov should be seriously insufficient at this moment. But, why is it so difficult to fight? Brulot couldn't understand. The guy in front of him didn't look like an old man in his 80s at all. On the contrary, it is more like a middle-aged man, so powerful that it is suffocating. Except for Hades, the heart of the devil in the image. Brulot can hardly think of anyone who can beat Makarov at this point. So strong. But Brulot is not one to sit still and wait for death. He was so angry that he was completely furious. The tremendous magical power began to gather between his hands. Asshole! You should be able to fly today, right? With a roar, Brulot suddenly clasped his hands together. Pointing straight at Makarov. Dark lightning flashed before him. Then, endless gravity began to gather in front of Brulot's hands. The powerful magic power continued to compress, even forming a purple-black sphere. Moreover, under the pressure of infinite gravity, it continues to shrink. Afterwards, boom! The dark purple sphere collapsed due to the terrifying gravity. Formed an infinitely small black spot. In an instant, an indescribable attraction emanates from that black spot. This is my most powerful move. With this move, take off completely, Makarov. Super gravity ball! Brulot roared. At this moment, whether it was the flying sand and rocks on the ground, or the burning flames around, or the broken trees, even the shadows cast by the light on the ground, etc. They all began to fly uncontrollably towards the dark dot in front of Brulot. Makarov's body is also constantly being attracted. Looking at the distorted shadow on the ground, Makarov's pupils kept shrinking. Incredibly, he said, this guy can even swallow light. Ha 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 ha. Come on, come on. Looking at Makarov's extremely ugly expression, Brulot became more and more excited. This is an infinite gravity field that can swallow everything. No one is exempt, ha 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 ha. Staring at Makarov's approaching figure, Brulot screamed madly, fly! Fly! Otherwise, go to hell! Boom boom boom! The attraction is getting stronger. At the same time, Makarov also knew that he could not just sit there and wait for death. His hands slowly opened, and the dazzling golden light began to gather crazily between Makarov's hands. The sacred breath flows. At this moment, the audience in Tianmu were all excited. Am I seeing things? Is Makarov going to use that trick? Super magic? It seems that Brulot is really strong. The vice president of the strongest dark guild, I have to say, this move is really terrifying. Wait. Does it look like something unexpected has happened again? The sharp-eyed audience seemed to have discovered something. His eyes were fixed on an inconspicuous corner of the huge screen. There, Angel, who was constantly being attracted, was holding a stone on the ground with one hand. The other hand is firmly grasping SCP-2295, the bear with a sewn heart. The strong attraction made it impossible for Angel to stand up. His entire body flew in the air, and he only relied on his left hand to hold on to the stone to avoid being sucked in. But, as Brulot's magic power continues to grow, the terrifying attraction was also skyrocketing. As a result, Angel's left hand holding the stone began to loosen. Angel, who noticed this, clenched his teeth tightly and looked around hurriedly. Trying to find someone who can help you. But, unfortunately, Lisa and Doran Bart, who were not far away, were unable to protect themselves. There was no way to catch Angel. And there is no obstacle behind. This means that once you are forced to let go, you will undoubtedly be sucked into the infinite gravity field. Damn it! The pain in his left hand made Angel frown unconsciously. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Damn, I'm sorry, Brian. The left hand can no longer hold on. Angel didn't have time to think too much. She chose to give up SCP-2295, and then grabbed the boulder with her free right hand. The whole body also stabilized. On the battlefield, the bright golden light is sprouting madly. The terrifying attraction is also trying to devour the light in Makarov's hand. The battle between the two continues. Fly! Fly! Fly fast! Brulot kept screaming, his eyes already bloodshot. But, at this moment, a small, inconspicuous creature flew straight past Brulot's eyes. Then, under the influence of attraction, it flew straight towards the infinite gravity field. Oops! That's SCP-2295? People. Chapter 79. The infinite gravity field dissipated. The laws of the fairies in Makarov's hands also disappeared. At this moment, both of them stared blankly at the empty space in front of them. Not far away, Angel, Lisa, and Doran Bart, who fell to the ground due to the dissipation of attraction, had the same expression. Staring in amazement at the place where SCP-2295 disappeared. Disappeared. Doran Bart was a little bit unbelievable. The bear with his sewn heart is gone. Angel blinked. How could this happen? Lisa was also puzzled. At this moment, even Brulot was stunned. The hand that was stretched out also froze in mid-air. What was just sucked in was SCP-2295. Brulot seemed to find it hard to believe. Hey! Bastard, what on earth did you do? Hand over the heart-stitching bear 133. Angel and Lisa reacted and came to the scene immediately. Some people looked at Brulot angrily with disbelief. Road. Hearing this, Brulot also got angry. He raised his head and glared at the two people in front of him. Watch your tone. 6 demon generals. After yelling angrily, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. I don't know either. Any object sucked into the supergravity field is out of my control. I just used gravity to open a tiny black hole. Brulot folded his arms and explained. Tiny black holes. Angel and Lisa looked at each other. In other words, this thing was sucked into the black hole. That's right, I don't know what's inside a black hole, and no one has ever survived one. Brulot responded. He shook his head gently. In other words, this broken doll has completely disappeared. As if he had thought of something, Brulot snorted disdainfully. I really don't know why I should explain to you rubbish. You. Lisa was about to retort. Angel immediately grabbed him. Calm down, we can't defeat this guy yet, and there is an agreement between the two guilds, so we can't just start a war. Angel was right, even though Lisa was very unhappy with Brulot. But, if you can't beat them, you can't beat them. If it weren't for the agreement between the two guilds, this guy might have killed me and the others here just to vent his anger. Lisa nodded slightly, glared at Brulot, and turned around. Why are you still here? Let's go. Humph. Brulot glanced at Angel and Lisa, and said nothing more. In other words, he was thinking more about how to explain to Hades when he returned. The only one who remained calm was Makarov. He was slightly relieved after witnessing SCP-2295's disappearance. Although, I feel a little sorry for the disappearance of such a powerful anomaly. However, at least it doesn't fall into the hands of the Dark Guild, which would be the best outcome for the magic world. Wait, why is the live broadcast on Tianmu still going on? A somewhat surprised voice came from Doran Bart not far away. Hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but raise their heads. Looking at the sky above really. At this moment, the sky above did not stop moving as SCP-2295 disappeared. Instead, the picture is still moving. What is this place? Makarov tilted his head and asked in confusion. This is also the question that audiences around the world are wondering at this moment. I saw that at this moment in the picture. It is a space where black and grey interweave. It seemed as if there was no color at all, just the most basic black and white picture. To read exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. And, as the sky screen continues to move, from time to time, you can see stones, trees, ruins of buildings that have lost their colors, and even some scattered broken bones floating in this space. Moreover, there is no sound in the whole picture. Just like the place where the sky screen was broadcasting live, it was a completely colorless, silent space without up, down, left, or right, and without any sound. Is this the space behind Brulot's supergravity field? Inside the Magic Council, Yajima stroked his chin and muttered. No. It should be called negative space. Zikurin said in a deep voice. What do you mean? Ziku. Crawford looked at Zikurin. Simply put, as Brulot just said. That supergravity ball just used the powerful gravity to forcibly compress the space, causing the space to collapse and creating a black hole that can absorb everything. This black hole is so powerful that it can even absorb light, 0. So where does everything that is absorbed go? Zikurin asked this question. Then he looked towards the sky. I think this is it. If space is likened to a piece of white paper, then what Brulot did was to poke a hole in the paper. Then, any object is sucked into the back of the paper, which is a space that only exists in black and white. Listening to Zikurin's explanation, everyone present nodded slightly. Everyone can understand this explanation. If you think about it carefully, you will understand that it is indeed reasonable, but there is no way to prove it. Of course, almost no one in the world can prove. After all, there is no one in this world who can enter this kind of space and come out alive. People. Suddenly, Zikurin, who was sitting in his seat, stood up suddenly. His eyes widened instantly, and he stared at the live broadcast in disbelief. People. Where do people really exist? Zikurin's exclamation also attracted the attention of others. I saw that at this moment, the sky screen live. A void, a black and white space without up, down, left, or right. A figure slowly appeared in this space under a distorted light. The figure is about 1.8 meters tall, not fat, and even from the outline, it can be said that it is a very perfect figure. And the most important 3.2, is his face. I can't see clearly, I can't see the face of that figure at all. It's just like the mysterious person from the Foundation who suddenly appeared when we were fighting SCP-682 before. Hiss. The sound of people sucking in their breaths of cold air continued to echo in the Magic Council. Not only that, at this moment, all the viewers watching the live broadcast on the sky screen were stunned. Oh my god! Am I seeing this right? Then, what is that? People. Is there really someone in this space? No, he is not in that space. Judging from the picture he just appeared in, he should have arrived in that space. Hiss. And, I don't know why, when I saw that figure, I actually felt a sense of familiarity. What the hell is this? Chapter 80. Countless audiences were stunned. They all stared at the figure whose face they couldn't see suddenly appeared on the sky. There was a vague figure in my mind, which gradually overlapped with him. I understand. Mage Guild, Fairy Tale. A glimmer of understanding flashed across Lucy's eyes. Turning his head to look at the guild members sitting cross-legged in the back, he exclaimed. Because the guild has been completely destroyed by the Phantom. Therefore, after the war, everyone could only sit cross-legged on the ruins, waiting for news of Makarov's victory. By the way, take a look at the sky screen. At this moment, Lucy's exclamation also attracted everyone's attention. What's wrong? Lucy. What do you remember? About the masked man? Yeah. Lucy nodded, then looked at Natsu who was covered in wounds. Natsu, do you still remember the SCP Foundation figure whose face you couldn't see when you met at Harjan Port? Can't see the face clearly, Natsu ponders 30 thoughts. Then he suddenly realized, that's the guy. He seems to be very strong. Well, yes, I am sure that this confusing feeling is him, but how did he get into this empty space? Looking at the sky, Lucy was puzzled. Who knows, maybe that guy went there for SCP-2295. Urza touched her chin and muttered. After all, the SCP Foundation is supposed to recycle all anomalies, right? That's called containment. Myra Jane corrected Urza's words. Alvarez Empire. Has he appeared again? This mysterious man. August stared at the sky. I don't know why, but when I looked directly at that figure, Augusta felt a vague sense of fear in his heart that he couldn't see or explain. No, or rather, beware of the unknown. This feeling also occurred during the last SCP-682 incident. But the most obvious thing is that this time the feeling has become much stronger. What is going on? This mysterious man. Dark Guild, Devil's Heart. Hades, who was furious just now because of Brulot's mistake in sucking SCP-2295 into the black hole, looked at the figure. It seems to have calmed down again. This guy, is he also here for SCP-2295? But, how did he do it, in that kind of place? This shouldn't be a place where humans can set foot. Hades frowned, his face full of doubts. Unknown Forest. Dark Guild, 6 Demon Generals. Damn Demon Heart. Brian gritted his teeth. The bloodshot eyes stared at the mysterious figure in the sky. He knew that since SCP-2295 was sucked into the black hole, they will never have a chance to snatch this anomaly again. And all this is caused by that stupid guy in the Devil's Heart. The duck that was already in hand flew away just like that. Anyone would be extremely upset. Moreover, Brulot's attitude towards Angel and Lisa just now. This is also what makes Brian angry. We are all one of the 3 giants of the Dark Guild. Why do you think so condescendingly of us? Brian is upset. As for that figure, to be honest, even Brian couldn't figure out why he appeared there. As the former director of the Magic Development Bureau, Brian has a wealth of knowledge. Therefore, it is natural to understand what kind of ghost space is behind Brulot's black hole. Brian thought that he couldn't set foot in that kind of place. He even said that his other personality was a monster personality with extremely powerful magic. None. To read the exciting novels, go to Philonovel Network. Because that kind of place is absolutely not a place where living things can survive. But, now that figure just appeared in that space. This ability made Brian a little confused. Deep down in his heart, he inexplicably developed a fear towards the SCP Foundation and that figure that even he hadn't noticed before. How did they do that? SCP Foundation. After venting his anger, Brian frowned and kept thinking about this question in his mind. In the sky screen. After Qin Tiandao arrived at this void space, my eyes kept scanning around. Looks a bit helpless. Originally only his personnel were to be sent to contain SCP-2295. After all, once the mobile task force is deployed, together with the Angel Squad, then, in this world, almost no one can be a match for the Foundation. Therefore, there is no need to do anything yourself. But who knew that the fool Brulot would do such a thing? SCP-2295 fell into this void. SCP-2295 is not like other anomalies. The only ability it has is the ability to heal, so don't expect it to escape from this space on its own. Angels don't have the ability to travel into the void. Therefore, there was no other choice but Qin Tiandao came alone. In the final analysis, the current talent pool of the Foundation is too thin. Of course, in the later stage, when the talent pool in the Foundation is complete, this kind of thing that needs to be done by yourself will almost no longer exist. After all, what kind of talents does the SCP Foundation not have? As for now, Fortunately, when I contained SCP-096, I got the unstoppable properties of 096. Therefore, as long as Qin Tiandao wanted, he could ignore any obstacles and directly cross the barriers that ordinary people cannot cross. Come here. After searching this black and white world, Qin Tiandao locked onto the center of the floating pile of rubble in front of him. There, a cloth bear is floating unconsciously in the center of a ruin. Found you. The target is locked. Qin Tiandao immediately takes action. There is nothing under my feet, but there seems to be an invisible road. Supporting Qin Tiandao's walking, gently waved his palm and pushed away the rubble around him. Qin Tiandao got SCP-2295, the bear with his own heart. Looking up and down, Qin Tiandao found the stitches on the little bear's back that were damaged by the fight just now. There is a small corner exposed. Looks like a corner of some kind of card. Suspiciously, he grabbed the corner of the card and pulled it out. It's a red greeting card. Although in this black and white world, it presents a deep black. There are a few big words on the cover of the greeting card. I hope you will get well soon. Opening the greeting card, the contents inside appeared in front of Qin Tiandao's eyes. It also appeared simultaneously on the sky screen. To Tommy. Only time can heal all wounds. Love you. Grandmother. Chapter 81. The contents of the letter were all displayed on the sky screen. After reading those few short sentences, the Fairy Tale Guild, which was noisy just now, seemed to fall into a brief silence. Not only that, but so did other people around the world who were watching the Sky Dome. Just a few words, but the love contained in them is not weak at all. It looks like this SCP-2295 was sewn by a grandmother as a gift for her seriously ill grandson. Outside the Fairy Tale Guild, Natsu, who had been lying on the ground, sat up and spoke. Is it only time that can heal all wounds? Lucy stared at the sky, feeling a little down. Yes, only time can heal the pain. Regardless of whether the pain is physical or spiritual. Lucy, who lost her mother at a young age, naturally felt the same way. After a long time, when I think back to it, apart from some loss and nostalgia, there is no other feeling. However, this does not mean that Lucy does not love her mother. However, time has allowed her to slowly accept the fact that her mother has died. Time also made her understand. She still has to keep going and keep living. It's so touching. Urza, who was the most sentimental, couldn't help but start shedding tears. He grabbed the blue cat that was wandering around and held it in his arms. However, it is obvious that when Urza gets emotional, she always forgets that she is wearing an extremely hard steel armor. Boom! The sound of skulls hitting steel resounded throughout the scene. Then, there was the sound of Harpy covering his head and crying. That sound is heart-wrenching. Happy, are you also deeply touched? Urza seemed to have found a soulmate. Looking at the pitiful Harpy crying in his arms. Then he grabbed it again and slammed it into his arms. Boom! A dull sound came out. Natsu, save me! Harpy's miserable cry for help. As for Natsu, after seeing that the other person was Urza, decisively fell to the ground and pretended to be dead. Are you still going to provoke Urza at this time? Isn't that a sign of tiredness of living? The scene on the sky continues. He put the letter in his hand away and placed it back on SCP-2295's back. Qin Tiandao raised his head. Eyes locked in one direction. That strange wave appeared before his eyes again. Then, with SCP-2295, Qin Tiandao stepped into the distorted wave. Then it completely disappeared in this black and white space. At the same time, the sky gradually darkened. Until it's completely dark. Suddenly, everyone knew that the incident regarding SCP-2295 was completely over. With the successful containment of the SCP Foundation, it is finally over. The group of people fighting for it now seem like clowns. After traveling thousands of miles and going through several battles, he got nothing. In the forest outside Magnolia. No, it should be said that because of the battle between Makarov and Brulot just now, this place has been razed to the ground. At this moment, people from several camps are looking at each other here. Makarov from Fairy Tale, Doran Bart of the Magic Council, Brulot of the Dark Guild Demon Heart, as well as Angel and Lisa from the 6 Demon Generals. All 4 parties looked at each other warily. As the strongest among them, Makarov is the calmest. However, we still need to remain vigilant. After all, he had just fought with Joseph, and then with Brulot. Therefore, Makarov's situation is not so good now. What's more, there are 2 members of the Dark Guild in front of us. If they cooperate with each other later, I will probably be in trouble. Of course, this possibility is very small. After all, they are currently in Magnolia. Moreover, their whereabouts have been exposed, so the Magic Council troops will arrive here soon. Therefore, the one who should be worried now is the other party. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. As for Doran Bart, he was caught between a bunch of big guys and dared not say anything. The scene of being ruthlessly crushed by Brulot is still vivid in my mind. If it weren't for the bear with his sewn heart, I would have gone to heaven by now. Therefore, Doran Bart now looks at Makarov. If he goes up, I will go up too. If he doesn't go up, I will be beaten up if I go up. On the other hand, countless thoughts flashed through the minds of the 2 members of the Dark Guild at this moment. However, a unified conclusion was finally reached. Temporary withdrawal. Just as Makarov thought, there was no need to stay. You also have to take the risk of being arrested. This is not worth it. The 2 groups stared at each other for a moment, without any communication, and both retreated at the same time. Lisa and Angel looked at the place where SCP-2295 disappeared. Then he turned around and drove away helplessly. As for Brulot, after glaring at Makarov fiercely, he turned and left. The scene seemed to fall into silence at this moment. Until Brulot, Angel, and Lisa disappeared from sight. Doran Bart couldn't help but look at Makarov and asked, "President Makarov, why didn't you force them to stay just now?" Hearing this, Makarov looked at Doran Bart as if he was a mentally retarded person. Then he sighed, "If you force yourself to fight, you may not win." He clenched his fists and said, "I have used up a lot of my magic power and I am already a little exhausted." Indeed, even after Makarov underwent a heart transplant from SCP-2295, his health had fully recovered to its peak. However, no matter how strong he is, Makarov has not yet reached the level of the top 4 of the 10 saints, the completely inhuman 4 heavenly kings of Ishgar. Therefore, there is also a limit. After fighting against 2 saints in a row and defeating them, even Makarov was a little overwhelmed. "Okay, I understand." Doran Bart nodded. "Then, I'm going to go back and report." "Wait a minute." Makarov called out to Doran Bart, who was about to leave. "Come with me, I have something to ask you." Looking at Doran Bart, Makarov spoke in a tone that could not be refused. Me? I don't know anything." Durambad was completely confused. "No. You know." Makarov's mouth corners raised. Then he picked up Doran Bart and left the scene. Along the way, we heard Doran Bart's surprised and terrified cries. Qin Tiandao, Zhao Hao, doesn't know what's going on in the outside world. At this moment, he has returned to Site 17 with SCP-2295. As SCP-2295 was placed in its dedicated containment locker, the pleasant system prompt tone arrives as expected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully containing SCP-2295. The bear with the heart sewn. This anomaly did not cause any damage, the popularity is excellent. System rewards begin to be distributed. Ding! congratulations on getting the basic personnel supplement. Note, this includes 500 D-class personnel, 100 C-class agents, 200 junior researchers, and 50 senior researchers. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the abnormal characteristic, universal replacement. Note, 1. This ability can be used to create various human body replacements using cloth, cotton, fiber, and other materials. The replacement can perfectly replace the original organ function. Note, 2. You can also use replace on yourself. Ding! Congratulations on winning the special reward SCP-076 Able. Chapter 82. The continuous beeping finally stopped. The dazzling array of rewards made Qin Tiandao dazzled. First of all, the various researchers and basic personnel in the base have been replenished on a large scale. 50 senior researchers plus 200 initial researchers. The number of researchers in the entire base has reached a terrifying level. You know, even junior researchers. According to the Foundation's standards, they were also PhD-level figures with extremely high attainments in their respective disciplines in their previous lives. They are all geniuses among geniuses. It just takes time and growth. When they have enough contact with anomalies, their qualifications, accumulation, etc. will gradually increase, gradually becoming the backbone of the Foundation. Therefore, the staff complement this time can be said to be abundant. You know, there are hundreds of researchers in the entire base, plus various agents and D-class personnel. It can be said that the current Site-17 base is no longer short of basic personnel. What is lacking at present is more combat troops capable of carrying out various tasks. Mobile Task Force. Of course, Qin Tiandao also believed that these configuration personnel would gradually make up for the abnormal popularity of his own. What's more, this time the system gave Qin Tiandao a surprise. First of all, 247 comes from the characteristics of SCP-2295. Universal replacement. For now, Qin Tiandao, who has not yet gained the immortal attribute, is still of some help. Therefore, this award is quite satisfactory. The most special thing is the following special character reward. SCP-076 Able. As a humanoid anomaly, there is no doubt that Able has extremely strong combat power. However, there is a fatal flaw. That is, Able is very irritable. However, according to the system's annotations, the special characters rewarded by the system can guarantee absolute loyalty to the host. This also happens to solve Able's most uncontrollable shortcomings. This is undoubtedly the biggest surprise in this award. Without any hesitation, Qin Tiandao visualized the rewards of this system. A flash of white light passed by, and a dense crowd of people appeared in front of him. Just like the previous times, I ordered the base security personnel to take them to familiarize themselves with the new environment, new work, and new colleagues. Qin Tiandao then turned his gaze towards the huge cube placed in front of him. This is part of SCP-076. Designated SCP-076-1. Specific description. This is a 333 huge black spot metamorphic rock cube. The entire surface of the date is deeply engraved with patterns that do not correspond to any known civilization. According to the information, the cube has existed for at least 10,000 years. There is a door on one side, locked by a lock about 0.5 m wide and surrounded by 20 smaller locks in a ring. It is worth mentioning that the keys to these keyholes have long been lost. Therefore, the door cannot be locked to this day. When you open this door, you can see the inside of the cube. The temperature here is about 93 Kelvin, which is about -180.15 degrees Celsius. And, what is even more amazing is that this temperature cannot be changed by any internal or external factors. In the center of this cubic space is a 2.13 meter high stone pavilion. The stone pavilion is fixed in the center and is closed with several chains. One end of the chain is attached to a corner of a cube. Another part of SCP-076. This is SCP-076-2, Abel's true self. He was a thin Semitic male, about 30 years old, with black hair, grey eyes, and olive skin. He is approximately 1.96 meters tall and weighs 81.65 kilograms. His body is covered with numerous tattoos depicting obscure and mysterious images, ranging from subtle to exaggerated. Most of the time, Abel fell into a deep sleep. No, or rather, when Abel was in the inner stone chamber of SCP-076-1. Strictly speaking, he can actually be said to be dead. However, under certain circumstances, Abel would wake up again. Similar to resurrection. Of course, Abel really has the power of resurrection. When Abel falls into a state of death in the outside world, he will be reborn in the Stone Hall. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. As Qin Tiandao slowly opened the door of the cube, Abel, who was lying in the Stone Hall, seemed to have sensed something. Eyes that were originally closed opened slowly. According to the system's explanation, whenever Abel wakes up, he will fall into a trance and try to find the nearest human, ignoring other creatures he encounters along the way. The moment Abel comes into contact with the first human being, he goes berserk. Attempt to fight and kill the human. Therefore, even Qin Tiandao was ready to fight at this moment. He is not Abel. Even more, they actually wanted to see how strong Abel's fighting power was when he was in a violent state. However, Qin Tiandao was still disappointed. The first moment Abel woke up, he noticed Qin Tiandao standing in front of him. Although he was in a brief trance, Abel did not seem to have any intention of attacking Qin Tiandao. This may be related to that absolute loyalty. Qin Tiandao didn't intend to investigate further. Although I couldn't actually detect Abel's combat power. However, according to the information about Abel, this guy's fighting ability is definitely not weak. First of all, according to the record, this guy once broke through a specially reinforced steel security door after 4 minutes of continuous attack. Covered 6-4M in 3 seconds. After being shot in the head with several large caliber bullets, he still survived for several minutes and continued to kill during this time, ignoring the serious damage to his head. Just a long steel pipe can knock away bullets from pistols and automatic rifles. Even without oxygen, it can survive for more than an hour. Judging from these data, Abel is very strong. It can even be said to be superhumanly powerful. Whether it is attack power or defense power, no, it should be said that resistance is very strong. This kind of physical fitness is far beyond the level of ordinary humans. Even in the current magical world like fairy tale, it is powerful enough. After all, even if they are wizards, most people are actually very fragile. With Abel's physical fitness, he can almost beat most of the magicians with strong physical skills. Moreover, Abel's real strength has never been his physical fitness. This thing is enough for Abel. After all, they have been reborn. Abel's real strength lies in the black blade that he can materialize out of thin air. The weapon can be seen clearly in slow motion, as it was pulled out from the space crack torn open by Abel's hand. That is an absolute black blade, so black that it can even swallow light. From the naked eye, it looks more like a knife-shaped, completely dark space. It is extremely sharp and can cut through almost anything. Yes, in the truest sense, nothing is continuous. This sharp blade can cut through anything. This is the power of Abel, the ultimate attack. The ultimate spear. Moreover, once this sharp blade leaves Abel, it will completely dissipate. It's like a part of Abel himself. After having a controllable Abel, a plan gradually began to germinate in Qin Tiandao's mind. He turned around and came to his own desk. Picked up a blank document above. Reality warp activated. The bold font gradually appears on the blank document. Proposal for the establishment of Mobile Task Force Omega-7 Pandora's Box. Chapter 83. Specific Plan, SCP-076-2 is authorized, and Abel serves as the task force leader of Mobile Task Force Omega-7 Pandora's Box. Abel selected 5 teams of 3 to 5 people from among all the elite agents in the Foundation. The total number of staff is about 20 to 25 people. Abraham served as the instructor to train the members of the Mobile Task Force. It is expected that it will be ready for combat within a month. However, since Abel himself has an almost instinctive loyalty to Qin Tiandao. Therefore, Qin Tiandao cancelled the security agreement that was supposed to be implemented. That is, give SCP-076-2, Abel, a collar around his neck that will explode if triggered or disturbed. Additionally, all equipment of the task force will be armed in accordance with MTF regulations. But Abel doesn't need any hot weapons. His own blade is the sharpest blade in the world. It can be said that even the hardest dragon scales in the world cannot break it. Can withstand the cut of Abel's black blade. Finally, all members of Mobile Task Force Omega-7 Pandora's Box were assigned Level 3 security clearance. And considering that no one in the Foundation except Qin Tiandao can command Abel. Therefore, Omega-7 Pandora's Box directly obeys Qin Tiandao. After using reality distortion to write down what you want to express on a blank document, Qin Tiandao set his sights on the signature. His codename 05-1 is outlined in bold black font. The document was then distributed to all senior personnel in the base. Then Qin Tiandao turned his gaze to SCP-076-2. That is Abel. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Abel. Yes. Abel simply responded. For him, he rarely speaks too much, and his actions are always more convincing than predictions. You can choose your teammates. At this point, he paused slightly and said, as long as you are in the base, anyone you like can be pulled into Pandora's box. Abel slowly raised his head, a hint of excitement flashing across his face. Can I fight? No human life can occur. I see. Abel turned and left the room. In the next few days, the entire Foundation was wailing. Who could have thought that there would be a madman inside the Foundation? This guy's favorite place to go is various training venues. Then, just like a challenge, go find the strongest person. Then, without even needing the other party's consent, they would start a fight. Who can bear this? You can beat him up if you want, but who knows, this guy is totally inhuman. Whether it's strength or resistance to blows, or various fighting skills. Abel is amazingly strong. During this period, he even set a terrifying record of playing 18 games in a row without losing a single game. Abel even had a fight with the Angels. The opponent is Angel Yan. To be honest, Angel Yan was deceived. This guy named Abel heard from somewhere that currently in the base, except for those abnormalities that cannot be touched. Angels are the strongest. So Abel came to the door. When Abel saw that the angels were actually a group of girls, he was disappointed. However, as the battle unfolded, the strength of Angel Yan also gave Abel a big surprise. In fact, this time, Abel suffered a great loss in terms of pure physical fitness. However, all this happened when he took out the black blade. Everything has changed. Even the super strong flame level weapon that Angel Yan is proud of. It is also the standard equipment of angels. Even the flaming sword can be cut off by Abel's pitch black blade. The terrifying black blade that could cut through anything left Angel Yan no doubt that it could cut through his body. Fortunately, due to Qin Tiandao's order, Abel did not fall into rage. After defeating the angel, he turned and left. Continue to select members of the Mobile Task Force from within the huge Foundation. In the past few days. To read exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Qin Tiandao's desk is always piled with complaints. There is no doubt that this is a complaint from various departments about Abel. Qin Tiandao could only smile bitterly at this. Who knew this guy would make such a big scene? However, Qin Tiandao had no intention of stopping him. The bigger the battle, the more people Abel could choose. The final result may be better. Abel despises humans, especially weak humans, so if he can really select teammates that he recognizes. 0 request flowers. Then this mobile task force Omega-7 Pandora's box will be unprecedentedly powerful. A few days passed like this, and at this time, sitting alone in the office, reading files one by one, Qin Tiandao seemed to realize something again. Put down the documents in your hand. Looking up at the sky in surprise. Abnormal. Still can't sit still. Moreover, this time the anomaly. As if thinking of something interesting, Qin Tiandao once again glanced at the various complaints about Abel placed on the table beside him. The face gradually became weird. Is there really such a thing as fate in this world? I shook my head and put the weird thoughts in my mind behind me. Qin Tiandao opened the system panel again. Sky screen live. Turn on. Fiori Kingdom border. Gulf Harbor. This is the largest port in the western part of the Kingdom of Fiori. However, due to its geographical location facing the western continent, this place is not as prosperous as other ports in the kingdom. After all, many years ago, the western continent and the Ishgar continent had severed any connection. Therefore, few people come to Ishgar from the west. Therefore, as time goes by, this place becomes more and more depressed. At this moment, a small ship is slowly entering the port. Phew! Damn the weather, otherwise I should have arrived a long time ago. On the boat, a dark-skinned man in fancy clothes stretched himself and got off the boat while complaining. Set foot on the land of Ishgar. Looking around, Ajir couldn't help but laugh out loud. Does this barren land really have the power to threaten the Alvarez Empire? Ajir kept shaking his head. I looked up at the black screen. He narrowed his eyes slightly abnormal. You can only bully the weak wizards of Ishgar, so let me meet you. As Ajir was talking to himself, the originally black screen began to flicker again. Ajir's eyes lit up. It seems that I came at the right time. Is it going to appear? Abnormal. Chapter 84. Hiss, is it starting again? Inside the Magic Council, a sound of people sucking in their breaths of cold air rang out. Crawford sat in front of a mountain of work, looking worried. The previous SCP-2295 led to the discovery of 2 dark guilds that have been lurking in the magic world. The 6 demon generals and the Devil's Heart. This is something that the entire magic world should pay attention to. However, in the last time, the Magic Council not only failed to catch the members of these 2 guilds. Even from beginning to end, there was only one Doran Bard who showed up, and he was beaten half to death. This made Crawford furious. He never thought that these 2 parasites from the Dark Guild could appear in front of everyone so easily. And then be able to leave safely and unscrupulously? This was undoubtedly a slap in the face of the Magic Council, which was already swollen. In addition, Fairy Tale is waging a war against the ruler of the Phantoms, and things are piling up and no results have been announced yet. These things piled up one by one, almost making Crawford vomit blood in depression. Countless people are waiting for the Magic Council to give a reasonable explanation. There are even rumors within the Senate that Crawford is not capable of serving as the Speaker of the Senate. The dispute that arose last time has not yet been resolved. Why did the abnormality appear again so soon? Crawford took a deep breath and spoke bitterly. Now he almost has a feeling that these so-called anomalies are probably countless. Moreover, the most critical and most frightening thing for Crawford is that is, before this, the Magic Council knew nothing about so many horrific anomalies. I haven't even heard of the name. It is hard to imagine why there was no news about so many powerful monsters before this. Could it be that? Is the Foundation really so powerful that it can cover the sky with one hand? Completely cover up all traces of abnormality? Crawford didn't understand. Unlike Crawford's desperate look at the moment, another member of the council, Zikurin, has not changed much. Instead, he watched the sky with great interest. Looking forward to what kind of abnormality will appear next? After the last incident with SCP-2295, Zikurin finally understood that not all anomalies are extremely destructive monsters. Maybe there is a treasure in it that can make people soar to the sky. Look, Makarov, the old man who was already dying. After the last incident, it even recovered to its peak. Even Zikurin, who was also one of the 10 saints, was secretly shocked when he saw that fighting power. At present, Zikurin's plan is about to begin. If we can further enhance our strength before that, then the success rate of the plan will undoubtedly be much higher. As for Urusha, I seem to have applied for a day off today because I'm too tired recently. Of course, the vacation was just a cover, and even Zikurin and Ursha didn't explain this. She at this moment, in the west of the kingdom of Fiori, in a tavern called Tomani. The noisy atmosphere around her did not affect this beautiful congressman at all. She sat quietly in the corner of the pub. Next to her was a young girl who looked to be in her teens, wearing a red cape and headphones that look like wings. The pink short hair is a little sharp, and the milk cup in her hand is eye-catching. Yes, there is something wrong with choosing to drink milk in a place like a pub. However, after all, they are still minors, so many people just glanced at them and ignored them. The two protagonists at the table obviously didn't pay attention to the gazes of others. Ursha held the wine glass in her hand and looked up and down at the little girl in front of her with interest. Can you please stop looking at me like that, Tia?" The little girl seemed to be unable to accept Urusha's gaze. I lowered my head shyly. Haha, Melty, after not seeing you for so long, you are still as calm as ever. Altair's eyes finally fell on Melty's chest. Laughing out loud. Suddenly, Melty's face turned red like an apple. To read the exciting novels, go to Falunovel Network. Some anxiously said Tia. I just haven't developed yet. Haha, when I was your age, I was already very big. You must be malnourished? Are you a picky eater? Ursha seemed to find it very interesting and continued to tease. No. Don't talk about this. Melty was so shy that she buried her head on the table. Haha, okay, what are your instructions this time? Altair also retracted her teasing gaze and then spoke. Actually, the president didn't give any special instructions, just some words. It's just that I have completed my mission, so I want to see you, so I took on this task. Melty then raised her head and spoke seriously. I can't believe you miss me so much. Altair raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Then he said seriously, what did President Hades say? President Hades also told you to pay attention to any anomalies when you are in the council. Melty pointed at the sky and said. If possible, I hope you can use your status as a council member to get some information about anomalies or the SCP Foundation. After all, in the entire continent, when it comes to intelligence, our guild is far inferior to the Magic Council. Hearing this, Altair sighed softly. You should go back and tell President Hades about this. Even I can't do anything about this. She raised her head and looked up at the sky. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, the SCP Foundation is really too mysterious. So far, apart from what they have revealed, the Magic Council could not find any information about the Foundation. At this point, Altair paused for a moment. Also, I think there is something I can tell President Hades. What? Melty looked at Urusha curiously. If it's about anomalies, there might be a chance to fight for them, but if you investigate the Foundation, it's likely to cause some bad things. I recalled the series of events that the Council had encountered while tracking the Foundation. Even Ursha felt a little creepy. The guy who can intimidate the entire Magic Council from thousands of miles away. If it really happened, it would be a question whether I and others could withstand the strange invasion. Maybe, one day, my life will be taken away silently. It is not impossible. Therefore, Ursha is now extremely vigilant about the foundation. Urusha didn't want to get involved in this mess unless it was absolutely necessary. All she wants is to open the great magic world and go back to the past. Just take back your own happiness. As the two talked, the tightly closed door was slowly pushed open. A man with a naked upper body full of explosive muscles, dark skin, and hair tied into a broomstick with a headband strode in. His goal is clear. Heading straight to the bar counter. Then he sat down at the bar, and said to the owner at the bar with a proud smile. I heard that taverns are a mixed crowd and a good place to collect intelligence, right? Mr. Guest, if you want to get information, we will charge you for it if we know it. The shop owner wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then he said out loud. Hearing this, Ajir's smile seemed to become even brighter. That's great. I do want to find out something. As long as you know, the money will not be small. Please speak. Good. What I want to know is, the address of the SCP Foundation. Chapter 85. Foundation. As soon as these words came out, the pub, which was bustling just now, suddenly became quiet. Everyone stared at Ajir blankly. Then waves of laughter gradually spread throughout the tavern. What did he just say? He wants to find the location of the SCP Foundation. Haha, this is already the 5th one this month. Hey, you better give up this idea. It's impossible to find that organization. The bustling sound began to echo in the tavern. Different from others. Altair and Melty, who were sitting in the corner, looked extremely solemn. Tia, what you just said, is it true? Melty turned her head and stared at Ajir. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He is one of the 12 holy shields guarding the western continent, Ajir. In response, Altair nodded gently, although there is little information about the Alvarez Empire in the entire council. However, we still know that the 12 strongest wizards in that empire are called the 12 holy shields. This guy is quite famous even among the 31st 12 shields. Undoubtedly, the pro-war faction once launched a war against Ishgar, but for some unknown reason, the war was terminated. Terminated? Yes, the specific cause of the query. At this point, Altair paused for a moment. Then he continued, given this guy's identity, he suddenly appeared on the Ishgar continent. This is something we should be very vigilant about. Tia, when did you start worrying about the future of the wizarding world? Melty seemed to find it a little strange, and blinked her eyes, looking at Ursha. Hearing this, Altair rolled her eyes. With his status, if something happened in Ishgar, it is foreseeable that the Alvarez Empire would have a new excuse. And, using this excuse to invade this continent. Once that time comes, Altair narrowed her eyes slightly. Even we are likely to be dragged into this war. What we need is an incompetent magic council, a magic council that is easy to control and dominate, rather than a unified and powerful empire pressing down on us. That way, we will be restricted everywhere. Altair said earnestly. After listening to Ursha's explanation, Melty nodded in understanding. Then his face gradually became ugly. Moreover, that guy is looking for the SCP Foundation. It seems that even the Alvarez Empire knows about this matter. And, he seems to be very interested in it. SCP Foundation, it's them again. Urusha picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip. Then he scratched his head in annoyance. Once it comes to the Foundation, there is no simple matter. That idiot is so desperate to find the Foundation, does he want to declare war? If we declare war on the Foundation, it shouldn't be a problem for us, right? Melty couldn't help but say. Who knows? But the Magic Council is not a pushover. The threat of magic elves is still there. They probably won't dare to mess around. Now we can only watch. At this point, Altair seemed to have thought of something. Changing the subject, but, in fact, it is not without benefits. If this guy really clashes with the Foundation, we might be able to reap the benefits. After all, the size of the Alvarez Empire is not small. If both sides suffer. Urusha sat in her seat, staring at Aguirre's back. Various possibilities are constantly emerging in my mind. At the bar. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The tavern owner also smiled helplessly. My friend, although I don't know why you want to find the location of the SCP Foundation, I can only say that you'd better give up this idea. Oh? Why, do you think I'm afraid of them too? Ajir raised his eyebrows. He has absolute confidence in his own abilities. The 12 shields are the strongest wizards in the world. This has been a deeply ingrained idea for many years. Haha, whether you are afraid or not has nothing to do with us. The tavern owner made a glass of wine and handed it to Ajir. Then he continued, the reason why I advised you not to pursue this matter is naturally because, you simply cannot find it. Since the sky curtain appeared, until today, no one has been able to actively find their location. They are like gods, watching us from places we humans cannot reach, and solving all kinds of unimaginable disasters for us. There are also many people who think they are very strong and want to use the foundation to become famous. But in the end, they all returned empty-handed, and... At this point, the tavern owner looked around. Then he leaned close to Ajir's ear and whispered. It is said that even the Magic Council does not dare to investigate any information of the SCP Foundation now. I have a nephew who works in the Magic Council. He told me that now the entire Magic Council avoids the SCP Foundation as soon as it is mentioned. They are so mysterious. After listening to the tavern owner's explanation, Ajir became even more disdainful. He stood up and glanced at the tavern owner. Oh, that's normal. After all, I'm just an ordinary person. I can understand why those guys who pretend to be gods are worshipped as gods. Hey, you, why don't you listen to advice at all? 110. Seeing Ajil's disdainful look, the tavern owner suddenly felt that his kindness was being taken for granted. Then he immediately waved his hand and said, forget it, it's up to you. If you don't believe it, you can go and look for it. At this time, the Tianmu live broadcast, which had been quiet for 2 days, was active again. The tavern owner was stunned. Then he sneered twice, pointed at the skyscreen live broadcast and said in a deep voice. Just in time, the live broadcast of the sky curtain begins, which means that the abnormality has arrived. According to past experience, every time an anomaly occurs, someone from the Foundation will also appear. If you are dissatisfied, you can go and guard. Hearing this, Ajir also raised his head. At this moment, the black is fading from the sky, and rich colors with black bold fonts gradually appear above the sky. Abnormal breakthrough of the blockade. Start an extremely popular live broadcast. Project name, Qin. Item number, SCP-073. Object class, Euclid. A series of words come into view. Ajir chuckled and shook his head. Then just watch me, stupid guy. I will bring this mysterious foundation down to pieces. By the way, I should also tell you that a truly powerful wizard is definitely not just like Makarov. Is this abnormal? Ha! Just watch me, you cowards. Chapter 86. Qin. Wizard's Guild, Fairy Tale. Lei Bai, who was wearing a construction hat, couldn't help but widen her eyes. What's wrong? This name. Also wearing construction clothes and a safety helmet. Urza came over carrying some huge logs. Asking doubtfully. Due to the previous war with the Phantom Dominator, the Fairy Tale Guild was destroyed. Therefore, President Makarov does not plan to repair it according to the previous guild. But with a big wave of his hand. Prepare to rebuild the guild into a larger and more spacious guild. However, due to insufficient funds, in order to save labor costs, the stingy Makarov mobilized all the members of the guild to participate in the construction. Initially, the effect is very good. However, after the Sky Screen live broadcast started, the group no longer had the energy to build a guild. Instead, they gathered together to watch the live broadcast of Tianmu. After all, no one knows where this abnormality will fall. Speaking of which, the Fairy Tale Guild is also quite unlucky. From the first time the Sky Screen live broadcast was opened up to now, all the anomalies that have occurred have more or less been related to this guild. At least they are nearby. Therefore, everyone was afraid this time. What if this anomaly is some kind of terrifying monster like SCP-682 or 096? And still appears near them? Then they should probably all wonder if these anomalies are directed at them. Qin, have you not heard? When asked, Rei looked up in surprise. The bright eyes stared at the group of people behind him. However, the answer was a uniform shake of the head. Except Lucy. As expected, Lucy is still quite knowledgeable. Rebecca breathed a sigh of relief. I just remember that I seemed to have heard such a story when I was a child. But I can't remember. Hearing this, Libby sighed helplessly. In fact, the name Qin does come from some myths and legends. And the audience is very small, basically only some believers know about it, and I have only seen this myth in a book. Wait. Kana interrupted Rebecca with a beer bottle in her mouth. You mean, myth? Kana stared at Levi with wide eyes, then raised her head, looking at the sky. In other words, this anomaly is even related to mythology. I don't know, maybe it's just the same name. Libby explained. Tell us what the myth is. Makarov also came to the nature. I brought a small stool and sat down in front of Libby. Well, I only saw a small part of it. Then he continued. According to legend, Qin is the ancestor of mankind, one of the twins of Adam and Eve. He also has a brother named Abel. However, Qin murdered his brother for some reason, and this murder was also the first murder in mythology. So, Qin was punished by God. At this point, Libby paused for a moment, then pointed to the tall church not far away. This is the God that the believers in Kaludian Cathedral believe in. God, Gray swallowed secretly. No, why is God even mentioned now? Could it be that this abnormality is really related to God? To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. God. There shouldn't be such a thing in the world, right? Natsu blinked. Not necessarily, there is magic that can destroy gods in this world. Makarov waved his hand and interrupted Natsu. Then he looked at the sky anyway, you will know if you keep watching. At this moment, the text on the sky continues to update. Item description: SCP-073 appears to be a tanned male, approximately 30 years old, 185 centimeters tall, and weighing 7 grams. The subject has obvious features of black hair and blue eyes, and the subject's upper limbs, lower limbs, spine, and shoulder blades have been replaced with artificial unknown substances and unknown metals. Subjects only notice the altered parts when mentioned, and claim to have no memory of when or why they underwent these specific alterations. And said that this has been the case for as long as it can remember. Alvarez Empire. Augusta turned his head and looked at Val, who was sitting beside him. Val was also stunned for a moment, then shook his head. I have no idea, I should be the only one in the mechanical clan. Moreover, I transformed my body through magic, not an unfinished product that is half mechanical and half flesh and blood. In short, this time the anomaly seems to be very similar to you. August slowly said. Then he continued to look towards the sky. He said in a deep voice, has Ajir reached the mainland over there? We are here. Val responded. I arrived there this morning and I think I'm still wandering around the continent. In this case, let's let that guy pay attention to this abnormality. Erin, who was sitting with her legs crossed not far away, also spoke up. Last time, we didn't even have a chance to participate in the heart-sowing bear because that guy was too slow. Let's keep a closer eye on him this time. If, this anomaly is similar to the one with the bear's heart sewn, we must grab it. Having said this, she couldn't help but pause, then sighed. To be honest, I'm still a little worried about Agil going there, Wang Dihao. There is no other way. He has already arrived, so let him make some noise. August said firmly. He turned to look at Irene. That guy's strength is at least good enough, as long as that unpredictable guy from the Foundation doesn't show up. Then Ajir shouldn't have anyone who could threaten him. Even if the situation was really critical, at least he could still run away. I say, don't you have any confidence in Ajir? Timaria said somewhat unhappily. After all, he is also the guardian of the 12 shields. Now Ajir represents the face of our Alvarez Empire. I don't think he will lose. Crossing her arms, De Maria narrowed her eyes slightly. Even the people from the Foundation are the same. Augusta looked at De Maria deeply. I really hope that you and Ajir are right. That way, we won't have to live under the shadow of this unknown foundation. Chapter 87. The subject has a Sumerian symbol engraved on its forehead that has yet to be deciphered. When asked about the meaning of the symbol, SCP-073 will show signs of pain and refuse to explain. Inside the Magic Council, Crawford excitedly directed Lahar beside him. Quick record, Sumerian culture. This information is very important. You should immediately start searching the database for any information about Sumerian culture. I'm sorry, Speaker. Lahar put down the notebook in his hand. Said helplessly. In all our data, there is no information about the existence of Sumerian civilization. We had never even heard of this name before. Hearing this, Crawford was stunned. He looked at Lahar in disbelief. Are you sure what you said is true? I can guarantee that I have read many historical documents before this, but the records can only be traced back to 400 years ago, the era of dragons. Lahar adjusted the frame of his glasses on his nose and said very seriously. 400 years ago, Yajima put his hands behind his back. The old brows were tightly furrowed. 880. Could it be that this is a product of an era that we are completely unaware of? Has it been completely covered up to this day? Not sure, but this possibility cannot be ruled out. After all, we currently know too little even about ourselves. Ouge sighed. Keep watching. I'm curious about what kind of strange ability this abnormality is. Zikurin interrupted everyone's thoughts. Eyes fixed on the sky. Compared to the unfounded culture, what Zikurin cares more about is whether this new anomaly can help him. The font on the sky is still scrolling. SCP-173. Kane was polite and friendly to everyone he spoke to, but his speech was described as cold and somewhat mechanical. Kane is eager to help others and enjoys helping others, so even difficult tasks are no problem for him. Kane showed a wide range of knowledge about ancient and modern historical texts and knowledge, and was able to easily master most of the world's languages, including some that have already disappeared. It is judged that Kane has a photographic memory and can memorize any text, knowledge, even pictures and images in a very short time. This description surprised people all over the world. Wait, did I hear wrongly? This guy seems to be very helpful. Is this still abnormal? Earlier, have you forgotten about SCP-2295's bear with a sewn heart? That's true, but I think Kane should have more than just a photographic memory, otherwise this level shouldn't be considered abnormal. People around the world are talking. The people in the Council of Judges stared at the words on the sky with their eyes wide open. He is well-read and knowledgeable about ancient and modern history and knowledge. Does this mean that Kane actually knows the development of mankind from ancient times to the present? Thinking of this, most people in the council began to breathe faster. SCP: the existence of 073 is extremely unfriendly to any creature living in the soil, and will kill all underground creatures within a radius of 20 meters. Any land the project walks on will become barren as anaerobic bacteria die out, making it unable to support life until new bacteria are introduced. Even objects made by any organisms growing in the soil, including wood products and paper, will rot and disintegrate after contact with SCP-073. More derivatives, including hydroponic plants, are also affected. Fairy Holy Land, Tianlang Island. Looking at everything on the sky, the black-haired boy Jelf was stunned. This description made Jalal feel a little familiar. He couldn't help but lower his head. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The target is a circle with a diameter of 20 meters centered on the position where you sit cross-legged. I have already lost any chance of survival. The trees have withered, the grass has died, and even the birds flying over my head have been killed. Yes, so is Jalal, but it is worse than Cain. He can even affect any living thing he touches. And it will take their lives. This is a curse that cannot be lifted, and it is also the curse that has caused Jalal to suffer for 400 years. This made an idea flash through Jeff's mind. Could it be, that this anomaly is also a human being cursed by Angselram, the god of life and death? The introduction of the sky is not over yet. Black bold words updated again. Any violence directed at SCP-073 will be reflected back at the attacker, and SCP-073 will not suffer any harm. This applies to any direct damage to SCP-073, attempts to obtain blood or tissue samples from it will also fail. Once the process begins, the performer will feel any sensations applied to SCP-073, and will be injured by the corresponding sample of themselves, even if all actions are performed only on SCP-073. The indirect harm caused by the medium will also be fed back to the perpetrator. Although Cain will not suffer substantial harm, he will still feel the corresponding pain. Hiss. Fairy Tale Guild. There was a sound of people sucking in their breath. I must have seen it wrong, right? Makarov's eyes widened. I can't believe what I see. Isn't this description too exaggerated? Mirage was also a little bit unbelievable. Now I know why this guy became abnormal. This ability is totally unreasonable, okay? Urza folded her arms and spoke with difficulty. Hey, why do you all have such expressions? I don't understand this sky curtain. Natsu scratched his head. I express my deep incomprehension of the horror of the people around me. As for the information displayed on the sky above, Natsu was even more confused. It seems like I am reading a book written in a foreign language. I know every word, but why is it that when they are put together, they are completely incomprehensible? What an idiot you are! Gray taunted. Lucy also gave an explanation. In other words, any attack on SCP-073 will be rebounded and hit itself. And SCP-073 will not suffer any damage. This is equivalent to a 100% rebound. Not only that, any indirect damage through the medium can also rebound to the caster, that is to say, Urza looked at Lucy. Even if you summon the Protoss and have it attack SCP-073, the rebound attack will hit you. To put it more simply, Makarov hesitated for a moment. Then he slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. This guy is simply invincible. Chapter 88. Alvarez Empire. Complete rebound. Aghast couldn't help but take a breath. This kind of ability is simply impossible to appear in any magic of the past and present. Aghast said with a firm tone. Then he frowned slightly and said, among the types of magic I know, there are indeed various types of rebound magic. However, no matter how powerful the magic is, it will definitely have its drawbacks. After a pause, Augustus slowly raised his head and looked at the sky. He said in a deep voice, there is no such thing as a perfect creature in this world. Maybe, this guy's ability is just a very advanced type of rebound, and the Foundation can't measure his upper limit, so they say he can rebound 100%, right? DeMaria folded her arms, touched her chin, and murmured. It's possible, but I'm a little worried. That guy is just like SCP-682, with limits that are difficult for ordinary people to understand. Aghast sighed. He continued, it is also possible that SCP-682 has no limit. After all, none of us has ever seen. That's because we didn't show up. Timaria's mouth curled up slightly. You know, we are not on the same level as those so-called Holy Ten. Well, the first 4 of the Holy Ten may not be able to match our last. Perhaps. Augusta did not refute. Instead, he continued to look up at the sky. In an unknown dense forest. Brian looked at the sky with a strange look on his face. Then he looked at the person beside him, who had been sitting cross-legged on the flying carpet. Man falling asleep. Dark night. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A low snoring sound is heard. Do you think that SCP-073's ability is similar to Dark Knight's? Cobra seemed to understand what Brian was thinking and couldn't help asking. Cobra also knew that this man who had been in deep sleep also possessed the ability to rebound attacks. Although, this guy rarely takes action. But judging from the limited combat performance of Dark Knight, this guy's performance is just like SCP-073 mentioned on the sky screen. It's not that they are similar, but their performance is similar, but judging from the sky, his ability is more comprehensive than Dark Knight's. Brian responded. If Tianmu is not wrong, then the ability of SCP-073 is simply a complete version of Dark Knight. No matter what kind of damage, even indirect damage, it can be rebounded. This is something that Dark Knight cannot do. A complete rebound, Kebra frowned slightly. Does such a perverted ability really exist in this world? I don't know, but so far, Tianmu has not missed it. Brian shook his head. Yes, even he himself didn't know how exaggerated the complete rebound depicted by the sky was. And in actual combat, what will it be like compared to the Dark Knight? Why should a father boost others' ambitions and destroy his own prestige? As the two were talking, a sudden voice interrupted their conversation. Brian was a little surprised and looked at the man who had been sitting cross-legged on the flying carpet. Black and white hair, wild and rebellious clothing and accessories. The lazy look proves that this guy is not in a good mood. But, he did wake up. Of the 6 demon generals, currently, the strongest of the 6 demons is Dark Knight. Magic Council. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. As if their eyes had been opened, everyone stared at the sky. I am afraid I will miss any big words. After a long ding, I had to admit. The fact is that the guy named SCP-073, Kane, really has the ability to rebound absolutely in theory. This is a bit scary. In other words, no one can harm this abnormal person. Crawford still finds it hard to believe. Tianmu has never made any mistakes so far. Ouge scratched his already bald forehead, his face a little solemn. Lahar looked at the information he had recorded in his hand. His expression became increasingly ugly. Everyone, I think we should re-understand the anomaly this time. According to the data analysis, we cannot even have any ill will towards Kane. As soon as Lahar said this, most of the parliamentarians looked at him. How do you say that? Zikurin asked. According to the information provided by Tianmu, assuming that we approached SCP-073 with malicious intent and caused any harm, whether intentional or unintentional. There is no doubt that these injuries will be reflected back to us, which is definitely a. At this point, Lahul paused. It seems like I'm imagining some adjective. After a while, he finally came up with a word, the most perverted of the perverts. Theoretically, this ability is impossible to exist. Even if it exists, it must have a limit and weaknesses that can be justified. Haha, you still don't understand. Zikurin smiled. Then he looked at the sky and murmured, so far, among all the abnormalities that have occurred, is there anyone that can be viewed with common sense? This is abnormal. All the laws we know are as if they do not exist for them. They can easily do things that we cannot do. Zikurin's words were recognized by most people. At this time, Lahar added. By the way, according to the data analysis, we may be able to try to contact this anomaly and recruit it. What did you say? Hearing Lahar's words, Crawford's eyes lit up. Because, it is said on the sky curtain that Qin has a very gentle personality and is helpful, so can we use this to persuade Qin to join the Magic Council? After all, only in this way can we help others to the greatest extent, right? This. Crawford and the congressman looked at each other. This seems to be actually feasible. In order to protect the righteousness of the world, Qin was bound to the Magic Council. Surely, Qin, who had a kind heart, would never refuse. Crawford immediately looked at Lahar. This mission is up to you. When the sky shows Qin's location, go find Doran Bar to take you there. We must strive to seize this opportunity. Crawford seemed to have regained his confidence, imagining the days after he had mastered Qin. The whole person can't help but feel a little high-spirited and. Chapter 89. Appendix. At this moment, a few lines of text popped up on the screen that I thought had been introduced. This is an additional explanation that has never appeared in any of the previous anomalies. Therefore, whether it is the Magic Council or the members of various guilds, or maybe it's just ordinary people watching the sky, they couldn't help but lock their eyes on the sky. Addendum 073-1. SCP-073. The unidentified metal on Qin's body was determined to be a type of beryllium bronze after testing. Records show that this metal is used by a variety of anomalous cultures and entities, with particular note that beryllium bronze is also a member of SCP-1216. SCP-1427 SCP a component of 2481 and SCP-2711. See this information. Crawford's pupils shrank suddenly. What the hell is this? Who could have thought that just a June 20 appendix would reveal so much information? First of all, there is this mysterious beryllium bronze. At least as far as Crawford knew, he had never heard of this metal. Even if I searched the Magic Council's records, I found nothing. This made Crawford think of the Sumerian culture mentioned in Qin's previous message. What is the connection between the two? A capital question mark. The entire Magic Council was completely confused. In the end, he could only order his men to start searching the world for this so-called beryllium bronze. If they can find it, they might be able to uncover some anomalies or mysteries of the Foundation. But there is little hope. As for the second important information, these are the other SCP numbers mentioned in the appendix. There is no doubt that each number corresponds to an anomaly. This discovery almost made Crawford vomit blood. How many anomalies does the SCP Foundation know about? Another capital question mark. Write down these numbers. In the end, Crawford could only sigh silently. So far, the highest SCP number has reached over 2,700. How many of these damn anomalies are there? And at this moment, the text records in the light curtain gradually disappeared. Instead, there is a dynamic picture. Everyone immediately perked up and stared at the live broadcast on the sky screen with wide eyes. I'm afraid I missed some content. I saw that at this moment in the light curtain, a rather desolate town appeared. This town doesn't seem to have many people living there, and the streets are a bit deserted even during the day. There is a big gap between this and other prosperous towns in the kingdom of Fiori. On the streets of this town, a figure was wandering aimlessly. The figure has dark skin and looks to be in his early 30s, giving off the vibe of a mature middle-aged man. Black hair and blue eyes. The most obvious thing is that his upper limbs, lower limbs, spine, and shoulder blades have been replaced with beryllium metal. Looks like a robot. However, his eyes seemed a little confused at this moment. Just like a child who is lost and can't return home. The moment the screen appears, the people of the entire Magic Council have already started to work. The data of various towns were taken out and compared one by one with the images shown in the sky curtain, just to find the town in the sky picture. At this moment, when the sky screen appears, people from all over the world also looked up at the sky, and most importantly, at that figure. Is this Qin? Apart from the machinery on his body, he looks just like a human. This is the first real humanoid anomaly. Besides, how come he's a little handsome? However, I remember that all the underground creatures near Qin couldn't survive, right? They are just underground creatures. They shouldn't be a problem for humans, right? The people were talking about it. At least from the first impression, many people did not feel any fear about this abnormality. To read the exciting novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Even because of his handsome appearance, he has a good impression of me. Fairy Tale Guild. Qin appeared. Levi stared at the sky and murmured. You guys think, this guy is not really related to God, right? Otherwise, why are his abilities so abnormal? Matteo stroked his stubble and said jokingly. I don't know if it has anything to do with God, but I just hope this guy doesn't appear near us. Lucy sighed helplessly. As for abnormalities, Lucy is one of the few people who have seen them with her own eyes. Although Qin currently appears to be completely harmless. But don't forget, he is the one being watched by people all over the world. Who knows what will happen next, just like SCP-2295 did last time. There's been enough going on lately. While the Fairy Tale Guild was actively discussing, there was a cry of surprise from the Magic Council. Found it! A frog turned around from the magic crystal screen and shouted. Where is it? Crawford asked immediately. The town near the bay port on the western border of the Kingdom of Fiori is about hundreds of kilometers away from us. Hundreds of kilometers, Crawford frowned. Then he turned around and looked at the flat-headed man standing next to Lahar in the back. Durand Bart. Is it possible? Crawford asked. Hundreds of kilometers, Durambad's face turned bitter. But under the relentless gaze of the congressman, Doran Bart finally nodded with difficulty. I try my best. You must also bring Rahal with you, he may be able to negotiate. Remember, we are going there to show our sincerity this time, so you must be quick. Crawford continued to order. Doran Bart sighed and turned to look at Lahar. Then let's get ready to go. For hundreds of kilometers, even for me, I will need to move hundreds of times, and I will definitely have to stop and recover some magic power along the way. At least, it will take about an hour. I'm fine. Lahar adjusted the frame of his glasses on his nose. Then, let's go. Unknown Forest. Brian looked at the background on the sky screen. Slightly raised his eyebrows. This place seems a little familiar. I think I've been here before. It's not far from where we are now. We're only a few villages away from that town. 3.6. Heteai, codenamed Sky Eye, raised his right hand and said. How long will it take to get there? Brian asked immediately. Maybe, about half an hour. Heteai responded. Suddenly, Brian was surprised. Is it so close? He looked in the direction that Hittei said. The excitement in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. That means we may be able to find Qin before others do. Didn't Tianmu say that Qin loves to help others? If we can convince that guy to help us, then we will get a powerful boost. At this point, Brian immediately made a decision. We set out immediately to find Qin in that town. Etc. Suddenly, the Dark Knight beside him spoke up. His eyes with purple eyeshadow stared at Brian. Doesn't Father have his own mission? Let me go. Chapter 90. Dark Knight, do you really want to go? Looking at the Dark Knight, Brian asked solemnly. Of course, after all, I have slept for so long, right? It's time for me to move around. The corners of the mouth of the Dark Knight are gently raised. Then he jumped off the flying carpet, with his hands in his trouser pockets. Without even asking Brian's permission, he walked straight ahead. Just leave it to me, father. I will bring you the so-called anomaly. As the voice of words came, Dark Knight's figure gradually disappeared from Brian's sight. Is it really okay to let him go, Brian? Cobra folded his arms and asked with some concern. I don't know either, but Dark Knight's strength is worthy of our trust, and, at this point, Brian shook his head helplessly. Obviously, Dark Knight is not convinced. You mean, he was not convinced by that Qin? Yes, after all, as I just said, Qin is more perfect than the knight. So you still agree to let him go? The point is, if Anya really wants to go, we can't stop him, right? Let him go, otherwise this matter will become a knot in his heart forever. Brian sighed softly. Although Dark Knight is a bit willful, he can still distinguish right from wrong. He will definitely bring Qin back. Brian turned his head and looked at Cobra. At least, Dark Knight has never failed a mission so far. It's still that relatively poor town. Qin walked alone on the street, his slightly confused eyes constantly looking at this strange world. Yeah, it's really barren. There is no scene of people coming and going, and there seems to be only dilapidated and traces of time. Qin did not choose to stay. Instead, he continued to walk forward aimlessly. Although he had no purpose, Qin did not worry about his future. Because, he knew, the people in that place would never let him go. They will definitely come. No matter which world, no matter which universe. As long as I exist, they must exist. And, will eventually contain itself. Of course, Qin himself did not object to the life of being taken in. At least, he can find the meaning of his existence there. Among countless strange worlds, they are the only ones who can be called old friends, right? Before he knew it, Qin had come to the outskirts of a vegetable garden. Here, Qin finally heard the long-lost bustling sound. That was laughter, the laughter of a group of children. That sound sounds so pure. It seems that this hymn can evolve the soul, making people unable to help but stop. Accept the most sincere laughter from children to cleanse your soul. Qin stayed outside the vegetable garden. His eyes were fixed on a group of children playing in the vegetable garden not far away. A smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of my mouth. Hey, hello uncle, are you a visitor to our village? Suddenly, some children playing around found Qin standing outside the garden. He stopped playing and called out to Qin. That was the oldest child, about 11 or 12 years old. He is already the king of these children. As soon as he stopped, the other children also looked at Qin. I'm just passing by. Qin responded with a polite smile. I'm just passing by. It's okay. Uncle, have you eaten? My mother said that since we have come to this village, we are our guests. The child not far away shouted again. He was even afraid that Qin couldn't hear him, so he ran towards Qin with his friends. Came to Qin and stopped. Then, there was a burst of exclamations. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The children's eyes were fixed on the mechanical parts of Qin. There seemed to be a gleam of interest in his eyes. So cool! The oldest child King couldn't help but exclaimed. Uncle, are you a robot? You also know about robots? Qin smiled. Of course, robots existed in the stories my mother told me. At this point, the child paused and said with some disappointment. But unfortunately, we have never seen it, not even my mother has seen it, only my grandfather said he has seen it. That's a robot from the other side of the ocean. My grandfather told me that there were a lot of them on the boats at the pier. The other side of the ocean, Qin whispered softly. But now I have seen it too. The child changed the subject and said proudly to Qin. Hearing this, Qin couldn't help but reach out and scratch the child's head. Now, you've touched it. Haha yes, now even my mother will probably envy me, the child said excitedly. Then, as if he had thought of something, he continued. By the way, Uncle Mechanical, come to my house for dinner. At this time, my mother should have prepared lunch and will probably come to call me home for dinner soon. Looking at the innocent child in front of him, Qin couldn't help but ask. You must be a foodie, otherwise, you can't stop talking about food. Hey, the child scratched his head in embarrassment. Then he pointed to a few houses at the other end of the vegetable garden and said, that's my home. Come visit me, Uncle Mechanic. Over there, Qin raised his head and looked into the distance. Then he smiled and shook his head. I'm afraid not, Uncle will trample on the vegetables you worked so hard to grow. Qin's every move was shown through the sky to the eyes of people all over the world. My God, is Qin really so kind? You see, the way he treats the children doesn't seem fake. He even rejected the invitation of the little boy because he was afraid that his ability would cause the vegetables in the field to die. How kind he is! Yes. That is to say, Qin really has great kindness towards humans. And he is very approachable, which is rare. Even within the Magic Council. And filled with Crawford's laughter. Yes, the speaker finally laughed out loud today. The pressure on him recently is too great. And now, Qin's performance has also made Crawford begin to have high expectations. As long as Qin is truly full of goodwill, he will be easy to talk to. As long as we have a little chat, maybe we can really pull him into our team. As long as I think about the various benefits that will come from having Qin, who has such terrifying abilities, join the council in the near future. Crawford couldn't help but smile. Okay, that's really great. At this moment, the god of fate seemed to begin to favor the Magic Council, which had been facing setbacks everywhere. But Crawford's eyes, who were staring at the picture on the sky, suddenly shrank. Damn, who is that guy? I saw that at this moment in the picture. Qin, who was talking to the children, seemed to have suddenly realized something. He stood up suddenly and then turned around. Coming towards me was a dark figure running fast. And, in Qin's sight, the fist was getting bigger and bigger. At the same time, excited laughter also reached Qin's ears. Abnormal. I have been looking for you for a long time. Chapter 91. Accompanied by a jeer's extremely excited voice. The clenched fist also continued to enlarge in Qin's sight. Boom. Qin instantly stretched out his right hand, and then grabbed a jeer's fist. Unimaginable impact force exploded. This punch, which was filled with huge magical power, was enough to create a huge deep pit in the ground. However, a scene that shocked everyone happened. Accompanied by a loud bang. The invisible impact force exploded, even blowing Qin's hair. And, it will sweep towards the children behind Qin. But at this moment, the violent impact touched Qin's body. All disappeared. As if it was wiped out. And then, Agil, who had already rushed in front of Qin, suddenly changed his expression. The whole person seemed to be hit by a huge train. Directly fly out. His body even flipped several times in midair before landing on the ground. Plop. A dull sound came out. The face of a jeer that fell down had an intimate contact with the land. A moment. There were exclamations from all over the world. The Alvarez Empire. Even De Maria's eyes widened at this moment. Looking at everything that appeared on the sky in disbelief. He exclaimed, how is it possible? Can it really rebound? Irene was also stunned, blinking her eyes. It seems a little hard to accept. Ajir was supposed to launch the attack. But he was knocked away in the next second, while Qin, who was supposed to bear the attack, seemed to have not received any damage at all, and even the corner of his clothes did not move. Besides, how could Ajir suddenly appear here? Aghast held his forehead with one hand. It would be fine if he just appeared suddenly, but didn't that guy look at the sky curtain before? Augusta couldn't understand what made Ajir so unscrupulously provoke anomalies. I used to think this guy was just arrogant at best. But why do I feel now that this guy is not only arrogant, but also has problems with his brain? Don't you know how to test it first? Just go up and do it. What's the difference between this and being a reckless man? Magic Council. Who is that guy? What is he trying to do by being so impulsive? Crawford cursed at the sky. After all, it is an anomaly. Although he appears to be amiable, he is not as simple as others. What if that idiot completely angers SCP-073? Not to mention what kind of counterattack he will face. How can I proceed with the subsequent negotiations on my side? Isn't this just digging a hole for yourself? However, at this moment, the voice coming from behind made Crawford's expression gradually become serious. He turned around and stared at the frog behind him. He asked seriously, "You just said, the guy who just launched the attack is from the Alvarez Empire?" The frogman nodded and pulled up a document on the magic crystal screen. "Judging from the few intelligence reports we have about the Alvarez Empire, this guy should be Agil, the Desert King, one of the 12 Holy Shields." Desert King? Zhuge was also stunned. Then his face became visibly gloomy. What do the people from the Alvarez Empire want to do by appearing in our territory? Didn't they completely cut off diplomatic relations with us? A series of possibilities flashed through Zhuge's mind one by one. He knew that if this matter was not handled properly, then, it is very likely to become the fuse between the two continents. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. That's when things get really troublesome. Inside Tomini's tavern, countless people laughed out loud when they saw Ajir being knocked away. "Ha ha ha ha, I knew that this arrogant guy would never get anything good. I am dying of laughter. I just rushed out with full confidence, but in the blink of an eye, I fell flat on my face. Qin is still strong. As expected, he is abnormal. Not everyone can challenge him." The constant mocking voices echoed in the tavern. Altair and Melty looked at each other. "I have also made a decision. Melty, you go back first, I will try to contact this anomaly." "But, that guy is very dangerous." Melty shook her head worriedly. "Don't worry, at least I don't have any hostility, that guy shouldn't target me." Altair rubbed Melty's head. Then he got up and left the pub. "Start heading towards the village in the picture. It's not far from the tavern, after all, it's in the same town." In the picture, Ajir, who was knocked away, quickly stood up from the ground. Patted the dirt on his body. The look he gave Qin was somewhat surprising, and also a little angry. "How long? How long has it been?" "Ever since I became one of the 12 shields of the Alvarez Empire." "How long has it been since you felt at a disadvantage?" Even Ajir himself can't remember clearly. But the brief encounter just now made Ajir recall this feeling again. "This guy is quite interesting." Ajil shook his head. Then he shouted at Qin, "I was just not prepared, so I fell into your trap, but it really surprised me. But, I won't do that anymore. I'm serious now." Ajir strikes a fighting stance, his eyes as sharp as an eagle. In response, Qin shook his arms. "It's a bit numb. Even though I wasn't hurt, I still felt pain." However, since Qin is actually a mechanical man, his physical fitness is unimaginably different from that of ordinary people. Ajir's punch just now only made Qin feel a little numb. Putting his hand down, Qin looked at Ajir. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. "Although I don't know why you attacked me. But if I have offended you, then I say sorry to you." Then he turned his head and looked back because he was afraid. The children who had been hiding behind him. "I have no intention of getting into a conflict with anyone, especially since there are a bunch of kids here, so you better stop it." It seemed as if he had heard some great joke. Ajir shook his head. "So, you admit defeat? You can understand it this way. I give up." Qin shrugged his shoulders and said. Who knew that when Qin said this, Agil's brows also frowned. His face gradually darkened. What do you mean, a victory for me? Who are you looking down on? He clenched his fist tightly. The warriors of the Alvarez Empire will never covet any extravagant victory of the enemy. I will rely on my own strength to win. The magic power continued to surge through Ajir's body. If you don't want to be beaten to death by me, then fight back and let's have a duel between men. Chapter 92. Facing Ajir's provocation. Qin sighed helplessly and said, Sir, I don't know why you have to fight with me. But I think this is totally unnecessary. Shut up. Agil, who could no longer tolerate Qin's contemptuous attitude, shouted angrily, interrupting Qin's words. The majestic magic power keeps roaring. It also confirms the anger of the guardian of the 12 shields. Then, in front of everyone's shocked eyes, to the land behind Ajir, countless dust seemed to respond to the desert emperor. They started to gather together crazily. Gradually a huge dust giant with a height of nearly 50 meters was formed. The thick fist seemed to contain explosive power, showing through the sky curtain in front of everyone. Wizard's Guild, fairy tale. Although everyone was amazed at Ajir's powerful magic. However, an idea gradually began to sprout in the hearts of everyone. That is this guy really not a fool? It was clear that Qin had no intention of fighting with Ajir just now. As a result, this guy actually thought that the other party looked down on him. NT-747 and even more angry. And also summoned such a huge desert giant. What does he want to do? Don't you know Qin's absolute rebound characteristic? A series of questions kept flashing in everyone's mind. At this moment, the huge magic power that was enough to completely surpass the Saint Ten seemed not worth marveling at. Alvarez Empire. August covered his face, no longer wanting to look at the sky. It's shameful, really shameful. Is this guy crazy? The attack just now clearly explained the problem, why did he continue? Even Val was deeply puzzled. After all, he is Ajir. This guy won't turn back until he hits a wall. No, it should be said that once this guy has made up his mind, he won't turn back even if he hits a wall. Timaria explained. After all, as both advocates of war and warmongers, to a certain extent, Timaria can also understand Ajil's thoughts. That is to think that they are invincible. Even in the previous attack, they would only reflect that they were hit because they were not paying attention. Once you notice it, you can react. Betch, simply put, it means being high and mighty for a long time, being invincible for a long time. Ajir has gradually lost himself. Immersed in the world's strongest fantasy. However, there is one thing that even Timaria has to complain about. That is, this Ajir is really a bit stubborn. Even though we are both warmongers, I would not be stupid enough to launch such a powerful attack in the situation just now. Of course, there is another possibility. At this moment, Inbal, who had been holding his hands behind his back, suddenly spoke. Looking at the sky, he seemed to see through Ajir's thoughts. Then he said that Guy might want to test the rebound limit of SCP-073. If that is the intention, then it is understandable. Timaria nodded gently. Agreed with Inbal's idea. Let's take a good look at it. To be honest, I'm also curious about the endurance limit of SCP-073 Qin. Irene's words drew everyone's attention to the sky. At this moment, in the sky screen, looking at the sand giant that is as tall as a mountain, Qin looked somewhat helpless. Then he turned around and looked at the children hiding behind him. He whispered, "You guys leave here quickly, and leave this to Uncle Mechanical, okay? To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network." However, the safety of the mechanical uncle, the older children seemed a little worried. But Qin immediately shook his head. She spoke softly, even though her voice was a little mechanical and cold. But it sounds incredibly reliable. Don't worry, no one can hurt Uncle Robot. Let's get out of here. Qin pushed the children away. Uncle Mechanical, please come back safely. The children who had already run far away could not help but turn back and shout. Although this may not be of any use, it still makes Qin feel warm. Stop looking around, asshole. At this moment, Ajir's roar sounded again. Then, a huge fist fell from the sky. In an instant, it seemed as if an endless fist of dust completely obscured Qin's vision. Boom! It was like a roar that resounded throughout the sky. Then, at the same time, Ajir's face changed. There was a sound of bone fractures coming from the body at the same time. Wow! Ajir covered his chest with his hands. A mouthful of blood welled up in my throat. The whole person felt as if he had suffered an unimaginable blow. Even my footsteps are deeply mired in the mud. In just a moment, Ajir's face turned pale. The huge dust giant also disappeared. Qin also looked unhappy. One hand covered his chest, the other rubbed his back. The whole person gasped in pain. However, apart from the pain, almost everyone knew that Qin's body was not hurt at all. Comparing it to Ajil's spitting blood. For a moment, the whole world watching the live broadcast was excited. Although I had learned about Qin's abilities from the sky before. However, words are never as convincing as what you see directly. And now, this scene is vividly presented in front of everyone. And let everyone have a clear understanding. Qin's rebound ability is really unsolvable. It is simply an existence that is invincible. Oh my god, to be honest, this ability is really invincible. However, the funniest thing is the guy named Ajir. Is he really not a fool? Ha 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 ha. Yes, this young man obviously knew Qin's ability, but he still wanted to try it. Now, he seriously injured himself in an instant. It really made me laugh to death, ha 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 ha. However, Qin is a bit pitiful. Although he will not be hurt, he still has to feel the pain. It was such an inexplicable pain. Ajir could not see the overwhelming ridicule from the outside world. But even so, his heart was still filled with anger. Of course Ajir knew that he was being broadcast live on Tianmu. I originally thought that I would be the man who could break the abnormal myth. From then on, he became famous all over the world. But, who knew that this guy could actually bounce back? And, is there no limit to this monster's rebound ability? My mind kept racing, thinking over and over again. A possible thought suddenly occurred to Ajir. Chapter 93. With all his strength, Ajir slowly stood up from the ground. The heavy blow just now made him feel a little unsteady on his feet. This was probably the first time that Ajir felt so clearly how powerful his attack was. After finally stabilizing his body, Ajir raised his head. Watching Qin not far away. But the smile in his eyes became more intense. Qin frowned slightly and said, "Just stop, you can't hurt me, why bother?" Qin is still persuading Ajil but... Haha, don't try to scare me with that trick. Ajil spat disdainfully. Taking a deep breath, Ajir's eyes flashed with a hint of pride. "I've seen through you. Damn abnormal." Once this was said, all the viewers around the world who were watching the sky screen were slightly stunned. What happened? He actually said that he saw through Qin's ability. Could it be that a solution has been found? So, this guy just now actually had a plan and wanted to find out something. Countless people are filled with confusion in their hearts. Inside the Magic Council, Crawford, who was just angry at Ajir's foolish behavior, was also stunned. Could it be that Ajir has thought of an unusual weakness? Is it possible to break the strange rebound force now? Crawford frowned. Even Zikurin, who was standing by, stared at the sky with curiosity. Although he didn't want to admit it, Zikurin thought that he had seen. Still haven't thought of any way to crack Qin's ability. This made Zikurin mutter to himself, could it be that I have misjudged this young man. Countless people are puzzled. Even Qin in the picture stared at Ajir in surprise. Ajir did not explain too much. The powerful magic power of the 12 holy shields gushed out crazily. Suddenly, the sky changed color and the earth trembled. The rich magic power is almost condensed into substance. The dust began to rise. The overwhelming sand that appeared out of nowhere gradually covered the sky. The whole town seemed to be shrouded in a dark cloud, and a heavy sense of oppression swept across the world. The whole world seems to be covered by sand. And Ajir stood in the center of this sandstorm. Like a god who controls everything. Even through the sky, it still makes people shudder. What's going on? The whole town seems to be covered in sand and dust. Does that guy have such exaggerated magic power? It feels like, it's even more powerful than the previous 10 saints. What's going on? People from all over the world watched everything on the sky and couldn't help but exclaimed. This is not the case for most ordinary people, no, or for most wizards. This is the first time I've seen such a horrific scene. They seem to see through the dust and see the god who controls the sand. It is hard to imagine that all this was caused by humans. The 12 shields are indeed worthy of being called the 12 shields. His strength is definitely beyond that of Saint Ten. Even the Magic Council looked solemn. There are 11 such people in the Alvarez Empire. It's scary to think about it. There is no doubt that the moment when Ajir's magic power burst out, the whole world is shocked. That is almost the ceiling level that humans can reach. Even Hades, who was in the direction of the devil's heart, couldn't help but sit up straight. Although I can't experience it personally, but from the visual expression. This Ajir is not necessarily weaker than me. This is not to praise Ajir, but, this guy really has such ability. Hades didn't think that someone so powerful would speak without any basis. Therefore, he was looking forward to seeing how Ajil would defeat Qin. At the same time, in the picture, the dust in the sky could not block Qin's sight. He was in the world of yellow sand, watching Ajir's magic power bursting out in front of him. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Ha ha ha, I already know how to deal with your weird rebound ability. Endless raging sand surged under Ajir's feet like a stream of water. Then, surrounded by the raging sand, Ajir rose straight into the air. Looking down at Qin. Then, as Ajir raised his hands, countless sharp blades formed by sand gradually appeared in the air. 10, 20, 30. In just a few seconds, the number of sand blades around Ajir increased to hundreds. Do you want to use quantity to break the limit of the number of reflexes? In Fairy Tale, Urza's hands rhythmically tapped on the table. Thoughts are constantly turning. But this is meaningless. Even if there is a limit on the number of times you can eat, no one knows how many times you can eat. Mirage responded. Moreover, before the number of times is reduced to 0, Ajir himself will have to bear all the damage, and he might not be able to bear it first. Mirajana's words make sense. However, Ajir's current behavior is indeed very strange. At this moment, in the picture, Ajir raised his hands high, and the tip of the sword formed by the yellow sand around him flashed a sharp cold light. There is no doubt at first glance that these sharp swords made of sand and dust can easily cut through steel. Dance. Sand Sword Group. Accompanied by Ajir's roar. Hundreds of dust swords floating in the sky all shot out. One after another, like falling raindrops, completely covered Qin. Useless, Qin shook his head slightly. It's going to hurt for a while again. The next moment, countless sandstone swords fell down with a bang. Boom boom boom. The continuous roars of the sand and stone swords continued. The dusty sand was like a mist, covering Qin's body. The gravel swords that fell from the sky left sword pits on the ground without any effort. Moreover, the terrifying impact that followed also shattered the ground where Qin was standing. Countless pieces of soil were blown up into the air by the impact. At this moment, in mid-air. In order to avoid the strange reflection force, Ajir took action the moment he attacked. He was standing in mid-air. Surrounded by the dust under my feet, I slowly opened my hands. Sand and dust. Ajir whispered. The next moment, a terrifying backlash force came. Ajir's shoulder exploded instantly as if it was hit by an invisible sword. But, to everyone's surprise, what gushed out of Ajir's wound was not scarlet blood, but grayish-yellow dust. Then, bang, bang, bang. Almost in an instant, Ajir's entire body exploded. The whole body became tattered at this moment. Countless caves emerged. However, what is strange is that there is no blood flowing out of these wounds. The only thing flowing through the wound is sand and dust. Ha 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 ha, as long as I can be immune to these attacks, I will not be harmed by the backlash. Unfortunately, I can actually be immune to any physical attack. And you will still suffer the baptism of pain. How long can you endure such extreme pain? Abnormal. Looking at his own body, Ajir screamed with excitement. However, this arrogance did not even last for a moment. Ajil's face suddenly changed. Chapter 94. A mouthful of blood gushed out of Ajir's mouth involuntarily. The face that had just been smiling wildly turned horribly pale in an instant. The body that had been turned into dust was now forced to return to its original state. I saw that the upper body was originally bronze and full of explosive muscles. At this moment, it is like a bloody man covered in blood. Countless caves appeared on Ajir's body. Unspeakable pain filled his body and mind, forcing Ajir to fall from mid-air helplessly. Not far away, the dust in the sky gradually dissipated. Kane's figure also appeared in the sight of everyone watching the live broadcast. Completely different from Ajir. There were no wounds on Kane's body, not even any blood. Even the clothes he was wearing were not torn at all. It's as if the attack just now did not hit Kane. However, the indescribable pain still filled Kane's mind. So much so that the handsome face was wrinkled together. However, Kane is still a transformed human being. Therefore, the endurance is much stronger than that of Ajir. After just a short pause, he stood up again. He looked at Ajir and shook his head gently. I've already said that this doesn't make any sense. You can't hurt me. Hiss. Can attacks of this magnitude be completely bounced back? You see, that guy named Ajir was seriously injured in an instant. It is hard to imagine how powerful his attack was just now. This ability is really too exaggerated. Kane is worthy of the name of abnormality. Everything on the scene was presented to audiences around the world through the sky curtain. Powerful, abnormal, invincible. These words involuntarily emerged in everyone's mind. Even ordinary people, living in a magical world, have more or less developed some vision. Therefore, they could naturally see that when Ajir launched the attack just now. How exaggerated is the overwhelming momentum. To be frank, he was even more powerful than the one they had seen Makarov fight before. But, he is such a powerful guy. The full-strength attack was actually completely bounced back. And in an instant, he severely injured himself. Isn't this ability abnormal? Alvarez Empire. The 12 holy shields could no longer sit still and stood up from their seats, staring intently at the sky above. An expression of disbelief filled everyone's face. Even if it is Augusta or Irene. As Aguirre's companions and members of the 12 shields, they naturally know a lot more than other viewers. Therefore, they saw clearly what Ajil was up to. That is to use the same abnormal sand dust to avoid Kane's weird rebound ability. You know, Ajir's sand formation is the most important factor for him to protect the 12 shields, in addition to his huge magic power. Able to rely on sand dust to become immune to all physical attacks. It is enough to make Ajir invincible when facing most people. But, even this trick failed. Even magic that can change one's own essence cannot resist that strange rebound ability. Augusta's face was extremely solemn. At the same time, there is another clearer understanding of anomalies. Even though, he himself doesn't want to agree with it. But the facts were before him. He took a deep breath and spoke with an extremely difficult tone. The facts have proven that even the powerful magic power of the 12 shield level is not enough to break the limit of the anomaly. In other words, these monsters have no limits at all. No limit, De Maria murmured softly. The horror in his eyes still lingers. Even though she saw it with her own eyes, De Maria still found it hard to believe. How could there be no limit? No creature in this world could be so perverted. De Maria still screamed out in disbelief. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. This kind of thing, this kind of thing. At this point, De Maria didn't know how to express her meaning. After struggling for a long time, he finally spoke with difficulty. If that kind of monster has no limits, then wouldn't it be the same as God, God? The words that De Maria had completely denied were mentioned again by her. Even De Maria herself didn't know why she thought of this word. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any gods in this world. But with everything that Qin has shown so far, De Maria can't help but think of this description. Yes, there is no limit to the rebound. It means absolute invincibility. And absolutely invincible. That is God. Augusta remained silent in response to De Maria's shock. After a while, he murmured, "We can't know whether the other party is a god, but even if he is not, we can foresee." Augustus gazes upon the face of Qin in the sky. He continued, "If anomalies befall our Alvarez Empire, we may be as powerless as the wizards on the Ishgar continent. Qin's backlash is so abnormal that even Irene and I are afraid. It can't cause any harm to it. Even we can't deal with abnormalities." Val still couldn't believe it. But haven't those guys in the SCP Foundation always been on the path of fighting against anomalies? If they can do it, so can we, right? SCP Foundation, Irene narrowed her eyes slightly. "I don't know what I'm thinking, my face is very solemn." In the picture, Ajir raised his head with difficulty. Looking at Qin standing before him. "The anger in my eyes keeps burning." He couldn't imagine how miserable he was now. It is also unimaginable that at this moment, in the eyes of the audience around the world. How much of a clown am I? Especially the owner of the shabby tavern just now. Obviously. I just vowed to defeat the so-called anomaly. But reality gave Ajir a loud slap in the face. Yes, he can't defeat the anomaly. Even, I couldn't leave even a tiny wound on his body. You can't hurt me. These words kept echoing in Ajir's mind. It was like a knife constantly stabbing into his seemingly strong but actually fragile glass heart. 5.5 Unspeakable anger is accumulating. Ajir raised his head suddenly. The bloodshot eyes are so clear in the sky. Shut up, you bastard! The powerful magic power that belongs to the 12 shields of the Holy Spirit continues to flow out. Ajir's hands began to touch the ground. Then, with Ajir's hands as the center, the original land around him began to turn into sand and dust. And the scope is still expanding. Until the ground beneath Qin's feet turned into a desert. As Ajir's magic power gushed out crazily, the desert-ified land began to rotate clockwise. In a short period of time, a huge dust vortex was formed. Qin's feet were firmly fixed in the center of the vortex. And pulled Qin madly downward. Ajir screamed wildly, his distorted face was extremely clear. "Since I can't hurt you, I'll just bury you completely." And hell. Chapter 95. The flowing dust has strong adsorption capacity. It stuck to Qin's feet and pulled him into the abyss of the whirlpool. Qin frowned and tried to lift his feet out. However, no matter how hard Qin tried, he could not escape from the flowing sand. "I can only watch the desert vortex swallowing me bit by bit. Will it succeed this time? I don't know." The guy named Agil didn't intend to hurt Qin, but to trap him. In this case, even the strange rebound ability shouldn't work, right? After all, this isn't an attack. So, how could that mean Qin was in danger? People around the world are talking about. Judging from what he just did, this move of Agil might really be able to trap Qin in the abyss of sand forever. Therefore, countless people couldn't help but worry about Qin. A bit strange. It should be an abnormality that people are afraid of. Some people started to worry about it. Was it because Qin was so charming, or was it because even though he was an abnormal being, he still had a pure and kind heart? Wait. Look, this is the direction of Ajir. Wizard's Guild, Fairy Tale. Grey, with sharp eyes, suddenly pointed at the sky and exclaimed. In an instant, the guild members who were just talking stopped talking. They all turned their eyes to the sky. I saw that at this moment in a corner of the sky, where Ajir stood. The dust that originally surrounded Ajir swallowed Ajir's feet. Even Ajir looked at his feet in confusion. The sand and dust that I used to be so close to became strangers for the first time. Countless dust changes from static to dynamic. They started to flow. Gradually, a vortex formed, just like the dust vortex not far away that was about to swallow Qin. And, the scale is even bigger. Hiss! A sound of gasps echoed throughout the Magic Council. Countless people stared at the sky with their eyes wide open in disbelief. What did they see? The huge sky has switched to the perspective of the sky. From here, you can see that the original town has completely turned into an endless desert. Moreover, there are two huge vortexes in the center of this desert. Like a pair of eyes. The people trapped between these two whirlpools are Qin and Agil. Zikurin tightly grasped his cup. He was trapped by his own magic, by his own sand. This extremely strange scene completely overturned the perception of the people in the Magic Council. Can even this kind of thing rebound? Hiss! But this is not an attack on Qin. Throughout history, all rebound abilities are nothing more than using some kind of distance to bounce back the attack that is directed at you. Like an elastic shield. When the sword strikes, the shield will bounce it back, damaging the attacker. But, now an even more bizarre scene appeared before everyone's eyes. It's like you tie someone up with a rope. Then, you will find that a rope will appear out of nowhere and tie you up in reverse. It's just so weird. This is beyond the scope of rebound. In other words, this can't be called a rebound at all. It's more like a rule. A simple and rough rule. As long as you hurt Qin, it doesn't matter what you do. Even if it hurts or not, as long as you have bad intentions towards it. Any constraints on it. Then, you will be equally restrained and harmed. You can't even trace the reason behind this. Because, it doesn't make sense at all. It's the rules. Just like the existence of magic itself, it doesn't make sense, and no one can explain why magic exists. But, for this world, magic exists. This world is full of magic. In this world, the existence of magic is the rule. Zikurin couldn't even believe his own conclusion. He stared blankly at everything in the sky and murmured. Rules? He mastered the rules. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. In an instant, a creepy feeling came over me. The SCP Foundation, what kind of monster is it dealing with? In the picture. Ajir looked at his feet in disbelief. How so? How so? His body was constantly being swallowed by the dust, and Ajir struggled to pull his feet out. But there is nothing I can do. Yes, for the first time, Ajir felt the feeling of a person who was powerless to die under his magic. Normally, the dust is the most intimate thing to me, but at this moment, it has become the death warrant of my death. Damn, what on earth is going on? Why is this happening? Ajir kept waving his hands, struggling in the flowing sand. Roaring! Roaring! In despair, he seemed to think of something. I opened my mouth in the dust with all my strength. Release. 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 Not simple. The magic power began to dissipate. The dust vortex that enveloped Qin gradually returned to flat ground. Ta-ta. Qin landed on the ground, and his feet made a crisp sound when they touched the ground. But, this tiny sound, to Ajir, is like the sound of nature. The next moment, the dust that was entangled with him was just as Ajir had imagined. Gradually dissipated and returned to flat ground. Call. Ajir also landed on the ground and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. However, what followed was the dizziness caused by the massive consumption of magic power. It was difficult for Ajir to even stand. Falling straight to the ground, thump. Ajir fell heavily to the ground. Defeated. Ajir knew that he had been defeated, an undisputed defeat. I vowed to find Qin and defeat him, breaking the myth of the so-called SCP. But the reality is so cruel. From the beginning to the end, Ajir, apart from causing some useless pain to the opponent, I can't even scratch a small scar on the other person. And even more ridiculous. But all the injuries were caused by himself. I, seriously injured myself? This is a shame for the 12 shields, but it is also true. Since the Sky Dome exists, can everything I do be seen by Jalal, who is traveling around the world at this moment? So, what would his emperor think of him? Ajir's sky seems to have stepped on. Because of his ignorance, because of his arrogance. So, Ajir acted like a complete clown in front of the audience all over the world. Damn it! Damn it! Ajir clenched his fists tightly and pounded the ground unwillingly. A faint whimpering sound came from the head buried in the ground. At this moment, a voice sounded again. It's really ugly. Now you. I'm afraid you can't even have a good night's sleep, right? Chapter 96. That is. 6 Demon Generals. Magic Council. Crawford stared at the dark night in the sky and the emblem on his arm, growling in disbelief. Then he immediately ordered the frog behind him. Get me this guy's information. Soon, the frogs behind him came running over with a bunch of information. Then he said, I'm sorry, Speaker. This man is indeed one of the 6 demon generals, but, we all know something about the other 6 demon generals. But only this man. What happened to him? Crawford frowned and asked. We know nothing about him except that his code name is Dark Knight. The frogman responded somewhat awkwardly. No, nothing. Crawford's eyes widened. The huge body began to tremble with anger. You mean, our intelligence network throughout the entire Ishgar continent cannot detect any abnormal traces? Don't you even know the information of a dark guild? Crawford's voice is loud. But, other than making the frogman more afraid, it has no use at all. During this period of time, Crawford suddenly discovered that he, the chairman of the Magic Council, high above, at the pinnacle of power. In fact, he was just a blind man. There are too many secrets in the wizarding world that he, the speaker, cannot touch. I used to think I could control everything. But the fact is, the exact opposite of what we imagined. Feelings of powerlessness, depression, and other emotions surged like a tide. Finally, after a long day of rage, Crawford. I could only sigh helplessly. He waved to let the frogman leave, then sat down helplessly, staring blankly at the sky. At this moment, in the picture, Ajir, whose magic power had run out, raised his head with difficulty. Looking at this killer in front of me, he said in disbelief, what did you just say? Asshole! Rest in peace, clown! Without even looking at Ajir, Anya took a step and passed directly over Ajir's body. That extremely contemptuous expression made Ajir pause. What followed was extreme anger that could no longer be suppressed. Do you know who you are talking to? Just a defeated stray dog, what's the problem? The voice in the dark night was still calm. Veins popped up on Ajir's forehead instantly. As one of the famous 12 shields of the Holy. In the Alvarez Empire, they are second only to one person and above everyone else. For the Ishgar continent, even the strongest wizard on this continent is not worthy of the 12 shields, because they are not on the same level. If it weren't for the fear of the magic spirit power and the Emperor's order. Many years ago, Ajir was able to lead the army and crush this continent without leaving any residue. But, he is a wizard in a place that he totally despises. How dare you talk to me like this? Who does this guy think he is? Is the Holy Ten the first? Anger has completely blinded Ajir's eyes. He no longer cared about his injuries. With both hands on the ground. With an angry roar, Ajir stood up suddenly. The limited magic power is all gathered in my hands. Countless dust also responded to Ajir's anger at this moment. Gathered on his arm, forming an extremely sharp battle axe. Argyle's hands clenched the axe handle, but the Dark Knight ahead still has no intention of turning back. Just like that, he came to SCP-073, Kane. Stand still, then put one hand on waist. Watching Kane calmly. As if he didn't notice Ajir behind him at all. However, even an ordinary person could feel the gathering of magic power behind him. As a wizard, how could Dark Knight not know? There is only one answer. Dark Knight didn't take Ajir seriously at all. This attitude of disregard also completely drove Ajir crazy. Give it to me. Go to hell. With a hysterical roar, Ajir began to run towards the back of Anyat. Then, the sharp sand axe in his hand could easily cut through steel. Swing it violently. Buzz. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The swing of the sand axe seemed to disturb the air, bringing up bursts of wind noise. The axe swung out with the last of Argyl's magic and strength. In his furious eyes, he chopped at Anyat's body. Boom! The strange scene happened again. The moment the huge axe of sand and dust approached the body of Dark Knight. As if there was a strange distortion. Then, the stone ruins on both sides of the Dark Knight exploded out of thin air. Countless smoke and dust rose up. And under the smoke, it was Ajir's desperate look. Bounce. Another rebound. Oh my god! What on earth is going on with this new guy? Why would he rebound? Could it be that he is also abnormal? No, look at his shoulder, I recognize the emblem there, it's the emblem of the 6 demon generals. The 6 demon generals? One of the 3 strongest dark guilds in the Bala League. Looking at the scene in the sky, the Dark Knight shows. Countless people stared with eyes wide open. Could it be that it will rebound, and there will be a second one? People don't understand. Ajir didn't understand. He stared blankly at the sand battle axe in his hand. The disbelief in the eyes is clearly visible. You should take a break. You are too weak now. Dark Knight seemed to be aware of Ajir's attack, turned his head and looked sideways at Ajir. The mockery in his eyes was like a knife, stabbing into Ajir's heart. A mouthful of blood spurted out involuntarily weak. As the 12 shields of the Holy Spirit, it is the most powerful shield to protect the Emperor. It was the first time he was called weak by an unknown guy. But, as if he didn't believe in evil, Ajir raised the giant sand axe in his hand again. Cutting madly towards the Dark Knight. Boom boom boom. The distortion was still happening, and all the objects around the Dark Knight exploded for no reason at this moment. And the Dark Knight still stands intact in the same place. There is no change in the face. Until, the sand axe in Ajir's hand began to disintegrate. Until Ajir's magic power is completely exhausted. Until Ajir's injury was also affected. A huge pain came over him, and he fell to the ground helplessly. Staring at the Dark Knight with unwilling eyes. If looks could kill, then Ajir would have died hundreds of times. Oh, is this the 12 shields of the Holy Spirit? Like. It's no big deal. Dark Knight looked at Ajir who was lying on the ground and laughed at him with disdain. Then, ignoring Ajil, Qin turned his head and stared at SCP-073 not far away. I heard that your father praised your ability. And, I call you the perfect me. The voice in the Dark Knight was neither hurried nor slow, as if it was talking about something that had nothing to do with it. Here, he paused slightly. However, I don't think so. He looked directly at Qin, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Maybe father hasn't seriously witnessed my growth for a long time. If you are perfect, then I am perfect beyond perfection. I am a wizard who surpasses my father. Dark Knight became more and more excited as he spoke. I can do it too, rebound all the damage. And I can also control this power and use reflexes to actively kill you. I clenched my fists tightly, and the calmness I felt before was completely gone. Instead, there was extreme excitement. So, I am the truly perfect one. Chapter 97. In front of the sky, the Dark Knight made this declaration to people all over the world. A moment. All the people watching the live broadcast were stunned. Some people looked at the sky screen in disbelief, opened their arms, as if embracing the Dark Knight of the world. Wizards Guild, Fairy Tale. Lucy swallowed, blinked, and spoke to her companions. Did you guys just hear what he said? Ah, he can also reflect, and can actively manipulate the power of reflection to achieve his own goals. Kana responded. Moreover, even Ajir's attack was reflected by it just now. Mirage's expression was solemn. This guy, is he really beyond the normal reflexes? Even Urza couldn't help but frown. Staring intently at the face with smoky makeup in the Dark Knight. What's going on in my mind? Wrong. Suddenly, a plain voice came from the dense crowd. But everyone present turned their eyes back. Looking at the old man sitting alone on a wooden barrel at the end of the crowd. Makarov. Someone immediately asked, President, have you discovered anything? In response, Makarov nodded slightly. While looking straight at the sky, he said in a deep voice, you know, what Dark Knight rebounded was only the attack of Ajir who was on the verge of death. It is no exaggeration to say that even an S-rank wizard could easily block an attack of that magnitude. Therefore, this is not enough to prove the power of the Dark Knight. Makarov stated his opinion calmly. Looking straight at the sky, Makarov said firmly, this Dark Knight's ability may be abnormal, but it is definitely not as good as the abnormal one. There are not many people who have the same sharp eyes as Makarov. Therefore, Dark Knight's move just now really shocked most people. Inside the Magic Council, Crawford's eyes were bloodshot, staring at the Dark Knight in the sky. He said in disbelief, 6 demon generals, there is actually someone who can rival the abnormal. Then Crawford immediately turned around and instructed the frog beside him. It doesn't matter if I didn't find him before, but now, no matter what, I must get this person's information. Now, go. The entire Magic Council began to operate at full capacity under Crawford's roar. People coming and going constantly pass through the hall of the Magic Council. The noisy sound never stops. The purpose is to find out the information of Dark Knight, for such a person who can rival the abnormality, or even be stronger than the abnormality. The Magic Council must not be left alone. Of course, as the only Holy 10 mage among the judges. Zikurin also naturally saw something. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. What Dark Knight had just shown might have shocked him, but it definitely did not frighten him. Magic that can bounce back is rare, but it's not rare either. Just like the attack from Ajir just now. There are still people in the magic world who can achieve the same effect. However, the difference lies in what ability is used to rebound. However, the battle between Ajir and Qin during his heyday was what really frightened Zikurin. That absolute rebound that seemed like a rule, even Zikurin himself couldn't understand it at all. Therefore, he was more concerned about Qin. He had no intention of reminding them, and just watched the people from the Magic Council coming and going, busy as they went. This is the best, when the Magic Council focuses all its attention on Dark Knight. Maybe I'll have a chance to get close to Kane. Thinking of this, Zikurin couldn't help but take 2 steps back. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. He put 2 fingers together, placed them on his forehead, and spoke simultaneously. Gerard. Bah. Alvarez Empire. De Maria glared at the sky angrily. One hand tightly grasped the corner of the table, veins popped up on the arm. Bang! The corner of the table broke into pieces. This bastard! The sound of De Maria gritting her teeth was heard. He is defying us, the 12 shields of the Holy One. He is just a guy who cannot even touch the 10 shields of the Holy One. How dare he do that? Hey, I know you are angry now, but the table is innocent, calm down first. The scene just now made Val tremble with fear. Quickly persuaded. How can I stay calm? How dare that weak guy mock us, the 12 shields? Timaria growled angrily. His eyes were filled with naked murderous intent. There is no doubt that this powerful 12 shields really wants to kill Dark Knight. The majesty of the 12 holy shields cannot be trampled upon. This is something that has been ingrained in Timaria for many years. For her, even if Ajir died on the spot, it would be better than being humiliated by that ant. For Timaria, who values honor more than life, it is also trampling on one's own dignity. Unbearable. Timaria immediately looked at the Archon of the Alvarez Empire who was sitting on the table. He is also one of the 12 shields, General Winter, Inbal. Let me go. I must wipe out everything on that land. Especially that guy called Dark Knight, he must be crushed to ashes to vent my hatred. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, this Valkyrie on the battlefield was filled with fighting spirit. The murderous aura accumulated on the battlefield over the years is almost condensed into substance. The entire conference hall was in an extremely depressing atmosphere. However, facing Timaria's request, Inbal thought about it and finally shook his head. No. Why? Timaria was dissatisfied. Why do we have to endure that guy insulting us like this? Because the situation over there is still unclear. Inbal pushed the glasses on his nose. He spoke in a deep voice. That weird SCP Foundation, anomalies, dark guilds, and even light guilds are all in a mess. If we get involved now, we will only fall into that vortex. Ajir is an example. At present, the return of His Majesty the Emperor is still a long way off. We must defend the Alvarez Empire. If something happens to us all on the continent of Ishgar, then, wouldn't all your Majesty's efforts over the years be in vain? Inbal's voice was extremely calm, yet it seemed deafening. Even Timaria looked at Inbal in disbelief. Are you starting to get scared too? Afraid of what happened on that continent? Chapter 98. This is not fear, De Maria. Augusta on the side spoke up. There seems to be some indescribable emotion in the old eyes. We are not afraid of anyone, but you can see clearly the situation of Ajir. He ran all the way to the Ishgar continent. He was defeated before he even saw the Foundation. Abnormal, not as simple as we thought. Therefore, we have to think seriously about what will happen to us if we rashly go to the continent of Ishgar. Augusta looked at De Maria. You know, that Foundation is too mysterious, and it might even be related to the so-called God. Therefore, we have to be vigilant. He took a deep breath and said, at least, before His Majesty returns, we should try our best to hold on to everything we have now. His Majesty, De Maria was silent. After standing there blankly for a few minutes, he sighed helplessly and sat back in his seat. Seeing De Maria like this, Augusta couldn't help but shook his head and said slowly, however, it is not completely impossible to set foot on that continent. What do you mean? De Maria looked at Augusta with some confusion. As I just said, we need to think about what will happen if we go there rashly. If there are only benefits and no harm, then why not go? Some anomalies are not necessarily disasters, for example, SCP-2295, Heart-Stitching Bear. Then, what about a jeer? Timaria nodded and then asked. If it's a jeer, I will go to that continent myself and bring it back. August looked at a jeer, who had fallen to the ground, and murmured. Are you going? Inbal looked at August. If possible. August nodded slightly. Well, I have no objection. Inbal exhaled lightly and said. Hearing this, De Maria, who had just sat down, immediately became dissatisfied. He stood up and questioned Inbal, why can Augusta do it but I can't? In this regard, Inbal gently shook his head and said, you are too impulsive. If you are allowed to go, I really don't know what kind of trouble you will cause. His eyes were fixed on De Maria's. He said in a deep voice, as I just said, your joining will make the already chaotic situation even more chaotic. By then, even we will probably be involved. That's not what the Alvarez Empire wants to see. Therefore, you can stay in the Alvarez Empire with peace of mind. As for Augusta, Inbal turned his gaze and looked at the old man. He whispered, he will understand the meaning of propriety better than you. In the sky screen, the voices of the Dark Knight are still ringing. Countless people are staring at the screen. Two people with reflexes met at this moment. After all, who can reflect whose attack? This is what everyone is concerned about so far. Of course, due to their good feelings towards Qin, most people are hoping that Qin can teach these Dark Guild parasites a lesson. As for the Dark Knight Guild, the 6 demon generals have a different attitude. The members are staring at the sky at this moment. When Dark Knight said that provocative word, Brian's face darkened. It seems your wish has not come true. The Dark Knight seems not to have heard what you said at all. Kebra folded his arms and said indifferently. Hearing this, Brian's face became even uglier. Who would have known that the child whom he trusted most? The mission completion rate has always been a 100% terrifying existence. Jealousy is overflowing at this moment? What else are you saying? Are you trying to prove that you are better than Qin? Please, are you asked to prove it? Are you asked to bring Qin back? Besides, didn't you clearly say that you would bring Qin back? How did it turn out like this? Perhaps, you may have never understood what Dark Knight meant. It seems that I heard Brian's complicated thoughts. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Cobra shrugged. He said jokingly, after all, defeating someone, or knocking them out and then tying them up can be considered as completing the mission, right? Holding the scepter tightly in his hand, Brian sighed softly. If I had known earlier, I would not have let Anya go. Now it seems that we have completely offended this abnormal person named Qin. Maybe, Dark Knight can really succeed. Hot AI, who had been silent all this time, also spoke. We all know that Dark Knight is very strong. Maybe, he just needs enough compensation. After all, money is the best stimulant, isn't it? Hetai's eyes sparkle with the light of money. The magic power in the body also became agitated. Dark Knight. You absolutely cannot lose. At this point, Brian no longer wanted to hear anything. I can only pray secretly that my son can successfully defeat Qin and bring him back. At this moment, in the town on the western border of the Kingdom of Fiori, the yellow sand has already buried this already backward city. And on this yellow sand stand 2 figures. Dark Knight, and Qin. At this moment, the cyborg Qin seemed to have recovered from the blow just now. All the pain disappeared. He put his hands in his pockets. Looking at the Dark Knight, my eyes are filled with helplessness. I really don't understand, what does the strength of you guys have to do with me? Because you enjoy too much attention. We are both users of the same magic, so why do all people think that I am not as good as you? Dark Knight played with the braids on his temples and spoke nonchalantly. Phew! I've already said that I don't want to compete with anyone for some boring title. If you think you are the strongest, then just become the strongest. Why do you have to come to me? Qin took a deep breath, his face full of irritation and helplessness. Even if you defeat me, what does that mean? There are too many things that can be explained, including, Dark Knight slowly raised his right hand. There is no magic circle unfolding as imagined. Yes, only weird distortions. The most important thing is to prove that I have surpassed you and am the strongest wizard. The right hand of the Dark Knight twisted out of thin air. The invisible distortion, like a transparent spiral wave, spreads out to the right hand of the Dark Knight. In an instant, Qin was enveloped. Buzz. Then, a shocking scene appeared. The simple cloth on Qin's body seemed to come alive in an instant. Like a ferocious python, it climbed up Qin's body and hold it tightly. Chapter 99. The clothes are moving like a hungry python. It began to swim over Qin's body, and then crawled all over his body. Then it tightened violently, wrapping Qin tightly. This moment, Dark Knight's eyes suddenly lit up. Ha ha ha, did you see that? This is the advanced use of the power of reflection. I can subjectively distort the matter around you. As long as I'm serious, I can kill people even with clothes. Dark Knight raised his head, with an excited laugh on his face. Such ability, is it still incomplete? Is this still your semi-finished product? The Dark Knight shouted excitedly, as if to tell someone who was watching in a corner at the moment through the sky curtain. Tell him that I am the strongest in the Dark Knight. The strongest wizard who surpasses you. Not some rubbish or abnormal semi-finished product, only you are the most perfect. In the unknown forest, the idea of the Dark Knight was indeed successful. Brian saw everything he did at this moment. But, what followed was the helpless support of the forehead with one hand. Looking at the sky, Ryan felt like he was looking at a mentally retarded person. Doesn't this guy know that, any attack against Qin, 413 will be returned to him? Brian couldn't understand. Dark Knight shouldn't be so stupid. But why did he still do this? At this moment, the sky. Just as Brian imagined, the next moment when the clothes wrapped around Qin. The clothes around him began to move strangely. Like a giant python that devours people, it entangles itself tightly. The powerful force made Anyi's expression change. His face turned the color of liver. But he still didn't panic. He clenched his teeth tightly and looked down at his twisted clothes. He murmured, as expected. Is this your reflex? Should I say, it's copying, right? It seemed that Dark Knight, who thought he had seen through everything about Qin, had a confident smile on his face. No matter what kind of attack you get, you can return it. Actually, it is not a return, but a copy of the same move to give back to the opponent. Also, your modified body should be extremely strong, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to withstand so many attacks and still not show any injuries. But your pain betrays you. As Anya endured the pain of his clothes being tightened, while staring at Qin not far away. As Dark Knight expected, Qin's face showed a painful expression. This discovery made Anya more determined in his inner thoughts. Ha 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 ha, it's true. Then I'll see how long you can hold out. Fortunately, that idiot just now helped me to wear down your defense to a great extent. Today I will completely break the myth of abnormality. Of course, I will kill you and bring it to my father. As soon as the words fell, Anyi's hands began to exert force violently. Then, the strips of cloth wrapped around Dark Knight began to be stretched and enlarged. It's not like I didn't look at the sky when I came here before. As Anya continued to exert force, his face began to distort. Therefore, after guessing your ability, I changed my clothes. Unlike regular clothes, this one is very thin and can be torn apart easily. Since you are imitating my magic, I guess you will use the same method against me, right? A strange smile appeared on the twisted face of the Dark Knight. This is how I deal with you. Dark Knight's hands struggled to free themselves, and then pulled at the cloth strips that were still trying to tighten. Start tearing like crazy. Until, the cloth strips were completely torn apart. Turned into countless pieces of cloth, scattered all over the ground. The Dark Knight with naked upper body revealed. How about it? I have seen through your... Before Anya could finish his words, his expression suddenly changed. Then he stared at his naked upper body with his dark eyes wide open in disbelief. How so? The clothes are clearly all torn, but why, the feeling of being restrained is still there. Yes, even if the clothes are all torn. Even though I'm already topless. But, why does that feeling of restraint still exist? Why, my body still feels like it is being strangled by something invisible. Suffocating. The incomprehensible Dark Knight suddenly raised his head and looked at Qin, who had been tied up like a dumpling not far away. He screamed, "What on earth did you do? Wizard's Guild, fairy tale. Things have turned around, and all the speculations of this Dark Knight have been overturned." Makarov folded his arms and said lightly. Urza beside him also nodded. Although this guy's idea is well-founded, but Tianmu has never made any mistakes so far. That ability of Qin really gives back to the abuser indiscriminately. This ability is really unsolvable. It's really incredible. Myra Jane watched everything that happened on the sky and murmured. By the way, can this guy even rebound the magic spirit power? Suddenly, Rei from the guild suddenly spoke up. For a moment, everyone in the guild was stunned. Everyone's mind couldn't help but start imagining along the lines of what Levi said. If this guy's feedback ability is really unlimited, then the result is obvious. Qin will suffer great pain when bombarded by the magic spirit power, but he will not be destroyed. On the contrary. To read exciting novels, go to Philu Novel Network. The entire Magic Council that launched the magic spirit power at Qin might also be destroyed. Hiss. I suddenly understood why this guy was called abnormal. If someone takes advantage of me, the consequences will be disastrous. Gray clenched his fists, cold sweat on his forehead. Even my back feels a little cold. In the picture. Perhaps even Dark Knight himself could not bear such pain. The magic cast on Qin was cancelled. The next moment, the feeling of restraint disappeared. Anya suddenly bent down, supported his knees with his hands, and took a deep breath. An inexplicable feeling of pleasure swept over my body. Let the Dark Knight feel as if it is alive again. Qin, who was untied, moved his mechanical arm. Then he said, "You have already completed the experiment, so there is no need to continue, right? You bastard!" The Dark Knight raised its head and looked directly at Qin with an unyielding gaze. "I still have a way to defeat you." Qin seemed a little helpless. "Are you coming again? You really can't hurt me." "Shut up!" Anya was furious and interrupted Qin's words. An invisible distortion field began to linger around the body. Brian, who was watching this scene, immediately understood Dark Knight's thoughts. A sudden shock in my heart. This guy is trying to reflect Qin's reflection. After hearing this, Lisa and the others looked at Brian in confusion. What does it mean to reflect away Qin? Why is it so confusing? It seems that he noticed the confusion of the people around him. Brian took a deep breath and explained, "You all know about the magic of the Dark Knight, right? By using distortion, all incoming attacks are forced to change direction, which is what we call rebound. Almost everything except the human body cannot be distorted, even magic power and even more subtle force fields can distort it. Therefore, Dark Knight currently placed the distortion field next to himself, intending to attack Qin and reflect the force reflected by Qin. Simply put, it is to fight reflex with reflex." Brian finished these words in one breath. Everyone present looked at each other in surprise. Then he asked, "Does this really work?" "Yeah, does it really work? Even Brian didn't know, he could only stare at the sky, looking forward to the outbreak of the battle in the next second. In the screen, Dark Knight gritted his teeth and said, "Next, it's a reflex versus reflex battle. Let's fight with real swords and guns." As soon as the words fell, Dark Knight suddenly rushed out. He was so fast that he covered a distance of dozens of meters in just a short moment. Came to Qin. He aimed his clenched fist at Qin's cheek and struck him mercilessly. At the same time, the full power of the twist is turned on. The next moment, the fist hit Qin's cheek without any surprise. Then, Dark Knight could clearly feel an inexplicable threat emerging on his cheek. "Give me the twist!" the Dark Knight roared. The invisible distortion is taken to the extreme, but the unexpected pain still erupts on the Dark Knight's cheek. The huge force hit Anya so hard that he flew out. Qin, who was standing there, frowned and covered his cheeks. "It hurts. You, bastard! I don't believe it!" the Dark Knight roared. He stood up again and rushed towards Qin. Then, he punched, kicked, and even picked up bricks from the ground and smashed them on Qin. All kinds of tricks are used in one change, but with each blow, Anya could not help but scream. The cheeks gradually became red and swollen, and blood filled the mouth. Bruises started to appear on my body. My head started to feel dizzy. With the final blow, Dark Knight flew out. Smashed one boulder after another. Wounds all over. At this moment, the arrogance in Anyi's eyes when he looked at Qin again was gone. Even, there was a hint of something that he himself had not yet noticed. Fear. Chapter 100. Call. Qin's mechanized breath sounded again. Watching the Dark Knight that was smashed to the ground, Qin began to move toward him. Then, I came to the Dark Knight. Slowly raised his arms. At this moment, to everyone's surprise, Anya raised his hands to protect his head as if by reflex. The whole person took 2 steps back like a frightened rabbit. In an instant, everyone in the world who was watching the live broadcast could no longer hold their breath. "Ha ha ha ha, did I see that right? Wasn't this guy quite arrogant just now? Why are you so cowardly now? It must be said that there is really no way to win. The battle just now has proved that the rebound of this man called Dark Knight cannot be compared with Qin at all. Yes, even the previous guesses were all wrong. I really don't know where this person got the courage to challenge Qin." Countless discussions and laughter came pouring in. However, the only good thing for Dark Knight is that he cannot hear these laughters at the moment. Otherwise, I'm afraid everyone will collapse. Alvarez Empire. Rebound against rebound, it is obvious that the guy called Dark Knight was defeated. Irene looked at the sky and shook her head gently. Qin's ability is so abnormal, it seems like this guy has no limit. Humph, a fellow like this dares to laugh at the 12 shields. Maria folded her arms, a trace of disdain flashed in her eyes. If it weren't for Inbal stopping me from going to Ishgar. Just that Dark Knight, I can hang him up and beat him up by myself. So what if there is a rebound? Judging from the performance just now, the so-called rebound of Dark Knight is pitifully low in priority. Nothing in front of Qin. Just stop time for a moment and you can easily chop off the head of Dark Knight. As for Qin's rebound ability, that ignores any rules. To be honest, even Maria is not sure. If I stop time and attack Qin, will the damage Qin suffer be transferred to me? Maria is not sure about this, but judging from everything Qin has shown so far, there is a high probability that this will happen. These are 2 completely different concepts. The space distortion of the Dark Knight cannot be stopped, and Ajir's elementalization cannot be stopped either. It's as if an irresistible law of cause and effect. When you hurt Qin with your malicious attack, then this is because next, you will have to bear all the harm that Qin suffered. This is the result. Maria doesn't think she can fight against cause and effect under normal circumstances. It can even be said that as long as we are still human, we can hardly resist this bug-like law of cause and effect. However, this does not mean that De Maria will be afraid. If people cannot fight against this cause and effect. So, what about God? De Maria gently stroked her chest. A warm current flows through my heart. It was as if the soul of God residing in her body was responding to her. In the sky, even Qin was a little dazed by the extreme behavior of the night. Then he shook his head helplessly and withdrew his hand. A mechanical voice followed. Forget it, just go. I have no intention of harming anyone's life. You have already got the answer you want, so let's end this matter here. Qin looked into the dark night and said quietly. Holding on tightly to the soil on the ground. The dark night lowered its head. The body seemed to be trembling, as if it could not accept this fact. But let him attack Qin again? To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. To be honest, the Dark Knight has begun to have some shadows. Yes, he dared not launch any attack on Qin. The injuries I just received are still hurting. Dark Knight could not understand what the principle of Qin's reflex was. However, at this moment he knew that no matter what harm he caused to him, I will give 100% back to myself. What's the point of fighting? Do you dislike the length of your life? After being silent for dozens of seconds, Anya supported himself on the ground with both hands and stood up. He didn't even look at Qin, just covered his wounds. Limped away from here. That back figure looks so lonely. Like a lost dog. Wizard's Guild, fairy tale. Urza stroked her chin, her eyes fixed on the dark figure in the sky. Seems lost in thought. What are you thinking about, Urza? Gray, who was shirtless, noticed Urza's abnormality. Asking out loud. I'm thinking, Urza narrowed her eyes. What exactly is the power of this dark night? And what exactly are the weaknesses? After all, as a dark guild, they will definitely become our enemy. If we know ourselves and the enemy, we can win every battle. So, do you have any ideas? Myra Jane came over and asked. A little bit, but it is clear that Dark Knight's so-called reflection is completely different from Qin's. Arisa responded. Urza paused and said, from the battle just now. We can know that the distortion of the Dark Knight should only come from something that distorts the position. By spreading the force field around yourself, you can distort all attacks coming towards you. By placing the force field near the opponent, you can achieve the effect of distorting the opponent's clothes. Moreover, this ability does not seem to have any effect on the human body, otherwise Dark Knight would have broken the enemy's body long ago. Hiss, Myra Jane and Gray looked at each other. Have you figured out so much just from the battle just now? Gray said in surprise. In response, ELU930SHA smiled and said, don't look at me like that. Even Myra can do this level of analysis, but she has retreated behind the scenes for a long time. I'd better forget it. Myra Jane waved her hand. Then he said if Urza's analysis is correct, then Dark Knight's weakness is obvious. As long as we target him a little, this guy's reflexibility will be completely ineffective, right? Write down this information, it may be useful in the future. Makarov, who had been silent, spoke up. To be honest, Qin shouldn't have let Dark Knight go. At this point, Makarov took a sip of wine and shook his head gently. However, Qin has no obligation to do anything for the magic world, right? Macau said. I know this truth, but I just think it's a pity. After all, a seriously injured six-demon general, this kind of opportunity is rare. If you work hard, you may be able to find the group of pests hiding in the shadows. Makarov placed the wine glass on the table and said with some emotion. Forget it, let's not dwell on that. I want to know how the Magic Council will deal with Qin. Or, the SCP Foundation. They won't let anomalies walk freely in this world. It seems to confirm Makarov's words. At this moment, the sky that had calmed down was once again filled with applause. Attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 101. Unknown Forest. Brian watched the figure leaving alone in the dark night. I just feel some pain in my heart. This guy, is he just leaving like this? Dark Knight, oh Dark Knight, do you still remember what you were doing? Brian kept cursing in his heart. Originally, they planned to have others persuade Qin to bring him back to join the 6 demon generals. As a result, because of the inexplicable jealousy of the Dark Knight, this led to a complete breakdown in the relationship between the two parties. Not only did he attack Qin, but he also showed no intention of winning him over before he left. Although we just had a fight, it's unlikely to win him over. But, at least you have to try it. After all, wasn't this Qin said to be particularly helpful? Brian took a deep breath and lowered his head, no longer looking at what was happening on the sky. He said in a deep voice, forget it, maybe this is our fate. Qin is not destined to belong to us. Brian's tone was frustrated. At this moment, applause broke out again in the sky. Kebra looked at the sky and asked in confusion that guy showed up too, Brian, are we really not going to try harder? If that guy succeeds in winning over Qin, then our situation will be passive. Kebra said. No, Brian raised his head. This is not to say that we have given up completely, but to change our approach. He tightly grasped the scepter in his hand and said in a deep voice, and you just offended Qin. If you want to win him over, it is probably impossible. We have only one way to go now. You mean Nirvana? Angel looked at Brian. Yes, this is the only way. He looked back at the sky, watching the figure that suddenly appeared. His eyes narrowed slightly. I will let you be happy for a while this time, the devil's heart. Later, when I find Nirvana, I will take everything back. In the sky screen. Snap, snap, snap. Crisp applause echoed in the ruins. Qin turned his head as he watched the Dark Knight leave. What caught my eye was a head of black, beautiful straight hair and a slender figure wrapped in a tight-fitting outfit. There is an appreciative smile on the delicate face. The person who came was a member of the Magic Council, and his real identity was Ursha, the leader of the 7 followers of Purgatory in the strongest dark guild, Devil's Heart. The moment this figure appeared on the sky screen. Wizard's Guild, Fairy Tale. Grey frowned suddenly. His eyes were fixed on Ultia appearing in the sky. The horror in his eyes continued to grow. This guy. Why this happened? Why? The low whisper also attracted the attention of his mortal enemy and good friend Natsu. Looking at Grey with some confusion, Natsu asked out loud, "Hey? What are you talking about? Underwear man?" But, surprisingly, this time Grey didn't care about what he called him. If it is normal. Even if they didn't fight on the spot, at least Grey would respond with a more cruel and disgusting nickname. But no, today. Grey seemed to have not heard what Natsu said. Staring at the sky with dull eyes. The hazy eyes seemed to be trapped in the ocean of memories. Muttering in the mouth. It really seems like she. Why is it so similar to you, Ulu? To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. In the picture. Ursha clapped her hands and slowly walked to Qin. Her beautiful eyes gazed upon Qin, her joy evident in her words. You are indeed Lord Qin. Even the 12 shields of the Alvarez Empire and the Dark Knight of the 6 demon generals are no match for you. You don't need to call me sir, I'm just an ordinary person. Qin waved his hand. Then he looked Urusha up and down. Somewhat helplessly he said, are you the same as them? The they here naturally refers to Ajir and Enyi, the 2 people who want to challenge Qin. Therefore, Ursha waved her hand. No, I think Lord Qin must have misunderstood me. She put one hand on her waist, and raised the corner of her mouth slightly. He said softly, we have never doubted the strength of Lord Qin. Therefore, I will not challenge you like those idiots. There is no point in that except to cause unnecessary pain to yourself. So, you're not here to fight? Qin looked at Urusha in surprise. Since coming into this world, Qin always has to face the challenges of these weird guys. From the beginning till now, even Qin couldn't help but doubt. Are all the people in this world reckless men with muscles growing all over their heads? However, now it seems that this is not the case. What is your purpose then? Qin asked. As for me, it's actually very simple. I'm currently working in the Magic Council, working hard for world peace. Your ability can help me a lot, so I would like to invite you to join me. Not only is it for maintaining world peace, it can also give you a higher status and higher rights. Qin must be won over. From just judging from his performance, this guy's ability is definitely the most abnormal among the abnormal. It can almost be said that as long as one has mastered Qin, then, you can walk sideways in this world. No one can break Qin's abnormal reflexes. Moreover, the most important, Qin himself is completely different from other anomalies. He's like a polite gentleman, someone who can have a normal conversation. He is even very helpful. Therefore, although it is called an anomaly, Qin is absolutely harmless. Moreover, Altair's words also have some ulterior motives. She knew that everything that was happening here would be broadcast live to the world. Therefore, her identity as an undercover agent in the Magic Council must not be exposed. Zhao can only use the name of the Magic Council to win over Qin. Moreover, the most important thing is, she did not say that Qin should help the Magic Council. But, help yourself. That's right, Ursha wants to tie Qin to herself. Want to control Qin alone. Whether it's the Magic Council or the Devil's Heart. For Altair, it's just a stepping stone to achieve her goal. She was never loyal to anyone. She is only loyal to herself. With this speech, neither the Magic Council nor the Devil's Heart would have any objection. As long as Qin agrees, Ursha will naturally have a way to brainwash Qin. Let it become your most steadfast backing. By that time, the Devil's Heart, the Magic Council, and Zikurin Jalal will all be a thing of the past. Urlusha wants to pursue her own freedom. Start by winning over Qin. Chapter 102. Protect Peace. Qin looked at Urusha, seeming a little surprised. What's wrong, Master Qin? Altair blinked. At this time, the space beside me suddenly fluctuated. Then, two figures appeared out of nowhere. Doran Bart, and Lahar. Lady Tia? Why are you here? Laharl, who had just appeared, looked at Ultia in astonishment. It's a long story, but the most important thing right now is to win over Qin. I believe the order from the Magic Council is the same, right? Urusha said, with one hand on her waist. Yes, Speaker Crawford said. Before Doran Bart could finish his words, he was interrupted by Altair. I know. You guys step back first. I'll talk. Seeing this scene, the Magic Council, which was just busy. Most people couldn't help but stop their work of investigating the Dark Knight. They all turned their eyes to the sky. Even Crawford. Although I have no idea why Ursha is there, but her presence, plus Laharl's eloquence, should be enough to convince Qin, right? Crawford rested his hands on the table and murmured. Urusha, Chi-Kalei's mouth curled up slightly. The index finger taps the table regularly. Zikurin also has his own ideas about Qin. Otherwise, he would not have contacted his original body before and planned to go to the west to win over Qin. Although the true identity should not be exposed, the most suitable candidate, Ursha, is not here. Therefore, this is the only solution. And now, surprisingly, Urusha is also here. Then, everything becomes single. As long as Ursha can win over Qin, doesn't that mean I have won over Qin myself? You know, this woman has the same goal as me. And, he once said that he would give everything for his dream. Therefore, Zikurin believed that Yurusha. As long as Altair can succeed, Qin will definitely become his most capable general in the end. Wizard Guild. Fairy tale. Everyone was relieved that someone from the council had shown up and was trying to win over Qin. After all, no matter what, the Magic Council still belongs to the DBDH camp of the bright magic world. Therefore, even if Qin joined the Magic Council, it would be much better than joining the Dark Guild. For fairy tale, it is acceptable. However, there was still one person in the crowd with a frown on his face. Myra Jane turned to look at Makarov, who was sitting on a barrel, frowning and thinking. I couldn't help but ask curiously, President. What are you thinking about? Makarov took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, to be honest, I feel a little uneasy. He raised his head, and his old eyes looked at the sky. I don't know what's going on, but from my experience with the council over the years, this Altair doesn't give people a good impression. I always feel that she is not that simple. Not that simple. Mirage blinked, although she didn't quite understand what Makarov meant. But I didn't continue asking. Instead, he looked towards the sky. I wonder if Qin will agree. At this moment, it is not only the Fairy Tale Guild that is looking forward to the result. People all over the world are waiting for the results. If successful, it would mean that even anomalies can work for humans. As long as you master the method, you can master the exception. And the abnormal strength does not need too much explanation. Until now, Ajir, who is still lying on the ground and doesn't know whether he is dead or alive, is the best example. Therefore, people from all over the world, from major guilds, or even from dark guilds, are paying attention to this moment. Waiting for Qin's answer. In the picture, Ursha asked again. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Lord Qin, what do you think? If you have any requests, feel free to ask. As long as they are not outrageous, I will try my best to meet them. I need you very much, and the world needs you very much too. Ursha's words. Any passionate young man would probably agree without hesitation. After all, who can resist a delicate beauty saying in a very serious tone that I need you and the world needs you? At this moment, the huge sense of honor, accomplishment and mission is enough to stun many young people. Especially for a kind person like Qin. The same is true. Therefore, Yurusha is very confident. Qin will definitely agree to his. And, in fact, with Qin's help, Urusha can really change the world. Therefore, this is not considered deceiving Qin. But, to Yurusha's surprise, Qin still shook his head. I'm sorry, beautiful lady. Qin spoke, and the unique mechanical voice sounded so ruthless. I can't join you, nor can I help you. Why? Altair was puzzled. There was no need for Qin to hide this, and he said bluntly, you cannot keep the peace of this world. Inside the Magic Council. Crawford's eyes widened, his mind full of question marks. We can't hold it. What is he talking about? Isn't this indirectly saying that we are not good enough? Or did you say it in front of everyone in the world? Crawford slapped the table hard. Question: how much does he underestimate us? We are the Magic Council, with influence all over the continent, and we control all the bright magic guilds. But, actually, do we really have it? Yajima put his hands behind his back. Sigh. As soon as these words came out, Crawford's anger also subsided. Yes, if they really knew everything, then why couldn't they detect even a little bit of abnormal information? If you really have control over everything, why are we so passive now? But, it's a bit too much to just say that we can't do it so bluntly. Crawford still wants to argue. But, it was obvious that the others present were not in the mood to argue. Instead, focus on the sky. At this moment, Ursha seemed to want to fight for it again, and said quickly. Well, I think you may not understand, Lord Kane. Well, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Kane waved his hand and said politely. Then he looked straight at Yurusha. But that's the truth. Kids, this world is much more serious than you think. You can't even pose any obstacle to that damn lizard, so how can you talk about protecting this world? Kane shook his head slightly. You should go home and take a shower and go to bed, kid. There are more professional people guarding the world, and they will allow you to see the sun the next day safely. This is where I want to go.